Vhumad God Chapter 475 to Chapter 553. Among them, Venerable Lord Sword looked at Lin Xian with surprise and admiration in his eyes. Not bad. He actually comprehended 70% sword intent, and it's very powerful. Although he can't compare to Jianying, he shouldn't be too far behind. I'm afraid he'll be another Sword Dao Venerable in less than 100 years. Venerable Blue Lotus nodded with a smile. There were only 13 venerables in the entire Tiannan region. Among them, Venerable Lord Lung was severely injured, and her strength was greatly reduced. Normally, it would be fine, but now that the Black Dragon sect was restless and showing signs of revival, there would be a fierce battle soon. Once the Black Dragon sect counterattacked, the battle would not be over in a few years. It might last for decades or even centuries. If that was the case, the emergence of a venerable would change the situation greatly. Therefore, these venerables valued every genius. I think it's better to get rid of him as soon as possible. If he's a spy from the Black Dragon sect, wouldn't that increase the enemy's strength? Venerable Scarlet Flame snorted. The other venerables were also silent. They were not 100% sure that they could prove Lin Xian's innocence. Don't worry, we'll definitely find out his true identity before the Azure Dragon Society ends. Venerable Blue Lotus said. If Lin Xian was innocent, they would definitely use the best resources to nurture him. If Lin Xian was really a spy from the Black Dragon sect, they would definitely kill him with all their might. Lin Xian absorbed Lei Zhen's true dragon qi, and the true dragon qi in his body reached more than 60 feet. At that moment, the great dragon sword intent in his body seemed to be summoned. Lin Xian was shocked. He did feel a calling from afar. Great dragon sword. He was overjoyed. It seemed that his true dragon qi could already form a connection with the great dragon sword. Not enough. Lin Xian clenched his fist. He still needed to continue absorbing the true dragon qi. If he could become one of the 4 prodigies, he might be able to sense it clearly. However, he did not act rashly. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to become a prodigy. He had to wait until he broke through to the mid-stage of the spirit transformation stage. With a satisfied smile, Lin Xian stepped down from the stage. Then, Yu Yan appeared. Previously, in the first stage, he had fought with the Prince of Heavenly Flame and was sent flying with a single move. Therefore, he didn't plan to challenge the 4 heavenly talents anymore. Instead, he set his eyes on Han Fei. If he could defeat Han Fei, he would become the first of the 5 heroes. At the same time, he was also the strongest person below the 4 great geniuses. This kind of honor was also extremely great. Thinking of this, he challenged Han Fei. As his voice fell, the surrounding cultivators were shocked. Han Fei and Yu Yan were ranked next to each other, and their strength was about the same. This battle must be very exciting. Looks like Yu Yan has already given up on challenging the geniuses. So what? It's not just him. I'm afraid that even the 5 heroes don't have the strength to fight against the geniuses. The crowd was not surprised. Although the 5 geniuses were strong, there was still a big gap between them and the 4 geniuses. Han Fei was not surprised by Yu Yan's challenge. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a saber light and flashed onto the ring. In the distance, a silver moon rose behind Yu Yan. It carried a terrifying aura as it floated in the void. Wherever the moonlight passed, the air was distorted, as if some inexplicable change had taken place. It's an illusion. This is illusory moon ascension. Everyone exclaimed. This was a large-scale illusion. Wherever the moonlight shrouded, it would be an illusion. Void slash. On the other side, Han Fei unsheathed his saber, and a resplendent saber light streaked across the sky. Wherever the saber light passed, the silver moonlight was torn apart, flying to the sides like a veil. What a terrifying saber intent, it can even tear apart an illusion. Lin Xian was surprised. He could feel that Han Fei's saber intent was not weaker than his sword intent. The saber streaked across the sky and quickly slashed towards Yu Yan. Soon, the silver moonlight around Yu Yan was completely torn apart. He snorted coldly, and the illusory moon intent rose. Han Fei had rich combat strength and would not fight with Yu Yan at all. The other party was an illusion martial artist, so he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, he would fall for it if he was not careful. Therefore, Han Fei did not hold back from the beginning. Streaks of resplendent saber light shattered the void and quickly slashed towards Yu Yan. Crack! Crack! The saber fell, and the hard ground split open, forming terrifying cracks. The cold saber intent was even more shocking, lingering in the void for a long time. Yu Yan's expression was cold. He quickly rushed towards Han Fei with the bright moon illusion. At the same time, he quickly waved his palms and struck out the falling moon palm. The sky was filled with palm shadows that carried ripples, scattering in all directions. These palm shadows looked beautiful, but they were filled with endless killing intent. Each of them carried a terrifying soul attack. If an ordinary mid-stage spirit transformation realm martial artist encountered them, their soul would probably be severely injured on the spot. Void-splitting cross-slash. Han Fei held the saber with both hands and quickly slashed out. Buzz, in the sky, a huge cross-shaped saber aura shone and rushed forward. This was one of Han Fei's ultimate skills. Previously, he had relied on this saber to defeat Bing Ling. The saber aura was dazzling like a cross of death, enveloping Yu Yan. Yu Yan's expression was solemn. He had to be careful when facing this powerful attack. The silver moon behind him rotated, and the moonlight in the sky rotated rapidly, forming a vortex that stirred up the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Suddenly, a slender hand reached out from the vortex and slapped towards the void. As soon as the slender hand appeared, the entire space immediately sank, and a huge pressure enveloped the surroundings. Everyone's faces turned pale as if they were enveloped by 100,000 mountains. So terrifying, what move is this? Moon God descends. I didn't expect Yu Yan to even use this move. Someone exclaimed, rumor has it that when the Mirage Moon Sex cultivation technique is cultivated to the extreme, one can summon the Moon God descends. I thought it was just a legend. I didn't expect it to be true. Moon God descends? Lin Xian frowned. Was there really a god in this world? His eyes flickered as he looked at the arena. He waved his slender hand and collided with the huge cross-shaped saber aura. Boom, a dazzling light erupted in the sky, forming a huge white energy ball that spread out in all directions. The terrifying attack was like the end of the world, making one's heart tremble. The white light retreated, and the two figures fought again. Divine Saber of Destruction. Han Fei's saber intent was astonishing, and he slashed out a terrifying saber light again. This saber almost covered more than half of the sky. The vast saber light surged in the air like a blood-colored river. Illusion Path Crescent Moon Break. Yu Yan rose into the air and also launched his strongest attack. He fused with the silver moon behind him, releasing a hazy light. A palm, like a divine palm from outer space, pressed down. Air waves rolled, saber aura crisscrossed, and the arena was drowned again. Crack! Boom! Countless black gravel flew out, piercing the void and flying in all directions. Some martial artists were caught off guard and were sent flying by these stones while vomiting blood. Damn it, it's too terrifying. Even the gravel can hurt people. Everyone quickly retreated, feeling a lingering fear. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he stared at the arena. He knew that the result was about to come out. Han Fei won. His saber intent happened to restrain Yu Yan's illusion, Sword Dao Goddess Zhou Jianying said. In the end, it's still a battle of intent. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame said coldly, if Yu Yan's illusory moon intent is strong enough, he can completely restrain him. The four geniuses spoke, and every word they said hit the nail on the head. When the storm dissipated, the figure in the arena appeared. Yu Yan's sleeve was cut off, and a long saber was placed horizontally above his head, emitting a terrifying saber intent. I admit defeat. Yu Yan said unwillingly. Thank you for letting me win. Han Fei retracted his saber and smiled indifferently. Everyone exclaimed, and the audience in the stands was in an uproar. Their cheers were like a tide, shaking the world. Yu Yan left the arena, but Han Fei didn't move. He was still standing in the arena. Because this time it was his turn to challenge. Holding the saber tightly, his eyes burst out with astonishing fighting spirit. Divine Saber Sex Han Fei challenges Zhou Jianying. Han Fei's voice was sonorous and powerful, and every word caused the void to tremble. Everyone was excited again. Han Fei was going to challenge the four geniuses. Not only that, he was going to challenge the second-ranked Sword Dao goddess. Han Fei is the leader of the 5 heroes. He does have the strength to challenge the 4 heroes. Yes, his saber intent has reached 70%. He might have the strength to fight. Lin Xian was also excited. Han Fei's saber intent was similar to his. This battle might allow him to figure out Zhou Jianying's strength. Your saber intent is not bad. I will use the same level of sword intent to fight you. Zhou Jianying stepped on the ground like a fairy. She carried an azure sword on her back that was like a shining star. It was dreamy and illusory. However, she didn't draw her sword. Instead, she used her finger to replace the sword and pointed diagonally. What? Zhou Jianying wants to fight barehanded? Isn't she underestimating Han Fei? What do you know? I saw her attack 10 years ago. It was too stunning. It was like a divine rainbow descending into the world. No one could stop it. The more everyone talked, the more shocked they became. In the arena, Han Fei's expression was solemn. He wasn't dissatisfied with Zhou Jianying's barehanded battle. The other party was already lucky to be able to fight with him. Take my saber, space-splitting cross-slash. As soon as he came, Han Fei used his ultimate skill. A huge cross-saber chi quickly slashed forward. Break! Zhou Jianying spat out a green lotus from her mouth and waved her jade-like fingers. A ripple-like sword chi slashed down. The sword chi looked weak, like a fleeting shadow, but when it came into contact with the huge cross-shaped sword chi, it was immediately sliced in half. What a sharp sword intent! Lin Xian was shocked. As a swordsman, he could naturally feel the terror of the sword. Not only that, but he also found that Zhou Jianying's use of sword intent was very delicate, which was far beyond his. For example, the sword strike just now contained a terrifying sword intent that was hidden very deeply. However, at the moment of collision, an extremely powerful attack power erupted and destroyed everything. The utilization of this kind of sword intent surpassed the vast majority of people. I'm afraid Zhou Jianying didn't even use half of her strength. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He realized that the 4 prodigies were far more terrifying than he had imagined. However, he was not upset. In terms of the use of sword intent, he was stronger than Zhou Jianying. What he lacked now was the maturity of his sword intent. I can only rely on the divine sword visualization painting. These days, he had comprehended the divine sword visualization painting and his sword intent had reached the peak of 70%. He was only a little bit away from breaking through to 80%. However, he welcomed another piece of good news. After continuing to absorb the black dragon flames, he finally reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. So far, his strength had substantially improved. Now that he fought with Lei Zhen again, he would probably only need 3 moves to defeat him. This was the gap between realms. Now Lin Xian's strength had increased several times compared to before. Now he should be able to challenge the 4 prodigies. Lin Xian thought to himself. With his strength and trump cards, he was already able to compete with the 4 prodigies. Moreover, he also had his greatest trump card, the Sword of Devouring. With it, Lin Xian even dared to challenge spirit-detecting realm martial artists. In a good mood, he looked at the arena. In the arena, Han Fei's first attack failed and he slashed out again. Divine Saber of Destruction. The blood-colored saber chi filled the entire sky like a blood-colored river that hung across the 9 heavens. Looking at this attack, Zhou Jianying's eyes lit up. She raised one hand and slashed up. A sword aura flew into the sky like a graceful swan. It was like a 5-colored divine pillar that connected heaven and earth. This attack directly hit the weakest part of the blood-colored saber aura. With a roar, the blood-colored saber aura shattered like a glass plate and scattered across the sky. Han Fei was very strong, but Zhou Jianying was stronger. Every attack of hers carried a terrifying sword intent. Although her sword intent was also 70%, it was much more powerful than Han Fei's saber intent. After 2 defeats, the saber aura in Han Fei's eyes became even brighter. He looked up to the sky and roared. His whole body was like a divine saber that was unsheathed, extremely sharp. Take my strongest attack, saber breaking the sky. The huge saber aura pierced through the sky and the terrifying aura made the entire arena tremble. In the sky, the clouds were instantly destroyed. Endless light condensed and then the long saber fell down. So terrifying. Retreat. The surrounding crowd was horrified and retreated crazily. Lin Xian's body flashed and he also rushed back. At the same time, he was also slightly surprised. The power of this attack was very close to the first sword of the Gale Lightning Sword technique. The arena trembled and a terrifying crack appeared. The saber aura shrouded Zhou Jianying. At this moment, everyone was looking at the arena. He was hit head-on. Can Han Fei win? Such a terrifying attack. Even if she's an elite, she'll probably be injured, right? Everyone was discussing and feeling bewildered. However, at this moment, a stunning sword aura bloomed from the arena, piercing through the saber aura and rushing in all directions. This sword aura was so dazzling that the saber aura in the sky lost its luster. The sword aura slashed down and the mighty saber aura was mercilessly torn apart. Han Fei's face turned pale. His body stiffened and he couldn't help but take 3 steps back. A look of horror appeared in his eyes. When the saber aura disappeared, Zhou Jianying's beautiful figure appeared. She was dressed in green and pointed her sword at the sky. Although she was a girl, she had an indescribable sharpness. It was as if everything in front of her had become fragile. This was the demeanor of a sword Dao heavenly maiden. After 3 slashes, Han Fei had no chance of winning at all. He smiled bitterly and admitted defeat. Everyone was in an uproar and shouting. Zhou Jianying's strength was crazy. They would probably never forget the last sword attack. Lin Xian was also amazed. She was indeed a genius, especially her attainments in the sword Dao, which could be said to be terrifying. Even the last sword strike had given him some enlightenment. He immediately immersed himself in the divine sword visualization painting and quickly comprehended it. Whoosh, the little white monkey rushed out and stood on his shoulder, covering its mouth and yawning. Lin Xian was comprehending it this time, so the safety task was naturally left to it. The little monkey blinked its black gem-like eyes and looked around curiously. On the ancient city, the 5 venerables exclaimed when they saw the little white monkey. The appearance of the little white monkey shocked them. However, in the next moment, they were puzzled. Why did I feel so scared just now? What kind of monkey is this? Why do I feel like it's that legendary species? You mean that? Impossible, how can that thing exist? The venerable ones were bewildered. They confirmed it carefully, but they could no longer find the same feeling as before. They had no choice but to give up for now. The competition continued. Lin Xian was still comprehending the divine sword visualization diagram and did not pay attention to the others. However, the others were all excited. Because the next contestants were all prodigies. In the arena, Yan Shan carried a huge bandage on his back and looked around with a sinister smile. Then, his gaze stopped on Lin Xian. Everyone was stunned. Was Yan Shan going to challenge Lin Xian too? No way, the 4 great prodigies would not challenge someone with a lower ranking. At this moment, Yan Shan transmitted his voice, "What's going on? You want me to challenge that brat?" A mysterious voice came from the bandage on his back, "That brat is a little strange. I can feel the aura of the great dragon sword on him." Great dragon sword? Are you sure? Yan Shan was shocked. Try it. With your strength, you should be able to make him use his full strength easily. Hearing this, Yan Shan sneered. He turned his head slightly and stared at Lin Xian with a sinister gaze. I want to challenge him. The crowd exclaimed. Yan Shan was really going to challenge Lin Xian. This was too crazy. One had to know that the 4 great prodigies were completely ahead of everyone else. Yan Shan wanted to challenge Lin Xian. It was no doubt bullying. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian. They wanted to know how Lin Xian would respond. However, Lin Xian stood there like a statue and did not react to what was happening. However, the little white monkey looked at Yan Shan and gestured. Finally, it showed a look of disdain. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. A monkey dared to look down on Yan Shan. Many people felt like their heads were about to explode. Zhao Shui and the rest were worried that Lin Xian would rush up the stage in a fit of rage. However, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. Because Lin Xian did not respond. "If you don't respond within the time limit, you'll be deemed to have admitted defeat," the referee said in a low voice. Soon after, Yan Shan obtained a strand of true dragon qi from Lin Xian's body. "Humph. Useless guy." Yan Shan snorted coldly and ignored Lin Xian. "Looks like this Lin Xian isn't stupid. I thought he would still rush forward." "Are you kidding me? That's Mount Yan we're talking about. Who would dare go up there?" "But there seems to be something wrong with Lin Xian." "What's wrong?" "He must be trying to play dumb to avoid the competition." Although everyone knew that Lin Xian wouldn't accept the challenge, they were still disappointed by his silence. It seemed that although Lin Xian was strong, he was still no match for the four heavens favorites. Even the venerables on top of the ancient city sighed. They felt that Lin Xian lacked a sense of drive. Yan Shan then challenged Prince Heavenly Flame, who was ranked ahead of him. The two of them exchanged blows, creating a terrifying scene. The 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram appeared behind Prince Heavenly Flame as if it could burn everything. That scorching aura made everyone's heart tremble. On the other side, Yan Shan summoned 3 ferocious puppets. Each of them had the strength of a mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator. The 3 puppets worked together to fight a spirit-detecting realm cultivator. As the two of them fought, each of their attacks could tear apart a normal spirit transformation realm cultivator. At the 103rd move, the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram released endless flames that suppressed the entire arena. Yan Shan's 3 puppets were entangled by the flaming dragon and couldn't move at all. He reached for the bandage on his back, but gave up after thinking about it. In the end, Prince Heavenly Flame won. The crowd was in an uproar and took a long time to calm down. At this moment, Lin Xian also woke up from the divine sword visualization diagram. The sword light in his eyes was even sharper, as if it could cut through the void. After the epiphany, he finally broke through and reached 80% sword intent. However, before he could rejoice, his body froze. He could still feel the aura of the great dragon sword, but now he couldn't feel anything. After carefully sensing with his soul power, Lin Xian found that the true dragon qi in his body had decreased by a lot. What's going on? He was stunned. As far as he knew, the true dragon qi couldn't be stolen, and it wouldn't disappear for no reason. Wu Ji, the snow-white little monkey gestured and restored the scene just now. Suddenly, Lin Xian's face darkened. He was very surprised that Yan Shan had actually challenged him. One had to know that he didn't have much interaction with Yan Shan, and Yan Shan was one of the 4 great prodigies. It was impossible for him to challenge him for no reason. Unless there was something he didn't know. However, what made him even more angry was that he was judged to have failed because he didn't respond for a long time. Thus, he lost the true dragon qi. This guy has gone too far. Lin Xian glared at Yan Shan with rage in his eyes. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to steal his true dragon qi was an enemy. For great prodigies? Lin Xian sneered. It's time for a change. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Yan Shan turned around and revealed a disdainful smile. In his eyes, Lin Xian was like an ant that couldn't arouse his interest at all. If it weren't for the existence behind him challenging him, he wouldn't have bothered with Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian dared to show that kind of gaze, which made him very unhappy. Humph, reckless. Yan Shan retracted his gaze. He had already decided that after the Azure Dragon Society was over, he would find an opportunity to make Lin Xian his puppet. Although Lin Xian didn't know Yan Shan's plan, he wouldn't let him go. He would make him spit out the true dragon qi that he had stolen in double. If it was in the past, Lin Xian probably wouldn't have been able to do it. However, not only had he entered the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, but his sword intent had also reached 80%. It could be said that his strength had increased by several times. If he were to face Lei Jin now, he could almost kill him with a single strike. One had to know that it wasn't easy to increase one's sword intent. Moreover, with every increase in realm, one's strength would increase rapidly. Lin Xian, who had comprehended 70% sword intent, and Lin Xian, who had comprehended 80% sword intent, were 2 completely different people. He calmed himself down and continued to watch the match. Prince Heavenly Flame challenged Infinite Tyrant. Both of them were domineering and violent. Just the aura they released was unbearable for the crowd. You're not my match. That was clear 10 years ago. Infinite Tyrant was very domineering. He didn't put Prince Heavenly Flame in his eyes at all. That was 10 years ago. That might not be the case now. Prince Heavenly Flame said proudly. Now that my 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram has reached greater mastery, I'll definitely be able to suppress you this time. Suppress me? Infinite Tyrant was slightly stunned. Then, he looked up to the sky and laughed. His body released an aura that looked down on the world. Then come at me. He didn't say anything else. Instead, he waved his fists and punched forward. Instantly, the spiritual energy in the entire space was sucked dry. The bronze fist destroyed everything in front of it. That punch was too terrifying. It could definitely kill anyone below the 4 great prodigies. Fire Dragon Fist. Prince Heavenly Flame wasn't afraid at all. A fire dragon behind him coiled around his right arm, forming a fire dragon armor. The fire attribute spiritual energy roared and surged forward. The 2 fists collided, causing the entire space to tremble. Even the spirit detecting realm judge's pupils shrank as he looked at the arena with a solemn expression. Boom, violent energy spread out and quickly dissipated. Too weak. Is this all you've got? Infinite Tyrant had one hand behind his back as he looked arrogant. 8 Desolation Fire Dragon, suppress. The fire dragon diagram behind Prince Heavenly Flame shone brightly as flames soared into the sky. The entire sky was dyed red. The space distorted as if it was about to melt. 8 fire dragons roared as they circled around to suppress Infinite Tyrant. Good timing. Infinite Tyrant roared. His robe fluttered in the black wind as he looked down on the world like an overlord. Domineering fist of heavens and earth. He was like a king as he quickly punched out. A tyrannical aura surged out and enveloped the entire area. The surrounding martial artists were terrified. Their bodies trembled as they almost knelt on the ground. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He could sense that those 2 martial arts were Earth-grade martial arts. Their power wasn't any weaker than his Gale Lightning Sword art. However, Infinite Tyrant's aura was too strong. His disregard for everything made his domineering fist of heavens and earth even more violent. Boom. Boom boom, the fire dragons and fists collided. The space was torn apart and a terrifying black crack appeared. However, the crack quickly disappeared. Even so, the crowd was still stunned. They would never forget that scene for the rest of their lives. On the ancient city, the 5 sovereigns were even more shocked. Their attacks just now weren't any weaker than a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. In fact, they were even stronger than a normal spirit-detecting realm martial artist. At least, a normal spirit-detecting realm martial artist wouldn't be able to create a crack in space. Their strength has increased by a few times compared to 10 years ago. Sovereign Green Lotus exclaimed. I'm afraid Infinite Tyrant is still stronger. Sovereign Sword exclaimed. Jin Wudao isn't bad either. In the past, he would definitely be the number 1 of the younger generation. Indeed, the current 4 great geniuses would have been able to take first place in the previous Azure Dragon gatherings. However, the 4 of them were gathered together. It had to be said that this was a flourishing age. Geniuses emerged in large numbers, suppressing several generations. Look, the results are out. A paragon cried out. Everyone looked over and saw the 8 Baron Fire Dragon and the Berserk Fist colliding. The 2 were in a stalemate. However, in the end, it was still the hegemonic fist of heavens and earth that won, tearing the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon portrait apart. Prince Heavenly Flame groaned and took a few steps back. Was it over? Everyone was astonished. As expected, it was still Infinite Tyrant who was superior. However, the flames on the Crown Prince's body surged, making him look like a flaming god of war. This is the final move, 8 Desolation Fire Dragon, burn heaven and earth. Prince Heavenly Flame bellowed. The 8 fire dragons behind him rose into the sky and intertwined, forming an even larger fire dragon. Suddenly, the entire sky was filled with fiery red dragon bodies. The sea of fire in the sky spread and attacked into the distance. Retreat. The spirit-detecting realm referee furrowed his brows and shouted to the surrounding martial artists. What? Everyone was stunned and quickly retreated. The next moment, the huge dragon head spat out mountain-sized red dragon flames that covered the entire arena. The aura was too terrifying. Just a trace of it was enough to kill any spirit transformation realm martial artist. In an instant, Infinite Tyrant and the super arena were enveloped. The spirit-detecting realm referee rose into the sky. Chi-chi, the fiery red dragon flames were terrifying. They melted the entire arena, and the heat wave was still spreading rapidly. Everything that came into contact with it was reduced to ashes. Everyone was terrified. Fortunately, the referee reminded them. Otherwise, they would have turned into ashes. Madman, he's really a madman. Will Infinite Tyrant be burned to death if he's hit head-on? Many people were worried. There was no way around it. The flames were too terrifying. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist would be finished. The sea of fire continued, and more than half of the plaza was about to collapse. At this moment, Venerable Green Lotus waved his sleeve in the ancient city. An inexplicable green chi flow fell into the sea of fire, forming a green lotus. The green lotus spun and absorbed the surrounding flames. At this moment, a terrifying fluctuation came from the arena again. A hole appeared in the sea of fire. Infinite Tyrant's body was covered in flowing light, and a golden spear appeared in his hand. Overlord Spear. The spear stabbed out, and the world lost its color. The fiery dragon in the sky was pierced, and it let out a wail before quickly dissipating. Infinite Tyrant withdrew his spear and looked at the heavenly flame crown prince. He spun his spear again. The spear light tore through the sky. The heavenly flame crown prince tried his best to resist. He merged with the 8 desolation flaming dragon diagram behind him and attacked the spear light. There was a shocking explosion, and the heavenly flame crown prince was sent flying. The flaming dragon diagram on his body shattered, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He forced himself to circulate his chi and prepared to fight again, but he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. You can't do it. Infinite Tyrant stood with his spear and looked around. Then, he looked at Zhou Jianying and Yan Shan and sighed. Is there no one in the entire South Heaven region who can match me? He was lonely. He stood at the peak, but no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The heavenly flame crown prince's face turned ugly. He originally thought that he could compete with Infinite Tyrant, but he did not expect to be defeated by his spear. What a domineering spear technique! Lin Xian exclaimed from below. That shot just now made his hair stand on end. He compared himself to the heavenly flame crown prince and realized that even he could not shatter that spear. However, he would not be as pathetic as the heavenly flame crown prince. That was because he had the sword of devouring. As long as he wanted to, he could devour that spear. I really hope to fight with him. Lin Xian was filled with fighting spirit. Originally, he only wanted to compete with Zhou Jianying, but now it seemed that he had to add Infinite Tyrant to his list of opponents. Such a martial artist was worthy of him going all out. After absorbing the heavenly flame crown prince's true dragon energy, Infinite Tyrant's true dragon energy had reached 84 feet. That true dragon energy suppressed the surroundings. Yan Shan looked at the true dragon energy with a trace of greed in his eyes. Then, he touched the bandages on his back. Humph, Infinite Tyrant, I'll give you a big gift when the time comes. In front of him, the sea of fire disappeared and the arena was revealed. More than half of the black gold arena was burned and a deep pit was formed. The surroundings were charred black and the bottom could not be seen. At that moment, the true dragon energy under the ground surged and emitted a 5-colored light that enveloped the deep pit. Soon, the ground returned to normal and the black gold arena was intact. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect the true dragon energy to have such an effect. If he absorbed it into his body, could it heal his wounds? He secretly used the sword of devouring to try absorbing it. This idea was very risky because before the Azure Dragon Society ended, these contestants could not use true dragon chi. But Lin Xian seemed to be absorbing its power, which could be said to be very heaven-defying. Of course, he would not treat his life as a joke. So, he only absorbed a little bit. In the next moment, a trace of joy appeared on his face. I can actually absorb it. Although the process was very slow, Lin Xian could clearly feel a mysterious power entering his body from the true dragon qi. I wonder what effect it will have if I absorb more. Thinking of this, Lin Xian began to absorb with all his might. At this moment, Zhou Jianying walked up the stage. Dressed in green and surrounded by sword qi, she was like a sword god reborn, sharp to the extreme. As the second-ranked prodigy, her target was very clear, and that was infinite dominance. However, her battle with infinite dominance was very simple, with only one move. But this move was better than all the previous ones. A sword light, stunning the 9 heavens, quickly slashed towards infinite dominance. Countless fine spatial cracks appeared in the place where it passed. Infinite dominance was still incomparably domineering. The golden spear in his hand stabbed out like a scorching sun. After one move, a black hole the size of a millstone appeared in the void and quickly merged. The stage beneath their feet was torn apart again. Infinite dominance stood with his spear, looking around disdainfully. Zhou Jianying's face was a little pale, especially her right hand, which was trembling. As expected of the overlord bloodline. Only you can use the hegemonic qi technique to this extent. Zhou Jianying did not continue to attack. The sword just now had already determined the winner, and it would be futile to continue fighting. Moreover, now was not the time for the final battle. In the entire Tiannan region, only you can arouse my interest. Infinite dominance sighed. In the end, only infinite dominance was left. However, he did not challenge anyone. As the top prodigy, he did not put anyone in his eyes. After the first round of challenges, the rankings of the 4 prodigies did not change, but there was one more newcomer among the 5 prodigies. Lin Xian took Lei Zhan's place and was ranked 7th. He was the highest ranking among the newcomers. Soon, the second round of challenges began. Lin Xian spared a sliver of his soul to observe the battle. Zhao Shui, Yi Dao Leng, Dongfang Xiong, and the others fought bravely and made it into the top 30. Everyone was shocked. Although these people were also dark horses, they didn't expect that they would be able to continuously defeat strong opponents and advance to the next round. Lei Zhan went berserk and did his best to defeat Xiao Sheng. Once again, he entered the top 5. He looked at Lin Xian with hatred, but he didn't dare to challenge him again. The current him was no longer a match for Lin Xian. The ice spirit entered the arena. She looked at Lin Xian curiously, preparing to give it a try. In the end, Lin Xian stepped onto the stage and sent him flying with 3 strikes. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian's strength had increased again. One had to know that last time, he had fought with Lei Zhan for a long time. Bing Ling's strength was about the same as Lei Zhan's, but this time, she was sent flying by 3 sword strikes. This was simply too shocking. Lei Zhan felt a lingering fear in his heart. His back was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, he didn't challenge Lin Xian again. Otherwise, he would have been the one sent flying. After defeating the ice spirit, Lin Xian's true dragon energy had become stronger. It had returned to its original size of 6 feet. However, he wasn't happy. If it wasn't for Yan Shan, his true dragon energy would have been more. In the next moment, he looked into the distance with a sharp gaze. Yan Shan, get up here and die. His voice was so loud that it made the void tremble. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian actually wanted to challenge Yan Shan, moreover, he used such an arrogant tone. Lin Xian must be crazy. He's courting death. Who knows? Could it be because of Yan Shan's challenge? It can't be. Didn't he not dare to accept the challenge last time? Everyone was puzzled. They all thought that Lin Xian was crazy. Yan Shan's face was so gloomy that it was terrifying. As one of the top 4 prodigies, even Infinite Tyrant didn't dare to speak to him like this. Now, a worm that he regarded as an ant dared to speak so arrogantly, he couldn't stand it. Lowly worm, I'll refine you into a half-human puppet and let you suffer the punishment of hell for eternity. Yan Shan's body was filled with killing intent. He looked like the king of hell, ferocious and terrifying. At that moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian. Interesting. I thought he was a coward. I didn't expect him to have such a domineering side. Infinite Tyrant looked at Lin Xian with a hint of interest. Zhou Jianing pursed her lips. She could feel the powerful sword intent behind Lin Xian's confidence. That sword intent was even more powerful than before. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame frowned. He didn't have a good impression of Lin Xian's words. After all, the top 4 prodigies couldn't be humiliated. In the ancient city, Venerable Lord Sword also narrowed his eyes. Little guy, interesting. Whoosh, Yan Shan came to the arena. He waved his hand and summoned 8 puppets. 2 of them were at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm, while the other 6 were at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. That was a terrifying lineup. Other than the top prodigies, no one could stop them. Zhao Shui's palms were sweating. Brat, don't try to be brave. Yi Daoleng and Dongfang Xiong were also nervous. After all, their opponents were the top 4 prodigies. It was impossible for them not to be nervous. Reptile, you will pay for your ignorance. Yan Shan controlled the 8 puppets and laughed sinisterly. I don't have any good swordsman puppets. After I make you, my collection will be even more perfect. Hearing that, everyone felt a chill down their spines. The 8 puppets in the arena were all made of living people. The Iron Puppet sect was really perverted. Although they were cursing, they were still worried for Lin Xian. There are so many puppets. How can he fight? Sigh, he's still too young and impulsive. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. Cut the crap. Show me what you've got. Don't think that you can bully others just because you're a prodigy. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of bullying me. Humph, you're courting death. Yan Shan snorted and controlled the 8 puppets to charge forward. His control was exquisite and contained the principles of array formations. It made the already powerful lineup even more powerful. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded by the 8 puppets. Destroy. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He waved the Star of Extinction sword in his hand and a dazzling sword light shone. What followed was a terrifying sword intent. It was cold, sharp, and so powerful that it made people despair. The entire arena was shrouded by this shocking sword intent. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and activated their defensive armor to resist. It couldn't be helped. This sword intent was too sharp. Even though they were far away, they still felt pain in their bodies as if they were pierced by thousands of swords. The most shocked person was Zhou Jianing. As a swordsman, she could clearly feel this sword intent. 80% sword intent. She exclaimed. What, 80% sword intent? Everyone was shocked. When did Lin Xian's sword intent become so powerful? However, before they could think about it, the dazzling sword light crashed down. The void trembled and shattered like a mirror. Countless black cracks spread out. It was terrifying. The entire arena was enveloped by the sword light and quickly drowned. Lin Xian used 80% sword intent as soon as he entered the arena. The sharp sword chi instantly shrouded the arena. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the entire arena split apart with a loud bang. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian had split the arena open with one strike. Where's Yan Shan? Everyone looked at the arena. On the arena, 8 puppets were lying on the ground. Their bodies had all been cut in half. The cuts were even, and there was even a trace of terrifying sword intent lingering around them. Yan Shan was not injured, but his face became very ugly. He did not expect that the reptile he had always regarded as an ant would show such strength. This sword intent was not much weaker than Zhou Jianing's. What a terrifying sword intent. Is another heavenly talent going to appear? Han Fei was shocked. The other 3 geniuses were surprised. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. Zhou Jianing, in particular, stared at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Damn you, you've angered me. Yan Shan's voice was filled with killing intent. He opened the puppet bag and summoned 3 more black puppets. These are late-stage spirit transformation puppets. It seemed that Yan Shan was really angry. Yan Shan had used these puppets in his battle with the Prince of Heavenly Flame. Even the blazing flames did not burn them. Whoosh, Yan Shan controlled the 3 puppets and rushed toward Lin Xian together with his real body. This time, he must take down Lin Xian, clang. Clang! Clang! The three puppets were as fast as ghosts, constantly changing their positions around Lin Xian. They attacked fiercely, all aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. Wind Thunder Sword Wave. Lin Xian slashed out with his long sword, and sword chi rippled out. 80% sword intent gushed out, stunning everyone. The three black puppets were all hit by the sword chi and were knocked back. None of them could get close to Lin Xian. Yan Shan's 5 fingers danced, and his spiritual energy was like silk, connecting to the three puppets. Immediately, the three puppets attacked again. Humph! Wind Slayer. Lin Xian's long sword slashed down horizontally. The strange sword chi disappeared, completely blending into the wind. Chi, flying out like a gust of wind, those silk-like spiritual power were all cut off. In an instant, the three puppets stopped moving. What? The puppet technique has been broken? No way, is Yan Shan going to lose? Everyone was alarmed and started discussing spiritedly. Lin Xian didn't slow down at all as he charged towards Yan Shan. This time, he used the moon-shattering sword chi. The crescent sword chi was aimed at Yan Shan's vitals. Yan Shan abruptly raised his head with a sneer in his eyes. Then, he flipped his palm and took out 2 black wooden boards. He gently knocked on them. Bang! Bang! A deep voice sounded, and a black figure instantly appeared in front of him. Bang! That figure withstood the crescent sword chi. Huh? What? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and frowned. It was the black puppet that had blocked his sword chi. At this moment, the black puppet's arm had split open. The black metal formed a shield and blocked the sword chi. What a tough body! Lin Xian exclaimed. It wasn't afraid of his sword chi. In the next moment, he sensed 2 attacks coming from behind him. With a tap of his foot, he retreated like a ghost. Puff! 2 cold lights appeared in the air, emitting a heart-trembling light. The air fluctuated, and 2 more black puppets appeared. Their palms split open, revealing 2 pitch-black daggers covered in purple liquid. It was obvious that they were highly poisonous. Yan Shan stood in the middle of the field, hitting the black wooden boards. The 3 puppets seemed to have received some kind of command and moved quickly. It seemed that the silk-like spiritual power wasn't the only way to control the puppets. It seemed that he had to kill the 3 puppets. Lin Xian's aura became fierce. He pointed his sword lightly, and the green sword chi was like smoke, faintly discernible. A terrifying sword chi was contained within. Chi, the sword light flashed as fast as lightning. Lin Xian's sword pierced the black puppet's joint. Sword chi gushed out as he directly destroyed the key part. Brat, how dare you! Yan Shan was finally enraged. He roared and quickly moved forward. However, Lin Xian's attack succeeded, and he floated away. Damn it! Yan Shan's face darkened. He didn't expect Lin Xian's sword technique to be so terrifying that he could accurately find the puppet's weakness. One had to know that even Prince Tinhua couldn't find these weaknesses. This was the terror of a swordsman. He could find the weakness and kill it in one strike. Seeing that one of the puppets couldn't be used, Yan Shan raised his guard. However, not long after, the remaining 2 puppets were also destroyed by Lin Xian. Yan Shan didn't have time to be angry because the terrifying sword chi was already rushing toward him. Boom, he waved his palms and deflected the sword chi. Then, he stared coldly at Lin Xian. Everyone only knew that his puppets were powerful, but they neglected his own strength. However, as one of the 4 prodigies, how could his combat strength be weak? Even without the puppets, he could still become a prodigy. Humph, brat, don't waste your energy. Prodigies have no weaknesses. Yan Shan said coldly. No weaknesses? Lin Xian laughed. You overestimate yourself. In my opinion, your body is full of weaknesses. You're courting death. Yan Shan was furious. No one dared to talk to him like that. Buzz, the absolute star sword pierced out, and the sword chi flickered. The sword was too fast. Yan Shan didn't even have time to react before the tip of the sword was already in front of him. So fast. Below the stage, Xiaijin was shocked. Lin Xian's sword exceeded his speed concept. Yan Shan's forehead was covered in sweat. The terrifying sword chi made his hair stand. Damn it. He retreated, but the sword chi was still close to him and was getting closer. Helpless, he could only pull the white bandage in front of him. Ding, ding. Ding, the white bandage was like a wall, blocking the sword. Lin Xian withdrew his sword and retreated to a safe distance. For some reason, he felt uneasy facing the white bandage. The others were also stunned. Yan Shan had been carrying the white bandage, so no one knew what was inside. However, he didn't use it in his battle with Prince Heavenly Flame. He didn't expect that he would have to use it in advance against Lin Xian. Brat, you can die in peace now that you've forced me to use my ultimate move. Yan Shan said hatefully. Lin Xian's killing moves had almost injured him. He was both shocked and angry. He grabbed the white bandage and pulled it hard. Suddenly, the thick bandage fell, revealing the thing inside. A figure appeared and stood quietly in the arena. It was a man in black with a demonic face and his eyes closed. His appearance made the entire space become oppressive. What is that? Everyone's heart trembled. The other three prodigies also felt uneasy. On the ancient city, the five supremacies frowned deeply. Among them, Sword Supremacy said slowly, I seem to have seen this face before, but I can't remember it. I have the same feeling, Green Lotus Supremacy said. It wasn't a good feeling, making the five of them feel uneasy. Below, when Lin Xian saw that face, his body stiffened as if he was struck by lightning. When Lin Xian saw the figure, he was stunned. He nearly exclaimed out loud. This was because he had seen that demonic face before. It was in the space of the great dragon sword Soul. Lin Xian would never forget that there was a black-robed youth not far from the great dragon sword Soul. He looked very demonic. However, he did not expect to see that person here. Who is this guy? Why is he on Yan Shan? And why is he wrapped in bandages? Could he be a puppet? What's the relationship between Yan Shan and the great dragon sword? Who is the black-robed man in the great dragon sword Soul space? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Lin Xian's mind. Buzz, suddenly, the demonic man opened his eyes and stared at Lin Xian. A sinister smile appeared on his pale face. Hee, I can sense the aura of the great dragon sword, the demonic man said in an inaudible voice. Sir, please make your move. At this moment, Yan Shan became very respectful. He bowed slightly and used his blood to draw a strange pattern on the demonic man's back. Blood splattered as the blood-colored array diagram turned even redder. In the end, it looked like a bloody sun that was blinding to the eyes. The spiritual energy in the sky gathered, forming a huge spiritual energy vortex. Like a funnel, it quickly entered the blood-colored array diagram. Following that, the demonic man's body trembled slightly as though he had eaten his fill. His body gradually released vitality. Buzz. Buzz, the demonic man moved his limbs, and with every movement, the air rumbled incessantly. An abnormally oppressive aura surged out and spread between heaven and earth. Everyone tensed up and found it difficult to breathe. However, this was just the demonic man's normal movements. He did not deliberately release his aura. Even so, everyone could not take it anymore. The blood-colored light dissipated, and the demonic man's smile deepened. Beside him, a small blood-colored pattern appeared on Yan Shan's forehead. The shape was exactly the same as the one on the demonic man's back. Lin Xian frowned as the uneasiness in his heart grew. Xiao Xuanzi, he shouldn't be the person you saw, Lord Alcohol said. Don't be fooled by him. He's not your match. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Then, the absolute star sword stabbed out, and the great dragon sword will turned into a shocking sword chi. 80% sword intent, Wind Emperor's sword. Yan Shan's pupil shrank. If he were to face this attack alone, he would not be able to block it. Fortunately, there was a demonic man now. As expected, when facing the Wind Emperor's sword, the bewitching man took the lead to fly over. His black robes fluttered like black flames. One of his fingers was like a heavenly pillar, blocking the sword light. Boom, the two collided. The sword light shattered, and so did the heavenly pillar-like finger. He blocked it? Everyone was surprised. There was actually someone who could block Lin Xian's 80% sword intent. This was too inconceivable. Lin Xian was surprised. His opponent's attack seemed ordinary, but it was extremely sharp. That situation was actually somewhat similar to his great dragon sword intent. Who is this guy? His eyes narrowed slightly as he assumed a strange posture. He had comprehended this move from the divine sword visualization picture. Although he had not tested it yet, he was confident. Heavenly Dance of the Green Dragon. A sword light streaked across like a green dragon splitting the sky, grabbing at the bewitching man. This move made the bewitching man's expression change. He snorted coldly. His sleeves fluttered, and a ball of white flame appeared on his fingertip. When the flame appeared, the entire void distorted as if it could not withstand the heat. In the distance, Crown Prince Heavenly Flame looked at the white flame and his expression changed greatly. As a fire-based martial artist, he could naturally feel the terror of the flame. Even Supremacy Scarlet Flame's expression changed. On the opposite side, Lin Xian swung his sword, and he was also shocked. However, the black dragon flame in his body quickly jumped and confronted the black flame outside. Could it be? Lin Xian did not think too much as the sword light had already collided with the black flame. At this moment, he stabbed out again. Heavenly Meteor. This sword was aimed at Yan Shan. Swoosh, a gorgeous sword light lit up, illuminating the entire arena. Yan Shan was shocked and quickly retreated. Not far away, the bewitching man also flicked out a wisp of white flame. Feeling the bewitching man's help, Yan Shan smiled calmly. He knew that as long as the bewitching man helped, Lin Xian would not be able to hurt him. Thinking of this, his speed slowed down. Buzz, a wisp of white flame expanded in the air and formed a white fireball. It hit Lin Xian and enveloped him. He hit him. Everyone was shocked. That kind of flame could kill anyone below the spirit detecting realm. Although Lin Xian was hit by the black flame, he was still flying quickly. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Yan Shan sneered. He stretched out his palm and formed a huge palm that enveloped Lin Xian. He wanted to turn Lin Xian into ashes with this palm. Poof. At this moment, a scream was heard. Yan Shan flew out, blood splattering into the sky. What? Yan Shan is injured? What happened? Everyone was shocked. Not only him, but even the three prodigies frowned. This result was also out of their expectations. That's impossible. He can't block the white flame. Prince Heavenly Flame was confused. This Lin Xian has many secrets on him. Infinite Tyrant was very interested. On the arena, Yan Shan stood up with difficulty. His palm was pierced, and there was a hole in half of his body. Moreover, what made him even angrier was that the sword intent left on the wound seemed to be inextinguishable and continued to destroy his body. Kid, you're courting death. The bewitching man spoke for the first time. His voice was very low, as if he had not spoken for a long time. He can talk. Isn't he a puppet? Many people were stunned. They had never seen a puppet that could talk. However, the bewitching man did not look like a human. He also had a dense aura of death on him. It was very strange. The bewitching man was very angry. Lin Xian dared to injure Yan Shan in front of him. What was more despicable was that his white flame did not have any effect on him. One had to know that his white flame was very terrifying. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist would be burned to ashes after coming into contact with it. However, Lin Xian was unharmed. Stop bragging. Your flame is powerful, but it's useless against me. Lin Xian sneered. When he was enveloped by the white flame, the black dragon flame in his body quickly surged out to resist the white flame. Therefore, his opponent's white flame could not hurt him at all. Nether flame descends. The bewitching man's face showed a trace of anger. Countless pale flames appeared around him as if they were the flames of hell. The flames intertwined and rushed toward Lin Xian. Insignificant skill. Extinguish. Lin Xian's sword light flashed and extinguished the flames. At the same time, the Star of Extinction sword drew a strange trajectory and an ancient aura was emitted from the long sword. Gale Lightning Sword, Mountain Break Sword. Gale Lightning Sword, one sword to break mountains and rivers. Above the sky, the clouds churned, and a gigantic sword appeared. The sword body was outlined with ancient patterns, emitting an ancient aura. The moment the sword shadow appeared, it was like a divine sword that crushed all directions. Everyone below trembled and looked at the sky in horror. So terrifying, what move is this? Earth tier martial art, it's actually an Earth tier martial art. Someone exclaimed. How is that possible? How can Lin Xian know an Earth tier martial art? One had to know that Earth tier martial arts were very rare, and there weren't many in the entire Tiannan region. Only the 4 prodigies of the younger generation had mastered Earth tier martial arts. The sects behind them were all 5-star sects, and they had venerables overseeing them. That was why they could learn Earth tier martial arts. However, Lin Xian, a martial artist without a sect and background, could actually master an Earth tier martial art. This was absolutely shocking news. Not only the participants, but even the 5 venerables on the ancient city were shocked. They looked at the Earth tier martial art with a trace of passion in their eyes. This Lin Xian has a lot of secrets on him. The previous ones haven't been solved yet, and now there's another Earth tier martial art. Venerable Green Lotus exclaimed. This kind of person has a great opportunity. Venerable Sword's words had a trace of envy. Below, everyone was still discussing. Too terrifying. Not only does he have amazing talent, but he also has heaven-defying luck. He can actually master an Earth tier martial art. If nothing goes wrong, this Lin Xian might very well become the 5th prodigy. Just as everyone was discussing, the demonic man's expression became very solemn. Earth tier martial arts were already the top martial arts in the Tiannan region. Even he had to be careful. Moreover, Lin Xian's 80% sword intent was very terrifying. Coupled with an Earth tier martial art, it was enough to threaten a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Netherworld body, Black Dragon soul condensation. The demonic man shouted. The white flames around him jumped and covered his body, wrapping him up. Soon, the flames formed a set of flame armor, and a pair of dragon heads condensed in his hands. In the dragon heads, white flames condensed, forming a curved long saber, like the body of a dragon. The scimitar danced, and white flames danced, attached to the scimitar light, and rushed to the sky. This saber light was almost 1,000 meters long, like a white waterfall that defied the heavens. In the sky, the giant sword fell mercilessly, carrying with it the power to destroy mountains and rivers, bombarding the flaming blade aura. Boom, the two collided, bursting out with shocking energy. Countless black cracks appeared in the sky, looking sinister and terrifying. Too terrifying. Is the sky going to collapse? The crowd below was shocked. So what if it's an Earth rank martial skill? You can't display the power of an Earth rank martial skill. The bewitching man sneered. Really? Lin Xian stretched out his left hand again and quickly pulled out the Wind Shadow Sword. Wang, Gale Lightning Sword, Double Sword Star Annihilation. The sky trembled, and a huge sword appeared once again. Soon, 2 huge sword shadows appeared in the sky, suppressing all directions. As the giant sword fell, everything below was submerged. The arena cracked and the ground collapsed. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The contestants quickly rose into the air, their faces filled with fear. There was nothing he could do about it. If he ran too slowly, it was very likely that he would be killed. Damn, is this Lin Xian still human? He's too terrifying. How come I've never heard of such a person before? Lin Xian was too powerful. Such a person should have been famous in the Tiannan region long ago. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the sword shadows disappeared and the situation below was revealed. Yan Shan was covered in blood and his aura was weak. It was obvious that he had suffered an unimaginable injury from the sword light. The bewitching man's face was even paler. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was very eye-catching. He stared at Lin Xian with a vicious look in his eyes. His identity was special. This time, he came to collect more true dragon chi. He originally thought that his opponent would be the #1 prodigy, Infinite Tyrant. He did not expect that he would lose to Lin Xian. At the same time, he was even more shocked. Lin Xian's sword intent was definitely related to the Great Dragon Sword. Otherwise, it would not be able to injure him. Damn it. I must capture this brat. He tried to condense white flames, but he realized that Lin Xian's sword intent still remained in his body. He could not mobilize those flames for a while. Humph, count yourself lucky this time. You won't be so lucky next time. The bewitching man snorted and slowly closed his eyes. Xianxia gritted his teeth and formed a hand seal to seal the bewitching man. He carried him on his back again. It was obvious that he wanted to give up this opportunity and wait for the third round of challenges. The crowd was shocked. The bewitching man must be afraid of Lin Xian. Otherwise, he would not give up so easily. Lin Xian put away his swords. Then, the true dragon qi on his body surged and reached 7 feet. Furthermore, his ranking rose again, reaching 4th place. At this point, he had successfully joined the ranks of the 4 great prodigies. Lin Xian challenged Xianxia in a domineering manner and won, becoming the new prodigy. This result was too shocking. Many people could not accept it at once. One had to know that the strength of the 4 great prodigies was deeply rooted in people's hearts. No one could shake them. However, a newcomer like Lin Xian had done it. He had fought his way up from the bottom and had not tasted defeat. Finally, he had reached the ranks of the 4 great prodigies. It would not be long before Lin Xian's name resounded throughout the entire Tiannan region. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. This competition was more difficult than he had imagined. Of course, if it was not for the bewitching man, he could defeat Xianxia with his 80% sword intent. Now, he had to use his trump card, the Gale Lightning Sword. Thankfully, Fang Xingzhan still kept one of the Gale Lightning Sword technique. Moreover, he still had the Sword of Devouring and Black Dragon Flame. Therefore, his goal was not only that. He wanted to challenge an even higher goal. Lin Xian closed his eyes slightly and sensed the true dragon qi. Soon, he sensed the great dragon sword's aura again. Although it was very weak, it was still there. Soon, I'll be able to sense the great dragon sword's exact location soon. Lin Xian was ecstatic. He opened his eyes, which shone with an even brighter light. The golden armor on his body had disappeared and was replaced by a 5-colored armor. The 5-colored flowing light shone brightly under the sunlight. At this stage of the competition, the arena was broken and needed some time to recover. Lin Xian took this opportunity to recover his strength. The Sword of Devouring was activated and he quickly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to recuperate his body. After a while, he was completely recovered. At this time, the arena was restored to its original state. Lin Xian went up again. This time, he wanted to challenge the prodigies again. Just as Lin Xian and the others were in the Azure Dragon Society, a few uninvited guests came to the Tiannan region. There were a total of 3 people. They were shrouded in flowing light and could not be seen clearly. However, they were very powerful and were not weaker than the 4 great prodigies. The 3 of them stood on a giant bird and looked coldly at the ground. Did you sense it? One of them asked. Yes. Another person replied, according to the information, that person should be in the Azure Dragon Ancient City in the center of the Tiannan region. Humph, no matter where he is, he can't escape death for killing the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. In the Azure Dragon Ancient City, on the arena. Lin Xian stood with his sword in hand, looking down on everyone like a sword god. This time, he challenged Zhou Jianying. Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar. No one was surprised by this scene, but seeing it with their own eyes still made their blood boil. Lin Xian's strength was obvious to all, and as a swordsman, he would definitely challenge Zhou Jianying. The battle between the two would also determine who was the #1 swordsman of the younger generation in the Tiannan region. I think Zhou Jianying will definitely win. His sword intent is comparable to hers. Not necessarily. Lin Xian is too strong. I think he can create another miracle. Everyone had different opinions, but they all supported the #1 swordsman in their hearts. In the ancient city, Sword Venerable narrowed his eyes. Lin Xian is indeed not bad. He has strength and courage, but it's still a bit difficult for him to defeat Jianying. I heard that Jianying's sword intent has reached greater mastery. Is that true? Venerable Green Lotus asked. It hasn't reached greater mastery, but it's not far from it, Sword Venerable replied. Hearing this, the other venerables nodded slightly. If one sword intent reached greater mastery, it would be very terrifying. Although Zhou Jianying hadn't reached greater mastery, it was related to greater mastery. It wasn't something that Lin Xian could compete with. In the arena, Zhou Jianying stood quietly in a green robe. She pulled out the sky-blue longsword behind her back and said in a deep voice, "You deserve my full strength." This wasn't bragging, but a kind of affirmation. One had to know that Zhou Jianying had never used her sword except when fighting against Ba Wuji. This time, facing Lin Xian, she pulled out the wicked sword behind her back. This was enough to show how much she valued him. Lin Xian pulled out the wind shadow sword and stared at it intently. Facing Zhou Jianying, he also needed to go all out. After all, his opponent was also a swordsman, and her sword intent was probably above his. If he was careless, he might be killed in one move. Holding the wind shadow sword, Lin Xian's dragon sword intent resonated, forming a fierce aura. On the opposite side, Zhou Jianying's sword intent also rose rapidly, reaching 80% mastery. The two sword intents collided in the void, competing with each other. Whoosh, Zhou Jianying was the first to make a move. With a tap of his foot, he shot out like a ray of sky-blue light. The heavenly diabolism pierced out with a shocking sword intent. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He could naturally feel the power of this sword. When he was watching from below the stage, he knew that Zhou Jianying's sword intent was stronger than his. But now, facing this sword intent head-on, his heart still trembled slightly. This woman was indeed a genius in the way of the sword. She was actually able to comprehend the sword intent to such an extent. Lin Xian took a deep breath and thrust out his right hand at lightning speed. The wind shadow sword slashed diagonally in front of him and accurately hit the heavenly evil sword. Clang, as the two swords clashed, a metallic sound rang out, causing the void to tremble and hum. The overflowing sword intent gushed out along with the sound waves. Ka ka ka, countless sword marks appeared on the ground around the two of them, and they quickly spread. Soon, the entire arena and the ground below were pierced through. Too terrifying. Why did I feel like I was pierced by a sword just now? That's right. I also feel as if 10,000 swords have pierced through my heart. This was too terrifying. Perhaps that trace of sword intent could kill a martial artist in the spirit transformation realm. While everyone was talking, Lin Xian and Zhou Jianying were already fighting. Both of them were very fast. Sword light flashed like smoke and lightning. Every time they clashed, a terrifying force would be generated. In the end, the entire arena was filled with sword chi. Sky-splitting. Zhou Jianying's body suddenly leaned back. She held the heavenly evil sword with both hands and slashed down. The void was torn apart. The sword emitted a dazzling sword light, cutting everything in front of it apart. It was as if the sword light wasn't cutting the air, but space and heaven and earth. After dozens of exchanges, Zhou Jianying finally used her killer sword technique for the first time. Everlasting green cloud. The wind shadow sword swept out. Lin Xian quickly slashed out with his sword. This sword was illusory. There was no sword light or sword chi. Only the fluctuations in the air could be seen. The terrifying sword intent condensed into a point. Bang! Ka, all of a sudden, the heaven-opening sword chi split into two and quickly dissipated into the surroundings. It was Lin Xian's everlasting green cloud that cut the sword chi. However, after the everlasting green cloud cut the sky-splitting sword chi, it also quickly disappeared. After one exchange, the two were evenly matched. Earth-splitting. Zhou Jianying was calm. She stabbed the heavenly evil sword into the ground and quickly flicked it up. Suddenly, 5 huge beams of sword chi surged from the ground, forming an arc of sword chi that rushed towards Lin Xian like a wave. Everywhere they passed, the ground cracked and a terrifying abyss appeared. The 5 sword chi covered a large area. Moreover, the sword chi were interconnected. There was no way to dodge through the gaps. The power of this sword was so great that even a group of martial artists in the late stage of the spirit transformation realm would be killed in an instant. Moon-splitting. Lin Xian placed the wind shadow sword in front of him. He squatted slightly and quickly swept out. The full moon sword chi surged out and swept across the sky. It was as if a full moon was flying close to the ground. Boom, the two sword chi collided and exploded in the center, forming a terrifying energy ball that quickly surrounded the area. Lin Xian, you're not bad. But it won't be so simple next. Zhou Jianying rose into the air. The sword intent on her body became more and more solid. Soon, the sword intent had surpassed 80% of its power. The sky shook as if a divine sword was tearing the sky apart. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt and felt a lot of pressure. This is a sword intent at the peak of 80%. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The greater successive sword intent was 90%, but Zhou Jianying's sword intent had reached the peak of 80%. It was very close to the greater successive sword intent. Even a martial artist in the 5th stage of the spirit detecting realm would have to retreat when facing such an attack. Lin Xian's eyes focused as he desperately circulated the great dragon sword intent in his body. Although his great dragon sword intent had not reached the peak of 80%, its aura was not weaker than Zhou Jianying's. In fact, this was very normal. Lin Xian's great dragon sword intent was born from the great dragon sword and represented an offensive saint technique. It could be said that his 80% sword intent was more terrifying than the greater success of ordinary swordsmen. Boom. Boom, boom. The two sword intents collided again, and a terrifying spatial crack appeared in the sky. Damn, what kind of sword intent does Lin Xian have? It can actually compete with Zhou Jianying's peak 80% sword intent? This was too unbelievable. There was a huge difference between 80% and the peak of 80%. Under normal circumstances, a peak 80% sword intent could easily defeat an 80% sword intent. But this situation seemed to be ineffective against Lin Xian. In the crowd, Yan Shan looked at Lin Xian's figure with a gloomy expression. The white package behind him trembled violently. Great dragon sword, it can't be wrong. It really is such a sword intent. In the ancient city, the 5 sovereigns were also surprised. Lin Xian's performance was beyond their expectations. This sword intent is so sharp. Sword Sovereign said in a deep voice. I have never seen such a powerful sword intent. I really don't know how this kid comprehended it. Although the sword intents comprehended by swordsmen had the same name, the essence of the sword intents was very different. Lin Xian's sword will was obviously an extremely powerful sword will. Zhou Jianying was also shocked to see Lin Xian block her peak 80% sword intent. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly rushed over. The heavenly evil sword in Zhou Jianying's hand suddenly trembled and emitted a dazzling blue light. Half of the sky was dyed blue, and a terrifying sword intent spread out in all directions. The heavenly evil sword slashed out, and a ray of sword light was like a rainbow in the sky, dazzling everyone's eyes. The sword intent resonated, and countless rays of sword chi intertwined in the sky, forming a huge sword net. It was terrifying. This is my towering heaven sword intent, you better not underestimate it. Zhou Jianying shouted. Lin Xian focused and activated the great dragon sword intent with all his might, swinging his sword quickly. He slashed out 5 rays of terrifying sword chi, like a green dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Bang! Bang, bang. The sword chi collided and shook violently. In the end, the entire ancient city trembled. After 18 strikes, Lin Xian suddenly let out a long howl. He used the illusory demonic steps and displayed extreme speed, and the wind shadow sword stabbed out with him. The air was instantly pierced and scattered to the sides like a piece of cloth. The dazzling sword light surged like a dragon's roar. The sword intent spread out, and the ground below cracked, forming a terrifying pit. This was all caused by Lin Xian's sword intent. Flying rainbow. The sword chi was like a rainbow, crossing the sky, and the wind shadow sword quickly slashed towards Zhou Jianying. Clang! Zhou Jianying's starry eyes shone brightly, and the terrifying sword intent condensed on the sword edge. She held the heavenly evil sword in front of her chest, blocking Lin Xian's attack. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the people below felt dizzy. The terrifying sound almost broke their eardrums. Lin Xian's sword was blocked, and he slashed forward. The wind shadow sword quickly slashed towards Zhou Jianying's arm, and it was faster than lightning. Zhou Jianying retracted her sword and blocked. She danced with her sword, forming a sword screen, and collided with the tip of the wind shadow sword, causing it to retreat. Lin Xian stepped in the air and quickly retreated. His arm was a little numb. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Since the start of the competition, he had never met an opponent who made his blood boil. Moreover, this opponent was a sword genius. He could finally use his full strength, and did not have to worry about anything. Thinking of this, Lin Xian stopped and quickly rushed over. Golden lightning runes appeared on his body and circled around him, making him look like a golden god of war. 3,000 lightning haste. Lin Xian's sword art changed after he displayed the gold lightning body. His originally light and agile sword art became abnormally violent. At this moment, he was like the god of thunder. His body was surrounded by golden lightning, and the wind shadow sword in his hand turned into 3,000 golden lightning bolts, which quickly blasted in all directions. Terrifying sword chi slashed out. Every one of them was as large as a mountain. The rumbling of thunder could be heard incessantly. Zhou Jianying was surprised. She didn't think that a person's swordsmanship could change so much. Just a moment ago, it was incomparably fast and agile, and now it had become abnormally violent. It was impossible for ordinary people to master these two completely different sword techniques. However, Lin Xian seemed to be an exception. His lightning sword chi was too terrifying, as if it was going to tear the heavens and earth apart. "Humph, you've already fallen behind," Zhou Jianying shouted. She was surrounded by an endless blue light, like a sea of stars. The heavenly evil sword in her hand turned into a meteor rainbow, resisting the lightning that filled the sky. She was indeed the heavenly sword goddess. Her combat strength was too shocking. That incomparably sharp sword chi was able to split Lin Xian's lightning sword chi apart every time. However, Lin Xian's lightning sword chi was not to be trifled with either. Those split lightning sword chi suddenly exploded, forming a terrifying destructive force. Everything within a radius of 300 meters was covered by a sea of lightning. The scene was too terrifying. 3,000 lightning haste, wind shadow fusion. Wind thunder cut. Lin Xian shouted as he raised his right arm. The wind shadow sword released a blinding sword light, which soared into the sky and illuminated the entire sky. At this moment, Lin Xian merged all the wind thunder concepts into one, and slashed down with a stunning sword. Myriad sword art. At this critical moment, Zhou Jianying no longer held back. She displayed the myriad sword sect's ultimate sword technique. Suddenly, countless terrifying sword chi appeared in all directions and quickly merged into the heavenly evil sword. Moreover, her body also released a dazzling sword chi. One person and one sword seemed to be unique in the world. The myriad sword chi clashed with the wind thunder cut, forming waves of energy that wreaked havoc in the sky. Too terrifying, the crowd below exclaimed. They could not see the two's movements at all. They could only see the overflowing energy in the sky. The other three heroes all looked solemn. Among them, Infinite Tyrant was still fine. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky like an overlord. Prince Heavenly Flame stared at the two figures in the sky and frowned. He faintly felt that Lin Xian's strength seemed to have surpassed his. Impossible. He immediately denied it. However, the terrifying sword intent made his heart tremble. In the end, Yan Shan's face turned even darker. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that he could resist Zhou Jianying for such a long time. Great Dragon Sword, it must be the power of the Great Dragon Sword. The demonic man in the white bag behind Yan Shan let out an unwilling soul fluctuation. We must catch him. The Great Dragon Sword cannot be left outside. Boom, at this moment, the sword light in the sky exploded, tearing everything in the vicinity apart. Lin Xian and Zhou Jianying were 100 meters apart, staring at each other. The two exchanged blows again, and they were still evenly matched. Looks like I can only use an Earth rank martial art. Lin Xian held the Wind Shadow Sword tightly and began to activate the Gale Lightning Sword. On the opposite side, Zhou Jianying had the same thought. He activated the Myriad Sword art with all his might, using the Myriad Sword fusion. This was the Myriad Sword sect's Earth rank martial art. It was extremely powerful, and he believed that it was not weaker than Lin Xian's. He was even confident that this sword could defeat his opponent. In the sky, a gigantic sword appeared, emitting an ancient aura. On the opposite side, Zhou Jianying appeared beside her and quickly merged with the heavenly evil sword in her hand. Suddenly, the heavenly evil sword emitted a dazzling light, like a blue sun, shining in all directions. Both of them used their trump cards with all their might, causing a huge pressure to descend from the sky, enveloping the area below. The crowd below could not stop trembling. At the same time, four spirit-detecting realm martial artists appeared around the ancient city. They quickly formed hand seals, forming a huge defensive barrier. This was to protect the safety of the participants and the audience. Lin Xian and Zhou Jianying were too terrifying. Their earth-rank martial arts could cause half of the ancient city to collapse if they were not careful. Although the ancient city had true dragon qi, it could be repaired. But if other martial artists were injured, it would be an unimaginable disaster. Soon, a 5-colored light screen appeared, isolating the crowd outside. At this moment, the two in the sky had finished condensing and quickly swung their swords. The gigantic sword slashed down, shattering the mountains and rivers below. The terrifying sword qi slashed towards Zhou Jianying. The heavenly evil sword in Zhou Jianying's hand also emitted a dazzling light, slashing out a sword qi that was close to 1,000 meters long, blasting towards the sky. Rumble, it was as if countless thunderbolts were exploding in the sky. The two earth-rank martial arts collided, emitting a destructive light. In an instant, a huge spirit qi vortex appeared in the sky. Two dazzling pillars of light shot out from the vortex, connecting heaven and earth and continuing to expand. The stage below disappeared in an instant, and a terrifying abyss appeared on the ground. The two light pillars and sword qi collided with the defensive light, emitting a violent friction sound. The 5-colored defensive light screen rippled like water ripples. But in the end, it still blocked the terrifying sword qi. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, then quickly raised their heads and looked at the sky impatiently. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky impatiently. The sword light gradually dissipated, and two figures appeared in a hazy manner. However, at this moment, a cold voice resounded through the sky. 10,000 swords return. The dark blue light once again bloomed with endless brilliance, and countless terrifying sword qi were emitted from Zhou Jianying's body. On the opposite side, Lin Xian waved his sword, and the firmament giant sword appeared in the sky at the same time. Gale lightning sword, dual sword star destruction. Two firmament giant swords condensed in the sky and quickly slashed downwards. There's more? Everyone was shocked and looked at the sky in horror. They originally thought that the two of them would use the 10,000 Earth stage martial arts to determine the result, but they did not expect this result. Earth stage martial arts are mysterious and unfathomable, far from what we can imagine. Yeah, it's said that only venerables can fully display the power of Earth stage martial arts. Lin Xian and the rest can only display a part of it. But even so, the power was not something that everyone could contend against. The two attacks collided, and the sky was once again covered by the terrifying energy. However, this time, Lin Xian did not plan to stop. He roared, and his black hair fluttered, and the wind shadow sword quickly pierced out. Gale lightning sword, 3 sword ghosts and gods. What, there's more? Everyone was surprised. Even the venerables were moved. The power of the 3 firmament giant swords had already surpassed the 10,000 swords return. Could it be that Lin Xian is going to win? I don't know, but if Zhou Jianying does not use her ultimate move, I'm afraid it will be difficult to block the power of these 3 swords. Everyone was worried, and at this moment, the 3 firmament giant swords mercilessly slashed the air, and even a terrifying spatial crack appeared. The 10,000 swords return was instantly shattered, and Zhou Jianying's body was submerged in the terrifying sword qi. It's over, Zhou Jianying is probably going to be seriously injured after being hit by the Earth stage martial arts. It can't be. Lin Xian is going to defy the heavens this time. He defeated so many prodigy-level experts one after another. Looks like the number 1 swordsman has already won. After a long time, the terrifying energy in the sky dissipated. Lin Xian withdrew his wind shadow and looked forward. Amidst the ruins, Zhou Jianying's face was pale. Her hairpin had been shattered, and her long black hair was scattered behind her, fluttering in the wind. Coupled with that beautiful and pale face, there was actually a kind of otherworldly feeling. His green clothes were stained with blood. It was obvious that he had been injured in the previous attack. Can he still fight? Everyone was worried. The three swords of demon and god frightening is indeed powerful. Zhou Jianying said slowly, but I should thank you this time. It was you who helped me break through my limits. With that, she stood up with the heavenly evil sword in her hand. She looked like a peerless sword god, exuding a unique aura. Lin Xian frowned. He felt that although Zhou Jianying was injured, her aura had changed. It was an indescribable feeling, but his instincts told him that Zhou Jianying was now more terrifying than before. Thank you for letting me comprehend the sword essence of great success. What? Great success sword intent? Could it be that she has made a breakthrough? The crowd below exclaimed. God, how old is she? She has already comprehended the sword essence of great success at such a young age. This is considered a record in the Tiannan region, right? What a shocking reversal. They thought that Lin Xian would counterattack, but Zhou Jianying suddenly broke through. Perhaps no one could resist the sword essence of great success this time. In the ancient city, the five venerables were also amazed. The sword venerable even clapped his hands and laughed. Jianying is probably the youngest swordsman to reach the great success. Lin Xian also sighed. His opponent's talent was really beyond his expectations. She was able to break through at the last moment. Opposite him, Zhou Jianying stood with her sword in hand, looking calm. At this moment, she seemed to have merged with the heavenly evil sword. She just stood there casually, but seemed to be ready to attack at any time. Her body seemed to have no flaws. I can't even attack. Lin Xian frowned. Zhou Jianying's state made it impossible for him to attack. Is this the sword essence of great success? It's really powerful. It's completely different from the previous sword essence. Every move carried an inexplicable energy. At this moment, Lin Xian had a hint of understanding. His heart was even more eager to reach the sword essence of great success. Although his opponent had comprehended the sword essence of great success, he would not admit defeat so easily. Make your move, or you won't have a chance. Zhou Jianying was very confident. Her tone made even Infinite Dominion frown in the distance. Only an extremely powerful and confident person could have such a performance. Without a doubt, Zhou Jianying had achieved this characteristic. Interesting. I didn't expect someone to be able to arouse my real interest. Infinite Dominion laughed. He had been lonely for too long and urgently needed an opponent to fight. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He could tell that Zhou Jianying was not bluffing. He focused his gaze and held the Wind Shadow Sword tightly. His trump cards were the Sword of Devouring, the Black Dragon Flame, and a trace of true Dragon Qi. He would not use the Sword of Devouring unless he had no other choice. Because this thing had too many implications, and there were 5 venerables here. If he used it rashly, he might be recognized by others. At that time, he would be in danger. After all, the Sword of Devouring was one of the 5 swords in the world. With it, one would have the qualifications to reach the peak of martial arts. This temptation was huge for martial artists. Even venerables could not avoid it. Therefore, he planned to use the Black Dragon Flame. Even venerables could not resist this flame. It would definitely be able to break his opponent's sword essence of great success. Thinking of this, Lin Xian quickly mobilized the black flames in his body. Whoosh, the Black Dragon Flame instantly covered the Wind Shadow Sword. Traces of black flames circled around the sword. It was as mysterious as a divine sword from hell. As soon as the flames appeared, they ignited the void. An unusually violent and arrogant heat spread out. This is? Everyone was frightened. They felt an instinctive pressure from their souls. What flame is this? It's too terrifying. I feel like I will be destroyed with just a glance. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame stood up abruptly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. As a fire attribute martial artist, he had cultivated the Earth Martial Art 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram. It could be said that the power of his flame was abnormally strong. Even so, when he saw the black flames, he still felt a sense of fear. The black flame seemed to be able to restrain him. It caused the fire attribute spiritual power in his body to be frozen and unable to circulate. What kind of flame is this? It can actually restrain the flames produced by the earth martial art? Crown Prince Heavenly Flame was shocked. He did not believe that there was a flame stronger than the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon portrait. Unless it was a higher-level heaven tier martial art. However, that kind of thing only existed in legends. How could a small martial artist like Lin Xian come into contact with it? It had been tens of thousands of years since a heaven tier martial art had appeared in the entire Tiannan region. Other than Crown Prince Heavenly Flame, there was another person who was terrified. It was the demonic man in Xianxia's bag. When he saw the black flame, he looked as if he had seen a ghost and almost screamed. Black dragon flame, how is that possible? How could he have the black dragon flame? The demonic man was stunned. He did not believe that Lin Xian would have the black dragon flame. However, the truth was right in front of him. On the ancient city, the 5 sovereigns frowned when they saw the black flame. Black flame, what a special flame. Why is this flame so familiar? Isn't this the black dragon flame that injured Sovereign Lin for 100 years? Sovereign Qihua said in a deep voice, I knew this kid was a spy from the black dragon cult. He finally gave himself away. What's there to say? Quickly take him down and search his soul. Sovereign Green Lotus and Sovereign Sword frowned when they heard that. They did not believe that Lin Xian was a spy from the black dragon cult. However, Lin Xian had taken out the black dragon flame. The black dragon flame was exclusive to the black dragon cult's leader. No one else could get their hands on it. Forget it, let's capture him first. However, let's not hurt him first. Sovereign Green Lotus sighed. Below, Lin Xian's black dragon flame shocked everyone. Even Zhou Jining felt her heart palpitate. She thought that she could completely crush Lin Xian after breaking through to the greater success sword intent. However, she did not expect that Lin Xian still had a trump card. The black flame made her heart tremble. She was sure that if she was hit by the black flame, she would be burned to death. Lin Xian condensed the black flame and wrapped it around the wind shadow sword. He raised his arm and was ready to attack. However, a terrifying pressure surged out and enveloped the surroundings. It was as if an unbreakable cage was pressing on him. What's the situation? What kind of aura is this? Many people collapsed on the ground, their faces pale. Even the spirit-detecting judge was stunned. He couldn't understand why the aura of a venerable would appear. Furthermore, this aura was targeted at Lin Xian. A supreme expert has made his move. Everyone was terrified. Lin Xian was equally shocked. He could not figure out why a venerable one would attack him. That terrifying pressure seemed to want to crush her body. The sword of Devourer in his body spun quickly, absorbing the pressure. At the same time, he activated the great dragon sword will with all his might, forming a terrifying sword. Wung, the sword chi shattered, turning into fragments that scattered in the air. The venerable one's strength was unquestionable, and he could not resist at all. Fortunately, the devouring process was extremely magical. It could even devour the might of a venerable one. This made Lin Xian feel a little better. He raised his head unwillingly, gritted his teeth and asked, Why? Why? You black dragon cult spy, stop acting. Venerable Scarlet Flame coldly snorted. What spy? Black dragon sect? Everyone was at a loss, not knowing what to say. Some of the disciples of the large sects seemed to have heard of this news. They were all shocked and looked at Lin Xian. The Black Dragon sect is a terrifying demonic sect in the South Horizon region. They are vicious and have done many evil deeds. They have once caused great suffering in the South Horizon region. I heard that the Black Dragon sect is showing signs of rising again. I didn't expect Lin Xian to be a remnant of the Black Dragon sect. It's a pity that such a genius is a member of the demonic sect. How bold. He actually dares to come to a place like the Azure Dragon Association. He must be tired of living. Some people sneered. These people had been defeated by Lin Xian before, and now they were adding insult to injury. However, Zhao Shui, Dongfang Xiong, Ling Yidao, and the others shouted that Ming Xian was not a remnant of the Black Dragon sect. Especially Ling Yidao. He and Lin Xian came from the same country, so he naturally knew how despicable the Black Dragon sect was. It was an evil force that had destroyed their country in sections. How could Lin Xian be a member of the Black Dragon sect? However, no matter how they explained, Venerable Scarlet Flame remained cold and did not react. Whether you are a remnant of the Black Dragon sect or not, I will know after I search your soul. After saying that, he stretched out a fiery red palm and grabbed at Lin Xian. Search his soul. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. It was obvious that Venerable Scarlet Flame did not intend to let him go. Old man, you've gone too far. He knew that the method of searching one's soul was extremely sinister. Anyone who had their soul searched would suffer great damage to their soul. Even if they were not affected, they would become mentally retarded. Lin Xian would not wait for death. In an instant, he died. 3 gale swords slashed into the void to resist the red palm that covered the sky. At the same time, he secretly used the devouring sword to devour all the terrifying attacks that were rushing towards him. However, Venerable Scarlet Flame was too powerful. Even a casual attack was not something that Lin Xian could resist. Although he had the devouring sword, it was not complete. Moreover, he could not fully control it and could not use its full strength. Therefore, although he had devoured a portion of the damage, there were even more terrifying attacks that enveloped him. In the sky, the 3 heavenly swords only lasted for a moment before they were scattered by the giant palm. Seeing that the giant palm was about to fall, Lin Xian clenched his teeth. He was ready to use the devouring sword with all his strength and fight to the death. At this moment, a ray of light flashed and slashed at the giant palm. Boom! Countless terrifying black holes appeared in the sky. The giant palm was sent flying and the sky returned to normal. What? Someone sent the Venerable Scarlet Flame's palm flying? Everyone was shocked. In the ancient city, Venerable Scarlet Flame coldly snorted. He did not expect that a mere spirit transformation realm cultivator would cause such a commotion. Who is it? Come out. Venerable Scarlet Flame coldly shouted. To be able to send his attack flying, the other party must be a venerable realm cultivator. Could it be the Hall Master of the Black Dragon sect? If that was the case, then things would not be so simple. The Hall Master of the Black Dragon sect was definitely not alone. It was very likely that he had brought people to besiege them. If they were ambushed, it was very likely that an unexpected disaster would occur. Humph. Old man Scarlet Flame, your temper is still so fiery. You want to attack without even asking clearly? A cold snort sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone was even more puzzled. The person who came must have a great background. She was actually not afraid of Venerable Scarlet Flame. In the ancient city, the 5 venerables heaved a sigh of relief because they knew that Ling Rushuang had come. Humph. Venerable Scarlet Flame coldly snorted. Ling Rushuang, have you recovered your strength? Almost. Why? Do you want to spar with me? Ling Rushuang stepped on the air, bringing with her a huge pressure. Greetings, Venerable Scarlet Flame. Everyone below shouted. Iron Arms and the others excitedly shouted, greeting the sect master. Sect master? The disciples of the Great Flag sect were shocked and then ecstatic. They did not expect revered Lord Lung to be their sect master. This was too shocking. Daki sect was only a 4-star sect, and their sect master was very mysterious. Usually, Taisho was in charge of everything. They even suspected that there was no sect master at all, or that the sect master had already passed away. However, they did not expect their sect master to appear today. Moreover, he was a venerable, that was the peak existence in the Tiannan region. Greetings, senior. Thank you for your help, Lin Xian said gratefully. The situation just now was very dangerous. Even with his strength, it would be difficult for him to leave safely. Fortunately, revered Lord Ling intervened. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Little friend Lin, you're too serious. You saved my life before. This is nothing. Ling Rushuang smiled. What? Lin Xian saved the venerable's life before? Everyone was stunned. Ever since Lin Xian used the black flames, news about him was like a bomb. Each news was more shocking than the last. Revered Lord Lung, don't think that you'll protect this brat just because he saved you. You should know that he's a remnant of the Black Dragon cult. Revered Lord Ji was snorted. You keep saying that I'm a remnant of the Black Dragon cult. What proof do you have? Lin Xian retorted. Although Lung Rushuang was a venerable, he could not let her slander him. Brat, the Black Dragon's flame is exclusive to the Black Dragon cult's leader. How did you get it? You're not a spy of the Black Dragon cult. What? The Black Flames belong to the Black Dragon cult's leader? Is Lin Xian really a spy of the Black Dragon cult? Everyone was shocked. I was wondering what it was. So it's the Black Flames. Lung Rushuang chuckled. I know the origin of the flames. You know? Revered Lord Qihua was surprised. Of course, because the flames are the ones that were sucked from my body. Old man Qihua, have you forgotten that I was troubled by the Black Dragon's flame? What? The Black Dragon's flame is the ones on your body? Revered Lord Qihua was shocked. Revered Lord Green Lotus and the others were also surprised. However, while they were shocked, they were also delighted because they could finally prove Lin Xian's innocence. Since such a peerless genius was not a member of the Black Dragon sect, they would naturally nurture him with all their might. Lin Xian was also shocked. Only now did he know that it was the Black Dragon flame. It was actually the flame of the Black Dragon cult's leader. Who is this Black Dragon cult leader? What a terrifying flame. Could it be that the rumors are true? That the leader of the Black Dragon cult is really a black dragon? Lin Xian couldn't be sure for the time being, but he thought of something else. Back then, when he was fighting with the demonic man behind Yanshan, the demonic man had used a type of white flame with terrifying power. Although the appearance was different, Lin Xian was certain that the aura was 70 to 80% similar to the Black Dragon flame. He guessed that the white flame was most likely modified by the Black Dragon flame. Coupled with the recent rumors about the remnants of the Black Dragon cult sneaking in, he had a bold guess in his heart. Although I am not a spy from the Black Dragon cult, I think I know who the spy is. Lin Xian's words caused a commotion in all directions. Even the Supremacies were shocked. Among them, Supremacy Blue Lotus asked, "Do you really know?" Supremacy Scarlet Flame sneered. He didn't believe Lin Xian's words. Lin Xian ignored Supremacy Scarlet Flame and nodded slightly at Supremacy Blue Lotus. I should be 80 to 90% sure. Who is it? Several Supremacies asked almost simultaneously. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze around. Everyone who was swept by his gaze felt their hearts beat wildly. Many warriors lowered their heads. They were the ones who had mocked and ridiculed Lin Xian just now. They thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure, but they didn't expect that he would suddenly make a comeback. Now, they didn't dare to provoke Lin Xian. Lin Xian was too lazy to pay attention to those clowns. His gaze turned and finally fixed on Yanshan. Indeed, it was Yanshan's thick white wrap. Yanshan's heart skipped a beat. In an instant, he had the urge to run away. However, in the face of so many supremacies, there was no way he could escape. Sir, what should I do? Yanshan asked the demonic man behind him. Don't worry, he doesn't have any evidence. As long as you don't admit it, he can't do anything to you, the demonic man replied. Hearing this, Yanshan was finally relieved. However, he didn't know that traces of white flames had entered his body. The situation was very strange. Those white flames had completely fooled his senses. Humph, kid, why are you looking at me? Do you think I'm a spy from the Black Dragon cult? Yanshan sneered. Correct. You are a spy from the Black Dragon cult. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Everyone was shocked. They all jumped up and distanced themselves from Yanshan, afraid that he would be implicated. The disciples of Marionette sect were furious. The spirit detecting realm leader snorted. Although our puppet supremacy isn't here, it doesn't mean that our Marionette sect can be suspected by others. I didn't mean to suspect you. Lin Xian shrugged. I didn't say that Marionette sect is a spy from the Black Dragon cult. It's just that Yanshan and the living puppet behind him are very suspicious. Do you dare to use your head to guarantee that Yanshan and the puppet behind him are innocent? Hearing this, the spirit-detecting realm leader of Marionette sect fell silent. To be honest, as an elder of Marionette sect, he had never seen the puppet behind Yanshan. He had never even heard of a puppet that had a will of its own. Do you dare? Lin Xian looked at the other disciples of Marionette sect. Those disciples also fell silent. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Even the people of Marionette sect couldn't guarantee Yan Shan's innocence. It seemed that Yan Shan was very suspicious. Yan Shan's eyelids twitched. He didn't expect the sect to not protect him at this time. You're slandering me. I'm one of the 4 great prodigies. How can I be a spy from the Black Dragon cult? Yan Shan roared. The world is unpredictable. Who can say for sure? Maybe you weren't a spy from the Black Dragon cult before, but you can't say for sure now. Lin Xian sneered. For example, you were one of the 4 great prodigies before, but you're not anymore. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Slander. I'll fight you to the death. Yan Shan grabbed the white bandage on his back and threw it forward. In an instant, the white bandage arrived in front of him. Under Yan Shan's control, the white bandage quickly fell off, revealing the scene inside. However, the situation wasn't as everyone expected. The demonic man didn't appear. Instead, a ball of black flames appeared. Humph, you still want to resist? Lin Xian sneered. What? Black dragon flame? It's the black dragon flame again. Everyone was shocked and retreated in fear. The 5 sovereigns were also shocked. They were finally sure that Yan Shan was a spy from the Black Dragon cult. Sovereign Red Flame waved his hand again, grabbing at Yan Shan. Lord, save me! Yan Shan shouted in fear. He couldn't withstand the pressure of a sovereign. However, no matter how much he screamed, the demonic man did not appear. However, more black flames came out of his body as if they wanted to burn everything. The golden armor on his body was wrapped in a strange flame and quickly sank into the ground. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Leave behind the true dragon chi. High Lord Scarlet Flame snorted. He clapped his hands and a terrifying flame jumped. However, the black flame seemed to be of a high grade. It completely ignored High Lord Scarlet Flame's attack and quickly left with the golden armor. Humph. High Lord Sword snorted and slashed down with a shocking sword chi, instantly cutting the golden armor. The other High Lords also attacked. However, the flame was very decisive. It gave up on the broken golden armor and quickly disappeared with a portion of the true dragon chi. Yan Shan, who was in the crowd, was wrapped in the black dragon flame and instantly burned to ashes. Looking at the ashes, everyone felt a chill. The black flame was too terrifying. Even a prodigy could not resist it. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with deep respect because Lin Xian had such a terrifying flame. Yan Shan's death caused a huge commotion. However, what was more shocking was his identity. He was actually killed by a spy of the Black Dragon cult. Could Marionette sect have also joined the Black Dragon cult? The 5 High Lords looked at Marionette sect. High Lord Scarlet Flame's expression was cold. No, it has nothing to do with us. We don't know anything. The spirit-detecting realm martial artist said with a trembling voice. The other disciples also shook their heads to show that they did not know. Forget it. They really don't know. High Lord Green Lotus sighed. After the Azure Dragon Association is over, we will go and meet Old Man Puppet. At that time, everything about the puppets will be clear. The storm temporarily passed and the competition returned to normal. High Lord Lin came to the ancient city and smiled as she watched Lin Xian's competition. In the arena, Lin Xian condensed a strand of black flame and wrapped it around the wind shadow sword. Opposite him, Zhou Jianying had a serious expression. She had already seen the power of the black flame. It could easily burn a prodigy to death. However, she also keenly sensed that although Lin Xian also had the black dragon flame in his hand, it was difficult to use its full power. He should be able to resist it. Let's give it a try. Zhou Jianying raised his sword. Her great accomplishment sword will gushed out, and she slashed out with her sword. She did not hold back at all and attacked with all her might. The terrifying sword energy could even injure a spirit-channeling realm martial artist. Lin Xian also made his move. His sword chi fused with the black dragon's flames, greatly increasing its power. As soon as they came into contact, the black dragon flame quickly burned away the opponent's sword chi. At the same time, the Great Success Sword Intent also cut down the Black Dragon Flame in a fierce manner. The two forces clashed, but in the end, the Black Dragon Flame won. Seeing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The Black Dragon's eye was indeed terrifying. It could even destroy a Greater Success Sword Intent. Lin Xian's attack succeeded, and he continued to stab out with his sword. Countless sword chi rushed towards Zhou Jianying. In the next moment, the Black Dragon flames arrived in front of her, emitting a terrifying energy. The heavenly evil sword trembled and emitted endless light, as if it could not withstand the terrifying heat. Zhou Jianying used all her strength to push her Great Success Sword will and slashed in all directions. However, Lin Xian's 8th level Sword Intent combined with the Black Dragon's flames did indeed surpass the Great Success Sword Intent. Helplessly, she could only admit defeat. Otherwise, the heavenly evil sword would be burned to pieces. For a swordsman, as long as the sword existed, the person existed. Zhou Jianying naturally would not allow her treasured sword to break. Therefore, she chose to admit defeat. Lin Xian retracted the Black Dragon Flame. The true dragon chi in his body surged, and he once again rose to 80 feet. He continued to challenge the prodigies, and finally rose to second place, second only to Infinite Dominion. Infinite Dominion smiled, and the battle intent in his eyes grew stronger. His body emitted an aura that looked down on the world, and he stared at Lin Xian. Very good. Finally, a powerful martial artist has appeared. I hope you won't disappoint me. Even when Lin Xian used the Black Dragon Flame, he did not have a trace of fear. Instead, he was in high spirits. This was a martial artist who cultivated the hegemonic chi of heaven and earth. His entire body was filled with a domineering aura, and he did not put anyone or anything in his eyes. You must be tired from the consecutive battles. We will fight again in the next round. Infinite Dominion said. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and replied. He indeed needed to rest. The battle with Yan Shan was still okay, but the battle with Zhou Jianying had consumed too much of his energy. Moreover, there were supremacies fighting in the middle, which made his nerves tense to the extreme. He really needed a good rest now. Walking down the arena, Lin Xian sat cross-legged and quickly adjusted his breathing. The crowd around him left, leaving an empty space. This was respect and reverence for him. Until now, no one dared to underestimate Lin Xian. He was definitely the biggest dark horse in the Azure Dragon meet in the past 1,000 years. He had fought his way to second place from a nobody. Next, he would fight with Infinite Dominion to become the leader of the final prodigies. Just thinking about it made people excited. In the second round, Infinite Dominion still did not challenge anyone. Soon, the third round began. Everyone gave it their all, using their trump cards and fighting with all their might. This was the last round. If they missed it, they would not have another chance. Leng Yidao's saber intent soared to the sky, and his moves were bold. He fought his way to 17th place. Zhao Shua's illusions were unparalleled. His illusions were not weaker than Yu Yan's. In the end, he was also ranked 15th, Dongfang Xiong was even more impressive. The bloodline power in his body surged, and a golden shadow shone behind him, as if he had come from the ancient times. A pair of golden fists swept around, and in the end, he was ranked 10th. These three people's results were extremely rare in the past 100 years. Zhou Jianying lost to Lin Xian and was ranked 4th. Then, she challenged Prince Heavenly Flame and regained her 3rd place. Prince Heavenly Flame was extremely angry. Not only did his ranking not improve, but it also dropped. However, the first few rounds were indeed terrifying, and he was not confident. He looked at Lin Xian several times, but when he thought of the Black Flame, he held back and did not challenge him. In the end, almost everyone's battles ended, and their rankings stabilized. At this time, they all looked at Lin Xian and Infinite Dominion. They were all looking forward to the final battle. Who do you think will win? Someone asked. It's hard to say. It should be Infinite Dominion, but Lin Xian's Black Dragon Flame is too terrifying. It can even burn a green onion. I don't know if Infinite Dominion can withstand it. I thought that there was no doubt about who would be the champion. I didn't expect that it would be uncertain now. That's right. I'm afraid this is the biggest suspense in this competition. Although the black dragon flame is terrifying, Lin Xian has absorbed too little, and he can't use his full strength. I think Infinite Dominion should be able to withstand it. Indeed, we still don't know how strong Infinite Dominion is. After all, he has always ended his battles in one move. Everyone was looking forward to it, and they couldn't wait for the two to fight. The two of them did not delay and quickly went up. Lin Xian's sword intent was monstrous. The power of the 80% Great Dragon sword intent was infinitely close to that of an ordinary greater success sword intent. Moreover, there was a trace of terrifying flames dancing within it. Opposite him, Infinite Tyrant stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a domineering aura. It was like a tall mountain that one could only look up at, and its aura became stronger and stronger as time passed. In the end, it surged forward like a wave. When the domineering aura collided with the sword intent, there was a sizzling sound. When the two collided, the domineering aura was pierced, and a hole appeared. Not bad, not bad. You can actually resist my domineering aura. You deserve to be treated seriously. Infinite Tyrant's eyes shone brightly like two divine lamps. In the next moment, the aura on his body rose infinitely, like a mountain without a peak, breaking through the clouds. Raising the domineering aura all over his body to the extreme, Infinite Tyrant roared and used the domineering fist of heaven and earth. With a punch, an incomparably domineering fist condensed between heaven and earth and blasted towards Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the air shattered. In an instant, Lin Xian felt the air around him tighten, like a cage enveloping him. Before the fist arrived, the terrifying fist wind had already torn apart Lin Xian's defense. As expected of Infinite Tyrant, a casual punch was filled with endless domineering aura. Sword intent bloomed in his eyes, and Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. The 80% sword intent surged, and the black dragon flame was contained within. Black flame sword slash. The black dragon flame surged out of the huge sword chi, whistling in the air, and quickly slashed on the huge fist. In an instant, the domineering fist was torn apart by the great dragon sword intent, and then the black dragon flame drilled into it, burning rapidly. Suddenly, the violent fist cracked and dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black dragon flame was extremely terrifying. Even a venerable would have a headache, let alone a fist. Humph. Infinite Tyrant snorted coldly and waved his fist again. The cracked fist emitted an endless domineering aura. The aura contained an unimaginable power that counterattacked the black dragon flame. Then, Infinite Tyrant roared into the sky, and an earth-shaking aura surged out of his body. He walked towards Lin Xian like an overlord. With every step he took, the ground cracked open, and countless terrifying craters appeared. Lin Xian's body trembled. As Infinite Tyrant moved, he felt the pressure on his body grow stronger and stronger, as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him. This is bloodline power. Lin Xian frowned. The reason why Infinite Tyrant was so strong was that other than the hegemonic chi of heaven and earth technique, he was also a bloodline inheritor. The overlord bloodline in his body was abnormally powerful. Combined with the hegemonic chi of heaven and earth technique, he was able to unleash this tyrannical power to the extreme. I have to end this quickly. Lin Xian made up his mind. Such a battle maniac would definitely become stronger the more he fought, so Lin Xian did not intend to waste too much time on him. Raise the flames and burn the heavens. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. Black dragon flames surged along with the sword chi, the flames danced and covered everything. The void distorted as if it would shatter at any moment. The appearance of the black dragon flames broke the tyrannical aura, and the space around Lin Xian slowed down. Then, he attacked again. This time, on the wind shadow sword, the golden lightning and black dragon flames quickly fused, intertwining to form a black-gold energy ball. Thunderfire annihilation. This was the first time he had fused the power of lightning and fire. He had simulated this move thousands of times in his mind, so it was natural for him to use it with ease. The Thunderfire energy ball accompanied the wind shadow sword and instantly rushed towards Infinite Tyrant. Boom! Infinite Tyrant stomped his foot, and his body shot out like a meteor. Afterimages appeared in the sky as he quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. The ground cracked, and the surrounding air was mercilessly torn apart. He was like a huge mountain, rampaging through everything. Not only was he violent, but he was also extremely fast. With this move, not only did he avoid the Thunderfire energy ball, but he also blocked Lin Xian's path. However, Lin Xian's Thunderfire energy ball was a killing move. It was not so easy to dodge. Under his control, the Thunderfire energy ball drew a strange arc as it quickly chased after Infinite Tyrant. However, Infinite Tyrant did not care. He instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian and quickly threw a punch. The violent fist tore through space and landed on Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian quickly used the golden lightning body to protect his vitals. At the same time, he also used the illusory demon steps to retreat. Even so, he was still grazed by Infinite Tyrant's fist. It felt like a mountain had crashed into his body, causing his blood to churn and his bones to almost fall apart. No wonder he was the leader of the four prodigies. The strength of this punch was too great. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist would not be able to take it. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the golden lightning body, so his defense was strong. In addition, he also had extreme speed, so he was barely able to withstand this punch. Although Infinite Tyrant's punch injured Lin Xian, the Thunderfire energy ball caught up to him. Boom, the void trembled, and a terrifying energy enveloped the surroundings. Heaven and earth lost their color as the Thunderfire energy spread. Not good, this energy is too terrifying. Infinite Tyrant might not be able to withstand it. Everyone looked over worriedly. The next moment, a golden light appeared in the terrifying energy ball and tore through the sky. Infinite Tyrant roared angrily and attacked with his spear, instantly blasting away the Thunderfire energy. He rushed out with his spear in hand, looking down on everyone like a peerless overlord. Come, let's fight to our heart's content. Lin Xian also rose into the sky. He held the Wind Shadow Sword in his hand, and sword intent surged from his body. He was like a sword god reborn. The two prodigies faced each other and quickly charged at each other. Spear light filled the air, and sword chi filled the air. The two of them fought fiercely. Every attack could easily kill a spirit transformation realm martial artist. The two of them attacked with all their might and quickly dodged at the same time. Their speed was extremely fast. However, as time passed, Infinite Tyrant became more and more courageous. The violent aura on his body was extremely powerful, as if he was looking down on the world. Lin Xian is in danger. Infinite Tyrant has already activated the Tyrant Chi technique to the limit. Coupled with his overlord bloodline, even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist might not be able to take him down. Yeah, we have to end this quickly. The longer we drag it out, the more dangerous it will be. Lin Xian knew this as well. In fact, he had planned to end the battle as soon as possible. However, Infinite Tyrant's strength was far beyond his imagination. It wasn't until this battle that he realized that Infinite Tyrant's strength was far beyond his peers. No one except him could compete with him in this battle. Even Zhou Jining might not be able to. Lin Xian, you're going to lose. Infinite Tyrant laughed loudly. He held his spear with one hand and stabbed out quickly. The sky was filled with spear shadows, and the terrifying spear transformed into a roaring dragon. That might not be the case. Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword and split the golden spear light. Then, a look of determination appeared in his eyes, and the last bit of true dragon chi in his body quickly circulated under his control. He had refined it for a long time, but he had only refined this bit of true dragon chi. The rest of the true dragon chi was stored in his battle suit and could not be used at all. Now that he was using this bit of true dragon chi to deal with Infinite Tyrant, it showed his determination to end this battle quickly. This time, he had to succeed in one strike. If Lin Xian's single attack was the strongest, it would definitely be Meteor from Outer Skies. Not only was it fast, but it was also very powerful. Combined with the true dragon chi, he should be able to defeat Infinite Tyrant. Thinking of this, he quickly circulated the spirit energy in his body. Then, he mobilized all the energy in his body, including the power of wind, lightning, the black dragon flame, and the great dragon sword intent. As well as the true dragon chi, all these energies were combined and shot out together with falling stars. This sword could already kill a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. In the sky, a bright sword light lit up, becoming the only thing in the world. Infinite Tyrant was shocked. This was the first time he felt a threat to his life. It was an instinctive reaction. Glaring, he also used his strongest attack. Overlord Stance, Annihilating Spear. The golden spear turned into a golden dragon under his control and charged at Lin Xian. Bang, there was a loud sound, and then everyone lost their hearing. Endless light lit up in front of them. They lost their hearing and sight, and couldn't sense anything. Only their bodies kept trembling. This scene lasted for a long time before slowly dissipating. When the dust settled, Infinite Tyrant stood proudly. His huge body emitted a domineering aura. One man and one spear, standing like an overlord. On the opposite side, Lin Xian also stood with a sword. However, there was a bloody hole in his abdomen. That was caused by the overlord spear. He had the powerful golden lightning body, but he still couldn't block that stunning spear. Lin Xian is injured. Looks like the outcome has been decided. As expected of Infinite Tyrant. Even with such a powerful black dragon flame, he can still defeat Lin Xian. Looks like no one in the younger generation can beat him. Everyone discussed. On the ancient city, the 6 sovereigns nodded slightly. This scene was similar to what they expected. Even though he lost, it's still an honorable defeat. Losing to Infinite Tyrant isn't something to be ashamed of. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He quickly used the longevity art to stop the bleeding and used golden lightning body to repair his body. On the opposite side, Infinite Tyrant stood with his spear, his expression cold. The scene was silent and a bit strange. What's going on? Aren't you already injured? Why aren't you admitting defeat? No way, could it be that Lin Xian still wants to fight? But he still can't beat Infinite Domination. No one understood. Infinite Tyrant's brows furrowed slightly, forming a Chuan character in the end. His firm and resolute face suddenly flushed red. Finally, his body trembled slightly, as if he was trying to suppress something. However, in the next moment, he involuntarily bent over and spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Even Infinite Tyrant is injured? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian had been injured by Ba Wuji, and that victory had already been decided. However, Infinite Tyrant suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. From the looks of it, his injuries were even more severe than Lin Xian's. What kind of injury did you suffer? There aren't any sword marks on his body. Everyone looked over, but they didn't find anything. Zhou Jianying and Prince Heavenly Flame were even more shocked. They knew how powerful Infinite Tyrant was. He was an existence that could crush a generation's geniuses. However, they didn't expect such a person to be injured by Lin Xian. Regardless of whether Lin Xian could win, being able to injure Infinite Tyrant was enough for him to be proud. In the ancient city, the 6 sovereigns were also shocked. Lin Xian had once again exceeded their expectations. To be honest, although they were shocked that Lin Xian had used the Black Dragon Flames to defeat Zhou Jianying, they could still accept it. Because the Black Dragon Flames were an extraordinary existence. However, even with such flames, it was impossible to defeat Infinite Tyrant. Unless he had another trump card. But what was it? These sovereigns didn't know. You can actually break my overlord stance. How did you do it? Infinite Tyrant's body trembled slightly. He didn't believe that no one had ever broken his overlord stance. One had to know that the overlord stance was the strongest defensive stance in the hegemonic chi of heaven and earth technique. Once it was used, even an early-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist would find it difficult to break through. With such a strong defense, coupled with the annihilation spear, it could be said that no one could block it. However, he didn't expect to make a mistake this time. Although the annihilation spear had injured Lin Xian, it hadn't caused any fatal injuries. Instead, his overlord stance had been broken and he had suffered serious internal injuries. Right now, he looked fine, but the spirit energy in his body was very chaotic and he couldn't use it at all. Lin Xian didn't answer Infinite Tyrant. Instead, he slowly walked forward with his sword. With every step, the sword intent on his body became stronger. In the end, he was like a god of death. He raised the wind shadow sword and pressed it against Infinite Tyrant's throat. You've lost, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Everyone was shocked. This scene was too shocking. The leader of the prodigies, Infinite Tyrant, had a sword pressed against his throat and was forced to admit defeat. Even the sovereign's mouths twitched. There was nothing they could do. This scene was too surreal. However, what was even more shocking was that Infinite Tyrant didn't resist. With his arrogant personality, he definitely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. There was only one explanation for his lack of resistance. He couldn't resist at all. Could it be that Infinite Tyrant has suffered serious internal injuries and can't move? Everyone guessed. Very quickly, this idea was accepted. This was the only reasonable explanation. Infinite Tyrant was unwilling. His bell-like eyes opened wide as if they were about to spit fire. However, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't suppress the chaotic spirit energy in his body. He could only watch as Lin Xian pressed his sword against his throat. He had lost, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. His pride prevented him from saying the words "admit defeat." Lin Xian put away his sword and sighed. Indeed, Infinite Tyrant was an opponent worthy of respect. If he hadn't refined a strand of true dragon qi and sent it into Infinite Tyrant's body at the most crucial moment, disrupting his spirit energy and preventing him from using his strength, it would have been very difficult for him to win. But no matter what, he had won. Turning his head slightly, Lin Xian said to the judge beside him, "Senior, you can announce the result." The spirit-detecting realm judge sighed. The result was very clear. Lin Xian had won. Taking a deep breath, he said loudly, "The result of the competition is Lin Xian's victory. Congratulations to Lin Xian for winning all the battles and becoming the champion of the Azure Dragon Society." Everyone was shocked. After a long silence, they erupted into a heaven-shaking roar. A dark horse. He was definitely the biggest dark horse in the Azure Dragon Society in 1,000 years. He had fought his way from being unknown to first place and ascended to the throne. At this moment, Lin Xian had become everyone's idol. He fought hard, didn't fear the prodigies, and finally became the champion. The million spectators cheered wildly. Their voices were like waves, louder and louder. Lin Xian smiled as he looked around, enjoying this moment of victory. The 5-colored armor on his body glowed, and the true dragon qi on it increased to 90 feet. The 90 feet true dragon qi condensed, forming a true dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It circled around Lin Xian, making him look extraordinarily mighty. The group of beautiful martial artists below screamed, their faces flushed red. "Lin Xian! Lin Xian!" Orderly shouts rang out, resounding through the clouds. Lin Xian closed his eyes and felt the true dragon qi. Soon, he seemed to have crossed time and space and felt the existence of the great dragon sword again. Lost place, Azure Dragon Sacred Hall. Lin Xian muttered in his heart. He finally knew where the great dragon sword was. At the same time, he also found a way to enter the lost place. That was to use the true dragon qi. When the true dragon qi was in charge of his body, he could sense the lost place and directly teleport there. There was only one chance. If he missed it, he would have to wait for the next Azure Dragon Assembly 10 years later. Lin Xian took a deep breath and thought about it in his mind. He found that there should be no problem. When the time came, the 72 true dragon geniuses would receive the baptism of the true dragon qi. He only needed to use the true dragon qi to sense the great dragon sword and teleport there. I can finally get the great dragon sword. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Looking at Lin Xian's voice, the martial artists below all had different expressions. Endless Tyrant's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He wanted to fight another 300 rounds. Zhou Jianying and Prince Heavenly Flame were silent. Zhao Shui, Yidao Leng, Dongfang Xiong and the rest were all smiling. Especially Zhao Shui, her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. On the spectator stand, Iron Arms was slightly stunned. He had never dreamed of this scene. At the beginning, he only wanted to let Lin Xian gain some experience. He did not expect Lin Xian to reach the throne. Everyone looked up. This scene was deeply imprinted in their hearts. Many years later, Lin Xian would become a legend in the Tiannan region. Soon, under the restoration of the true dragon qi, the super arena was restored to its original state. The first 72 Azure Dragon geniuses went up the stage to receive the baptism of the true dragon qi. The 72 martial artists were excited as they jumped up the stage. As long as they received the baptism of the true dragon Qi, their bodies would be greatly improved. Their martial path would be smoother in the future. This was the benefit of the true dragon Qi. It was also the reason why everyone wanted to fight for the true dragon Qi. The more true dragon Qi he obtained, the greater the changes in his body would be, and the further he would go on the path of martial arts in the future. In addition, the martial artists sect would also receive inexplicable luck. Therefore, all the disciples of the Great Flag sect went crazy. Venerable Lord Lung was also smiling. Lin Xian stood at the very front. True dragon Qi circled around his body, making him look extraordinarily mighty, like a sword god descending to the world. He waited patiently, waiting for the baptism of the true dragon Qi. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and a huge shadow covered the ancient Azure Dragon City. Everyone was shocked and raised their heads to look. Lin Xian also raised his head, only to see a huge shadow above the ancient city, slowly covering the sun. From the shape of the shadow, it could be seen that it was a strange bird with a huge head. It was a few hundred meters long, and when it spread its wings, it blocked the sun like a dark cloud. The huge black shadow flapped its wings and rushed down quickly. Who is it? Is the Black Dragon sect about to attack? Everyone panicked. On the ancient city, the 6 venerable lords frowned. They sensed that the newcomers were not from the Black Dragon sect, but 3 young men. Venerable Red Flame snorted and was about to attack, but he was stopped by Venerable Green Lotus. Their aura is a little unusual. Don't attack first. Let's observe the situation first. The huge strange bird spread its wings and slowly descended a few hundred meters above the ground. At this moment, everyone realized that there were 3 figures on the back of the huge bird. There were 2 men and 1 woman, and they looked very arrogant. Their auras were abnormally terrifying, not inferior to the 4 great prodigies at all. Especially the young man in the middle, his aura was even more terrifying. Although he did not deliberately show it, everyone could still feel it. The 3 mysterious martial artists quickly scanned the crowd and finally locked their eyes on the ancient Azure Dragon prodigy. Everyone who was swept by the gaze froze. What a terrifying gaze. Who are these people? What are they doing? Everyone was shocked and did not dare to move. Soon, the 3 of them locked onto Lin Xian. There's no mistake about his appearance, and there's still the aura of the sacred bird on him. That's right, it's him. Then, the young man in a blood-red robe on the right walked out and pointed with his finger. A ray of light appeared on the tip of his finger and spun rapidly, containing a terrifying amount of heat. A purple ray of light flew out and rushed toward Lin Xian. The power of this finger was abnormally strong. It was at least as strong as the 4 great prodigies. Feeling the attack of the purple ray, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Although this move was not much of a threat to him, the opponent's arrogant aura and ruthless attitude made him frown. His expression was cold. He put his finger together and drew a ray of sword qi, which he quickly slashed out. Qi, the purple ray of light was cut open and disappeared in the air. Not bad. You have some strength. No wonder you're so bold to kill the successor of the sacred bird. The young man said condescendingly. How dare you? Which junior dares to cause trouble here? Get out of here. The judge of the spirit detecting realm shouted angrily. Humph. Who dares to stop our divine bird palace from doing things? The young man said arrogantly. Divine bird palace? Everyone was confused. The divine bird palace was not among the top forces in the Tianan region. Are these people from outside the region? Even Overlord Wuji and the others frowned. They had never heard of the Divine Bird Palace. However, the 6 venerables on the ancient city changed their expressions greatly. Divine Bird Palace? Are they from the Tianwu region? Are you from the Divine Bird Palace of the Tianwu region? One of the venerables asked. Humph, at least you have some knowledge. The young man snorted. He was very arrogant and did not take the venerables seriously at all. The venerable's expression suddenly became gloomy, and his aura fluctuated. However, he restrained himself in the end. He only snorted coldly and did not attack. Everyone was shocked that the venerables could endure such humiliation. Was the divine bird palace really so terrifying? Even the venerables did not dare to go against them. Heavens, what did Lin Xian do to cause such a terrifying force to hunt him down? At this time, Venerable's Blue Lotus asked in a deep voice, "What business do the three of you have in the Tiannan region?" The successor of the sacred bird of our divine bird palace was training in the Tiannan region. We did not expect him to be killed. This time, we are here to capture the murderer and make him admit his guilt. The blood-robed young man, Hua Shui, said coldly. What, the successor of the sacred bird of the divine bird palace died in the Tiannan region? The 6 venerables were shocked. They had high cultivation and wide knowledge, so they knew how terrifying this matter was. The divine bird palace was a powerful force in the Tianwu region. Its strength had reached the level of a 6-star sect, and it could completely crush the entire Tiannan region. Although the Martial Alliance was an overlord in the Tiannan region, if they encountered the divine bird palace, they would be destroyed very quickly. The successor of the divine bird palace was the focus of the divine bird palace. If such a person was killed in the Tiannan region, the divine bird palace would not let it go. Who is the murderer? Him. Hua Shui pointed down. The person he was pointing at was Lin Xian. The venerables were stunned and showed complicated expressions. Everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect the murderer to be Lin Xian. Is there a misunderstanding? Venerable Blue Lotus asked. No, we've investigated thoroughly. According to the information we received, he's the murderer. We don't need you to do anything. You just need to watch quietly. However, I'm warning you, if anyone dares to stop us, you'll be an enemy of the divine bird palace. You can't bear the consequences of angering the divine bird palace. Hua Shui warned. The venerables were silent, then quickly communicated with each other through their souls. Lin Xian was extremely talented and had a promising future. If he was properly trained, he could definitely reach the venerable realm. Such a person was too important to the Tiannan region. However, he had offended a super force like the divine bird palace. If he didn't handle it well and angered the divine bird palace, it would be a disaster. At that time, the Tiannan region would be plunged into disaster even without the Black Dragon sect. Therefore, everyone was caught in a dilemma. Lin Xian knew how dangerous it was, but he didn't expect these venerables to do it. Soon, he sent a voice transmission to Venerable Leng, telling her not to do it. Then, Lin Xian slowly lifted his head with a cold smile on his face. Is the descendant of the divine bird you're talking about the 3-headed crimson blood bird? If it's him, then yes, I killed him. Lin Xian didn't regret it. If he hadn't killed the other party, they would have killed him. In the face of life and death, he would naturally kill. If he could go back in time, even if he knew the other party's identity, he would still do the same. Humph, you admit it so readily. Come with us obediently, and I promise to leave your corpse intact when the time comes. Go with you? Intact? Lin Xian laughed. It seems that you're quite confident. Do you think you can defeat me? You're courting death. Hua Shui shouted coldly. Don't be proud of being a genius of the Azure Dragon sect. Let me tell you, people like you are not even ants in the Tianwu region. One more thing, don't try to escape, or I'll kill everyone related to you. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled. The divine bird palace's method was too vicious. Not only did they want to kill Lin Xian, but they also wanted to kill everyone related to him. This method was more like a cult than the Black Dragon sect. Lin Xian's face darkened. It didn't matter if they wanted to kill him, but if they hurt the people around him, he would never forgive them. His people were frozen in Xia country. The only people who were related to him were his friends, such as Zhao Shui and Dongfang Xiong. If they wanted to kill them, he wouldn't be able to stop them. Lin Xian had no choice but to seek help from Venerable Lord Leng. Soon, these venerables agreed to protect them. After all, Zhao Shui and the others were also peerless geniuses. If they were to grow up, it was very likely that they would reach the level of an honorable. Lin Xian was relieved with the assurance of the venerable ones. Teat. The Mies. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. His voice was filled with killing intent. The dragon sword will on his body soared to the sky, as if it was going to split the sky. So what? An ant like you can't negotiate with us. No one in the entire Tiannan region dares to go against us, let alone you. Do you think you're geniuses? Let me tell you, you're not even insects in my eyes. Hua Shui sneered. Hearing this, the green dragon geniuses below were furious, especially Infinite Tyrant, Prince Heavenly Flame, and the others. Their eyes were burning with anger. They were peerless geniuses, the top of the younger generation in the Tiannan region. They grew up with the halo of geniuses. How could they tolerate such insults? Humph, who are you calling an ant? Prince Heavenly Flame snorted. Behind him, the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram roared. In this year's Green Dragon Society, his ranking had dropped by 1 place. He was already depressed. Now that someone dared to call him trash, he couldn't stand it. I'm not convinced. Hua Shui stepped in the air. Use all your moves. I'll let you know what a real genius is. 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram, suppress. Prince Heavenly Flame roared. Behind him, 8 fire dragons intertwined, forming a mysterious flame diagram that covered the sky. A fire-based martial artist, and an earth-grade martial art? Hua Shui was slightly surprised, then he sneered. A good earth-grade martial art is wasted in your hands. Let me show you what a real flame is. He stretched out his index finger, and a purple flame appeared on his fingertip. Then, the flame formed a fist-sized energy ball and flew down quickly. Boom, the purple flame hit the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram and tore it apart. What? Everyone was surprised that the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram was destroyed in 1 hit. That purple flame is too terrifying. This person is at least as strong as Infinite Tyrant. I don't know if he's an elite disciple or an ordinary disciple. If he's an ordinary disciple, then the Divine Bird Palace is too powerful. I don't know if he's an ordinary disciple, but the other two's aura are stronger than him. Look at the young man in the black robe in the middle. His aura is too terrifying. Everyone was frightened. They thought that the 4 geniuses were the strongest, but they didn't expect these 3 to be so powerful. They weren't any weaker than the geniuses. It seems that Lin Xian is in danger this time. The 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram was destroyed. Prince Heavenly Flame was shocked and angry, and his handsome face instantly turned red. 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon, burn the world. Prince Heavenly Flame roared unwillingly. He waved his fists and a terrifying flame rose up into the sky. Humph, you can't even withstand a single blow. Hua Shui snorted. The purple flame intertwined between his fingers, forming a small lotus. With a wave of his hand, the lotus floated down and burned everything. Prince Heavenly Flame was severely injured after his strongest attack was destroyed. He kept retreating and spitting out blood. He was frightened. Judging from these 2 moves, his opponent's strength was definitely not below Infinite Tyrant's. Humph, what a bullshit genius. The Sky Martial region is the holy land of martial arts. How dare you call yourself a genius in such a remote place like the South Sky region? You're just a frog in a well. Interesting. Let me deal with you. Infinite Tyrant stood out, exuding a domineering aura. Domineering fist of heavens and earth. With a punch, the wind and clouds changed. Hua Shui's face turned solemn. This aura was enough to threaten him. He waved his hand, and the purple flame on it jumped, forming a huge purple flame palm that slammed down. Boom, the fist and palm collided, creating a shocking roar. Destructive spear. After the first attack, Infinite Tyrant attacked again. He waved his long spear like a dragon. A golden light pierced through the clouds and quickly hit Hua Shui, sending him flying. Humph, you're just SOSO. What right do you have to laugh at us? Limitless Tyrant stood with his spear, exuding a domineering aura. You're courting death, how dare you hurt me? Hua Shui screamed angrily. Then, purple flame spread all over his body, condensing into a purple flaming bird, and rushed down. A terrifyingly hot aura spread out, and the flames seemed to be able to burn everything. Everyone retreated in fear. Limitless Tyrant held his spear, wanting to attack again. But this time a green figure was faster than him. The sword intent was shocking, and the blue sword light dyed the sky. Sword chi surged, instantly cutting the purple flaming bird in half. The terrifying sword chi slashed Hua Shui, sending him flying again. You can't even withstand a single blow. Zhou Jianying put away the heavenly evil sword and returned to the crowd. The crowd below was excited. They thought that any random disciple from the Divine Bird Palace could crush them. But they didn't expect Limitless Tyrant and Zhou Jianying to directly attack and send them flying. The two used their actions to prove who was the trash. You think you're qualified to laugh at us? Lin Xian laughed. I think you're nothing. If someone like you died in the Tiannan region, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to enter the ranks of the Azure Dragon Genius. What's there to be arrogant about? You're just trash that relied on resources. You're courting death. Hua Shui screamed. As a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace, he had a high status and had never been treated like this. This time, he came to the Tiannan region with an arrogant attitude, not putting anyone in his eyes. But he didn't expect that today, he would lose 2 battles, losing to a martial artist from this barbaric land. Disgrace, absolute disgrace. Now that he was being mocked by Lin Xian, his lungs were about to explode. Immortal Seal. Hua Shui's body burned with purple flames. His palms quickly formed a seal, and a purple handprint appeared in the sky, suppressing all directions. With a boom, the huge purple handprint quickly descended, pressing down on Lin Xian. Before the handprint arrived, the air below was already ignited. However, Lin Xian's expression was cold, and he only made one move. He pulled out his sword, raised it up, and then put it away. The whole movement was smooth and fast to the extreme. Crack crack, the purple handprint in the sky suddenly split open and dissipated in the sky. What, impossible! Hua Shui screamed. The Immortal Seal was one of his ultimate techniques. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist wouldn't dare to forcefully receive it. However, at this moment, Lin Xian had easily cut it down with a single slash of his sword. He felt as if he was dreaming. What other moves do you have? Use them all. However, I'm not interested in fighting someone like you. Lin Xian sneered. His opponent's words and demeanor just now had filled him with anger, so he naturally had to retaliate. You dare to scold me? Good, very good. Brat, you've angered me. You're dead meat. Hua Shui was so angry that he laughed. He decided to use his best move. Purple flames danced on his body, forming huge purple wings on his back. Then, a shocking change occurred to his body. Her body grew 3 zhang tall, and her bones became thicker. Purple feathers appeared on her head, and her head also became ferocious. With a low roar, a dark purple flame instantly rushed out and pierced through the void. What a terrifying flame! Everyone was shocked. Even Limitless Tyrant and the others had serious expressions. Undying flame. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He naturally recognized this flame. He had even fought with this flame before. Others were afraid of the undying flame, but he was not. Firstly, he had the dragon sword will and could completely destroy the purple flame. Secondly, he now had the black dragon flame and was not afraid of the purple flame at all. He bent his finger, and a black flame appeared on his fingertip. It danced like the fire of the underworld. With a light flick, the black dragon flame flew out and instantly collided with the purple undying flame. The two flames collided, and a terrifying heat wave spread out. Extremely unstable cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Boom, under Hua Shui's horrified gaze, the undying purple flame was quickly extinguished. Then, the black flame hit his body and quickly burned. Ah! In an instant, he was enveloped by the black flame and let out a miserable cry. The lady in green and the black-robed young man were both stunned. They frowned deeply. They knew the power of the undying purple flame. It came from the 3-headed crimson blood bird and was known to never be extinguished. But now, it was destroyed, and the opponent used an even stranger black flame. What kind of flame was this? It was even more terrifying than the undying purple flame. Humph! The lady in green snorted. She flipped her hand and took out a green feather fan. She quickly fanned it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The green airflow gushed out as if it had magical power. There were flowing lights on it. The airflow quickly enveloped Hua Shui and resisted the black flame. However, the black dragon flame was extremely powerful. It could even trap a venerable for 100 years. How could they get rid of it? So, even if the green airflow was magical, it could not get rid of the black flame. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Hua Shui was burned to ashes. What? Hua Shui is dead? The lady in green was shocked. Hua Shui was a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace, but he was killed. Even the black-robed young man in the center looked gloomy. He said in a low voice, "Green, go and kill him." "Yes." Green replied. Then, a murderous intent appeared in her beautiful eyes. It turned into a solid momentum and swept out in all directions. Obviously, Green was an expert. Her strength was above Hua Shui. "Boy, how dare you kill a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace? No one can kill you. Are you crazy?" Lin Xian laughed angrily. "Only you can kill me, but I can't fight back? No matter what you say, you can't escape death." Green shouted angrily. "Then come, let's see who will die." Lin Xian's sword intent was monstrous. He was like a killing god. "One move is enough to deal with birdmen like you." "One move?" Everyone was stunned. The strength shown by the lady in green was definitely not below Infinite Tyrant. Even if Lin Xian was strong, it was unlikely that he could defeat her in one move. Green laughed. "Arrogant boy, it seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how powerful our Divine Bird Palace is. Fine, let me see how you can kill me in one move." She was very confident in her own strength. She did not believe that Lin Xian could kill her in one move. Green waved the green feather fan in her hand, and a terrifying green light flew down. The green airflow flew out, and a terrifying energy spread out in all directions. The air within 100 meters condensed as if it was frozen. Then, the airflow in the whole area became chaotic, forming a killing move. Any one of the airflow could kill a spirit transformation realm martial artist. Even a spirit detecting realm martial artist would not dare to fight against it. Such a terrifying killing move made Infinite Tyrant and the others frown. They all looked at Lin Xian, wanting to know how he would deal with this move. Lin Xian had previously said that he would kill his opponent in one move. If he could not deal with this attack, then his previous words would be a joke. On the ancient city, the 6 venerables also frowned. They also felt that Lin Xian's words were too arrogant. "Humph, arrogant boy." Venerable Qi Hu coldly snorted. However, in the face of this terrifying attack, Lin Xian did not dodge as he held onto the wind shadow sword tightly. Then, the great dragon sword intent surged out. The true dragon qi on his body was brandishing its fangs and claws as it quickly flowed and merged into the sword qi. With a wave of his sword, a huge sword qi streaked across the sky. Slash! The sword qi swept out in all directions. In an instant, the condensed space was broken and quickly returned to normal. However, this was not the end as the sword intent slashed towards Louis with an even sharper stance. Louis was shocked as she waved her hands to form a green light defense. Her body was like a ghost as she moved quickly. However, she was still unable to dodge the sword qi. In an instant, the green feather fan in her hand was split in half and her body was also split open as blood spurted out. What? She's dead. Everyone was shocked and stunned on the spot. The black-robed youth in the middle also narrowed his eyes. He knew Louis's strength. Although she was not as strong as him, the people below should be enough. However, he did not expect that such a person would be killed by Lin Xian in one strike. She did not even have the chance to escape. The 2 disciples that followed him were dead and he had no way to explain this to them. Thinking of this, he stared at Lin Xian with a ferocious expression. In the ancient city, the 6 sovereigns' mouths twitched. They had guessed wrong again. Especially Sovereign Qi Hua, his old face was flushed red. This strike was too shocking. Lin Xian's strength was much stronger than before. Infinite Tyrant revealed a strange expression. He could feel that this strike was very similar to the one that defeated him. He carefully looked at Lin Xian, trying to see through the profoundness of it. Suddenly, his brows jumped as he cried out, "Could it be true dragon qi?" "Yes, that's right. It's true dragon qi." Infinite Tyrant seemed to have understood something as his expression was filled with excitement, followed by deep shock. Lin Xian was able to use true dragon chi in advance. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that the last 72 true dragon geniuses could use true dragon chi when they were baptized. At other times, it was stored in the true dragon chi and could not be used. Even sovereigns could not use it. However, Lin Xian could. After fusing with the true dragon chi, the power of his martial skills and moves had become enormous, far surpassing before. This was also the reason why Lin Xian was able to kill the woman in green in one move. How did this guy do it? Infinite Tyrant stared at Lin Xian in shock. However, Lin Xian merely smiled calmly. Not long ago, he discovered that he could already use the true dragon chi, which was great news for him. With true dragon chi, he did not fear those people at all. Even if the opponents were 3 spirit-detecting realm martial artists, he still had the power to fight. Since you came all the way here to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. Lin Xian had no intention of letting the black-robed youth go. The other party's methods were cruel. Not only would it be dangerous to keep them alive, but it was very likely that their friends and family would also be threatened. Lin Xian would never allow such a danger to exist. The black-robed youth also had no intention of letting Lin Xian go. His mission this time was to capture Lin Xian. Taking a step forward, the black robe on his body fluttered without any wind, and an enormous power quickly surged out. Brat, you dared to kill a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. You will atone for your crimes with your death. Not only you, your family, friends, and everyone related to you will disappear from this world. The black-robed youth's words were cold. He stretched out his palm, forming a mountain-like handprint, and pressed down. This is the aura of the spirit-detecting realm. He is a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. The crowd below exclaimed and dodged. On the stage, other than Infinite Tyrant and a few martial artists, the other Azure Dragon geniuses were all terrified. These people's bodies trembled uncontrollably. The spirit-detecting realm judge's expression changed greatly. If this palm pressed down, only a few of the 72 people on the stage would survive. This would be a great disaster for the Tiannan region. Therefore, he attacked in an instant, throwing out a terrifying fist. Boom, the two forces collided and then exploded. The terrifying palm disappeared, but the spirit-detecting realm judge was pushed back dozens of meters, cracking the ground. Everyone was stunned. The spirit-detecting realm judge was pushed back. How terrifying was this black-robed youth? Is this a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace? Everyone felt powerless. Humph. On the ancient city, Venerable Red Flame coldly snorted. He was very angry at the black-robed youth's actions. With a wave of his hand, he was about to attack. However, the black-robed youth's cold voice sounded, "If a venerable makes a move against me, I can guarantee that in less than 10 days, all the major sects in the Tiannan region will be destroyed." Hearing this, the venerable's expressions changed greatly. Venerable Red Flame's body stiffened, and his flame-like palm stopped in midair. A threat, a naked threat, however, they had no other choice. Because the other party had such strength. If they angered him, the Divine Bird Palace would most likely be destroyed. At this point, Lin Xian could only depend on himself. No one could help him, and no one dared to help him. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy. He shouted in a deep voice, "I said that I hate people threatening me, and I hate people threatening my family and friends even more. So, you can die now." With that, he waved the wind shadow sword, forming dozens of terrifying sword chi that slashed into the void. Every piece of meat was infused with true dragon chi. The huge power directly split the void. Kill! The black-robed youth also shouted angrily and swooped down. His body was encircled by terrifying lightning, and the color of the lightning was purple. Fire, wind, and lightning. The 3 Divine Bird Palace disciples had these 3 attributes, and these 3 attributes happened to be the attributes of the 3 heavens vermilion blood bird's head. However, this green-robed youth's strength was clearly higher than the previous 2. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and his strength was beyond ordinary spirit-detecting realm martial artists. Under normal circumstances, no one in the younger generation of the Tiannan region could be his opponent. Even Infinite Tyrant couldn't. After all, no one in the Tiannan region had reached the spirit-detecting realm. However, Lin Xian could mobilize true dragon qi at this moment. His combat strength was very strange. His cultivation hadn't reached the spirit-detecting realm, but his current combat strength wasn't any weaker than a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. He was even confident that he could kill a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. The two exchanged blows, creating a huge commotion. Too terrifying. These two people are far beyond ordinary spirit-detecting realm martial artists. Is Lin Xian still human? When did his combat strength become so strong? Everyone looked up in horror and whispered. The black-robed youth became more and more frightened. As a spirit-detecting realm martial artist, he was very powerful. He thought that Lin Xian would be easy to defeat, but after dozens of moves, he couldn't do anything. He couldn't believe it. The gap between spirit-detecting realm and spirit-transformation realm martial artists was like a chasm between heaven and earth. Although some spirit-transformation realm geniuses could compete with spirit-detecting realm martial artists, that was when the opponent was an ordinary person. He was a genius of the Divine Bird Palace. His true combat strength was far beyond ordinary spirit-detecting realm martial artists. However, even so, he still couldn't take out Lin Xian. His opponent even almost killed him several times. Lin Xian's battle prowess increased by several times after being able to mobilize the qi of True Dragon. He could now kill a spirit-detecting realm warrior. As time passed, the qi of True Dragon vibrated more and more violently. It was obvious that it was time for everyone to be baptized by the qi of True Dragon. On the super arena, a five-colored light bloomed. Pure qi of True Dragon gushed out from the ground and entered the bodies of the True Dragon geniuses. Suddenly, the qi of True Dragon geniuses circled around, forming shadows of true dragons that roared ferociously. As soon as the qi of True Dragon came out, it quickly changed the bodies of those people. Many people closed their eyes and sat cross-legged, using the qi of True Dragon with all their might. Even Overlord Wuji, Zhou Jianying, and the others did not delay and began to cultivate with all their might. For a moment, except for Lin Xian, everyone was desperately using the qi of True Dragon. Feeling the qi of True Dragon in his body getting stronger and stronger, Lin Xian also took a deep breath. His perception of the great dragon sword was getting stronger and stronger. He had to end the battle quickly. If he missed this time, he would not be able to enter the Lost Land. What shocked him even more was that he could not only mobilize the qi of True Dragon in his body, but also the qi of True Dragon underground. This made him ecstatic. He could already kill a heaven-reaching realm warrior with just the qi of True Dragon in his body. If he added the qi of True Dragon underground, his battle prowess would be heaven-defying. Of course, this battle prowess was only limited to a short period of time. Without the qi of True Dragon, Lin Xian's battle prowess would return to normal. However, this was enough. At least it was enough to kill the black-robed youth in front of him. Seeing the five-colored light on the super arena below, the black-robed youth in the air frowned. He had heard of the qi of True Dragon's special effect. It could increase a warrior's strength. Lin Xian's qi of the True Dragon was obviously the strongest. If he were to be baptized by the qi of the True Dragon, his strength would probably increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, it would be even more difficult to capture Lin Xian. This time, he had lost two disciples in the Tiannan region. If he could not capture Lin Xian, he would die when he returned. Therefore, he had to take down Lin Xian no matter what. Thinking of this, the black-robed youth let out a low growl and began to burn the spiritual energy in his body. Streaks of blue lightning appeared on the surface of his body, forming mysterious lightning runes. It was the power of a bloodline, and a very powerful one at that. It was obvious that this black-robed man had inherited the bloodline power of thunder and lightning from the three-headed crimson blood bird. Now that he had activated it, it was truly terrifying. He waved his hand, and a huge lightning arc appeared in his hand. With a light wave of his hand, he was able to tear the void apart. If this attack landed, it was likely that all the Azure Dragon geniuses below would die. Lin Xian didn't want to attract any more trouble, so he quickly took action. He fully circulated the True Dragon Qi in his body and the True Dragon Qi below him, forming a 1,000-meter-long True Dragon Sword Qi. As the sword fell, the terrifying sword Qi split the void and slashed toward the black-robed young man. The blue lightning arc in the black-robed youth's hand also fell with a loud rumble. However, in front of the enormous true dragon sword chi, that arc of lightning appeared incomparably tiny. As soon as it made contact, the blue arc of lightning shattered and disappeared without a trace. "What? This is impossible!" the black-robed man screamed. At this moment, he was finally afraid. One had to know that the arc of lightning was his strongest attack after activating the power of his bloodline. That attack just now was enough to kill any early-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. However, such a terrifying move was broken in an instant. He didn't dare to imagine how powerful the true dragon sword chi was. Soon, he realized how powerful the true dragon sword chi was. Because his body was trembling, a trembling that came from his soul. At this moment, the black-robed youth no longer had his previous arrogance. Like a stray dog, he quickly fled into the distance. At the same time, he crazily roared, "Boy, if you dare to kill me, the Divine Bird Palace won't let you go. If I don't kill you, the Divine Bird Palace will let me go?" Lin Xian sneered. He wouldn't stop because of the other party's stupid words. Since they had become enemies, he had to be merciless. Seeing that Lin Xian was unmoved, the black-robed man was both shocked and angry. He turned his head and said to the venerables in the ancient city, "If I die, the Divine Bird Palace won't spare the Tiannan region." His meaning was obvious. He wanted the venerables to stop Lin Xian. "Humph, what does the battle of the Divine Bird Palace have to do with us?" Venerable Chihua snorted. Although he was afraid of the Divine Bird Palace, it didn't mean that he would listen to everything the Divine Bird Palace said. Especially when Fong Fong was a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. If he wasn't a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace, he would have died thousands of times. Now that Lin Xian wanted to kill him, the venerables naturally wouldn't care. Seeing the five of them attack, the black-robed youth's face became distorted. He roared to the sky and burned the power of his bloodline to escape with all his might. The next moment, the terrifying true dragon chi fell and enveloped him. Under the true dragon sword chi, he didn't even have a chance to resist and was instantly turned into a bloody mist. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. The powerful spirit-detecting realm martial artist was killed by Lin Xian in one strike. This scene was too shocking and terrifying. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. The six venerables were also surprised. Lin Xian was able to use the true dragon chi like this, which surprised them greatly. It seems that this kid has a lot of secrets. We need to find a time to ask him. They didn't intend to make things difficult for Lin Xian. They just wanted to know how to use the true dragon chi. If they could use the true dragon chi, their battle strength would increase by a lot. If they were lucky, they might be able to comprehend a higher realm. However, just as they had this thought, there was another change below. After Lin Xian killed the black-robed youth with one strike, he once again crazily used the true dragon chi below. He also used all his strength to sense the direction of the great dragon sword. The 90-foot-long azure dragon phantom on his body roared to the sky. Then, the true dragon phantom slowly expanded until it was 10 feet long. The 10-foot-long true dragon phantom quickly spiraled and formed a huge vortex, as if it was connected to a mysterious space. A desolate, mysterious, and vast aura was emitted from the vortex. This scene directly stunned everyone. Even the true dragon geniuses opened their eyes and looked at the scene in front of them in shock. In the ancient city, the six venerables were also shocked. They had also participated in the Azure Dragon Society for hundreds of years, but they had never seen such a thing. They had never heard of a 10-foot-long Azure Dragon chi. Even at its peak, it was only 90 foot long. Not only that, but what shocked them even more was that the Azure Dragon chi had opened a mysterious space. What is that place? Is there some secret behind the Azure Dragon Society? The venerables were shocked, but then a touch of passion appeared in their eyes. Judging from the aura, it was definitely an ancient space, and there might be peerless treasures in it. If they could enter, it would definitely be a great fortune. They might even be able to obtain 1 or 2 inheritance items. By then, they would be rich. Thinking of this, the venerables became even more excited. Venerable Chihua was the most impatient. He laughed and quickly rushed toward the true dragon vortex. The pressure of a venerable was vast and mighty, enveloping the surroundings, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He did not know what would happen if Venerable Qihua entered. He wanted to stop him, but with his current cultivation, he could not compete with a venerable. Boom, however, at this moment, a thunderous sound came from above. Venerable Qihua was sent flying backward at an even faster speed. He had been repelled. This scene immediately stunned everyone. A dignified Venerable One was actually sent flying. What was inside the vortex? Whoosh, Venerable Qihua stopped himself, his expression uncertain. At that moment, it was as if a mysterious force had hit him, and that aura made his hair stand on end. Is there a cultivation restriction? The other venerables frowned. This was because some spaces would have cultivation restrictions for self-protection. This was a very common situation. It seemed that the space in the vortex above also had cultivation restrictions. Wu Dao, go and take a look, Venerable Qihua shouted. Okay. Crown Prince Tianhua was excited. He soared up and ran upward. Following him were dozens of martial artists. Humph. Lin Xian snorted. He had summoned the space, so how could he allow others to enter? The next moment, he moved and flew toward the vortex. At the same time, the Wind Shadow Sword attacked fiercely, releasing True Dragon Sword Qi and slashing downward. Boom, Crown Prince Tianhua and dozens of other people were sent flying. How dare you? Venerable Qihua was furious and reached out his hand. Lin Xian sneered and released True Dragon Sword Qi again. When he was facing the Divine Bird Palace, no one came to help him. Now, they wanted to share this mysterious space. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Bang, the True Dragon Qi collided with the Heavenly Hand and lasted for a moment before breaking apart. Facing a Venerable One, even if he had the Qi of a true dragon, it would not be enough. However, this amount of time was already enough. Lin Xian had already entered the True Dragon Vortex. Then, the vortex gradually became smaller and finally disappeared. The sky became clear again, as if nothing had happened. Damned brat! Venerable Scarlet Flame shouted angrily. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame's face also turned gloomy. However, no matter how angry they were, that space had already disappeared. Humph. I'll teach you a lesson when I come out. In the end, they could only snort coldly. Surrounded by endless darkness, Lin Xian did not know how much time had passed. It felt like billions of years. Suddenly, a blinding white light appeared, and he felt his body falling. In the blink of an eye, he activated his golden lightning body and formed his strongest defense. Puff, countless waves splashed, and Lin Xian was surrounded by the lake water. He was lucky enough to fall into the water. With a sway of his body, he jumped out of the water and cautiously observed his surroundings. It was quiet all around. There was no one around. Where is this? The Lost Lands? Lin Xian was puzzled. Wu Ji the snow-white little monkey also jumped out and looked around with its black gem-like eyes. The aura of the great dragon sword. Lin Xian was overjoyed when he sensed that inexplicable feeling. It seemed that he had come to the right place. The great dragon sword was here. Demonic beasts. Lin Xian's expression suddenly changed. He sensed that the water below him had become rapid, and there were dozens of powerful auras coming up. Swish, using the illusory demon steps, Lin Xian left like a ghost. Ka. Dozens of ferocious strange fish suddenly jumped up and surrounded the place where he had been fighting. These strange fish all had the strength of the spirit transformation stage, and there was a deep blue fish that had the strength of the spirit detecting stage. These were only the strange fish that jumped out. Lin Xian sensed that there was a black mass of fish approaching from below. F***CK, what kind of place is this? His figure flashed and he quickly left. It was too terrifying. A group of spirit transformation stage demonic beasts with a spirit detecting stage demonic beast commanding them. This battle force was definitely extremely powerful. Not to mention him, no one below the venerable stage could stop them. This lost place was too terrifying. The more Lin Xian walked, the more frightened he became. Not long after, he saw a pack of wolves with demonic auras. They were not weaker than the school of fish from before. He did not dare to be careless and put away the 5-colored battle suit. First of all, the battle suit was too eye-catching and would easily attract the attention of demonic beasts in this forest. Second of all, the battle suit contained the chi of true dragons, which was the key to sensing the great dragon sword. It was better to keep it carefully. After putting the battle suit into the mysterious small sword, Lin Xian hurried on with the trace of connection he had with the sword. The lost place was a world of its own. The spirit chi here was many times denser than the outside world, causing the demonic beasts here to be stronger. The surrounding plants were even more lush. Towering trees could be seen everywhere, and one could not see the end of them. Those trees were very big. More than a dozen people would not be able to hug them all. They were over 100 meters tall and covered the sky. They were filled with a primitive aura. Lin Xian hurried on his way, shuttling through the forest. Not long after, he frowned again. This was because he felt that the ground was trembling slightly. Although it was very slight, it could not escape his perception. Then, the trembling became more and more intense, as if an earthquake was happening. Lin Xian was alert and looked around. Suddenly, he saw a large amount of purple gas rising from the forest in front of him. It was vast and mighty like a purple fog. This is demonic aura. His pupils shrank. He had never seen such a dense demonic aura. The next moment, he used his ocular technique and looked into the distance. In the distance, there were countless black figures. They were like a black mass, like a torrent. A pack of demonic beasts. Lin Xian took a deep breath and turned to leave quickly. There were more than 10,000 demonic beasts. Each of them was abnormally powerful. He could not fight against them at all. Whoosh whoosh, there was the sound of something piercing through the air behind him. It sounded like a sharp sword piercing through the air. Someone's here. Lin Xian was even more shocked. He did not expect that there would be someone else in the lost place other than him. Is there another entrance to this place? He could not understand. As he ran, he used his soul power to sense. There were 4 figures behind him. There were 2 men and 2 women. Among the 4, 3 were at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, and 1 was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. However, their auras were very strong. They did not seem to be weaker than a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Lin Xian estimated that the 4 of them had the strength of a prodigy. Because of this, he was even more curious about their identities. Although the 4 people behind him were also running, they did not look panicked. Instead, they looked very calm. Hey, there's someone ahead. Among the 4, a young man with a black iron sword on his back looked ahead and frowned. Middle stage of the spirit transformation realm? Then, he revealed a suspicious expression. How did they get in with such weak cultivation? Could they be disciples of those trashy 4-star sects? The few of them looked disdainful. Could he be a disciple of one of those trashy 4-star sects? They discussed with disdain. From their tone, it was as if a disciple of a 4-star sect was trash. If word of this got out, it would shock a lot of people. It had to be known that 4-star sects were the top existences in the Dragon Star Kingdom. Even in the entire Tiannan region, they were top-notch existences. However, such a force was trash in the eyes of these 4 people. It was hard to imagine where these 4 people came from. Chu Feng, go catch that kid and throw him into the group of monsters behind. Maybe he can calm their anger. As long as we delay them for a while, our mission will be completed, said the youth with the iron sword on his back. Yes, senior brother. Chu Feng replied. Then, he sneered and his speed suddenly exploded. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he quickly rushed forward. Soon, the distance between him and Lin Xian was getting closer and closer. They actually caught up. Although Lin Xian did not look back, he could clearly sense everything. At this juncture, the other party was rushing towards him. It was obvious that they did not have good intentions. With a cold snort in his heart, Lin Xian increased his speed. In an instant, the distance between the 2 of them widened again and became bigger and bigger. Kid in front, stop, or don't blame me for being impolite. Chu Feng shouted coldly. He was a little angry. A small cultivator in the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm was faster than him. He had chased for a long time but could not catch up. This undoubtedly made him lose face. Especially when there was a cute junior sister watching from behind. This was even more unbearable. For a moment, anger burned in his heart. "You're courting death. Stop." Chu Feng shouted angrily and waved a dazzling blade light. The blade light shone like the Milky Way and quickly fell. It just happened to envelop Lin Xian. "Stubborn. How dare you run away in front of me?" Chu Feng sneered. He seemed to have seen Lin Xian being cut in half by the blade light. However, in the next moment, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air. His dazzling blade light was smashed into countless pieces. A sword light that was even sharper than the blade light quickly flew over. Bang! Chu Feng vomited blood and was sent flying. What a powerful sword light. Is it someone from the Four Deities Sword Villa? The three people behind were shocked. On the other hand, Chu Feng's face was filled with horror as his body trembled. Although he was only at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, it was enough to deal with a cultivator at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. However, he was unable to block a single strand of his opponent's sword chi. This was simply too bizarre. Unless the other party was from Deity Sword Villa. Deity Sword Villa? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed like these four were not the only ones who had entered the Lost Lands. Most likely, there were at least two forces involved. He snorted coldly and didn't answer. Instead, he swept his cold gaze over the three people behind him. Lin Xian's ambiguous attitude made the three of them worried, and they even looked a little nervous. The young man with the iron sword on his back rolled his eyes as if he was thinking about something. Very quickly, he let out a few dry laughs. "So it's the senior brother of Deity Sword Villa, nice to meet you, nice to meet you." After saying that, he no longer dared to pay attention to Lin Xian and quickly ran in another direction. "Brother, hey, are we leaving just like that?" Chu Feng gritted his teeth. "What else do you want? Are you going to take revenge?" The young man with the iron sword snorted coldly. "Don't tell me you don't know what kind of place Deity Sword Villa is? If you want to die, no one will stop you." Hearing that, Chu Feng trembled. He stopped talking and ran with all his might to avoid the demonic beasts behind him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, ran in another direction. However, he was a little worried. Judging from the other party's expression, the Deity Sword Villa that they were talking about seemed to be a powerful force. He wondered if Deity Sword Villa knew about the Great Dragon Sword. If they did, things would become even more troublesome. The Great Dragon Sword was an offensive sacred art in the world, and it existed in the form of a sword. Its temptation was fatal to swordsmen. No swordsman could ignore the Great Dragon Sword, therefore, the appearance of Deity Sword Villa made Lin Xian vigilant. Not long after, Lin Xian got rid of the demonic beasts. Then, he stopped by the stream and prepared to rest for a period of time. During this period of time, he had been fighting. First, he joined the Green Dragon Society, and then he participated in the competition. Then, he killed the disciples of Divine Bird Palace and came to the Lost Lands. During this period, he did not rest at all. Even if his soul power was strong, it was a little difficult for him. After summoning the little white monkey, Lin Xian separated a strand of his soul power to explore the surroundings. Then, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, not long after, 4 figures landed. It was Chu Feng and the others. When Chu Feng saw Lin Xian, his body trembled. Then, he walked carefully behind the 4 of them. The young man with the metal sword on his back looked at Lin Xian cautiously, while the other 2 girls kept staring at the little white monkey. "What a beautiful little monkey," the 2 girls said softly. Hei San, who had the iron sword on his back, looked suspicious. When did Deity Sword Villa have a disciple who raised a monkey? He tried hard to recall and found that no disciple had a pet. At this time, the girl with the oval face was also puzzled. "Senior brother, something is wrong." "What?" Hei San asked. "I remember that the disciples of Deity Sword Villa have a habit. No matter the situation, they have to carry a long sword on their back. That person didn't seem to do that. Damn it, how could I forget this?" Hei San's body trembled. Suddenly, he understood everything. The disciples of deity Sword Villa did have this habit. It was said that it was to comprehend the realm of one with a sword. From what he knew, no one dared to go against it. However, the young man in front of him did not carry a sword. There was only one possibility. He was not a disciple of deity Sword Villa. Damn it, we were fooled. He-san gritted his teeth and said. However, he did not know that Lin Xian had never said anything. Everything was just their own guess. Humph, where did this young man come from? Not only did he dare to pretend to be a disciple of deity Sword Villa, but he also dared to injure the disciples of Tianfeng sect. He-san's voice was loud and clear. It turned into a sound wave attack and rushed towards Lin Xian. Wu-ji, the little white monkey waved its claws and shattered the sound wave. What a powerful little monkey. Senior brother, I want it. The girl with the oval face said coquettishly. Okay, when we capture this young man, this monkey will be yours. He-san laughed. It was worth it for a monkey to be able to get closer to his junior sister. Brother He, when we capture this young man, can I kill him myself? Chu Feng laughed sinisterly. Of course. The few of them discussed and did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. It was as if Lin Xian was already a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. However, was Lin Xian really that? In the next moment, he opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sword, piercing through the void. That scene made the four of them tremble again. It could not be helped. Lin Xian's sword intent was too sharp. It was exactly the same as the disciples of deity Sword Villa. Young man, who are you? He-san snorted. I will count to 3. If you don't answer, don't blame me for being rude. He coldly said, 1. 1. Black 3's voice was cold as he stared at Lin Xian. 2. The 3 people behind him all pulled out their swords and released their aura. As long as Lin Xian did not say anything, they would use all their killing moves on him. At this time, Lin Xian laughed. Tianfeng sect? Never heard of it. Is it powerful? What, you don't know Tianfeng sect? Chu Feng and the others exclaimed. Black 3 was also stunned. Lin Xian did not look like he was lying. Could it be? His heart suddenly trembled. Are you a native of the Lost Lands? Native? Lin Xian was surprised. Were there still natives in the Lost Lands? It seemed that he really knew nothing about the Lost Lands. However, the other party seemed to know a lot. If he took them down, he might be able to get a lot of information. In an instant, Lin Xian made a decision. Whoosh, he used the illusionary demon steps and his body turned into a shadow as he quickly rushed towards the 4 people. You're courting death. Black 3 was furious. He did not expect Lin Xian to dare to attack. This kid is very suspicious. Take him down and interrogate him carefully. In an instant, the 4 people attacked. Black 3 pulled out his iron sword and quickly slashed out several sword chi. The terrifying sword chi tore the void and crushed the surroundings. Chu Feng was behind him and also waved her long sword, forming dozens of dazzling sword chi. The other 2 women's palm shadows filled the sky and it was terrifying as they surrounded Lin Xian. Returning wind-whisking willow sword. Willow branches appeared around Lin Xian's body and quickly rotated to form a sword screen defense, blocking all the attacks. At the same time, he quickly slashed out with his sword. Poof. Poof, in an instant, the attacks in the sky were ruthlessly torn apart and a terrifying crack appeared. The dazzling sword chi spread out in all directions. His body swayed and he quickly attacked like a ghost. A ball of black flame appeared in his hand, constantly changing its form. Boom, the flame spewed out and turned into a cage in the air, covering the area below. In an instant, Chu Feng and the other 2 women were trapped in the black flame cage and could not move. Black 3 held on for a moment and was also surrounded by the black flame cage. How can mere flames stop me? Scram! He-san roared, his body bloomed with light, forming a thick sword chi, and slashed forward. The momentum of this sword was vast and mighty. Even prodigious disciples would not dare to take it head-on. However, as soon as this terrifying sword chi touched the black dragon flames, it rapidly burned and was quickly burned into nothingness. Chu Feng and the rest were shocked and felt a lingering fear. What kind of flame is this? Why is it so terrifying? It was actually incinerated by senior brother Hei's sword chi in an instant. Fortunately, they did not resist too much. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Hei-san was stunned, and his face also showed a touch of panic. However, it quickly turned into a ruthless look. He gritted his teeth and said, "Little brat, if you dare to hurt us, the Tianfeng sect will not let you go." "Is the Wind sect very powerful?" Lin Xian smiled. "Well, although our Tianfeng sect is not a top sect, but we are still a 5-star sect, we will not be taken advantage of." Hei-san snorted. "A 5-star sect?" Lin Xian was surprised. No wonder these people looked down on the disciples of 4-star sects. It turned out that they were from 5-star sects. The difference between a 4-star sect and a 5-star sect was huge. A 5-star sect could completely crush dozens of 4-star sects. There was an insurmountable gap between the two. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. Previously, when Venerable Qihua was ejected, it showed that no venerables were allowed to appear in this space. Therefore, he was not very worried. No matter how powerful these people were, they were at most in the spirit-detecting realm. Even if he could not defeat them, no one could stop him if he wanted to escape. Moreover, his goal this time was the Great Dragon Sword Soul. As long as he obtained the Great Dragon Sword, he would not be afraid of these people. "Okay, tell me about the lost place and all the information you know." Lin Xian's expression suddenly became cold. "Don't play tricks with me, or you know the consequences." After saying that, the black dragon flame suddenly erupted, emitting a terrifying heat that distorted the void. The 4 of them were terrified. They felt a sense of suffocation under the black dragon flames. The black dragon flames were too terrifying. Not to mention them, even if a spirit-detecting realm martial artist came, they would be burned to ashes. You don't know? Are you not a native of the lost place?" Hei-san said in horror, "Are you from another power? How did you come in?" He was too shocked. The other party did not come from the same place as them, nor was he a native of the lost place. It was obvious that he came from another world. The lost place had always been controlled by their power, and no one from other places had ever been able to enter. Now that such a situation had occurred, how could the 4 of them not be shocked? "Now I am the one asking you. If you don't speak, I don't mind burning 3 of you to death." I believe that at that time, the last one should be able to tell me the information I want. Hearing this, the 4 of them trembled, and their eyes revealed a trace of fear. I'll speak. The oval-faced girl screamed. The lost place is controlled by the 3 great powers of the Sky Martial Domain. It opens once every 10 years. Other than the disciples of the 3 great powers, no one else can enter. Speaking of this, the oval-faced girl looked at Lin Xian with even more surprise. She had never heard of anyone outside the 3 great powers being able to enter the lost place. Sky Martial Domain, the 3 great powers. Lin Xian touched his chin and continued to ask. "What are the sects? Tell me in detail." The 3 great powers that control the lost place are the Divine Bird Palace, the Divine Sword Villa, and the Embracing Moon Pavilion. These 3 great powers are all 6-star sects, and can be said to be extremely powerful. In addition, there are more than 10 affiliated sects of the 3 great sects. Most of them are 5-star sects, and there are also some top 4-star sections. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face was calm, but his heart was fiercely shocked. The 3 great sects are all 6-star sections. There was no such sect in the Tiannan region, and even Zunzei had to give way to them. Now there were 3 of them, and one of them was his sworn enemy, the Divine Bird Palace. The gap between a 6-star sect and a 5-star sect was even greater, as if the gap between heaven and earth was insurmountable. There was no other reason other than the fact that 6-star sects had King Realm masters. Above the Honorable Realm was the legendary King Realm. It was said that only those who reached the King Realm had the ability to pierce through heaven and earth. It was far from what an Honorable Realm master could contend with. To put it bluntly, a King Realm master could easily sweep through the entire Tiannan region. Then, Lin Xian became more and more shocked as he listened. According to the oval-faced girl, those who entered the lost place were the top geniuses of the sections. Warriors like them who were at the late and peak of the spirit transformation realm were just ordinary disciples. Some of the stronger disciples were at least at the spirit detecting realm. Among them, the top disciples of the three great sects were even more powerful, and they were all at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. It was even rumored that some of the disciples of the three great sects had reached the half-step honorable realm. Half-step honorable realm? Lin Xian exclaimed. These people were more powerful than he had imagined. There was even a half-step honorable martial artist. Then, the oval-faced girl explained. Although there are great opportunities in the lost place, it is also accompanied by great risks. The three top forces will not send their most outstanding disciples here. Therefore, they were not very sure if there were any half-step honorable martial artists here. Lin Xian's heart sank. It seemed that the disciples who entered the lost place were all elites. Many of them were far more powerful than Ba Wuji and the other geniuses. These disciples were far more powerful than Lin Xian had expected. Lin Xian took a deep breath and continued to ask, "How much do you know about the lost place?" The lost place is an ancient battlefield. Legend has it that many extraordinary people are buried here. Some places can be said to be extremely dangerous. But there are also great benefits. Not only is the spiritual qi in the lost place many times more than the outside world, but there are also more resources here. Some things that can't be found in the outside world can be found here. If you are lucky, you might even find a lost supreme art inheritance. Hearing this, Lin Xian was enlightened. The lost place was equivalent to a treasure trove that was controlled by the three top 6-star sects. All the disciples who entered the lost place were here to gain experience and find treasures. Lin Xian was most worried about whether the 6-star sects knew about the existence of the great dragon sword. However, he could not ask directly. Therefore, he changed his question. When you entered the lost place, did the sect give any orders? For example, you have to find something? Hearing this, their faces changed and they looked at Lin Xian in shock. Then, they looked puzzled. In the end, the oval-faced girl said, "Yes, it's not a secret. All the disciples who enter the lost place have a common mission besides looking for their own opportunities. That is to find the soul sword beast." Soul sword beast? Lin Xian frowned. He seemed to have caught on to something. In detail. It was said that a sword principal expert had fallen in the ancient battlefield. Although he died, his sword soul was not destroyed. It mutated in the lost place and turned into a soul sword beast. These soul sword beasts are incomparably strong and have great talent. They can be said to be a unique existence. Not only that, it is said that the soul sword beast is extremely helpful to martial artists. Especially for swordsmen, if they can get a soul sword beast and have it accompany them, it will be easier for them to comprehend sword essence and sword soul. Moreover, once the soul sword beast matures, it will be a terrifying existence. It's said that even kings fear them. Soul sword beast? So magical. Lin Xian was astonished. He felt that this soul sword beast might be closely related to the great dragon sword soul. Although he didn't know if there was really a powerful swordsman who had fallen here, he knew that the great dragon sword spirit of the world's offensive saint arts was buried here. Therefore, no matter what, he wanted to find a soul sword beast to investigate. Where do these soul sword beasts usually live? How strong are they? Lin Xian asked. The four of them smiled bitterly. Soul sword beasts are extremely rare. The lost place has been opened so many times, but not many people have been able to bring them out. Therefore, not only us, but even the top geniuses of the 3 6-star sects don't know where they are. As for the strength of the soul sword beast, a young one is about the strength of a rank 9 monster beast, which is about the same as a spirit detecting realm martial artist. We only know this much. We don't know anything else. The oval-faced girl said. Then the four of them looked nervously at Lin Xian, afraid that he would kill them. However, Lin Xian didn't kill them. Instead, he knocked them unconscious, put away the black dragon flames, and ran away. However, not long after Lin Xian left, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the stream. 7 or 8 figures landed nearby. The person in the lead was dressed in white. He was extremely handsome, and his body was filled with a violent aura. This person's strength had reached the spirit detecting realm. As soon as these figures landed, they frowned. Several of them rushed to He San and the others to wake them up. Who attacked you? Is it the Holy Bird Palace? The young man in white asked. No, it's not the Holy Bird Palace. Senior brother Bai, something big has happened. Someone from another sect has sneaked in. Then the four of them told the story of Lin Xian. Of course, they exaggerated a lot. After hearing this, the disciples of the Tianfeng sect all darkened their faces. This guy is too arrogant. How dare he hurt you? Don't let me see him, or I'll teach him a lesson. Humph, he dares to offend the Tianfeng sect. Only death awaits him. This is too strange. How did he sneak in? Should we inform the others? The young man in white pondered. That young man's identity is indeed suspicious, but I'm worried if he has other accomplices. Forget it. Let's report this matter. But don't let me see him, or I'll kill him. The young man in white said coldly. Let's go. We have to find the Soulsword beast. Lin Xian was a little tired after running all the way. The lost land was bigger than he had imagined. He had walked for a long time, but he still hadn't walked out of the forest. It didn't look like an independent space at all. It was more like a real continent. In the end, he decided to stop running. Instead, he checked the situation and cultivated. Sitting cross-legged on a huge tree trunk, Lin Xian practiced the longevity incantation. Streams of rich spirit qi spiraled down from the sky and entered his body. All the spiritual qi that entered his body was guided by the longevity incantation to every part of his body. Finally, it gathered in the spiritual sea in his dantian. The art of long life was very mysterious. His cultivation efficiency was very high. Lin Xian estimated that the art of long life was at least an earth-ranked martial arts technique. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so efficient. The night passed silently. On the second day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His aura was a little stronger. The spiritual qi here was too rich. 1 day of cultivation here was equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. If he could cultivate here for 3 to 5 years, he would definitely be ahead of the geniuses in the outside world. However, he knew that it was impossible. This independent space had a time limit. Once the time was up, they would be forcefully teleported out. Lin Xian jumped and shuttled between the tree trunks like a monkey. Buzz, he didn't walk for long. Suddenly, there was a sound in the forest in front of him. Then, countless birds and beasts roared uneasily. A flock of demonic birds flew into the sky and fled the area. Lin Xian stopped and looked ahead cautiously. With his eyesight, he could see a shadow in front of him descending quickly. It was very fast, like lightning. The figure landed on the ground and turned to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian trembled under the gaze. He felt like he was being stared at by a demon. In front of him was a man dressed in purple. Even his hair was purple. His fair skin was even more tender than a young girl's, and his handsome face had an evil smile. Although this young man did not have a strong aura, Lin Xian could clearly feel that this person's cultivation was definitely above the spirit-detecting realm. He did not have the true dragon qi to use now, so he could not easily defeat a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Therefore, he did not act rashly, but looked ahead cautiously. Soon, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky again. A ghostly figure floated down and stopped beside the young man. This time, it was a woman. She wore a short blue skirt, and her blood-white thighs were exposed. This woman's figure was even more explosive. She had a slender waist and long legs. Her chest was so full that it looked like it was going to burst out of her clothes. Her face was even more charming to the extreme, with waves rolling around it, making people go crazy. The woman landed and patted her chest with her jade-like hands. She said, "You scared me to death. That giant mountain ape is really violent." An angry roar came from afar, spreading in all directions like a wave. Lin Xian was so far away, but he could still feel the killing intent in the roar. There was no need to guess. The roar was definitely related to these two people. At this moment, the charming woman also looked at Lin Xian. "Senior brother, who is he?" The purple-haired man shook his head. His eyes were cold as he asked in a deep voice. Kid, which sect are you from? Lin Xian could feel the killing intent hidden deep in the purple-haired man's heart. He frowned slightly. Then he slowly said, Tianfeng sect. He did not want others to know that he came from outside the realm, so he could only make up a sect. Oh, you are actually from the Tianfeng sect. The purple-haired man's killing intent disappeared, and he laughed. We are disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion. Speaking of which, the Tianfeng sect is also our subsidiary sect. Moon-embracing pavilion. Lin Xian's heart jumped. The other party was actually a disciple of a six-star sect. No wonder he was so strong. What surprised him even more was that the Tianfeng sect was actually a subsidiary sect of the moon-embracing pavilion. Helplessly, he could only continue with the lie. Greetings, senior brother and senior sister. Lin Xian cupped his hands. Why are you here? Isn't this a group operation? The purple-haired man asked. There was a beast tied just now, so I got separated from my fellow apprentices. Lin Xian said. The purple-haired man nodded without any doubt. Then, he said in a deep voice, here's some food. Go wash it and barbecue it. He gave a bunch of orders, completely treating Lin Xian as a subordinate. Lin Xian did not decline and began to clean up the corpses of the demonic beasts that the purple-haired man had thrown out. However, he sneered in his heart. The other party had completely regarded him as a mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator. This was good too. He could hide his strength. While Lin Xian was busy, the flirtatious lady asked, Senior brother, he is obviously not a disciple of Tianfeng sect, why don't you kill him? The beautiful woman's eyes flashed with killing intent. It turned out that Tianfeng sect was not a subordinate sect of the moon-embracing pavilion. The two of them had already discovered Lin Xian's weakness, but they did not expose it. No rush. He is just a mid-stage spirit transformation realm brat. How much can he do? Didn't we have no way to deal with the giant mountain ape? We can use him as bait. The two of them communicated with their souls, and then a cold smile appeared on their faces. There were many types of soul communication. One type was extremely secretive, and ordinary people would not be able to detect it. However, the two of them were extremely disdainful of Lin Xian's cultivation base. Thus, they used the simplest method of soul communication. Add the fact that Lin Xian's soul power was formidable, he was able to easily capture the soul fluctuations. Then, he snorted in his heart, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Soon, a fire was set up, and 3 large demonic beasts were placed on the fire and quickly barbecued. Soon, the fragrance of meat wafted out. Then, the two of them enjoyed the food with satisfaction, and even ordered Brother Xian to cut the meat and pour the wine. During the conversation, Lin Xian found out that the purple-haired youth was called Su Qing, and his cultivation was at the early stage of the spirit-detecting realm. The beautiful woman was called Wang Qi, and her cultivation was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Both of them were disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion, and their status was respected. At this moment, the purple-haired man, Su Qing, played with the wine cup in his hand and ordered Lin Xian. Rest today, and leave with us tomorrow. What's the matter? Lin Xian asked. There's no harm in telling you. This is a great opportunity for you. We found a 3,000-year-old blood sunflower. Originally, this credit belonged to us, but you served us today, so it counts as a contribution. So tomorrow, we will bring you along to pick the blood sunflower. When the time comes, you will have a large contribution to the sect. The purple-haired man, Su Qing, was very generous. If one didn't know, they would be grateful to him. However, Lin Xian had already felt their killing intent, so he naturally didn't believe their words. However, in order to put on an act, he still pretended to be very excited. It seems like the 3,000-year-old blood-eye flower is real, but it will be quite troublesome. Lin Xian walked to the side and sat down cross-legged as he thought. Lin Xian quickly guessed the situation after hearing the angry roars during the day and hearing the two's conversation. The 3,000-year-old blood sunflower was definitely being guarded by a powerful giant mountain ape. The two of them couldn't capture the giant mountain ape, so they wanted to use Lin Xian as bait. A 3,000-year-old blood sunflower is indeed a precious spiritual medicine. Lin Xian was tempted. It had to be known that there were very few spiritual medicines that were over 1,000 years old in the outside world. But there was a 3,000-year-old blood sunflower here. If it was taken out, even a supremacy would go crazy. Lin Xian separated a strand of his soul to guard it, then he quickly entered a state of cultivation. The spiritual energy in the lost place was very dense, and he wouldn't waste it. Not far away, Su Qing and Wang Qi also sat down cross-legged to cultivate after eating. The next day, when the sun had just risen, the three of them began their journey. The three of them passed through layers of trees and walked into the depths of the forest. The deeper they went, the thicker the trees became. The trees were 100 meters tall, and their leaves were as big as millstones, covering the sky and the sun. Along the way, Lin Xian saw many bones lying on the ground. The bones were of different sizes, with the longest being more than 10 meters long and the smallest being 2 to 3 meters long. Obviously, these were all monsters that had been hunted. This scene further illustrated the dangers of the primeval forest. If one was careless, they would become a pile of bones. As they went deeper, the bones became more numerous, and the air gradually became heavier, making it difficult for them to breathe. There was also some visible purplish-black energy in the air, floating everywhere. Lin Xian knew that it was demonic energy. Only extremely powerful demonic beasts could form such a terrifying demonic aura. Obviously, there was a terrifying monster in front of him. Soon, the surroundings became abnormally quiet. Along the way, Lin Xian could often hear the roars of tigers and the cries of apes. However, it was completely silent here, as if those beasts had all disappeared. Even Su Qing and Wang Qi's expressions were extremely serious. They had even concealed their auras. Lin Xian followed behind and also concealed his aura. Wang Qi was a little surprised by his actions. Wang Qi sent a voice transmission. "This kid is more quick-witted than I thought. Is there really no problem with this?" "No problem." Su Qing sneered and also sent a voice transmission. "This kid is probably hiding his strength. I estimate his strength to be at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. This kind of strength won't be able to do anything to us." Su Qing was very confident. Both of them were disciples of six-star sects and had the strength to fight above their cultivation level. Not to mention him, even his junior sister Wang Qi, who was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, could fight against an ordinary spirit-detecting realm cultivator in a real battle. Therefore, the two of them believed that even if Lin Xian was hiding his cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. The three of them continued to walk. Half a day later, they arrived before a mountain. The mountain was at least 1,000 meters tall and was surrounded by giant trees and vines. There was a cave entrance dozens of meters tall in the mountain. A dense and eerie aura came from within. Lin Xian and the other two stood 5,000 meters away from the cave entrance and quietly looked over. About 100 meters away from the cave entrance, there was a blood-colored flower blooming with a scarlet light. Lin Xian looked over. He knew that it was a 3,000-year-old snow sunflower. "Junior brother Lin, do you see that heart-like flower on the west side of the cave entrance?" The purple-haired man smiled and said, "You can bring that flower here later. We'll escort you." Lin Xian looked up. Sure enough, there was a red spirit flower about 30 meters to the west of the cave. However, it wasn't the blood sunflower. If it was an ordinary person, they might have been fooled. However, Lin Xian had learned about herbs from a peerless expert like Lord Alcohol. It was impossible for him to be fooled. "It seems like these two really are using me as bait." Lin Xian sneered in his heart, but he still looked very excited. Seeing Lin Xian's expression, the two of them sneered in their hearts. What an idiot. After the ecstasy, Lin Xian's face revealed a troubled expression. Judging from the demonic aura in the surroundings, there should be some terrifying demonic beasts, right? He asked worriedly. "Don't worry, we're here. We definitely won't let you get hurt." Su Qing patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Then, his face darkened. "What? Don't you believe me? Or are you unwilling to work for the Moon Pavilion?" At the end of his speech, his eyes gradually became sharp, and his body carried a strong murderous aura. "All right." Lin Xian nodded, pretending to be very scared. "Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt." As long as you pick the blood sunflower, I will report it to the sect and give you a great merit. Su Qing smiled again. In the end, Lin Xian moved and ran toward the west side of the cave. He didn't show too much speed, but he displayed the speed of a cultivator at the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. However, that was still very fast. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the cave. Along the way, he quietly let out the little white monkey. However, he didn't let the little white monkey attack immediately. Instead, he had it hide in the dark. If he attacked now, although he would get the blood sunflower, he would be hunted down by Su Qing, Wang Qi, and the giant mountain ape. With Lin Xian's current cultivation, there was no way he could fight against so many people. After summoning the little white monkey, Xian quickly arrived at the west side of the cave. The next moment, an angry roar came from the cave. It was like a thunderclap that caused the entire sky to tremble. The ground trembled and a gust of wind swept by. A black figure the size of a small mountain quickly rushed over, carrying with it endless demonic aura. Giant mountain ape. In the distance, Su Qing and Wang Qi saw this scene and quickly rushed toward the real blood sunflower. As long as the two of them got the blood sunflower, they would immediately leave. They didn't care about Lin Xian's life or death. However, although the two of them were fast, they were still one step too slow. A white figure flashed and instantly picked the 3,000-year-old blood sunflower. Wuji the little white monkey hugged the blood sunflower and was very excited. Its eyes were filled with disdain. Damn it, where did this monkey come from? Su Qing was furious. Wang Qi also shouted. He quickly waved his hand and sent out a terrifying palm shadow toward the little white monkey. However, the little white monkey was extremely fast. It was far faster than he imagined. With a shake, it dodged all the attacks. After dodging the attacks, it still stood there with a mocking expression on its face. The giant mountain ape immediately went berserk when it saw the blood sunflower being picked. It no longer paid any attention to Lin Xian. Instead, it rushed towards Su Qing and the other man. What should we do, master? Wang Qi was worried. Quickly, snatch it. Su Qing clenched his teeth and said. A powerful aura burst out from his body and shrouded the surroundings. He didn't believe that he and his junior sister couldn't catch a little monkey. What made him angry was that when did this damn monkey appear? It wasn't here the last time. Could it be him? Su Qing immediately thought of Lin Xian, but he quickly dismissed that thought. Lin Xian was only at the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. How could he have such a fast little monkey? Let's snatch it first. Instead of letting his mind wander, he quickly made his move. Terrifying attacks enveloped the surroundings. In an instant, the entire area was covered by a terrifying aura. Seeing the three of them fighting over the blood sunflower, the giant mountain ape was even more furious. It roared at the sky and rushed over. In the mountains, a tall figure was running like a small mountain. The figure was abnormally tall. It was dozens of meters tall and had brown skin that was as sturdy as a rock. Its body was covered with a layer of demonic aura. It was very terrifying. Lin Xian also used his maximum speed to follow behind the giant mountain ape. He was like a ghost, not making a sound. Whoosh, the little white monkey hugged the blood sunflower and rushed towards Su Qing before disappearing. What's going on? Su Qing was startled. He quickly scanned the surroundings, but he still couldn't find the little white monkey. Just then, a shadow shrouded him. The giant mountain ape had already arrived in front of him. Its terrifying palm carried a violent demonic aura as it smashed down. Boom, a terrifying crater appeared on the ground as Su Qing retreated in a sorry state. In the next period of time, the giant mountain ape attacked Su Qing like a madman. Damn it, what's going on? Why is it always attacking me? Su Qing was furious. He clearly didn't get the blood sunflower, but the giant mountain ape was staring at him like a madman. Senior brother, what should we do? Wang Qi called out in the distance. Damn it, hurry up and find that monkey. Su Qing roared. He wanted to retreat, but he was unwilling to give up. The blood sunflower had already been taken. If he gave up now, he wouldn't have another chance. With his strength, he could still contend with the giant mountain ape for a while. As long as Wang Qi found the little monkey and captured it, he would be able to get the blood sun flower. Thinking of this, he began to move. Seeing Su Qing provoke him, the giant mountain ape became even angrier. It let out an angry roar, and the sound waves turned into fierce attacks that spread out in all directions. The sound waves combined with the demonic aura formed a terrifying attack that made people feel dizzy. Not good. Su Qing was too close and was hit by the attack. His face was pale as he quickly put up a defense and retreated. Just at this moment, a ray of sword energy came slashing down. The terrifying sword energy was mixed with black flames. The sword energy fell, and the black dragon flames instantly cut through Su Qing's defense. Puff, a half-foot-long sword mark appeared on his left rib and split half of his body. Scarlet blood splattered everywhere, and his organs and intestines spilled out. Su Qing let out a miserable scream and was sent flying. He suddenly turned around and stared fiercely at Lin Xian. "Brat, it's you!" Su Qing exclaimed. If he still didn't know that this was all Lin Xian's plan, then he didn't need to live anymore. "So what if it's me? If you didn't want me to die, I wouldn't have ended up like this." Lin Xian sneered and charged over with his sword. "I hate you!" Su Qing roared at the sky as his spirit force burned. He didn't expect a brat that was considered an ant to be able to counterattack so fiercely and almost kill him. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed Lin Xian earlier. It was too late to say anything now. The only thing he wanted to do was kill Lin Xian. However, before he could react, the giant mountain ape slammed down again. The air was instantly compressed, and Su Qing let out an angry roar. This giant mountain ape was too despicable. Lin Xian was right beside him, but the giant mountain ape didn't seem to see him and only attacked him. "Junior sister, help me!" Su Qing shouted. Hearing this, Wang Qi quickly waved her hand and formed a series of palm shadows that rushed toward Lin Xian. She was so shocked that she couldn't even control her direction properly. There was no way around it. Lin Xian was too different from before. He was actually able to injure her senior brother with one sword strike. It had to be said that Lin Xian was only at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm, while her senior brother was a spirit-detecting realm cultivator. The difference between the two could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Lin Xian snorted coldly and slashed out with his sword, sending Wang Qi flying. In the next moment, he attacked Su Qing again. Under the attacks of Lin Xian and the giant mountain ape, Su Qing was forced to retreat. He angrily roared and prepared to escape. At this moment, a white light flashed, followed by a cold gleam, instantly cutting off his right leg. That cold light appeared too suddenly, as if it had pierced through his body. Su Qing had no time to defend himself. In an instant, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. Then, his body tilted and fell to the side. A white light flashed, and the snow-white fox appeared. Ta was holding the dagger and jumping around. The next moment, it disappeared again. This time, Su Qing finally saw it clearly. That snow-white little monkey actually tunneled into his storage ring. No wonder the little snow-white monkey could suddenly disappear without anyone noticing. So it had tunneled into his storage ring. This place was very secretive, and there was no way he would pay attention to it. And it was this mistake that had almost cost her life. He found out now, but it was already too late. A sword light flashed like lightning, instantly cutting off his arm. The arm with the storage ring flew into the sky. "No!" Su Qing roared angrily, and then he was swallowed by the giant black palm. A spirit-detecting realm martial artist was smashed into meat paste by the giant mountain ape. Seeing this, Wang Qi was dumbfounded. Her face was pale, and she could no longer care about anything else as she fled into the distance. A white light flashed, and the little snow-white monkey appeared. It took off the storage ring, turned into a rainbow light, and flew into the distance. Lin Xian followed Wang Qi. Since he had already fallen out with her, he would not let her go so easily. The giant mountain ape roared angrily and chased after the little snow-white monkey. On the other hand, Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps to block Wang Qi's path. Wang Qi was like a frightened rabbit, and she was so scared that she fell to the ground. Her face was pale, and her expression was filled with panic. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." She kept repeating, "I have no intention of harming you. It's all Su Qing's fault. He wants to harm you. He's a spirit-detecting realm martial artist, so I have to listen to him. Really, I really don't want to harm you." Wang Qi tried her best to explain, and poured all the dirty water on Su Qing. However, Lin Xian's expression was cold, and he was still unmoved. Seeing that her words had no effect, Wang Qi clenched her fists and bit her lips. Her eyes suddenly revealed a seductive look. "As long as you promise not to kill me, I can agree to any of your requests." She deliberately emphasized the word any and even made a seductive gesture. With a wave of her hand, Wang Qi removed the emerald green skirt, and then she let out an extremely seductive voice. She was like a little wild cat, quickly crawling toward Lin Xian. Pooh! Sword light flashed, and blood sprayed into the sky. Lin Xian put away his sword and suddenly turned around. Wang Qi's eyes widened, and she fell down powerlessly. Even in death, she couldn't believe that someone could ignore her beauty and decisively attack her. To be honest, Lin Xian had no interest in a woman like Wang Qi. As long as it was his enemy, he would not show mercy. After dealing with Wang Qi, Lin Xian took her storage ring and quickly left. Not long after, he met up with the blood-white monkey. Holding the 3,000-year-old blood sunflower, Lin Xian revealed a satisfied smile. If he was lucky, this blood sunflower might be able to help him break through to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. At that time, his strength would increase greatly, and his survival ability in the Lost Lands would also increase greatly. Although today's battle had been fast, Lin Xian might not have been able to kill a spirit-detecting realm martial artist like Su Qing under normal circumstances. After all, Su Qing was also a disciple of a top sect and must have many trump cards. Fortunately, he had the help of the giant mountain ape, and he had launched a sneak attack, so he was able to succeed. With so many geniuses appearing, it seemed that he had to quickly increase his strength. Lin Xian found a safe place and began to devour the blood sunflower. A ball of red light entered his stomach, and the next moment, he felt as if his entire body was about to burn. An unusually large amount of energy rushed through his body. The 3,000-year-old blood sunflower contained an extremely large amount of spirit qi, and its effects were better than any of the spirit pills he had consumed before. Soon, his body was covered by a ball of red light that was like a red flame. Under the guidance of the art of longevity, this large amount of energy quickly moved through his body. His strength was also increasing rapidly. Half a day later, the fiery red light gradually disappeared and returned to normal. Lin Xian opened his eyes and revealed a trace of a smile. His cultivation had finally broken through to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. If the current him were to fight against someone like Su Qing, even if he didn't launch a sneak attack, he was confident that he would be able to kill him fair and square. After tasting the sweetness of the blood sunflower, Lin Xian decided to temporarily change his plan. According to the information he obtained, the Lost Lands could be opened for half a year. When he came in, it had just opened, so there was still plenty of time. He planned to increase his strength first, so that when it was time to seize the great dragon sword, he would have a greater chance. Just as Lin Xian was increasing his strength, in another part of the Lost Lands, a woman in purple suddenly stopped. She waved her hand, and dozens of jade tokens appeared in front of her. 2 of them were broken in the middle and became dim. There were 5 or 6 people around the woman in purple. When they saw this scene, they were shocked. "This is impossible, Su Qing and Wang Qi are dead. Who killed them? Could it be the Divine Bird Palace? I don't know, but to dare to kill our Moon Pavilion people, other than the Divine Bird Palace and the Deity Sword Villa, no one else has the courage. Investigate. We must find out and bring the murderer back." The woman in purple's face was cold. Those who dared to kill the Moon Pavilion disciples must pay the price in blood, she was angry. Their Moon Pavilion was a 6-star sect, and they were extremely powerful. No one dared to provoke them. Even the Divine Bird Palace and the Deity Sword Villa would not kill them, so this matter was very strange. The few of them moved quickly and soon found the place where Su Qing and Wang Qi were killed. Su Qing had been turned into a pile of meat, and the wounds could not be seen. However, from Wang Qi's wounds, the murderer should be a swordsman, and he was very powerful. Could it be someone from the Deity Sword Villa? I don't know, but it seems that Wang Qi did not succeed when he was alive. The murderer should be a ruthless person. Collect the ore nearby. The leading woman in purple said. Next to her, a woman in black nodded, and then she summoned a spotted bird from her storage bag. The palm-sized spotted bird wandered around as if it was sensing something. Not long after, it let out a chirp, and then its wings flapped, pointing in a direction. Found it. The woman in black said. The three of you go and catch the murderer. Remember, you can only succeed, not fail. The woman in purple said coldly. Don't worry, senior sister we will definitely bring the murderer here. The woman in black and the other two young men moved quickly, and followed the petal bird into the distance. In the cave, Lin Xian did not leave immediately after he finished increasing his cultivation. He wanted to consolidate his strength. During this period of time, his cultivation had increased very quickly, and he had mastered many unique skills and trump cards. However, sometimes it was not a good thing to be too fast. He needed to properly accumulate these things. First was the black dragon flame. If he wanted to comprehend the concept of fire, he still needed to work on the black dragon flame. Moreover, his current method of using the black dragon flames was too monotonous. He simply hadn't been able to fully utilize its might. Fortunately, they had an experienced expert like Lord Alcohol with them. Lin Xian quickly learned all kinds of fire techniques from Lord Alcohol. Then, he sat down cross-legged and flicked his fingers. Balls of black flames appeared at his fingertips. Following his thoughts, the flames kept changing their forms. In the end, the black dragon flame continued to dance, forming a small black dragon that swam between his palms. Immediately, the temperature in the cave rose abruptly. The fire attribute spiritual qi in the air also vibrated non-stop, resonating with it. It was as if it could manipulate the fire elemental spiritual energy at will. This feeling was very mysterious. It had already exceeded the control of a spirit transformation realm warrior and reached the level of a spirit detecting realm warrior. A harmonious spirit realm warrior could only use the basics of spiritual energy. At the spirit transformation realm, they could merge with the heaven and earth spiritual qi and transform it into multiple attacks. However, at the spirit detecting realm, they could only use a single type of spiritual energy. For example, a fire attribute warrior could use only the fire attribute spiritual qi without affecting the other types of spiritual energy. This would make the power of their moves even greater. Lin Xian did not expect that he would be able to reach this realm in advance. Then, he worked even harder to cultivate the black dragon flame, striving to comprehend the concept of fire as soon as possible. Finally, he comprehended the divine sword visualization diagram. After seeing the great success sword intent, Lin Xian had a desire in his heart. If he could reach the great success sword intent, his strength would take a qualitative leap. However, it was not that easy to reach the great success sword intent. He needed to study it carefully. Although the divine sword visualization diagram was simple, it was extremely profound. Lin Xian had a new understanding every time he studied it. 3 days later, Lin Xian withdrew his soul and opened his eyes. His strength and cultivation had basically stabilized and would not change. It would not be effective to continue meditating like this. What he needed now was some actual combat experience. Without any delay, Lin Xian immediately left the cave and ran towards the depths of the forest. Not long after he left, 3 figures landed outside the cave. No one. Looks like he's gone. A young man said after investigating. Humph. He's lucky, but he won't be able to escape from us. The girl in black snorted. Then, she urged the spotted bird again and continued to track. The 3 moved quickly and disappeared in front of the cave again. Lin Xian ran all the way. With the help of the little white monkey's treasure bowl, he began to search for spiritual herbs. However, not long after, he sensed 3 powerful auras coming from behind him. Swoosh, he used the phantom demon steps and left an afterimage on the spot, quickly hiding. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. 3 figures were quickly approaching. At the front was the girl in the black dress, and a spotted bird was circling around her head. On the left was a strong young man. He wore a sleeveless shirt with a blue starlight pattern on his arm. The young man on the right had red eyes and two short knives at his waist. His expression was fierce. The two young men were at the spirit detecting realm and the girl in the middle was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. The three of them together formed a terrifying aura. Eh? Lin Xian looked over. He found the same mark pattern as Su Qing on the three of them. People from the moon-seizing pavilion, they actually found me so quickly? Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Then he quickly left, using his speed to the limit. The three people in front of him had powerful auras, especially the two young men. They were much stronger than Su Qing. Humph, you want to run? The girl in black controlled the spotted bird and quickly chased after them. Beside her, the two young men revealed cruel smiles. It's actually trash at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. To dare kill a moon-seizing sect disciple with such a cultivation, they must have used some underhanded method, the short-haired, red-eyed young man coldly snorted. The three of them were very fast and instantly closed in on Lin Xian. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a ray of blue starlight fell from the sky and enveloped Lin Xian. Suddenly, a curtain of light lit up and covered the surroundings like a cage. Brat, you killed my moon-seizing pavilion's people and you still want to run? First I'll cripple your legs and then bring you back for punishment. The strong man strode over, emitting a terrifying aura. At this moment, the figure in the cage suddenly dimmed and finally disappeared. An afterimage? Not good. The girl in black exclaimed. The short-haired, red-eyed youth frowned and quickly pulled out the two blades at his waist. Whoosh, a ray of sword light flashed past, and the sharp sword she slaughtered, cutting the spotted bird above into two halves. No. I'm going to kill you. The young girl said angrily. However, before the three of them could react, four terrifying sword energies fell from the sky. Black Flame Fire Dragon Sword. The giant sword energy burned with black flames and quickly fell from the sky. Everywhere it passed, the void twisted and ignited, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. In an instant, the three disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion were surrounded by a sea of fire and terrifying sword energy. A violent energy flow formed within a 100-meter radius. Bang, the three figures flew out in a sorry state, and their bodies were charred black. The clothes of the young girl in the black dress were torn, revealing most of her snow-white skin. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. However, she was completely unaware and stared at Lin Xian with vicious eyes. Brat, I'm going to cut off all your limbs and make you wish you were dead. The other two youths' faces were also dark. They were powerful spirit-detecting realm cultivators, but they were defeated by a late-stage spirit transformation realm brat. If this spread out, they would have no face to live. Lin Xian floated down, but there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. These three people were more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Even with the violent black dragon sword, it only injured the three of them a little. He originally thought he could kill two of them. It seemed like the disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion were indeed not ordinary. Damn brat, you dare to use underhanded methods. I'm going to kill you. The burly man roared. No wonder Su Qing and Wang Qi were killed by you. You are indeed sinister. The short-haired, red-eyed youth was filled with killing intent. Underhanded methods? Lin Xian sneered, can't I make a move and have to wait for the three of you to kill me? Your head must have been kicked by a donkey. You're courting death. The three of them were filled with killing intent, forming a terrifying aura that pressed down on Lin Xian. Brat, no matter what tricks you play, you won't be able to escape death. The short-haired, red-eyed youth sneered. The two blades in his hand quickly spun, forming a terrifying blade energy in the sky. The blue starlight pattern on the man's arm flashed, forming a huge starlight pattern in the sky. Lin Xian's heart grew heavy as he was covered by the star diagrams. Truthfully speaking, the strength of these two people was above Su Qing. Moreover, if the three of them worked together, they would most likely be able to unleash their combat prowess to the maximum. However, Lin Xian was still not afraid. He had just broken through and needed a big battle to test his strength. Let me see what qualifications you disciples of 6-star sects have to be so arrogant. Lin Xian gripped the wind shadow sword with his right hand, his sharp sword intent ready to be unleashed. Die. The short-haired, red-eyed man waved his arms and quickly swung his two red blades. Two scarlet saber lights appeared in the sky, emitting a sonorous sound that could shake one's soul. Bang bang bang, the air exploded as the blood-red saber light slashed down like a blood-red river, bringing with it a baleful aura as it slashed towards Lin Xian. Before the blood-red blade aura even got close, Lin Xian could feel the blood in his body churning, as if it was about to burst out of his body. What a strange blade aura. It seems to be able to devour a person's blood essence. Lin Xian was shocked. He used the great dragon sword intent and quickly cut off the connection between the two. Then, with a tap of his foot, he formed an afterimage on the spot and dodged to the side. The long blade slashed down, destroying the afterimage left by Lin Xian. Moreover, it spread open the ground, forming a terrifying trench. What was even more terrifying was that the flowers and trees on both sides of the trench quickly withered and lost their vitality. What a terrifying blade aura. It actually has a destructive aura. Lin Xian was shocked. The short-haired, red-eyed man's blade aura was too strange. It should be related to his blade intent. Perhaps even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist of the same level would not dare to take this attack head-on. As expected of a disciple of a six-star sect. This kind of strength had already surpassed the peerless geniuses of the Tiannan region. It was only because he had an earth-class movement technique that he could dodge. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they would have been sucked dry by the blade aura. Whoosh, Lin Xian pulled out the wind shadow sword and quickly used the wind and thunder sword drawing technique. On the blade, wind and thunder sword aura filled the air and slashed towards the short-haired, red-eyed man. The short-haired, red-eyed man sneered and waved his two blades, slashing out two blood-red blade auras again. The sword auras and blade auras clashed, forming a terrifying aura. The wind howled and thunder surged. The power of wind and thunder was violent, quickly tearing apart the blood-red blade auras. The blood-red blade auras flashed with a strange red light, absorbing the energy of the wind and thunder sword auras. Seeing the strange blade auras, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. Destroy. The great dragon sword intent of 80% fire monkey suddenly erupted, and a sharp aura enveloped the surroundings. The great dragon sword intent was an offensive saint art that could destroy everything. It was also the nemesis of this kind of evil power. In an instant, a terrifying crack appeared on the blood-red blade auras. The wind and thunder sword auras found an opening and quickly tore apart the blood-red blade auras. Boom! Boom, there was a violent explosion. The two blood-red blade auras in the sky split apart and scattered on the ground like glass shards. What? He can actually break my blood-sucking blade intent? The short-haired, red-eyed man was slightly stunned, and then his expression became abnormally cold. He was horrified and shouted loudly, "This kid is very strange. Attack together, don't let him escape." Hearing this, the girl in the black dress and the strong man were both shocked. The short-haired, red-eyed young man was known as the Blood Demon Swordsman. His blood-sucking blade intent was extremely terrifying. However, such a terrifying person couldn't take down a kid at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. This made the two of them feel like they were dreaming. "Humph, no matter how strange you are, I won't let you escape." The strong man's arms shook, and the blue star orb in the sky shone brightly. One after another, huge meteorites appeared from the blue star orb and quickly fell. Boom! Boom, boom! The huge meteorites burned, and the blue aura cut through the void and smashed down like mountains. That aura made Lin Xian's body stiffen, and he felt like he was being crushed. This blue star orb could simulate the scene of meteorites falling from the sky. It was indeed shocking. Although they were not real meteorites, their power was no weaker than real ones. If they were hit, it would be difficult for a spirit-detecting realm martial artist to escape. At the critical moment, Lin Xian used the illusory demon steps, leaving behind countless afterimages in the air. His speed was so fast that people couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. Lin Xian didn't choose to fight head-on. After all, the other party was a spirit-detecting realm martial artist and had the ability to challenge those at a higher level. He could only dodge and attack them one by one. The strength displayed by the two young men was freakish, so Lin Xian set his sights on the young girl. It seemed that the girl was good at tracking and hadn't shown any other strength. However, Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. He swung his sword with all his strength. Wind Thunder Cut. The power of wind and thunder fused, forming a terrifying sword chi that slashed toward the girl in the black dress. The girl in the black dress sneered, took out an animal skin bag, and shook it quickly. Buzz, buzz. Dense black shadows flew out of the animal skin bag and quickly flew toward Lin Xian. Everywhere they passed, the void trembled. Lin Xian used his eye technique and found that they were all fingernail-sized bugs. These insects flew onto the wind and lightning sword chi and quickly gnawed on it. Soon, the wind and lightning sword chi was completely destroyed. What kind of bugs are these? They can actually gnaw away sword energy? Lin Xian was shocked and quickly retreated. At this moment, the robust man and the short-haired, red-eyed youth attacked again. Lin Xian patted his storage belt and summoned the Snow-White Monkey and Little Gold to fight against the strange bugs in the sky. He fought against the robust man and the short-haired, red-eyed youth. Seeing Lin Xian summon two demonic beasts, the black-dressed girl sneered disdainfully. You dare to fight against my gold-devouring bugs? Just wait for your death. With that, he waved his arm and controlled the bugs in the sky to attack the Snow-White Monkey and Little Gold. The Snow-White Monkey stood on Little Gold's head and kept jumping. When Little Gold saw the bugs in the sky, it squawked excitedly. It opened its mouth and with a flash of golden light, it swallowed a small group of bugs into its body. You're courting death. You dare to eat the gold-devouring bugs. The black-dressed girl sneered. However, after a while, Little Gold still didn't show any abnormalities. Impossible, the gold-devouring bugs are invulnerable to swords and water and fire. How could they be digested? The black-dressed girl couldn't believe it. In the end, her face became gloomy and terrifying. Because she was sure that the other party had indeed swallowed her gold-devouring bugs. What kind of monster is this frog? She felt a trace of fear in her heart. In the past, once she used the gold-devouring bugs, even spirit-detecting realm martial artists could only run away. But she didn't expect that her ultimate move would fail this time. The Snow-White Monkey jumped and only Little Gold ran toward the black-dressed girl. On the side, Lin Xian used his movement technique to fight against the two. The robust man and the short-haired, red-eyed youth became angrier as they fought. They had strength but couldn't use it at all. Because they couldn't keep up with Lin Xian's speed, they still couldn't hurt Lin Xian. There was no other way. Lin Xian was too fast, comparable to a late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. It was far from what the two of them could contend with. Ah! Despicable brat, if you have the guts, don't run. Let's fight face to face. The two of them roared madly. This feeling was too stifling. Lin Xian sneered, but he was thinking in his heart. That short-haired youth has the blood-sucking blade intent, which can be broken by the devouring sword. As for that robust man's blue star pattern, it can be broken by the black dragon flame. After wandering around for such a long time, he had already figured out the strength of the two. Therefore, it was time to counterattack. Why can't we have a head-on battle? Lin Xian stopped and laughed heartily. A mere spirit transformation realm cultivator dares to be so presumptuous? You're courting death. Now that you've lost your speed, I'll kill you in one move. The short-haired, red-eyed man brandished his twin blades, forming a huge cross-shaped blood-colored blade aura. The strong man fused with the blue starlight pattern in the sky, and his body grew taller out of thin air, forming a blue giant. He stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack. Countless blue lights flashed and flew out from the ground like waves. Lin Xian soared into the sky and flew with the wind. A pitch-black longsword appeared above his head. There were vortex-like patterns on it, and at first glance, it looked like a black hole. Devouring sword. A pitch-black sword, emitting an endless vortex, floated above Lin Xian's head. The appearance of the devouring sword caused the surrounding space to tremble. It was as if an endless black hole was constantly floating. Anything that got close to the black vortex would be devoured. This was the first time Lin Xian used the devouring sword in front of everyone. The effect was indeed shocking. Although the blood-colored cross-shaped blade aura was extremely powerful, it quickly dimmed when it got close to the devouring sword. In front of the devouring sword, the blood-sucking blade aura's ability to devour blood was extremely weak and not worth mentioning. It was like an ant and a dinosaur. The difference was very obvious. In the next moment, the blood-sucking crossblade aura was devoured by the devouring sword. At the same time, Lin Xian used the black dragon flame sword again. This time, the 80% sword intent merged with the black dragon flame sword, forming a terrifying sword aura that slashed toward the muscular man. The black dragon flame sword carried endless heat and terrifying sword intent as it slashed the blue giant. The situation was like a raging fire meeting ice. The blue giant quickly melted and finally burst into flames. What? Impossible. Almost instantly, the short-haired, red-eyed young man and the muscular man screamed at the same time. Their attacks were countered at the same time, and their opponent was only a late-stage spirit transformation realm kid. Damn it, who is this kid? How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? What is that pitch-black sword? It can even devour my blood-sucking blade aura. And that black flame seems to be able to wipe out everything. For a moment, the two of them were terrified. Don't hold back anymore. Quickly use all your strength and kill this kid. The short-haired, red-eyed young man said in a deep voice. Okay. The muscular man nodded in agreement. Then, the blue light on his body shone brightly, forming a star pattern as if he was wearing a star battle armor. The red light in the short-haired, red-eyed man's eyes became even more intense. He was like a blood-sucking demon as he revealed a strange, evil smile. In the next moment, he slashed his body with both blades. Blood poured into the blades, emitting a dazzling light. An extremely strong smell of blood gushed out. The blades seemed to have turned into blood as they flowed slowly. Go to hell. The short-haired, red-eyed man smiled evilly as he waved his blades, forming a blood-colored vortex. However, Lin Xian sneered. He controlled the devouring sword and rushed over. Swoosh, the devouring sword disappeared and suddenly appeared behind the short-haired, red-eyed man. Pfft, the devouring sword stabbed into the short-haired, red-eyed man's back like cutting tofu. It did not stop at all. Then, the short-haired, red-eyed young man's body started to bleed rapidly. His body quickly shriveled and turned into a human skin that floated to the ground. Blood demon! The muscular man and the black-dressed girl screamed, their faces full of fear. They did not expect the most powerful blood demon swordsman to die in an instant. The opponent's means were too terrifying. It seemed like his ability to devour blood was several times stronger than the blood demon. In an instant, the blood demon had lost all of his essence blood. The devouring sword is indeed powerful, but it consumes too much of my soul. Lin Xian sighed. In just a moment, he had used half of his soul power. It seemed that with his current cultivation, he was still unable to fully use the devouring sword. However, Lin Xian was very satisfied with the devouring sword's effect. The powerful blood demon swordsman, who was at the early stage of the spirit detecting realm, could not resist at all. In other words, if he used the devouring sword, he could easily kill a martial artist at the early stage of the spirit detecting realm. In the distance, the muscular man and the black-dressed girl were terrified. Their eyes were filled with deep fear. That black vortex sword was too strange. It seemed to be able to devour everything. In addition, Lin Xian also had the terrifying black flames. With so many trump cards, they had no chance of killing Lin Xian. There was even a high chance that they would be killed by him. Let's go. The sturdy man shouted, not wanting to continue fighting. Even the strongest blood demon swordsman had died. He and the girl in the black dress were no match for him. Moreover, the black dragon flame had already severely injured him. If he continued to fight, he would probably end up like the blood demon swordsman. In an instant, the two of them fled. Don't you think it's too late to leave? Lin Xian's voice was cold, like a killing god. You have to think clearly. We are disciples of the Moon Pavilion. If you kill us, you will become an enemy of the Moon Pavilion. That's right. If you let us go now, I promise we will write off the grudge between us. The girl in the black dress also screamed, I promise I won't chase after you anymore. So, I should let you go and thank you? Lin Xian sneered. You came aggressively to kill me. Now that you can't beat me, you want to make up? How can there be such an easy thing in the world? Or are your brains stuck in the door? Lin Xian's voice was cold. He didn't plan to let the two of them go. Since they wanted to kill him, they had to pay the price. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the sturdy man had a ruthless look in his eyes. The blue light on his body shone brightly, and a blue star pattern flickered. Star fist. The sturdy man waved his fist, wanting to fight to the death. However, his fist was only halfway out when he felt his arms go cold. A stream of hot blood sprayed onto his face. The next moment, the heart-wrenching pain made him scream crazily. It was too fast. He didn't even see Lin Xian's sword light clearly before he lost his arms. Under the combined attack of the Black Dragon Flame and 80% sword intent, his defense was like tofu. It had no effect at all. Let's die together. The sturdy man knew there was no chance of survival. He began to burn his essence blood and spiritual qi, preparing to self-destruct. His body gradually expanded. The blue light in his body shone brightly. His body expanded rapidly like a rubber ball. A violent and abnormal energy gradually rose. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian's expression was cold. His long sword pierced out as fast as lightning. His originally inflated body suddenly became like a deflated balloon, loosening up. Powerless. There was no way. The muscular man was dumbfounded. In front of Lin Xian, he didn't even have the chance to self-destruct. The last sword light flashed, and the head of the muscular man flew out. On the other side, the girl in the black dress was completely stunned when she saw this scene. She stopped resisting and quickly collected the remaining gold-devouring beetles in the sky. Don't kill me, please spare my life. He begged for mercy. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he raised his arm. At this moment, the clouds in the sky turned, and a huge head slowly took shape, looking down with cold eyes. Lin Xian's heart trembled. He felt a cold and indifferent aura coming from above. Divine Bird Palace. The girl in the black dress also exclaimed. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly and pointed at the center of the young man's eyebrows. A ball of black dragon flames entered the girl's body and quickly formed a black flame imprint between her eyebrows. For a moment, the black-dressed girl thought that she was dead, but in the next moment, she realized that she was still alive. However, there was a layer of flame restriction in her body. Don't act rashly. I can turn you into ashes with just a thought. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then he put away the snow-white monkey and Xiao Jin, and quickly left with the girl in the black dress. The girl in the black dress had naturally seen the power of the black dragon flames. Therefore, she didn't dare to act rashly and could only let Lin Xian pull her away. However, in her heart, she was extremely nervous. As a beautiful girl, now that she had fallen into the hands of a cold-blooded and ruthless enemy, she was afraid that it wouldn't be any better than death. For a moment, various terrifying scenes appeared in her mind, and she was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Xian didn't care what the girl in the black dress was thinking. He used the illusory demon steps, raised his speed to the limit, and quickly left the area. The reason why he left was because of the huge head above his head. According to the image, he could already tell that it was a bird's head. Coupled with the girl in the black dress's words, Lin Xian was sure that this was the work of the Divine Bird Palace. He and the Divine Bird Palace were sworn enemies. The other party must have used this method to search for him. The aura that the head gave off was too terrifying. It was most likely above the early stage of the spirit detecting realm. Lin Xian couldn't fight against such an aura at the moment. Although he could kill early-stage spirit detecting realm martial artists, it would still be a bit difficult for him to kill mid-stage spirit detecting realm martial artists. The difference between each stage of the spirit detecting realm was huge. A mid-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist could easily kill several early-stage spirit detecting realm martial artists. For safety's sake, Lin Xian chose to retreat. The huge head in the sky became more and more solid. Its cold eyes seemed to come alive as it stared down at the area below. 100 miles away, there was a group of people standing in a valley. There were a few people in the group wearing colorful robes with pictures of birds and beasts. These people had arrogant expressions and looked high and mighty. The surrounding young martial artists respectfully stood to the side, including Black 3 Chu Feng and the others. At this moment, there was a blurry image in front of these people. There were two corpses in the image. It was the strong man and the short-haired young man killed by Lin Xian. When the martial artists behind them saw this image, they all sucked in a cold breath. Isn't this the moon-embracing pavilion star fist and blood demon saber artist? They were actually killed. Black 3 Chu Feng and the others were shocked and their faces turned pale. These two people were at the early stage of the spirit-detecting realm. When the two of them worked together, they could even fight against a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Such a character was actually killed, they were extremely shocked. Not long ago, they reported Lin Xian's matter to the Divine Bird Palace, which attracted the attention of the Divine Bird Palace. Then, the Divine Bird Palace used the aura left behind by Black 3 and Chu Feng to track Lin Xian. The image should show the last moment of Lin Xian's departure. From the battle traces in the image, the person you are talking about should be a swordsman who specializes in fire attacks. If he did it alone, then he should have the strength of a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist, a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace analyzed. Hearing this, Black 3 Chu Feng and the others were shocked. They remembered that Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the spirit-transforming realm, but they didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. For a moment, they felt very lucky to have escaped from Lin Xian. Senior Brother Jiu, it's not that I want to question you, but according to the Tianfeng sect's information, that young man seems to only be at the mid-stage of the spirit-transforming realm. How could such a person kill the Star Fist and Blood Demon Saber artist? Yes, could he have a powerful helper? The other martial artists didn't believe it either. Geniuses could indeed fight above their level, but at most, they could only fight above one level. It was rare to fight above one's level, and it was impossible to fight above so many levels, therefore, everyone would rather believe that the mysterious young man must have a powerful helper. However, the young man called Senior Brother Jiu shook his head. He pointed to the image and said, "Look, the sword marks and flame marks on the ground are obviously from the same person." Obviously, the mysterious boy had no helpers. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of combat power was terrifying. Senior Jiu, what should we do? The others asked. We must find this person, no matter what. Senior Jiu said in a deep voice. This person is not from our three forces, nor is he a native of the lost place. Then it's very strange that he came here. He must have a way to avoid the restriction spell of the lost place and enter here. If we can master it, you can imagine the benefits. Everyone was excited, especially the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, with a trace of madness in their eyes. Although they were a 6-star sect, it was not easy to enter the lost place because of the very strict level and quota restrictions. Even the Divine Bird Palace only had about 30 quotas. However, if they could master other ways to enter the lost place, it would be a great fortune for the Divine Bird Palace. At that time, the lost place would completely become the treasure of the Divine Bird Palace. They could obtain endless precious resources, and if they were lucky, they might even be promoted to a 7-star sect. The key to all of this was the mysterious boy. Therefore, catching the mysterious boy was the most important thing besides finding the Soulsword beast. Has Junior Ying arrived? Senior Jiu asked. Not yet, but soon. We sent a message to Senior Ying as soon as we received the news. He must be on his way here now. Yes. Senior Jiu nodded. Junior Ying's tracking skill is the best among us. With him, he should be able to find the mysterious boy. When the time comes, you will be responsible for catching him. While the people in the valley were waiting, Lin Xian was also moving quickly. The girl in the black dress followed Lin Xian all the way. She was getting more and more frightened. Finally, she gathered her courage and said, I advise you to turn yourself in. You have offended both the Moon Pavilion and the Divine Bird Palace. No one can escape. Lin Xian turned back and looked at the girl in the black dress coldly. Suddenly, the girl in the black dress trembled and even slowed down a lot. How do you know I offended the Divine Bird Palace? That huge projection just now should be the Divine Bird Palace's secret detection technique. Using that kind of secret technique should consume a lot of energy. If it's not an emergency, the people of Divine Bird Palace generally won't use it. However, they used such an extremely exhausting secret technique on you. You must be the person they're looking for. You must have killed the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, otherwise they wouldn't be looking for you so frantically. Oh, looks like you're pretty smart. Lin Xian slowed down and walked side by side with the girl in the black dress. Then, he revealed a playful smile. Guess what I'm going to do next? Seeing Lin Xian's mischievous smile, the black-dressed girl's heart trembled. Then, her expression became flustered. Her small hands clutched her dress tightly, and her face was as red as an apple. I'm warning you, don't act recklessly. I would rather die than submit. I beg you, let me go. I swear I won't tell anyone about your whereabouts. Idiot. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Let me ask you, how is your tracking technique? How is it compared to the Divine Bird Palace? Seeing that Lin Xian didn't do anything excessive, the black-dressed girl was relieved. Then, she raised her chin and proudly said, their tracking technique is only based on their secret technique and bloodline. In terms of true strength, they're definitely not as good as me. Then, you must have a way to avoid their tracking? They really are looking for you, the black-dressed girl exclaimed. Lin Xian didn't answer her and continued, if you do well, I might consider letting you go. Fine, the black-dressed girl gritted her teeth and said. Her body was sealed by the black flame seal, so she could only obey. In the following time, the black-dressed girl began to use all her strength to avoid their tracking. She sprinkled some kind of pollen on Lin Xian's body to conceal his presence. She also cleaned up the path they were taking. Her technique was very professional. Seeing this, Lin Xian clicked his tongue in wonder. Sure enough, in the next 3 days, the giant head in the sky didn't appear. This made Lin Xian feel a lot more at ease. But on the 4th day, the divine birds had appeared in the sky again. Above the forest, a pair of cold eyes scanned the area below. Why did it appear again? Lin Xian frowned and looked coldly at the black-dressed girl. It should be the Divine Bird Palace's Wuji. He's the disciple with the strongest tracking ability in the Divine Bird Palace. But don't worry, with me here, he definitely won't be able to find you. Then, the black-dressed girl began to sprinkle some powder and some strange insects, setting up a strange array around them. Sure enough, the giant projection in the sky quickly scanned the area and didn't lock onto Lin Xian. In this regard, Lin Xian looked at the black-dressed girl in surprise. Even the strongest detection disciple of the Divine Bird Palace couldn't detect his position. It seems that the black-dressed girl's tracking ability was really strong. She should be an important disciple in the moon-embracing pavilion. In the next few days, the projection appeared several times, but Lin Xian avoided it very well. However, the other party didn't seem to give up and continued to search for him. It seems that they know my identity. Lin Xian thought. In the end, he decided to take the initiative to attack. No matter what, he and the Divine Bird Palace were already mortal enemies. He had a grudge with the moon-embracing pavilion. He killed the ordinary disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion. Although there was a grudge, it wasn't unresolvable. But the Divine Bird Palace was different. He killed the other party's disciples. They were the core disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, so the grudge between Lin Xian and the Divine Bird Palace couldn't be resolved. For such an enemy, Lin Xian would never be soft. If he wasn't cruel, the other party would be cruel and kill him. Can you find the location of the Divine Bird Palace disciples? Lin Xian asked. What do you want to do? The black-dressed girl was puzzled. What do you think? The other party is bullying people, of course I have to kill them. Hearing this, the black-dressed girl was shocked. The Divine Bird Palace was a 6-star sect, stronger than the moon-embracing pavilion. If an ordinary person provoked such a force, they would definitely run for their lives. They wouldn't be like Lin Xian, still thinking about how to fight back. This is also good. I'll let this madman fight with the Divine Bird Palace. When both sides are injured, I'll have a chance to escape. The black-dressed girl thought in her heart. Don't worry, I can definitely find the location of the Divine Bird Palace disciples for you. Next, according to Lin Xian's request, the black-dressed girl began to track down the Divine Bird Palace disciples who were alone or weaker. The primeval forest of the Lost Land was really vast, as if it was endless. Lin Xian and the black-dressed girl ran all the way, carefully avoiding all kinds of wild beasts, heading west. There, the black-dressed girl found two divine bird palace disciples at the early stage of the spirit-detecting realm. The two of them ran quickly, but at this time, the snow-white little monkey suddenly grabbed Lin Xian's hair. It had a small bowl on its head and its paws were pointing to the left. Lin Xian was very familiar with the little white monkey's actions. It meant that there was a treasure on the left. "Let's go take a look," Lin Xian said to the girl in the black dress behind him. The girl in the black dress was slightly stunned. She did not know why Lin Xian changed direction. However, with her current status, she could only follow silently. Not long after they walked to the left, a pungent smell of blood came from the forest in front of them. The two of them slowed down, hid their figures, and looked into the distance. In front of them, two beasts were fighting crazily. One of them was a giant elephant with a body as white as jade. It was dozens of meters tall and its legs were like heavenly pillars. Every move it made was earth-shattering. Its pair of long elephant trunks were even more majestic. They were like the Milky Way, dancing non-stop. The one fighting with it was a 2-meter-long winged panther. Although the winged panther was very small compared to the white jade elephant, no one dared to underestimate it. Because its aura was abnormally strong, even stronger than the white jade elephant. Behind the winged panther, there was a pair of 1-meter-long blue wings. There was a blue aura flowing on it, emitting a mysterious aura. With a flap of its wings, the winged panther quickly rushed toward the white jade elephant. Its speed shocked Lin Xian. Suddenly, another great battle broke out. Lin Xian's eyes darted about as he quickly searched the area. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. Under a giant tree nearby, there was a fist-sized golden mushroom. This should be the reason why the two beasts were fighting. At this moment, the girl in the black dress also saw the fist-sized golden mushroom and exclaimed. It is said that the golden mushroom is a sacred medicine for body refinement. It can greatly enhance one's physique and strengthen a martial artist's defense. This golden mushroom is at least a 2,000-year-old fire monkey. If consumed, it will definitely make a qualitative leap in one's body. No wonder the two 9th-ranked beasts are so crazy. Not to mention them, even venerables in the outside world would be tempted if they saw the golden mushroom. The girl in the black dress sighed. With her status, she was not fated to have such a treasure. Moreover, even if his identity was free, he wouldn't dare to go. This was because the two demonic beasts fighting before her both had the strength of a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator. A casual attack from them could tear her apart. Could it be that you want to take action? The girl in the black dress asked in a low voice. Then, she felt a little excited. If Lin Xian was killed by the two demonic beasts midway, that would be great. This way, she would be able to regain her freedom and return to the sect. Lin Xian nodded, then warned, "Don't move around. Just stay there obediently." Then, he patted the little white monkey and prepared to find an opportunity to attack. However, at this moment, the air in front of him fluctuated again. The battle situation had changed. A half-meter-long demon beast suddenly rushed out, rushing towards the golden spirit mushroom. That little beast was extremely peculiar. Its entire body was green, and the scales all over its body were like small swords that stood upright. At this moment, it was like a sword ray. Its speed was extremely fast. Seeing that someone was secretly making a move, the two demonic beasts roared furiously and pounced with all their might. At this moment, the girl in a black dress was shocked once more. Soulsword beast. Soulsword beast? Lin Xian was also stunned. This little thing was a soulsword beast. He carefully sensed and indeed felt a sharp sword intent in the little beast's body. It's very powerful. It's comparable to a greater success sword intent. As expected of a soulsword beast. It's so small, but it has such a sharp sword intent. Lin Xian patted the little white monkey and asked it to pick the golden spirit mushroom, while he ran towards the soulsword beast. The soulsword beast was extremely strange. It was a beast that everyone wanted to find. Now that he had seen it, how could he miss it? Lin Xian and a little white monkey turned into two streaks of lightning and attacked quickly. In an instant, the little white monkey arrived in front of the golden spirit mushroom and covered it with its shabby little bowl. Immediately, the Soulsword Beast and the other two demonic beasts went crazy. Especially the Soulsword Beast. At this moment, it was the closest to the golden spirit mushroom, but the little white monkey was one step ahead of it. Roar! It was so angry that it roared. Its body emitted a dazzling light, and countless sword rays shot in all directions. The sword chi was so terrifying that it pierced through the void. However, the little white monkey was too fast. It held the shabby little bull and grinned at the Soulsword Beast. Then, it turned into a streak of white light and shuttled back and forth among the sword rays. Lin Xian also activated his sword chi. It twisted in the air and formed into sword threads that shrouded the Soulsword Beast. Sword silk. Bam! The Soulsword Beast was enraged. It activated its sword rays again. The two sword chi collided in the air like two metals hitting each other. However, Lin Xian was determined to catch the Soulsword Beast. Therefore, he quickly used the Sword of Devouring to devour the sword rays. At the same time, the black dragon flame in his hand danced and formed a large black net that covered the Soulsword Beast. The Soulsword Beast was shocked when the sword rays were absorbed. It immediately turned around and ran. A streak of light flashed across the void. It was so fast that it disappeared into the forest in an instant. Lin Xian wanted to chase after it, but he realized that the white jade giant elephant and the blue-winged divine leopard were already pouncing on him. Terrifying demonic aura filled the air and wanted to tear him apart. "Let's go!" Lin Xian shouted. He fled into the distance. With his current strength, he was still unable to compete with these two demonic beasts. Hearing Lin Yuxuan's order, the girl in the black dress did not hesitate and quickly fled. Behind her, the two demonic beasts roared into the sky. The white jade giant elephant's long trunk sucked in all the spirit chi within a kilometer radius. A huge energy ball quickly formed. A terrifying aura came from behind. The air was turbulent and trembling. The energy ball grew bigger and bigger until it was the size of a small house. Boom! The white jade giant elephant's trunk suddenly shrank. The energy ball quickly exploded and a white beam of light as thick as a mountain shot out. Everywhere it passed, trees and rocks were all shattered. Not good. Lin Xian sensed the terrifying energy behind him. He increased his speed to the maximum. Beside him, the girl in the black dress was so scared that her face turned pale. With her cultivation at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, she could not dodge this attack. At the critical moment, a strong hand grabbed her and quickly brought her away. Whoosh! Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred. The aftermath of the energy spread out rapidly. Lin Xian took the girl in the black dress and flew away like a sword beam. This explosion was very shocking. It alarmed all the martial artists nearby. Instantly, countless soul perception probed out at high speed. There were also many people who moved. Usually, when such a huge explosion occurred, something big would happen. However, before they could get close, they saw a dazzling sword ray flying out from the explosion. Someone's there? Let's go take a look. Three martial artists at the early stage of the spirit detection realm moved and chased after the sword beam. Roar! At this moment, another angry roar came from behind them. A terrifying blue light flashed like blue lightning. One could vaguely see that it was a divine leopard with blue wings on its back. The pair of blue wings streaked across the sky and enveloped the three martial artists at the early stage of the spirit detection realm. Puff! 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 The three martial artists at the early stage of the spirit detection realm stiffened and then split in half. Inside the hidden cave, the girl in the black dress sat on the ground and let out a sigh of relief. Thinking about what had just happened, she felt a wave of fear. That terrifying energy beam and the blue-winged divine leopard could have killed her countless times over. However, she still survived. Of course, she had to thank the youth beside her. Lin Xian's face was also a bit pale. After all, it was not easy to escape from a demonic beast with the strength of a middle-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator. If not for his status as an Earth realm cultivator, he would have been seriously injured and on the verge of death. However, it was worth it to take such a big risk. Because he had obtained the golden spirit mushroom. With this sacred medicine, his golden lightning body would be able to take another step forward. At that time, with his defense, he would not need to fear a middle-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator. He turned around and said to the girl in the black dress, "Go out and protect me. Remember, don't play any tricks." Then, he released the little white monkey to protect him. The girl in the black dress walked out of the cave with a heavy heart and sat on a nearby rock. She rested her chin on her hands and struggled internally. There was no need to think. Lin Xian was definitely going to use the golden spirit mushroom. Once he started to refine it, he would definitely go all out and would not be able to pay attention to the outside world. This was the best time for her to escape. However, if she failed or was caught again, death would await her. The girl in the black dress struggled internally for a long time. In the end, she gritted her teeth and decided to go all out. She did not want to be Lin Xian's slave forever. However, before she could move, the palm-sized little white monkey had already jumped onto her shoulder. The shiny dagger in its hand swayed back and forth in front of her eyes. The terrifying cold light caused ripples to appear in the air. The girl in the black dress stiffened and immediately gave up on the idea of escaping. That dagger made her heart skip a beat. Furthermore, she had also witnessed the little white monkey's terrifying speed, which was even faster than Lin Xian's. In front of this speed, she had no chance of escaping. The girl in the black dress squeezed out an ugly smile and then sat down on the rock with a disappointed expression. "Do I have to be controlled by this little thief for the rest of my life?" She was unwilling. The reason Lin Xian hadn't killed her yet was because she had the ability to track and counter-track. If Lin Xian didn't need this ability in the future, he would probably kill her immediately. The girl in the black dress looked at the snow-white monkey, and a thought suddenly occurred to her. This little monkey is also a demonic beast. If I can tame it, wouldn't I be able to regain my freedom immediately? When he thought of this, hope rose in his heart once again. Her tracking ability was very strong, but it was all with the help of various mystical beasts, so strictly speaking, she was a beast tamer. She was an expert in beast taming. Even if it was a strange demonic beast like the little snow-white monkey, she had confidence in it. Thus, she began to try to tame the little white monkey. However, what surprised her was that this little white monkey didn't look like a demonic beast at all. It looked more like a cunning human. There were a few times when she thought that she had already tamed the little monkey, but in the end, she was always played by the little monkey. In the end, she almost had a nervous breakdown. The girl in the black dress simply gave up and obediently stayed there. On the fifth day, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly came out of the cave, and a golden light rippled out. The girl in the black dress suddenly turned around and stood up nervously. She only saw a flash of light, and a golden figure appeared, like a golden god of war. Every move of his brought with it an astonishing pressure. Then, the golden light dissipated, and the figure of the handsome young man appeared again. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. He spent 5 days to completely absorb and refine the golden spirit mushroom, increasing the power of the golden thunder body to another level. Now he could already contend with the attack of a martial artist in the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. The little snow-white monkey jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder. It began to babble and make gestures. From time to time, it would give pointers to the girl in the black dress. The girl in the black dress trembled. There was a bad feeling in her heart. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lin Xian's slightly cold eyes looked at her. I. The girl in the black dress nervously held her small hands, not knowing what to say. Okay, let's quickly find the disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. Lin Xian was not angry. He had just broken through the golden thunder body and was in a good mood, so naturally he would not bicker with the girl in the black dress. And he needed her tracking ability. Okay. The girl in the black dress breathed a sigh of relief and quickly used her tracking ability to find the disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. Half a day later, Lin Xian and the little monkey came to a mountain stream. He and the girl in the black dress hid in the dense forest, looking ahead. In the distance, 2 figures were running, as if they were looking for something. These 2 people wore colorful robes and were about 20 years old. Their auras were strong, and their cultivation was at the early stage of the spirit detecting realm. Lin Xian carefully checked and found that there were no other martial artists around except for the 2 of them. Then he left the little monkey to look after the girl in the black dress, and his body flew out like a shadow. In the distant mountain stream, the two young men were searching and chatting. Life is getting harder and harder. It was already troublesome enough to find the soul sword beast, and now we have to find the mysterious swordsman. Humph, no matter if we can find the soul sword beast or not, we must find the mysterious swordsman. Damn it, I have to work so hard. When I catch him, I will torture him. Don't worry, I will make him suffer. The two of them were obviously very dissatisfied. At this moment, a sword light burst out. Blood splashed, and a head flew up. The martial artist on the left fell down. Who is it? You are courting death. How dare you kill a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace? The martial artist on the right shouted angrily, and at the same time, he quickly fled into the distance. He and the dead disciple were about the same strength. If the other party could kill his companion in one move, then he could also kill him in one move. However, in the next moment, he suddenly stopped. Because a figure in front of him blocked his way. You, who are you? How dare you kill a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace? Are you not afraid of death? If I don't kill you, will you let me go? Lin Xian sneered. You are the mysterious swordsman. The cultivator suddenly came to his senses and screamed. He instantly sent out a signal, but before it could rise, it was cut down by the sword. It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. We don't necessarily want to catch you, we can cooperate. If you can tell us the way to enter the Lost Land, we will definitely gain a lot of benefits. The martial artist began to tempt Lin Xian with benefits. Lin Xian smiled, and the murderous aura on his body became stronger. He did not believe that the Divine Bird Palace would be so kind as to share this huge benefit with him. Moreover, he and the Divine Bird Palace had an irreconcilable hatred. This was not known to the disciple of the Divine Bird Palace, but his intentions were not good. Seeing Lin Xian gradually approaching, he suddenly burst out, and a purple flame appeared on his palms, and suddenly blasted forward. The purple palm condensed and turned into a fierce light that blasted forward. Boom, as the palm fell, purple flames danced and blasted onto Lin Xian's body. Like a thunderclap, the void trembled and the surrounding spiritual energy roared. In the distance, the girl in the black dress covered her mouth with her small hands, not daring to make a sound. However, she was secretly delighted. If this terrifying force hit a vital point, Lin Xian would be seriously injured no matter how strong he was. At that time, she would be able to remove the restriction and regain her freedom. The disciple of the Divine Bird Palace also sneered, "Haha, little thief, let's see how you die." This palm was enough to injure a martial artist in the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. That kid's cultivation was obviously not in the spirit detecting realm, so he would definitely die. However, before he could finish his beautiful fantasy, a golden palm had already caught him. What? Impossible. The disciple of the Divine Bird Palace trembled and screamed. The figure in front of him was covered in golden light as if he was wearing golden armor. He was extraordinarily handsome. He was stunned. That palm had landed on Lin Xian's body without causing any damage. Impossible, how can his defense be so strong? The disciple of the Divine Bird Palace couldn't believe that Lin Xian, a little martial artist in the spirit transformation realm, had a defense stronger than a martial artist in the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. He wanted to escape, but he didn't have the chance. The sharp blade broke through his defense, shattering his inner armor and piercing into his chest. He struggled with all his might, but his strength was getting weaker and weaker. He wanted to tell his fellow disciples not to provoke this youth. However, he could only fall with endless unwillingness and fear. As expected of the golden spirit mushroom, it greatly increased my divine body's defense. Lin Xian was delighted. He was very satisfied with his current defense. His figure flickered and he instantly appeared beside the girl in the black dress like a ghost. The girl in the black dress was startled and suddenly stood up. She was extremely nervous. "Looking at you, you seem very disappointed," Lin Shui said with a hint of ridicule. No. The girl in the black dress quickly shook her head. "Okay, let's continue looking for the remaining disciples of the Divine Bird Palace." Just like that, with the help of the girl in the black dress, Lin Xian began to hunt down the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace who were alone. Soon, news of this matter spread. The warriors of the major forces were shocked and started to guess the origin of the mysterious swordsman. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace roared in anger and even issued a kill order. They were a 6-star sect, the kings of this region. No one had ever dared to challenge them. Even Deity Sword Villa and Moon Pavilion of the same level did not dare to do such a thing. However, a weak swordsman actually dared to repeatedly kill their martial artists. This was undoubtedly a challenge to their dignity. So this time, the Divine Bird Palace was furious. They gathered all the affiliated sects and launched a large-scale search. For a moment, the Lost Land was filled with undercurrents and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The huge projection in the sky appeared even more frequently, almost capturing Lin Xian's tracks a few times. Fortunately, Lin Xian was able to escape with the girl in the black dress anti-tracking ability. At the same time, the moon-embracing pavilion was also searching for Lin Xian. After all, the other party had killed several of their disciples, and the people of the moon-embracing pavilion suspected that Lin Xian was able to escape the pursuit of the Divine Bird Palace again and again. And this expert might be their fellow disciple, the girl in the black dress, Zhao Ziqi. The two major forces made a move at the same time, and for a moment, Lin Xian was in the teeth of the storm. Almost everyone knew that a mysterious young man had come to the Lost Land. He was ferocious and dared to attack a 6-star sect. However, Lin Xian did not attack at the moment. After several attacks, he successfully killed 5 disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. He got a lot of precious treasures from the storage ring. At this moment, he was lying in the green pool, enjoying the effects of the treasures around him. On the side, the snow-white monkey was also holding the best quality spirit fruit and eating happily. The girl in the black dress was angrily arranging the food and roasting the wild beasts. Damn thief, making me do this kind of work. Eat to death, eat to death. The girl in the black dress gritted her teeth and said. Even though she was angry, she did not dare to have any thoughts of running away. After following Lin Xian for a few days, she had witnessed Lin Xian's terrifying fighting strength. The Divine Bird Palace had a noble status, and their disciples were respected geniuses in the outside world. But in front of Lin Xian, they were like chickens and dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. The people of the Divine Bird Palace searched for a few days, but they did not find any trace of Lin Xian. They were all furious. At this moment, they received another important message. The people of the Divine Sword Villa seemed to have found a new ruin. This news shocked the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, and then they became ecstatic. There were many ancient ruins in the Lost Land, and there were many treasures in them. And this was a place that had never been found before, and there were even more treasures in it. Yi Linyun of the Divine Sword Villa. Jiao Moyan's expression was serious. Yi Linyun was the second genius of the Divine Sword Villa, and his cultivation had reached the late harmonious spirit realm. There was probably no one present who could contend against him, unless it was his 2 senior brothers. However, his 2 senior brothers were busy conquering other treasured lands, and they did not have time to come here. The 3 6-star sects that controlled the Lost Land had similar strength, but there was still a difference. Among them, the Divine Sword Villa was the strongest. Especially the terrifying sword essence and the cold sword technique. Every disciple of the deity Sword Villa attacked fiercely, decisively, and ruthlessly. Especially Yi Linyun, he only needed one move to kill. However, even though this genius was strong, he had a strange habit, and that was, he liked to be alone. Let's contact the Embracing Moon Pavilion and spread the news. I don't believe that Yi Linyun can fight against everyone. No matter what, we can't let the Divine Sword Villa take the treasured land for themselves. Under the lead of Senior Jiao, the people of the Divine Bird Palace began to move quickly. There was a strange ruin in the primitive forest. Most of the ancient ruins were damaged, but there was one that was still intact. The mottled city walls were filled with sword scars, and it was filled with the vicissitudes of history. The ancient city was huge, and it was hundreds of meters tall. It was like a small city, and it was very majestic. At this moment, there were several figures in front of the ancient city. His robes were as white as snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. His figure was tall and straight, like a pine tree. The young man carried an ancient sword on his back and stood in the void. Just like that, he waited quietly without emitting any aura, as if he had merged into the void. Whoosh! Whoosh, suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Countless rainbow-like rays of light quickly flew toward the giant city. In an instant, dozens of figures descended. The leader was none other than Dove Demonic Flame from the Divine Bird Palace. Yi Lin Yun. The group of people looked nervously at the white figure in front of him. No one dared to step forward, not even the Dove Demonic Flame. The young man in white with the ancient sword on his back also seemed to have sensed the people behind him. He turned his head slightly, his gaze like a sword, sweeping across the area behind him. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. The young man turned around with disdain in his eyes. These people were too weak. He stood there quietly, looking at the giant ancient city. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace below were also waiting anxiously. Not long after, another figure floated down. The moon-embracing pavilion's Xiaoji also came here. Other than that, there were even more people rushing over. At this moment, the giant ancient city emitted a desolate aura, as if it had come alive. The gate that was hundreds of meters tall slowly opened. Clear pond waterfall. Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Somehow, he felt that a long-dormant sword intent was awakening. As a swordsman, he trusted his intuition. So he decided to investigate. Originally, he wanted to rest for a few days before going to kill the Divine Bird Palace disciples. There were many treasures in the storage rings of the Divine Bird Palace disciples, more than enough for him to use. It would be much more efficient than searching for them himself. Not only could he kill his enemies, but he could also obtain treasures. This was a good thing, so Lin Xian was naturally happy. But now he wanted to put this matter aside. First of all, the Divine Bird Palace was wantonly hunting him down, and the long-sealed sword intent made him somewhat excited. His current Great Dragon Sword intent had reached 80% completion, and as long as he improved it, it would reach great accomplishment. So, he wouldn't miss anything related to sword intent. Calling the girl in the black dress, Lin Xian quickly set off in the direction he sensed. Lin Xian led the girl in the black dress through layers of forest, and saw a huge ancient ruin in front of him. There were many martial artists in the ruin, and a few of them made him feel a little apprehensive. Late-stage spirit detecting realm martial artists. Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that this place was really unusual for it to attract such people. He didn't go over, but wandered around nearby. Through the girl in the black dress, Lin Xian knew the identity of the dead. Most of them were disciples of 5-star sects, and there were many disciples of the 3 6-star sections. Among them, there were 7 or 8 disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. If Lin Xian went out at this time, he would definitely be besieged. The girl in the black dress also saw the disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion. She was excited, but soon calmed down. She couldn't act rashly at this time, or else Lin Xian could turn her into ashes with just a thought. There are so many people, do you still want to go? The girl in the black dress asked. Of course. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. As long as we change our appearance and presence, and I don't use my sword, they won't be able to find us. Hearing this, the girl in the black dress was speechless. This Lin Xian was simply too bold. He actually dared to appear in front of so many enemies. If they were accidentally exposed, the consequences would be very dangerous. After that, the two of them quietly knocked out the 2 disciples of the Golden Light sect and changed into their clothes. The Golden Light School was a 5-star sect and belonged to the moon-embracing pavilion. As his muscles and bones changed, Lin Xian's figure and appearance changed. He used to be a delicate and pretty boy, but now he had become a burly man. The girl in the black dress used a method to change their auras. Soon, the two of them completely changed their appearance. After reaching the spirit transformation realm, changing one's appearance was a small matter, but the most difficult thing to change was the fluctuation of one's aura. However, with a disguise expert like the girl in the black dress, it wasn't difficult for her to change her aura. Lin Xian straightened his clothes and swaggered towards the ancient ruins. There were indeed many martial artists coming and going, at least 100 of them, so no one paid attention to Lin Xian and the black-dressed girl. Standing in the crowd, Lin Xian paid close attention to his surroundings. After that, he understood the general situation. It turned out that this was a palace that had never been opened before. It was discovered by the people of the deity Sword Manor, and then the news spread. More and more people came here. These people gathered here and discussed animatedly. A few hot-tempered martial artists rushed over, but they were sent flying by a sword light at the entrance. The 3 martial artists rolled for over 1,000 meters before they finally stopped. Their armor had been split open, and their bodies were almost cut in half. The 3 of them were all early-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists, but they couldn't withstand the sword light at the entrance. As expected of an ancient ruin, even the entrance was so dangerous. Lin Xian was speechless. The others were even more shocked and worried, not knowing what to do. Lin Xian looked over, and then his gaze stopped on a snow-white swordsman. That person stood there alone. Although he didn't release any powerful aura, no one dared to get within 30 meters of him. So powerful, the sword intent is condensed and not released, and he can control it freely. Lin Xian nodded inwardly. This white-clothed youth was undoubtedly a peerless swordsman. In addition, he also saw the people of the deity bird palace. These people were surrounding a tall youth. The young man was 2 meters tall and his skin was tattooed with black veins. He also had a pair of black wings on his back. At this moment, they were attached to his back. Who is that? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. He is Moyan of the deity bird palace. His strength has reached the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and he is ranked 3rd among the disciples of the deity bird palace. Ranked 3rd? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He found that Moyan was the strongest among the disciples of the deity bird palace. Such a person is ranked 3rd, so there should be 2 martial artists stronger than him who haven't come yet. At this moment, he had a better understanding of the power of the deity bird palace. These people were far stronger than the geniuses of the Tiannan region. No wonder those 3 disciples of the deity bird palace were so arrogant. In addition to the white-clothed swordsman and Moyan, there was also a woman in purple who was equally eye-catching. The woman's black hair was like a waterfall, casually tied up with a strand of black hair. There was no expression on her beautiful face. Proud twin peaks, a slim waist, and a pair of long, slender legs that were faintly discernible in her dress. This was definitely a stunner that could make countless men go crazy. However, no one dared to be disrespectful to her. This was because the woman's cultivation was abnormally strong, and she had also reached the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Such a powerhouse could destroy a group of martial artists with a raise of her hand. Not long after, the white-clothed swordsman finally moved. His figure flickered, and he quickly ran toward the ancient palace. A brilliant sword chi shot out from his body, dazzling beyond compare. The sword light was dazzling, and man and sword became one. In an instant, he broke through the sword chi at the gate and successfully entered the palace. Seeing someone enter, the others couldn't remain calm. Especially Moyan of the deity bird palace and Yu Qingqing of the moon-embracing pavilion. The 2 of them also moved quickly. These 2 were both at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and their attacks were extremely fierce. They quickly led their fellow disciples into the ancient palace. It wasn't so easy for the others. Fortunately, there were many people left. If they worked together, they could still enter. Lin Xian mixed in with the crowd, and after a few attempts, he finally entered. There was a faint sense of oppression inside the palace. After Lin Xian entered, he immediately felt an invisible force fill the surroundings, causing the spirit power in his body to circulate much slower. How strange, it can actually suppress cultivation. Lin Xian was surprised. He found that the strength in the palace was only 2/3 of the outside world. However, he wasn't the only one like this. Everyone else who entered would have their strength suppressed by 1/3. After learning this news, Lin Xian revealed a smile. He had tested it and found that it was only the circulation of spirit power and the use of spirit power that was suppressed. Pure physical strength wouldn't be suppressed. Lin Xian's metal thunder body had just advanced. Not only was his body strong, but his strength was also terrifying. Even if he didn't use a sword art, it wouldn't be difficult for him to tear apart an early-stage spirit-detecting martial artist with his bare hands. This was the benefit of the metal thunder body. In fact, the metal thunder body was an ancient body refinement technique that was extremely powerful. One could tell how terrifying it was just from the large amount of lightning energy it required. You can steal the treasure, but you can't let anyone discover your identity. Don't even think about escaping. Lin Xian said to the girl in black dress beside him. He wouldn't stop the girl from stealing, but the prerequisite was that she didn't cause trouble for him. Lin Xian and the girl in black blended into the crowd and began to look around. The palace was very spacious and contained a lot of natural treasures. Through the little white monkey, Lin Xian found that there were treasures nearby. Some of them could make a spirit-detecting martial artist go crazy. In the corner of the wall, there were 2 black wooden barrels covered in cobwebs. Not only that, but the surroundings were also covered in dust. It was obvious that no one was paying attention to them. However, the little white monkey excitedly pointed at the black wooden barrel. Lin Xian quickly walked over and kicked the wooden barrel to pieces. Behind the wooden barrel, there was a small plant with 3 purple-black fruits. The fruits contained a lot of spirit energy. It was obvious that they were top-grade spirit fruits. Purple Bodhi. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't think that there would be such a top-grade spirit fruit in this corner. This purple Bodhi was very beneficial to spirit-detecting martial artists. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and quickly picked the 3 purple Bodhi fruits. He gave one to the little white monkey and put away the other 2. The girl in black was shocked. How did Lin Xian know that there were top-grade spirit fruits behind the barrel? It has to be said that her soul wasn't bad, but she had never sensed the existence of top-grade spirit fruits. Many martial artists nearby were shocked. Many of them had outstanding souls and hadn't sensed it either. Moreover, no one expected that there would be top-grade spirit fruits in such an inconspicuous place. Someone saw that Lin Xian was at the spirit transformation realm and sneered. If you know what's good for you, hand over the spirit fruit. If we're in a good mood, we might spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. 2 martial artists quickly walked over and blocked Lin Xian's path. It's actually the black and white swords. Both of them are at the early stage of the spirit-detecting realm. It is said that when the 2 of them work together, they can match a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Who is that person? I'm afraid he's going to be out of luck. He's going to spit out the spirit fruit he just got. Isn't that normal? In this world, the strong can decide everything. Did you hear that? Hand over the spiritual fruit obediently and we'll spare your life. Otherwise, both of you will die. The black and white swords exuded a terrifying sword aura that enveloped Lin Xian and the black-dressed girl. If it was in the past, Zhao Ziki would definitely be very nervous. However, ever since she had witnessed Lin Xian's strength, she wasn't worried at all. Therefore, she appeared very indifferent. The little white monkey stared at the worn-out bull with a mocking expression. I'll give you a chance. Scram, or don't blame me for being rude. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're courting death. The black and white swords were furious. When had they ever been looked down upon? Moreover, the other party was only a little spirit transformation realm martial artist. They pulled out their swords and the black and white sword auras intertwined in the air. They formed a sharp sword energy that suddenly descended. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Instead of retreating, he charged forward like a god of war and threw out a punch. A golden light flashed on his fist as if it was made of gold. It instantly shattered the sword energy. What? The black and white sword energy was shattered? Who is this brat? His physical body is so terrifying. It's over. The black and white swords have kicked an iron plate. Everyone discussed. The black and white swords were existences that could match a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. However, their sword energy had been shattered by a single punch. Lin Xian was very fast. After he threw out that punch, his body was like an afterimage as he arrived before the black and white swords. His golden palm danced and sent the white swordsman flying. The black swordsman was shocked. He knew he had misjudged. He pushed all the spirit energy in his body and quickly retreated. However, Lin Xian was even faster. He was like a shadow as he stuck close to the black swordsman. The golden palm landed and immediately turned the black swordsman's head into a pig's head. Blood and teeth flew everywhere. In an instant, the black and white swords were lying on the ground, moaning. Big brother, we were wrong. We were wrong. Please let us go. We won't dare to do it again. The black and white swords begged for mercy. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated. They looked at Lin Xian in horror. Too strong. Is this still the cultivation of a spirit transformation realm martial artist? He's so strong. He must be an expert. He must have hidden his strength. The surrounding martial artists quickly left. They didn't dare to target Lin Xian. Instead, they looked at the surrounding corners and began to imitate Lin Xian in searching for spirit fruits. Xiaoziki was also shocked. She knew that Lin Xian's sword arts were fierce and could instantly kill his enemies. However, she didn't expect his physical body to be so terrifying. Let's go. Lin Xian called out. He didn't feel any sense of accomplishment after defeating 2 early-stage spirit detection realm martial artists. The snow-white monkey bared its teeth and turned into a ray of white light. It quickly took the black and white swordsman's storage rings. Then Lin Xian and the snow-white monkey swept through everything. Every time they took action, they would find precious heavenly treasures. This made Xiaoziki dumbfounded. 1 or 2 times could be attributed to luck, but every time Lin Xian took action, he would find a great harvest. This wasn't something that could be explained by luck. Taking a deep breath, she threw away the distracting thoughts in her heart and began to use all her strength to search for opportunities. A crossroad appeared in front of them. Lin Xian didn't waste any time and rushed toward the right path. Xiaoziki followed closely behind. She was now certain that Lin Xian had some kind of secret technique that could help him search for heavenly treasures. On the right side of the path, there were stone statues that were 100 feet tall. These stone statues were wearing battle armor and holding shields and spears. They were very powerful. Lin Xian originally didn't have time to admire these stone statues, but the snow-white monkey told him that there was something extraordinary in one of the shields. He punched out and smashed the shield. Immediately, a piece of pitch-black withered wood fell out. What is this? Lin Xian was stunned. Even though he was very knowledgeable, he didn't know what this piece of black wood was. Just as he was about to ask Lord Alcohol, a cold voice came from behind him. Withered divine wood. It's the remnant of a 10,000-year-old spiritual wood. After a martial artist consumes it, their soul power will be enhanced. This is indeed a soul-type spiritual wood. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and quickly turned around. There was a group of people walking toward him from behind. At the front was a purple-clothed woman. She had a beautiful face and a proud figure. Yu Qingqing. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect to meet someone from the moon-embracing pavilion here. If the other party attacked, he probably wouldn't be able to resist in his current state. Unless he exposed his identity. Don't worry, I won't snatch it. There was a hint of pride in her voice. Of course, with her status, she naturally wouldn't snatch something from a spirit transformation realm martial artist. Seeing that you are disciples of the Golden Light sect, your luck isn't bad. Why don't you join our team? Yu Qingqing said. Hearing this, Xiaoziki's body trembled slightly, then she looked at Lin Xian. At that moment, she had the urge to shout for help, but she forcefully stopped herself. She knew that Lin Xian would definitely not be able to defeat senior sister Yu Qingqing, but if Lin Xian wanted to leave, these people might not be able to stop him. And no matter what happened to Lin Xian, the first to die would definitely be her. Therefore, she was very nervous and did not dare to reveal any flaws. Fortunately, the two of them disguised themselves very well and did not arouse Yu Qingqing's suspicion. Lin Xian's heart also moved. With his ability to find treasures, he would encounter other large factions sooner or later. At that time, it would probably cause a huge battle. It was better to follow the moon-embracing pavilion's team. This way, he could secretly search for treasures and avoid unnecessary trouble. Thinking of this, he revealed a trace of excitement and cupped his fists gratefully. Thank you, fairy. Lin Xian had already secretly handed the withered divine wood to Lord Alcohol. With Lord Alcohol's soul state, he needed soul-nourishing spirit herbs. Lin Xian and Xiaoziki both joined the moon-embracing pavilion's team. The group of people set off towards the depths of the palace. The distribution in the team was very simple. Whoever found it would get it. If it was a team, it would be distributed according to the corresponding contribution. There seems to be the aura of a demonic beast ahead, said a moon-embracing pavilion disciple. Let's go take a look. Xianxia made a decision. She waved her hand and led everyone forward. Not long after, a circular iron door appeared on the wall with ancient restrictions on it. This is a team operation. The items will be distributed according to one's contribution. So, if you have any abilities, don't hold back. Xianxia said. Other than the 6 moon-embracing pavilion disciples, the rest of the team were 5-star affiliated sections. Among them, there were many disciples who were proficient in array formations. Their eyes lit up as they quickly came to the iron door and began to break the restrictions. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He also had a certain level of research on array formations. However, he had no intention of making a move. Firstly, he did not want to expose too much of his strength. Secondly, he did not care about those contribution points. He had a special way to search for treasures. Soon, the restrictions were broken, and everyone worked together to open the black iron door. Boom, behind the iron door, a round hole appeared, and a dense demonic aura came from within. This demonic aura caused many people's expressions to change. Judging from the aura, most of them should be 8th or 9th rank demonic beasts. However, there were many people in the group. Moreover, there was a peerless genius like Xianxia leading the group. Therefore, the crowd was not very afraid. After some preparations, Xianxia led her people into the circular cave. There was a completely different world inside. It wasn't a regular house, but something similar to a cave. The deeper they went, the thicker the demonic aura became. Lin Xian followed the group. Suddenly, he frowned and secretly told Zhao Ziki to prepare her defenses. At this moment, Xianxia, who was at the front, gave an order, "Everyone, prepare your defenses. There are demonic beasts attacking." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and quickly activated their defenses. Sure enough, in the next moment, an overwhelming number of black shadows flew out from the inside of the cave and pounced on everyone. Lin Xian took a closer look and realized that the black shadows were all gigantic vampire bats. His eyes were scarlet red, and his body emitted a strong smell of blood. Those vampire bats all had the cultivation of a spirit transformation realm warrior. Although their cultivation wasn't very high, there were a lot of them. Attack! End the battle quickly. We can't be surrounded by them. Xianxia said in a deep voice. There were about 20 people in the group. At this moment, they all attacked. The momentum was very terrifying. In an instant, countless vampire bats were blown up and turned into a bloody mist. However, even more vampire bats flew out from the inside of the cave. They covered the sky and the earth as if there was no end to them. No, there are too many vampire bats. If only Ziki was here. She's proficient in beast taming. She would definitely be able to get rid of these bats quickly. The disciples of the Moon Pavilion sighed. Forget it, stop talking. Let's fight. Lin Xian blended into the crowd and easily slapped away the vampire bats beside him. He sent a voice transmission to Zhao Ziki. Do you have a way to get rid of these vampire bats? Zhao Ziki pondered for a moment, then replied, these are Dark Night vampire bats. They are demonic beasts left behind from ancient times. These demonic beasts are the craziest. They won't stop until they're full of blood. However, these Dark Night vampire bats also have an obvious characteristic, which is that they follow orders. If we can find the Bat King, we can definitely control them. There must be a Bat King in the depths of this cave. Understood, Lin Xian said. Then, he pretended to be scared and shouted, heavens, these ordinary bats are already at the spirit transformation realm. Wouldn't the leader in the depths be very strong? Why don't we retreat before we go too deep? As soon as he said that, many people looked at him with disdain. However, Xianxia seemed to have grasped something. Then, she said in a deep voice, hurry up and break out. There should be a leader like the Bat King inside. As long as we get rid of the Bat King leader, these ordinary bats should collapse on their own. This woman isn't stupid. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Zhao Ziki covered her little face as the corners of her mouth twitched. This guy could actually send messages like this. Yu Qingqing took the lead. Her palms danced, and the sharp wind from her palms struck down a group of vampire bats every time. With her late-stage spirit detection realm cultivation, dealing with these spirit transformation realm demonic beasts was very easy. It was like cutting vegetables. Apart from her, there were a few powerful mid-stage spirit detection realm cultivators following closely behind. They quickly killed their way into the cave. Not long after, an extremely anxious and angry roar came from the depths of the cave. The sound wave was like a tide, causing everyone's aura to churn. This sound wave made the attacking ordinary vampire bats extremely anxious. They stopped attacking Lin Xian and the others and flew back into the cave. Like a black tide, they quickly retreated. Let's go and help the fatally beautiful fairy. The rest of the team quickly followed. Xiao Xuanzi, pay attention to the ground around you. Lord Alcohol suddenly transmitted his voice. Lord Alcohol had been recuperating all this time. Now that he had reminded them, there must be something very important. Lin Xian circulated his soul power and probed the ground and the surrounding corners. At first, he didn't find anything, but after a long time, he noticed a slight difference. The battle just now was very intense. About 1,000 demonic beasts had died. Many of the bats exploded into a bloody mist, while some had their bodies split open. In short, corpses piled up everywhere. The blood had turned into a small river. However, through his soul power, Lin Xian discovered that the blood was seeping into the ground at a faster speed than normal. There's something underground absorbing the blood. Lin Xian was alarmed. If he hadn't guessed carefully, he wouldn't have discovered it. However, he couldn't be sure what it was. In any case, we have to be careful, Lord Alcohol exhorted. Lin Xian nodded. It seemed like he was still a little careless. He originally thought that it would be fine as long as he finished off the Bat Kings, but he didn't expect the greater danger to be underground. Then, he gradually slowed down and arrived at the back of the group. He flicked his finger and shot out wisps of black dragon flames, which were hidden in the surroundings for use at critical moments. After doing all that, he followed the group into the cave. When he arrived, the battle was already over. For a top prodigy like Yu Qingqing, killing the Bat King was still very fast. The Bat King's body was split in half and fell into a pool of blood. Yu Qingqing, on the other hand, was spotless like a fairy. It seemed that this battle didn't consume much of her strength. As expected of a top prodigy of a 6-star middle sect. She was indeed powerful. Lin Xian was speechless. Judging from the Bat King's aura, it was definitely at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. Coupled with the ancient beast bloodline, it should be able to easily kill martial artists of the same level. However, this huge Bat King had died in Yu Qingqing's hands. One could imagine how terrifying Yu Qingqing was. Lin Xian looked up. His gaze skipped over Yu Qingqing and landed on the 3 huge caves behind her. Behind the Bat King's corpse, there were 3 black caves. Lin Xian could sense the aura of spirit herbs and spirit fruits from inside. It should be the Dark Night Bat's belongings. However, at this moment, they had become everyone's spoils of war. Yu Qingqing stood in the center like a queen and quickly gave orders. Everyone took out everything and distributed it according to their performance. This was agreed upon beforehand, so no one had any objections. Zhao Ziki wiped the sweat off her forehead. She followed beside Lin Xian and was a little curious. Lin Xian didn't use much of his strength in the battle just now, so his battle achievements were very ordinary. If they were to distribute according to Yu Qingqing's plan, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to get much. Based on her understanding of Lin Xian, he definitely wouldn't give up the treasures so easily. He must have other reasons for doing so. Therefore, she secretly paid attention to Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian hid the little white monkey in his sleeve. He blended into the crowd and secretly released his soul power into his eyes. His eyes flashed and then returned to normal. However, Lin Xian could already sense the situation in the cave. He had to admit that there were quite a lot of things in the caves. There were about 12 things in each cave. Altogether, there were more than 40 spirit herbs. These spirit herbs and spirit fruits were extremely precious and couldn't be seen in the outside world. Even in the Lost Lands, it would take months to find everything. But now, he had obtained so many spiritual herbs through just one battle. It could be said that it was very worth it. Lin Xian quickly identified the spirit herbs and spirit fruits. He couldn't possibly take all of them. He couldn't even take most of them, as that would attract other people's attention. Therefore, he only chose the 2 best items in each cave. This way, he could ensure the greatest profit and avoid arousing suspicion. After choosing his target, Lin Xian gently patted the little white monkey in his sleeve. The latter grinned and fiddled with the small bowl in his hand. During this time, Xiaoziki kept a close eye on Lin Xian. At first, she didn't notice anything unusual about Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian swiped his finger across the storage belt on his waist. The process was very fast. Everyone was busy counting the spoils and didn't notice. Even Yu Qingqing didn't know. However, Xiaoziki kept a close eye on Lin Xian. Her soul power wasn't weak either. Therefore, even though Lin Xian was very fast, she still caught a trace of his aura. That's a supreme-grade spirit herb. And it's 3,000 years old. Xiaoziki was shocked. She didn't know where Lin Xian got it from. Could it be? She suddenly had a premonition. Then, her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Xian. Soon, she saw Lin Xian put the second supreme-grade spirit herb into his storage ring. This time, it was 5,000 years old. Xiaoziki's eyes widened. She almost exclaimed. Her heart was in turmoil. Lin Xian collected the supreme-grade spirit herb several times. Then, he turned around and smiled at Xiaoziki. Xiaoziki was afraid. She quickly lowered her head. However, she was very shocked. She saw clearly that Lin Xian had collected a total of 6 spirit herbs. Among them, he got a 5,000-year-old spirit herb. There was also a 4,000-year-old spirit herb. The rest were around 3,000 years old. At this time, all the spirit herbs in the 3 caves had been counted. There were more than 40 spirit herbs. 4 of them were 3,000 years old, more than 10 were 2,000 years old, and the rest were 1,000 years old and hundreds of years old. Although these spirit herbs were precious, none of them were more valuable than the spirit herbs in Lin Xian's hands. Xiaoziki was shocked. She was now sure that Lin Xian got his spirit herbs from the cave. As for how he did it, she still didn't know. After the distribution, Lin Xian only got a 5,000-year-old spirit herb. He didn't care about it. He had already taken the best spirit herbs in the cave. Especially the 5,000-year-old spirit herb. All the spirit herbs in the hands of Yu Qingqing and the rest didn't add up to that one spirit herb. However, Xiaoziki's face was bitter. She didn't play a big role in the battle just now. So, she only got an 8,000-year-old spirit herb. Lin Xian patted the little white monkey. The latter jumped onto Xiaoziki's shoulder. It bared its teeth and gestured. Xiaoziki was shocked. At first, she thought that Lin Xian was dissatisfied with her observation and wanted to teach her a lesson. However, she later found out that it wasn't like that. The little white monkey jumped around as if it was hinting at something. She looked at the little white monkey's paw and revealed a puzzled expression. You mean that there's something there? The little white monkey nodded and made a face. Then, Xiaoziki half believed and half doubted. She stood up and walked to a corner. She waved her hand and pierced through the mountain rock. Suddenly, a small part of the mountain collapsed, revealing the situation inside. There was a jasper plant with 2 sparkling and translucent fruits on it. Xiaoziki's actions attracted everyone's attention. When everyone saw the spirit fruits, they were all stunned. It was a 2,000-year-old spirit fruit. Xiaoziki was even more shocked. Her heart was in turmoil. She didn't expect the little white monkey to be so magical. It actually gave her a 2,000-year-old spirit fruit. Although it couldn't compare to the 3,000-year-old spirit fruits, it was enough for her. She was only at the peak of the spirit transformation stage. A 3,000-year-old spirit fruit was too wasteful. It would attract the attention of others. Seeing everyone's puzzled gazes, Xiaoziki smiled and spread her hands. It was just luck. You're too lucky. You and your wife are too lucky. It's really enviable. Lin Xian and Xiaoziki were stunned. Husband and wife, they were indeed disguised as a man and a woman from the Golden Light sect, but they didn't expect them to be husband and wife. Under everyone's envious gazes, Zhao Ziki quickly came to Lin Xian's side and said in a low voice, "Thank you." Right now, her feelings toward Lin Xian were very complicated. As a captive, she should hate Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't abuse her during this period of time. Instead, he gave her a 2,000-year-old spirit fruit. This made her a little confused. She didn't understand what Lin Xian was planning. "What are you thanking me for? You're my wife. This is what I should do." Lin Xian waved his hand and pulled Zhao Ziki into his arms. Zhao Ziki's body stiffened. She didn't know why Lin Xian would do such an intimate action in a public place. Soon, Lin Xian transmitted his voice. "Don't move. Yu Qingqing is watching us." Sure enough, Zhao Ziki felt two cold eyes staring at them. Their heaven-defying luck did attract Yu Qingqing's attention. However, after observing for a while, she didn't find any flaws, so she could only give up. "Okay, the items are distributed. Let's go to the next place," Yu Qingqing said. Everyone left happily, discussing their gains from just now. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He had a bad feeling about this. Everyone went back the way they came. Soon, the mountain walls on both sides broke open. Dozens of giant tentacles danced like demons. The cultivators in the group didn't expect there to be danger in the dark. Their vigilance was very low. Soon, cultivators screamed as they were pulled to the ground by the giant tentacles. "Not good, there are demonic beasts. Everyone, break out." Yu Qingqing's face was cold. She didn't sense this unknown threat and could only organize a temporary counterattack. However, the tentacle monster was clearly much stronger than the vampire bats. Ordinary early-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivators couldn't hurt the soft tentacles at all. Only Yu Qingqing could break through the defense of the giant tentacles. "Let's go. We'll save as many as we can." At this time, Yu Qingqing had no time to care about the others. She led the disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion forward. Puff puff puff, the other cultivators screamed and fled frantically. Two of the tentacles quickly rushed towards Lin Xian and Zhao Ziki. Zhao Ziki shouted and waved her hand, forming a huge palm of light that covered the sky and rushed towards the sky. However, when these palms hit the tentacles, they only made earth-shattering noises and did not hurt them at all. Lin Xian punched out. Golden light filled the sky and swept out in all directions. However, he was only able to blast the tentacles away. He was unable to break through its defense. What a strange tentacle. Lin Xian discovered that his terrifying strength had been diffused by the soft tentacle in a clever manner. Unless he used his sword intent to forcefully break it, he would not be able to injure the other party with just his physical strength. Fortunately, he had secretly laid down the black dragon flames. At this moment, he quickly activated the black dragon flames, forming black flames that burned fiercely. The black dragon's flames were abnormally terrifying. Those tentacles were set ablaze the moment they came into contact with the flames, twisting and evading them. Seeing this, everyone followed behind Lin Xian and broke out of the encirclement. Yu Qingqing led the disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion outside the stone door. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. That was close. We almost died inside just now. It's a pity for those affiliated sect martial artists. Forget it. The situation just now was urgent. Seeing your apprentice sister, you couldn't save them. Let's go. Several disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion wanted to leave this place. And at this time, the sound of breaking air came from the stone door again. One figure after another scurried out in a sorry state, panting heavily. Damn it, we finally escaped. I thought we were going to die inside. Everyone had a feeling of surviving a disaster. The disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion were stunned. With their strength, they were only able to escape with the help of Yu Qingqing. How did these people come out? Could it be that the monster bear retreated? Very soon, the disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion learned that a mysterious flame actually appeared in the cave and burned the monster away. Everyone was able to escape. Everyone was surprised but did not think too much about it. After all, the interior of this palace was very strange. Since a tentacle monster could appear, it was not strange for a flame to appear. However, Yu Qingqing frowned slightly. Her gaze swept over those disciples who escaped, seemingly thinking about something. In the depths of the palace, the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were fighting a giant monster beast. It was a minotaur monster with a body like a mountain. It held a giant bronze axe in its hand and swung it in all directions. The axe shadows were continuous and each strike had the power to kill a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. The people of the Divine Bird Palace did not dare to fight back and could only hide far away. Not only that, when their attacks hit the minotaur monster, they only created sparks but did not leave any substantial damage. What kind of monster is this? How can it be so strong? Senior apprentice brother Gio, what do we do? Do we still want to attack? Gio demonic flame's face sank. He did not think that this monster would be so difficult to deal with that they could not suppress it. However, he was unwilling to retreat at this time because there were several milky white crystals behind the minotaur monster. The dove demonic flame's gaze towards them was filled with intense heat. Hold on a little longer. Find a way to lure this beast away. While the Divine Bird Palace was attacking the giant minotaur monster, Xian and the others were also rushing over. After the destruction of the tentacle monster, there were only 11 people left in the team, which was almost half of what it was before. Xianxia took the lead and hid nearby, looking at the battlefield. Hey, it's the ancient demonic cow clan. He turned to everyone and said, this is an ancient demonic cow. It should be at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. You must be careful. Peak of the spirit-detecting realm. No wonder the people of the Divine Bird Palace could not take it down. The Divine Bird Palace is fighting so hard. They must have something good. Everyone watched excitedly. Lin Xian was also curious. He focused his soul power on his eyes and looked over. Soon, he found the white crystal. Essence of the earth. Then, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. When he had obtained the essence of the earth, its effect was simply heaven-defying. No matter how serious his injuries were, he could quickly recover. The essence of the earth's effect was even better. Not only could it instantly heal injuries, but it could also cleanse the body, allowing a martial artist's body to achieve another breakthrough. It had to be known that martial artists' cultivation was to constantly improve their bodies. During this process, there were some martial artists with powerful bloodlines who had an innate advantage. This was because they were born with extremely powerful physiques and bloodlines. If ordinary martial artists wanted to catch up with them, they would need to use heavenly treasures to cleanse their bodies, strengthen their bodies, and improve themselves. Moreover, the essence of the earth was also very tempting to martial artists with bloodlines because it had a certain probability of strengthening their bloodline power. Therefore, the essence of the earth was definitely a good thing. Not only Lin Xian, but everyone's hearts were burning. They wanted to rush up immediately. But they also knew that even the Divine Bird Palace could not solve it. Even if they went up, it would be useless. The huge gap between the spirit-detecting realm could not be made up by numbers. In this regard, Lin Xian was not worried. He had this little white monkey's treasure bowl, so he should be able to get the essence of the earth. However, he was only worried about what would happen after he got the essence of the earth. If he was targeted, then it would be troublesome, therefore, what he had to do was to make the scene even more chaotic. In this way, he could take action in the chaos and secretly take away the earth essence. Everyone's eyes were burning for the earth essence behind the ancient demon bowl. However, no one made a move. They silently watched the disciples of Divine Bird Palace fight with the ancient demon bull. Xianxia was even more focused, looking for the ancient demon bull's weakness and opportunity to attack. In contrast, Lin Xian was the calmest. At this time, a young man with a hooked nose suddenly turned his head and stared at the direction where Lin Xian and the others were hiding. Who is it? Come out! An angry roar exploded above the palace like thunder. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace were shocked and stopped fighting and withdrew from the battle. The people of Moon Pavilion were also surprised. They did not expect Divine Bird Palace to find them so quickly. That man is Wuji, the strongest tracker of Divine Bird Palace. Xiaoxia explained in a low voice. I see. Lin Xian suddenly understood. No wonder the other party could find their existence so easily. However, Xiaoxia was better in this regard. Because the people of Divine Bird Palace glanced at them and did not find Lin Xian and Xiaoxia's abnormalities. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be a fellow disciple of Moon Pavilion. "Since you're here, why don't you show yourself?" Jiumoyan snorted. "Nothing, I just don't want to disturb your battle," Yu Qingqing responded. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace looked at Yu Qingqing and the others with some hostility, but Jiumoyan seemed very relaxed. "Since you're here, why don't we work together?" With their current strength, it was impossible to lure the ancient demon bull away, let alone seize the earth essence behind. Jiumoyan walked out and began to discuss with Yu Qingqing. Then the two discussed and decided to work together. "Everyone, in addition to the earth essence liquid, there are also many treasures in the demon bull cave. Let's work together. When the time comes, Yu Xianxia and I will not take those treasures. We'll let you distribute them." Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. In front of Yu Qingqing and Jiumoyan, there was no chance for them to get a share of the earth essence. However, getting the treasures from the demonic ox cave in the morning was not bad. One had to know that the ancient demon ox was much stronger than the Bat King. The treasures in the Bat King's cave were already shocking enough. Presumably, the treasures in the ancient demon ox cave would be even more abundant. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts burned with passion. They rubbed their fists and prepared to fight. Seeing that they had roused everyone's emotions, Geodemonic Flame and Yu Qingqing nodded and led everyone to attack the ancient demonic bull once again. Clang, the ancient demonic bull swung its gigantic axe in all directions, causing the ground to tremble. That huge bronze battle axe seemed to weigh tens of thousands of kilograms. It was engraved with strange patterns and looked extremely mysterious. The ancient demonic bull was immensely powerful. It carried the bronze axe and swept it in all directions. An invisible pressure filled the entire space. Everyone collapsed and retreated. Many of the weaker martial artists were sent flying while vomiting blood. This scene was very shocking. Almost 40 spirit-detecting realm martial artists had surrounded an ancient demon beast, but more than half of them had been sent flying in the first move. Lin Xian blended into the crowd and only made a few symbolic attacks. He didn't go all out. He wanted to wait for a suitable opportunity. However, Geodemonic Flame and Yu Qingqing clearly didn't want to wait any longer. The two of them quickly attacked. An azure gold luster appeared on Yu Qingqing's palm. Rays of light were like tens of thousands of golden threads that hung down into the sky. Then, a terrifying gigantic hand that was comparable to a mountain enveloped the ancient demonic bull. The star-plucking hand was the ultimate technique of the moon-embracing pavilion. Many people exclaimed, their eyes filled with shock. The fatally beautiful fairy was determined to obtain the essence of the earth, so she took out her ultimate technique right from the start. The star-plucking hand was an earth-grade martial technique that was extremely terrifying. Legend had it that one could pluck real stars if they cultivated it to greater mastery. Although Yu Qingqing didn't have that kind of strength, its power was still very terrifying. The void was like a wave, trembling continuously from the azure gold palm as if it would split open at any time. The gigantic ancient demonic bull's body trembled as it was forced back by this move. It roared furiously, forming a visible sound wave that enveloped the front like a wave. With a furious roar, all directions were shattered. All the martial artists felt their chi and blood churning, and their spirit power couldn't circulate smoothly. Those who were at the early stage of the spirit-detecting realm felt their eardrums tremble, and blood flowed profusely. Lin Xian's body swayed as he pulled Zhao Ziki back to block the sound wave. He was extremely shocked. If he hadn't consumed the golden spirit mushroom and strengthened the golden thunder body, this sound wave would have split his body apart. As expected of an ancient demonic beast, it was indeed terrifying. Even Yu Qingqing had no choice but to dodge. However, she soon attacked again with a terrifying attack. Her purple robes fluttered as if a fairy had descended. At this moment, she formed a seal with her right hand, forming a green moon that blasted downward. On the other side, the dove demonic flame also moved. Purple flame spread around his body, forming a purple sea. The terrifying heat was extremely turbulent, burning the void until it was distorted. With a wave of his hand, rays of purple light shot out, interweaving into a flaming divine bird that pounced upward. The ancient demonic bull roared furiously as demonic aura surged from its body, forming a demonic fog that shrouded the surroundings. At the same time, it waved its gigantic battle axe rapidly. Ray after ray of axe light split space and time like buckets, rushing in all directions. Fortunately, the ancient palace was abnormally hard and could withstand such a terrifying attack. Otherwise, the entire ground would have sunken long ago. Even so, everyone couldn't withstand it and retreated one after another. Originally, they wanted to lure the ancient demonic bull away, but now it seemed impossible. However, the people of the moon-embracing pavilion and the divine bird palace were not idle. They quickly formed a set of arrays and attacked the ancient demonic bull with everyone's strength. Various rays of light danced in the air with terrifying momentum. The entire space was chaotic as everyone fell into a frenzied battle. Zhao Ziki followed Lin Xian closely and didn't dare to move. This kind of scene was not something a martial artist of the spirit transformation realm like her could resist. Fortunately, Lin Xian didn't go too deep. He quietly released the little white monkey and let it hide in the dark to quietly attack. After doing this, he followed everyone as if nothing had happened. The entire scene was extremely chaotic, and so far, no one had been able to break through to the back of the ancient demonic bull. Therefore, no one paid too much attention to the essence of the earth. After all, this kind of battle was extremely dangerous. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives on the spot. The little white monkey hid in the dark and quickly used the treasure bowl. Soon, it got all the essence of the earth. However, it didn't return immediately. Instead, it ran away according to Lin Xian's request. In the next moment, the ancient demonic bull noticed something unusual and suddenly became furious. Its huge eyes suddenly turned scarlet, and the demonic aura around it surged as if it was going to devour everything. It looked up to the sky and roared. The demonic aura on its body surged and burned fiercely like a flame. A tyrannical force swept out in all directions. Boom! At this moment, everyone was sent flying by this force, including Yu Qingqing and Zhou Moyan. What's going on? Why did the demonic bull suddenly go crazy? It's too terrifying. Let's retreat. Everyone was terrified. Yu Qingqing and Zhou Moyan's hearts skipped a beat. They both looked behind the ancient demonic bull at the same time. This is bad. The earth essence behind the ancient demon bull had disappeared, not even a single piece was left. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Yu Qingqing and Zhou Demonic Flame also couldn't believe it. The two of them were late-stage spirit detecting realm experts and could be considered peak existences in the lost place. However, the two of them didn't know how the earth essence disappeared. Although they hadn't been paying attention, it was still impossible for someone to pass by them. This is bad, I'm afraid we've worked for someone else. Zhou Demonic Flame's expression was very ugly. During the battle just now, the ancient demon bull had become a bit irritable. Originally, they thought it was because of the frequent attacks, but now it seemed that the ancient demon bull had already noticed something. It was just being held back by them and couldn't split itself. But who was it that was able to steal the earth essence from us? Yu Qingqing's expression was cold. She didn't believe that someone could be so powerful. Although the two of them were confused and angry, they didn't delay because the ancient demon bull had already gone completely berserk. Waves of terrifying demonic chi filled the sky and forced everyone back. At this moment, the space became extremely chaotic. No one could stop the ancient demon bull's rampage. The ancient demon bull's rampage caused the entire area to fall into panic. However, it seemed to be concerned about the cave behind it and didn't chase after them. It just crazily destroyed the surroundings. The people from the Divine Bird Palace and the Moon-reaching Pavilion retreated to a safe area with fearful expressions. The battle just now had caused many people to be injured. Even Yu Qingqing and Zhou Demonic Flame had consumed a lot of energy. However, their efforts had all gone to someone else's benefit. Damn it, who was it? If I find out who did it, I won't let them off. Zhou Demonic Flame's expression was ferocious as the purple flames on his body jumped. He was indeed angry. As the third-ranked genius of the Divine Bird Palace, no one had ever dared to play with him, let alone steal his treasures. But now, the earth essence he had his eyes on had disappeared right under his nose. The most infuriating thing was that he didn't even know who had stolen it. Yu Qingqing was also depressed. She had originally wanted to use the earth essence to strengthen her body and improve her cultivation. However, after fighting for so long, she hadn't even seen a speck of it. The others were also shocked and began to discuss. Zhao Ziki looked at Lin Xian, and her heart was in turmoil. She didn't need to think to know that it was this guy's doing. She was becoming more and more curious about Lin Xian's identity. Just what kind of person was able to quietly snatch a heavenly treasure from the hands of two six-star sects? Lin Xian's face was expressionless, but his heart was bursting with joy. The essence of the earth was enough for him to complete a transformation. Moreover, throughout the entire process, he did not expend a single bit of energy. He had effortlessly put away this heavenly treasure that would make anyone's eyes red with envy. Moreover, no one had noticed. This feeling was simply too great. Yu Qingqing scanned the crowd. When she saw Lin Xian, she was stunned for a moment. She frowned slightly. Seeing Lin Xian's neat clothes, she felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Feeling Yu Qingqing's gaze, Lin Xian was on high alert, but he still appeared very calm. At this time, another shocking aura came from the depths of the palace. That aura was like a flood, like a vast ocean, rolling over, making one's heart tremble. So terrifying. What kind of aura is that? Everyone was shocked and stood up one after another. Yu Qingqing and Geodemonic Flame also looked solemn as they looked into the distance. Lin Xian was even more shocked. He felt that a sword intent was awakening. Let's go and take a look. Many people moved, and Lin Xian followed behind. Now that he had obtained the treasure, he did not want to mingle with the crowd. In front of them, the aura became stronger and stronger, as if it was going to envelop the entire palace. At the same time, a shocking sword intent rushed up to fight against the monstrous aura. Yi Linyun. Feeling the sword intent, Yu Qingqing and Geodemonic Flame's expressions changed at the same time. Then, the two of them turned into flowing light and quickly left. The others were also shocked and sped up. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xian and Zhao Ziki quietly left the group. No one noticed this process. Wuji Lin Xian brought Zhao Ziki to a corner. A snow-white monkey jumped out with a small worn-out bowl on its head. Inside the bowl was the sparkling and translucent earth essence. Lin Xian was overjoyed and gave some to the snow-white monkey. Then, he put away the majority of the earth essence. Zhao Ziki was shocked. Although she had long guessed it, seeing Lin Xian obtain all the earth essence with her own eyes was still very shocking. Now was not a good time to consume it, so Lin Xian decided to consume it after leaving the palace. Then, he and Zhao Ziki took action. The two of them changed their appearance and aura again. This time, they did not deliberately disguise as anyone. Lin Xian's appearance was somewhat cold this time. His sharp face was full of determination. Taking a deep breath, the two of them ran toward the aura fluctuation. This aura was too strong, attracting the attention of all the martial artists in the entire palace. For a time, all the martial artists who came in all ran in that direction. Lin Xian brought Zhao Ziki and quickly arrived at the source of the aura. Many martial artists gathered ahead. Among them, Yu Qingqing, Geodemonic Flame, and the rest were all there. At the forefront, there was a white figure. He was dressed in white and carried an ancient sword on his back. It was deity sword Village Linyun. At this moment, he was completely different from his previous calm and indifferent self. He was like a peerless divine sword, extremely sharp. A terrifying sword essence permeated the air, causing his surroundings to become extremely dangerous. Everywhere was filled with sword essence. Great success sword essence. Lin Xian exclaimed. He saw great success sword essence again. Moreover, this sword essence was far more skillful than Zhou Jianying's. It must have been in the great success realm for a long time. In front of them, there was an exquisite pagoda. It was emitting light like an immortal treasure. Rays of light hung down. They were crystal clear and made it look extremely mysterious. Everyone was excited. Everyone knew that there must be an incredible treasure inside. However, no one dared to go forward because Yi Linyun was in front. However, Yi Linyun had no intention of attacking. He just stood there cautiously. Finally, someone could not hold back anymore. A thin and tall youth ran out. He turned into a bolt of lightning and flashed past quickly. However, when he was about 10 feet away from the sharp pagoda, there was a fluctuation at the entrance. It was like a sword wave that rushed over fiercely. Puff, that person was hit and retreated while vomiting blood. As expected, it was not so easy to enter. Of course, there were also people who did not believe it. They tried one after another, but they were all injured and flew back. Xianxia frowned. She looked at the scene in front of her, and the doubt in her heart grew. Suddenly, her heart trembled. She finally understood. She knew what she had overlooked. Oh no, we've been tricked. Xianxia suddenly turned her head. Her gaze was like lightning as she scanned the back. This gaze carried the pressure of a late-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator, causing many people to tremble. Senior Sister Yu, what's wrong? The disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion were puzzled. They did not know what could make Senior Sister Yu so angry. The disciples of the moon pavilion were terrified. They didn't know what could make Xianxia so shocked. Xianxia's eyes were like lightning as she scanned the surroundings with a terrifying pressure. Then, she frowned even more because she couldn't find the person she was looking for. Senior Sister Yu, who are you looking for? A disciple asked. Where are the two martial artists from the Golden Light sect? Did any of you see them? Hearing this, the surrounding disciples were stunned. They looked around and found that the two disciples from the Golden Light sect were indeed gone. I don't know. Maybe there's something else. Everyone guessed that not everyone was willing to come to such a dangerous place. Send someone to find those two. We must find them. Senior Sister, what's wrong? Why are you looking for those two? The disciples of the Moon Pavilion were even more confused. I suspect that those two are related to the disappearance of the Earth Essence. What? That's impossible. Everyone was shocked. Those two are only in the spirit transformation realm. How could they steal the Earth Essence? Spirit transformation realm? Xianxia's voice was cold. Did you notice anything different about them? Different? Many people were silent and tried to recall, but they couldn't remember what was different. I observed them before, especially that man. His clothes were too neat. Neat? You still don't understand? In the battle with the ancient demonic bull, which one of you wasn't injured? Which one of you wasn't injured? Yet the two spirit transformation realm martial artists were completely unharmed. Even their clothes weren't damaged. Isn't that obvious? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and suddenly realized something. That's right. Even people as strong as them were injured by the sound waves and demonic aura. However, the two spirit transformation realm martial artists were completely unharmed. What did this mean? The two of them must have hidden their strength. Thinking of this, everyone felt a lingering fear. There were such hidden peerless experts beside them. The Golden Light sect is so bold to arrange such experts beside us. Do you think it's the Golden Light sect? With their methods, they definitely aren't from the Golden Light sect. The two of them might have left the palace by now. Then what should we do? Send some people to search. The others stay here and wait for the opportunity. Xianxia sighed. She did not have high hopes of finding those two. After all, no matter who obtained a heaven-defying treasure like the quintessence of the earth, they would definitely hide and attempt to break through. Lin Xian stood in the crowd and laughed in his heart. It was a little too late for these people to react now. However, the fact that the woman was able to tell whether he was faking it or not from the neatness of his clothes was beyond his expectations. However, Xianxia's final judgment was wrong. Lin Xian did not leave. Instead, he returned to their side. This time, Lin Xian wasn't with Zhao Ziki, but acted alone. Because this time, there would probably be a big battle. If he brought Zhao Ziki with him, it would definitely be very troublesome. Moreover, he wasn't worried about Zhao Ziki betraying him, because as long as he willed it, he could trigger the Black Dragon flames. Currently, there was no one in the Lost Lands who could dispel the Black Dragon flames. In front of him, the Linglong Pagoda shone brightly, sending down thousands of rays of multicolored light. Bang! 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 Suddenly, waves of fluctuations came from the exquisite pagoda. It was like the sound of a war drum, with a strange rhythm. The fluctuations were small at first, but it quickly spread and became bigger. Finally, the entire space trembled with the rhythm. Everyone's hearts trembled and their faces turned pale. They felt that the rhythm seemed to have a magical power. It was as if a pair of big feet were stepping on their hearts, causing their hearts to beat with the rhythm. Puff, some of the weaker ones were sent flying while vomiting blood. The surrounding martial artists retreated in fear. Only a small portion of them could withstand it. Most of them were from 6-star sects, but there were also a few top-notch martial artists from 5-star sections. They resisted the strange rhythm with all their might. Among them, Yi Linyun stood at the front. He activated his greater success sword essence and a terrifying sword chi swept out in all directions. When the sword essence appeared, the clouds in all directions moved. The sharp sword chi cut everything in front of it apart. Then, he held his long sword and walked toward the exquisite pagoda. Yu Qingqing and Geodemonic Flame were not willing to fall behind. The moon behind Yu Qingqing was hazy. She stood in the sky and emitted rays of light. The hazy moonlight blocked the mysterious rhythm outside her body. Purple flames danced around Geodemonic Flame like a sea of purple flames that burned everything. The three of them slowly walked toward the exquisite pagoda. Other than them, the others also used their own methods to move forward. Among them, a cold-looking man was the strongest. He walked as if he was taking a stroll and quickly walked toward the exquisite pagoda. His speed was even faster than Yi Linyun's group. Who is that person? He's so terrifying that he can resist that terrifying rhythm? I've never seen him before, but why do I feel that he's more relaxed than Yi Linyun's group? No way, when did such a peerless expert appear in the Lost Lands? Yu Qingqing looked back at the cold-looking young man and frowned. She shouted, "Stop him!" Ever since she suffered a loss, she was extremely sensitive to unfamiliar experts. Now was a special time, so she decisively gave the order to attack. Go back. A moon-embracing pagoda disciple attacked. That person's cultivation was at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm and could be said to be very powerful. The cold-looking young man was naturally Lin Xian. When he saw the moon-embracing pagoda disciple attack, a cold smile appeared on his face. He punched out and the terrifying force caused the surrounding air to condense again. Boom, the moon-embracing pagoda disciple's bright moon palm shattered and turned into specks of light. Then his body was also sent flying by the violent force. What, he was sent flying with one punch? Everyone was shocked and their jaws dropped. That's a martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, but he was defeated with one punch. Is that man a martial artist at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm? Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian was very satisfied that he had shocked everyone with one punch. However, he knew that under normal circumstances, he would not be able to send his opponent flying with one punch. But now it was different. The terrifying fluctuations from the exquisite pagoda had a strong suppressive effect on martial artists. That martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm could only use half of his strength. But he was different. He had the devouring sword and could absorb the terrifying fluctuations around him. His strength was not affected at all, so he could send his opponent flying with one punch. Those people did not know this, so they were shocked when they saw this scene. You guys go too. Geodemonic Flame also said. He did not want to have another competitor. Suddenly, two disciples of the Divine Bird Palace walked out, their bodies filled with killing intent. One of them shot out purple flames. The purple flames in the sky condensed into a flaming divine bird that was dozens of feet long and circled around him. The other person was surrounded by lightning. The lightning in the sky condensed into a ferocious thunder beast, its pressure overwhelming. The two huge beasts were dozens of feet tall, completely condensed from spiritual power. They exuded a terrifying aura, like real ancient monsters. Die, kid. The two of them grinned and rushed over quickly. The purple flame divine bird shook and formed a huge claw. It quickly attacked and grabbed Lin Xian. In an instant, the void was crushed. Purple flames jumped and burned in all directions. Beside him, the huge lightning ferocious beast roared ferociously as it charged over with an endless sea of lightning. The two of them joined forces, creating a terrifying scene. Lin Xian snorted. His aura rose quickly. His whole person became extremely fierce, exuding a terrifying aura. Streaks of golden lightning circled around his body. Countless golden lightning halos trembled, making him look like the god of thunder. With one step, the whole space trembled. His hands danced, and thunder halos danced in the sky, forming thunder and lightning blades that pierced through the void. The terrifying thunder and lightning roared and shattered the surroundings. The golden thunder and lightning were extremely violent, far surpassing the thunder and lightning of the disciples of the divine bird palace. In an instant, the thunder beast formed by the thunder sea trembled and stopped roaring. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. The disciples of the divine bird palace were even more shocked. The thunder and lightning they used came from the three-headed crimson blood bird. The thunder and lightning passed down was extremely violent. It was not something that ordinary thunder and lightning could resist. However, the golden thunder and lightning released by the cold-looking man in front of them was too strange. It was able to suppress their thunder and lightning attribute. This had never happened before. Who is that person? Why does he have such a terrifying thunder and lightning power? I don't know. This person must be captured. Otherwise, he will be a great enemy of the divine bird palace. The thunder beast formed by the thunder sea was stunned, but the divine bird formed by purple flames still rushed over. It stretched out its claws and tore through the void. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Xian. Humph, destroy. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his arms. Golden thunder and lightning jumped and intertwined to form a golden thunder blade, exuding a violent aura. With one strike, the whole space seemed to be split open. Endless waves of air surged. The purple divine bird was the first to bear the brunt. Its claws were shattered under the golden thunder blade, and then its whole body was split in half. The purple flames were scattered all over the ground, and the violent energy shockwaves were still raging in the air. Lin Xian withdrew his attack and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking around disdainfully. The surroundings were silent. Everyone looked ahead in fear, not daring to speak. It was too powerful. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace made a strong move, but the other side countered it with an even stronger method, which shocked everyone. Those sharp eyes, the violent lightning, and the imposing manner of looking down on everything were deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. This person was definitely a terrifying existence, perhaps only Yi Linyun and the others could defeat him. After defeating the two disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, Lin Xian once again walked towards the Linglong Pavilion. Geodemonic Flame's expression was gloomy. He stared coldly at Lin Xian, wanting to pierce through him. Boy, how dare you hurt a disciple of my Divine Bird Palace? No one in the world can save you. His voice was filled with killing intent as purple flames danced around his body. You were the ones who provoked me first. If I didn't retaliate, would I have been forced to take a beating? Are you crazy? Lin Xian sneered. Could it be that only your Divine Bird Palace is allowed to attack, and I am not allowed to fight back? You're courting death. How dare you speak to senior brother Joe like that? Kowtow and apologize, or no one can save you. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace angrily shouted. Boy, no matter what you say, you must die today. No one can reward a disciple of my Divine Bird Palace. The purple flames on Geodemonic Flame's body were monstrous, like a demon god. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered, it seems like you're really used to being arrogant. Don't think that everyone in the world will let you go. Boy, you're too arrogant. Die for me. Geodemonic Flame's body released a dazzling light that burned like a divine flame. He stretched out his hand, and the purple flames danced, forming a giant claw that covered the sky. Geodemonic Flame was worthy of being a late-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist. His strength was extremely powerful, and even though his cultivation was suppressed by the Linglong Pavilion, his violent power was not something a mid-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist could compare to. In an instant, the purple flames clawed at Lin Xian, and the flames danced as if they wanted to burn him to ashes. Heh, I thought it was someone powerful, but it turns out it's only SOSO. That's right, obediently let yourself be burned to ashes. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace sneered. Lin Xian's expression was indifferent. The golden lightning patterns on his body flashed, forming a ring of lightning that constantly vibrated and pushed back the purple demonic claw. Then, Lin Xian punched out, directly hitting the purple demonic claw and sending it flying. The power of this punch was terrifying, and it caused the entire space to tremble. The shockwave of energy swept out in all directions, causing everyone to retreat in shock. What? He got rid of it. This is impossible. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace screamed like crazy. He can actually compete with Geodemonic Flame? Everyone was stunned. Geodemonic Flame's face was gloomy. In order to resist the fluctuations of the Linglong Pavilion, he could only use half of his strength. Even so, a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist would not be able to resist. However, the other party had blocked it. Who is this person? He doesn't seem to be affected. Geodemonic Flame was shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. The power of a late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist was beyond his imagination. Fortunately, he was not affected and could use his full strength, which was why he could compete with Geodemonic Flame. However, this was already his limit. He could not compete with a late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. After all, he was only at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, which was several realms lower than a late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock everyone. After all, even in the Tianwu domain, there was no such powerful spirit transformation realm martial artist. After his attack failed, Geodemonic Flame's face turned gloomy. He coldly snorted and attacked again. Purple flames danced in the sky, forming a purple divine spear that emitted a shocking killing intent. Immortal Spear. Geodemonic Flame waved his purple divine spear with all his strength, leaving behind afterimages as it flew through the void. Wherever it passed, the air and the sky exploded. The Immortal Spear was too terrifying. Not only was its killing intent shocking, but it also contained a trace of immortality. This was not something Lin Xian could resist with his physical body. At this critical moment, he did not hold back. The dragon sword intent in his body rushed out, and a bright sword light flashed through the void and fiercely slashed down. The 80% dragon sword intent was extremely terrifying. Its power had already surpassed that of a large success sword intent. This sword made the heavens and earth lose their color. The sword light crisscrossed and slashed down on the Immortal Spear. There was a clang, and then the energy ball exploded. The dragon sword intense attack power was unparalleled. Even though the Immortal Spear contained a trace of immortality, it could not destroy the dragon sword intent. Geodemonic Flame's face darkened when he saw that his Immortal Spear had been blocked. "Who are you?" he asked sternly. That sword intent was so powerful that it shocked him. Although it couldn't compare to Yi Linyun's greater success sword intent, it wasn't far off. Yi Linyun and Yu Qingqing were also shocked, especially Yi Linyun, who stared at Lin Xian. His greater success sword intent surged as if it was going to tear the void apart. The two sword intents clashed, and the void trembled as if it was going to split open. Lin Xian's dragon sword intent represented an offensive saint spell, and it was extremely powerful. On the other side, Yi Linyun's greater success sword intent was no ordinary sword intent, and it was even more terrifying with the support of a late-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator. The two sword intents clashed, and the void seemed to be torn apart. Everyone retreated in panic. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, the terrifying fluctuation in the Pavilion of Delicacy became even more powerful. At the same time, a blood-red sword chi rushed into the sky, and then an aura even more powerful than the greater success sword intent rushed out. It circled in the void and forced the two sword intents back. What kind of sword intent is this? It's so domineering. Lin Xian and Yi Linyun were shocked and quickly retreated. An even more terrifying sword intent rushed out of the Pavilion of Delicacy and knocked Lin Xian and Yi Linyun away. Then, the light at the entrance became even more dazzling, and a strange fragrance wafted out. Everyone's hearts were burning as they stared at the entrance, but no one dared to move. They were waiting for the blood-red sword aura to disappear. The blood-red sword aura in the sky was extremely unstable, and it only appeared for a moment before disappearing. At this moment, everyone moved. Yi Linyun turned into a sword aura and rushed toward the entrance. Yu Qingqing and Jiu Moyan also used their extreme speed. Lin Xian roared and turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing forward quickly. He wasn't affected by the Pavilion of Delicacy, so he was even faster. In an instant, he surpassed Jiu Moyan and Yu Qingqing. This time, he attacked first. He unsheathed the wind shadow sword, and a terrifying sword chi slashed toward the two. Yu Qingqing and Jiao Moyan were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to attack them at this time. This was a naked provocation. Brat, you're courting death. Jiao Moyan reached out his hand and formed a terrifying demonic claw, leaving countless afterimages in the air. Yu Qingqing formed the bright moon seal and blasted out in all directions. Bright moons rose one after another, staring at the void. Endless light scattered down, carrying with it a terrifying killing intent. A great battle was on the verge of breaking out, and a heavy pressure enveloped the surroundings. Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps and dodged with extreme speed like a ghost. Every time his sword struck a weak spot. Jiao Moyan and Yu Qingqing were furious. They thought that Lin Xian was going to fight them to the death, but they did not expect that Lin Xian was so fast that he did not even try to fight them. He was just moving around. Every time they tried to run towards the entrance of the light, Lin Xian's sword light would restrain them. And when they tried to fight Lin Xian would use his speed advantage to pull away. This prevented them from unleashing their full strength. Not only that, the closer they got to the door of light, the stronger the vibration became. They had no choice but to use most of their power to resist. Very quickly, they were shaken off by Lin Xian. After getting rid of Jiao Moyan and Yu Qingqing, Lin Xian waved his long sword again and attacked Yi Lin Yun. The void trembled, and the great success sword intent roared. Yi Lin Yun suddenly turned around and slashed out a terrifying sword chi. The two swords clashed, and the void shattered. Countless sword blades split open and slashed in all directions. Those warriors who wanted to attack immediately retreated in shock, and those who were too slow were instantly blown away by the sword chi. Lin Xian waved the wind shadow sword in his hand. It was as if a divine sword had slashed through the void, bursting out a bright sword chi. On the other side, Yi Linyan's long sword danced quickly, forming a sword diagram in the air and pressing down from the sky. That sword diagram was extremely terrifying, and it instantly covered all directions. Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and he felt a chill down his spine. Then, he quickly retreated and turned into a beam of light. In the next moment, the void where he was standing before quickly cracked open. Countless sword chi pierced out and shattered the space. Lin Xian was shocked. That sword diagram was too mysterious, and it seemed to contain endless power. However, his great dragon sword intent was not for show. The wind shadow sword gently moved in the air. The movement was very slow, as if it was drawing something. Then, a deep dragon roar was heard. Then, a green dragon rushed out from the sword and quickly grew in size. Sword Chi Dragon. The green dragon, which was dozens of feet long, was ferocious and terrifying. It filled the entire sky and rushed toward the mysterious sword diagram. The two clashed, and terrifying energy surged. The void was in chaos. Yi Linyan's eyes shone with a shocking light. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such a mysterious sword technique. That green dragon was far more powerful than an ordinary transformation. It was as if it really existed and had magical power. Apart from his senior brother, this was the first time he had met a sword opponent. With a long roar, Yi Linyan's black hair fluttered, and his white robe danced. He looked like a sword god. Behind him, sword chi intertwined, forming an even larger sword diagram that emitted mysterious energy. Lin Xian also attacked. A green dragon sword chi appeared under his feet, and he roared into the sky. While the two were fighting, Jiao Demonic Flame and Yu Qingqing also rushed over. The four demons faced off against each other, exchanging blows as they quickly rushed towards the light gate. To them, it was very important to seize the opportunity. Whoever could enter the light door first might be able to obtain what was inside. Yu Qingqing's purple robe fluttered, and she was like a fairy descending. A bright moon rose behind her, shaking the void. The moonlight shone down, forming a bridge that extended from under her feet toward the dazzling pavilion. However, when the hazy moonlight approached the dazzling pavilion, it was repelled by an invisible force. Yi Linyan's sword chi was shocking. The sword diagram behind him was hazy and terrifying. He used the long sword in his hand to open the path. Dazzling sword chi slashed forward as he advanced step by step. On the other side, Jiao Demonic Flame also used his ultimate technique. Purple flames danced on his body, and his entire body was enveloped by purple flames. He was like a fire god. The sea of flames spread, attacking and blocking the other three at the same time. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered. He stood on a green dragon and held a long sword in his hand. He looked around disdainfully. He was like a sword god descending. He moved quickly. When the four of them approached, they attacked each other. The terrifying power shook the void as if it was going to tear it apart. Everyone was shocked. They knew Yi Linyun and the other two. They were the peerless geniuses of the top 6 star sections. They were extremely powerful, and even the older generation could not compete with them. However, Lin Xian was actually able to compete with the 3 prodigies. This was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. What shocked them even more was that Lin Xian's cultivation was not strong. It seemed that he had not reached the spirit detecting realm. If that was really the case, then it was too terrifying. Who are you? Yu Qingqing frowned slightly. She did not believe that anyone could compete with them, even if their cultivation was suppressed. Could it be that you're the foreign visitor? What? In an instant, everyone was shocked. Geodemonic Flame was even more shocked and angry. He held the inextinguishable flame in his hand and stared coldly at Lin Xian. He had long suspected that if it was someone from the 3 factions, he would have known about such a mysterious expert. Humph, outsider? To me, you are the outsider. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not intend to admit it. If he revealed his identity now, the people of the Divine Bird Palace would definitely go crazy. By then, he would probably be besieged by everyone. If that happened, it would be really dangerous. He could only fight against the 3 of them because of the uniqueness of the Pavilion of Delicacy. Once he was surrounded or left the Pavilion of Delicacy, he would lose his advantage. Therefore, he did not admit it. Instead, he said something inexplicable. He wanted to mislead everyone and lead them to the natives of the Lost Lands. Sure enough, those people were shocked. Are you a native of the Lost Lands? The more they thought about it, the more shocked they were. No wonder he was not restricted by the Pavilion of Delicacy and his combat power was so terrifying. Yi Linyun also frowned. Rumor has it that the natives of the Lost Lands are descendants of God. Now that I've seen it, they are indeed extraordinary. Descendants of God. Everyone was even more shocked. They had never heard of such a secret. Even Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect the natives of the Lost Lands to have such a powerful background. They were even called descendants of God. Lin Xian and Yi Linyun were fighting in a chaotic battle. Their terrifying strength shocked everyone. The Pavilion of Delicacy shook and emitted rays of light. Rays of light hung down one after another, forming a terrifying scene. Lin Xian and the others were approaching at a fast speed. However, when they were about 10 feet away, they all froze. The surrounding space was distorted and became extremely heavy. Everyone was terrified. They struggled with all their might. It felt as if they had fallen into a quagmire. They were getting slower and slower. Open! Yi Linyun shouted angrily. The long sword in his hand slashed out a terrifying sword light. However, it did not have much effect. Yu Qingqing, Jiu Moyan, and the others also tried, but they did not succeed. The closer they got to the Pavilion of Delicacy, the slower they were. Lin Xian used the Golden Thunder body to resist this force. At the same time, he used his sword will to open a path. The 4 of them moved forward slowly. Finally, they were about 5 feet away. Lin Xian stepped forward again. However, in the next moment, the Pavilion of Delicacy flashed with sword light. Suddenly, countless blood-red sword lights slashed out. One of them went straight for Lin Xian. The sword light was exquisite, as if it was going to tear the void apart. Its power had already surpassed Yi Linyun and the others. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He no longer cared about hiding and quickly used the concept of wind. Combined with the illusory demon steps, he dodged with extreme speed. Weng, the blood-colored sword chi was extremely terrifying as it tore through the void. In the end, he was still struck by the sword light. In an instant, he felt his blood and chi churn, as if his body was about to split apart. At the same time, there was also an extremely heavy blood aura attacking his body. He immediately activated the Sword of Devouring and quickly devoured the sword light. However, Xianxia was simply too terrifying. Even though he had used Devour, he was still injured. In the next moment, he was knocked back, and the aura that he had disguised was also broken. In other words, the blood-red sword chi had returned Lin Xian to his original state. What? Everyone was shocked to see the drastic change in Lin Xian's appearance and aura. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace were even more shocked and angry because they felt a familiar aura from Lin Xian. You're that mysterious swordsman. You're courting death. How dare you come here after killing several disciples of Divine Bird Palace? Looks like you're tired of living. Stay here obediently. Demonic Flame's expression was ferocious. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace all drew their swords and sabers. Yu Qingqing's pretty face was cold. The bright moon behind her rose and fell, shining in all directions. Lin Xian had not only killed disciples of Divine Bird Palace, but also those of Moon Pavilion. Moreover, she suspected that the disappearance of the essence of the earth had something to do with Lin Xian. There was no way he would let Lin Xian leave. For a time, Yu Qingqing and Demonic Flame temporarily gave up on Ling Long Pavilion. Anyway, they could not break through for the time being, so they might as well capture Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian had a great secret on him. He might even have a heaven-defying treasure like the essence of the earth. Anyone would be tempted. In the crowd, Zhao Ziki was horrified. She did not expect Lin Xian to reveal his identity at this time. She panicked and did not know what to do. Lin Xian was also depressed. He did not expect the blood-red weather to be so terrifying that it could even break his disguise. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still devouring, that sword would have seriously injured him. Damn it, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have taken that step. Lin Xian was the first person to step within 15 meters, so he received the fiercest attack from the blood-red sword energy. The Ling Long Pavilion was indeed very mysterious and it was not easy to get close. However, this was not what Lin Xian needed to think about. The only thing he needed to think about was how to escape. He was surrounded by the people of the two 6-star sections. And he was being attacked by Demonic Flame and Yu Qingqing, two late-stage spirit detecting realm experts. With a serious expression, Lin Xian looked at Yi Linyun. If Yi Linyun also attacked, then he would be in even more danger. Fortunately, Yi Linyun had no intention of attacking. He was going all out against Ling Long Pavilion. Lin Xian secretly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the situation had not reached a point where he had to die. However, Demonic Flame and Yu Qingqing clearly did not think so. Even Yi Linyun would not be able to fight against the two of them, let alone Lin Xian, who was only at the spirit transformation realm. Brat, surrender obediently and perhaps you'll suffer less. Demonic Flame said, otherwise, I'll let you taste what it means to wish you were dead. On the side, Yu Qingqing did not speak, but her gaze was locked onto Lin Xian. She did not want others to know that Lin Xian might have obtained the earth essence, but she did not want to let Lin Xian go either. Stop talking nonsense and use whatever means you have. Lin Xian's sword energy surged. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. Demonic Flame sneered and sent out the terrifying purple tear demonic hand. Rays of purple light flashed and formed two giant palms that quickly tore through the void. This was a unique skill of the Divine Bird Palace. It used the inextinguishable flames to form the palms and was extremely powerful. Crack crack. The void shattered as if it was being torn apart. Rays of terrifying energy swept out and rushed toward Lin Xian. Yu Qingqing waved her azurite hand, covering the sky and grabbing downward. She also used her unique skill, the star-picking hand. The two of them formed a fierce attack and did not give Lin Xian a chance to escape. Lin Xian used the wind concept and the illusory demonic steps to dodge quickly. The terrifying energy was vast and mighty, causing the entire space to tremble violently. The sky was like boiling water, constantly shaking. Fortunately, the three of them were within 100 feet of the Ling Long Pavilion, so their speed was abnormally slow, which gave Lin Xian a chance. Lin Xian used the wind concept to change the air around him and weaken the Ling Long Pavilion's influence to the greatest extent. He quickly dodged the two attacks and then stopped. He held his sword with both hands and his aura became abnormally fierce. Gale Lightning Sword, Mountain River Break Sword. He also used his unique skill. A giant heavenly sword flew across the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. Then, the giant heavenly sword in the sky ruthlessly fell with an aura that could destroy everything. The giant sword slashed across the sky and a terrifying aura enveloped the two of them. Yu Qingqing and Jiao Moyan's expressions were serious. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to dodge their attacks in this muddy gravitational field. What shocked them even more was that Lin Xian, a spirit transformation realm martial artist, had mastered such a terrifying martial art. It wasn't any weaker than their martial arts. Moreover, the two of them were affected by the gravitational field and weren't as fast as Lin Xian. However, the two of them were peak experts after all. They reacted in an instant. Yu Qingqing became one with the moon behind her. Like a fairy descending, her body emitted a bright light. She quickly retreated and disappeared from the spot like a ray of light. On the other side, Jiao Moyan's purple flames jumped and condensed into a pair of giant flame wings behind him. He flapped his wings and retreated as well. Seeing the two of them retreat, Lin Xian frowned and rushed forward with his sword. He had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, once he left the gravitational field, he wouldn't be able to fight against two late-stage spirit detection realm martial artists. However, Yu Qingqing and Jiao Moyan were even more terrifying than he had imagined. In an instant, they broke through the limit of 10 feet and quickly attacked Lin Xian. Both of them wanted to take down Lin Xian, so they gave up on resisting the Twinkle Gem Pagoda. In an instant, Yu Qingqing and Jiao Moyan raised their power to the peak. A bright moon pressed down in all directions. Jiao Moyan's purple flame wings pushed his speed to the extreme as he rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian dodged continuously and also ran into the distance. However, the two attacks in the sky were too powerful. They shook Lin Xian's blood and qi, and he was injured in the end. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered. He stabilized his body and quickly ran away. "Little thief, stay here!" Jiao Moyan roared. He reached out a giant palm that covered the sky and shrouded the ground. Lin Xian used the black dragon flame to cover his fist and punched out. Boom, the black dragon flame and the eternal purple flame collided. A sea of fire soared in the sky and the void shattered. A terrifying heat wave spread out in all directions. "What?" Dove Demonic Flame angrily shouted. At the same time, he was greatly shocked. His eternal purple flames were extremely fierce. Even some senior martial artists would find it difficult to contend with them. However, Lin Xian was actually able to resist his undying flame, and even suppress it. "What is that black flame? It's so terrifying." He was horrified, and increasingly felt that people like Lin Xian could not be allowed to live. On the other side, Yu Qingqing seized the opportunity and quickly attacked. A bright moon slammed into Lin Xian's body and sent him flying. This attack directly knocked Lin Xian out of the range of the Ling Long Pavilion. Suddenly, the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace and the Moon-Embracing Pavilion raised their swords and struck out with terrifying attacks. Lin Xian felt as if all the bones in his body were about to break. This attack had indeed caused him to suffer a great loss. If it wasn't for the fact that his golden lightning body was so strong, he would have been sliced apart by now. He knew that he could not stay any longer and had to leave. Otherwise, if he was surrounded by these people, it would be difficult for him to escape. It was still too difficult for him to face a late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Thinking of this, he fully activated his spirit energy and sent out several rays of sword energy. The ordinary disciples of the Divine Bird Palace and the Moon-Embracing Pavilion were immediately sent flying. However, there were also a few mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists that firmly entangled Lin Xian, not allowing him to leave. In an instant, Yu Qingqing and Jiao Demonic Flame rushed over again. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He used the black dragon flame and formed a flame in front of him, dispersing everyone. Then, the wind shadow sword stabbed out, and a thunderfire annihilation quickly surged. Above the terrifying sword energy, the black dragon flame jumped, golden lightning surged, and the great dragon sword intent supported it. The power of this sword was extremely powerful. Yu Qingqing and Jiao Demonic Flame resisted and were pinned down. They could only watch as Xian Ben was sent flying into the distance. We can't let him escape. Chase, the two shouted angrily. In an instant, countless martial artists rushed out and chased after Lin Xian. Geodemonic Flame and Yu Qingqing took the lead. Zhao Ziki was anxious. She didn't know why, but she was actually worried about Lin Xian's safety. She blended into the crowd and followed him. Lin Xian was hit by the bright moon and suffered serious internal injuries, which caused his speed to be somewhat slow. In addition, Yu Qingqing and Jiao Mo Yan's continuous attacks made him even more dangerous. At the critical moment, he burned a part of his spiritual power, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared at the end of the road. Split up and search. Once there's any news, report it immediately. Immediately, countless martial artists scattered in all directions, searching quickly. Lin Xian temporarily shook off the crowd and went to a corner of the palace to think about what to do next. Yu Qingqing, Jiao Mo Yan, and the others would not let him go so easily. They would definitely search the entire palace for him. If he continued to stay here, it was very likely that he would be besieged again. However, he was extremely unwilling to give up the things in the Linglong Pavilion. If he could break through to the spirit-detecting realm, the situation would be different. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He had the essence of the earth on him. If he consumed it, it was only a matter of time before he broke through. However, there was no safe place for him to break through at the moment. Whoosh whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar as several auras rushed over. Obviously, someone was searching this place. Lin Xian frowned and got up to leave. At this moment, a voice appeared near him. Follow me. It's you. Lin Xian was stunned. He looked at Zhao Ziki with some surprise. Zhao Ziki sprinkled some powder around to eliminate the aura, and then quickly pulled Lin Xian away. Why did you help me? Lin Xian was surprised. Normally, if he was in danger, the happiest person would be Zhao Ziki. After all, she still had the black dragon seal in her body. However, Lin Xian did not expect that Zhao Ziki would help him escape. Don't ask. I can't explain it clearly in a short time. Zhao Ziki pulled Lin Xian, her face slightly red. Although the two of them hid their auras, there were too many martial artists searching for Lin Xian. In the end, they were still discovered. After fighting and running, the two of them once again arrived near the ancient demon bull. Humph, boy, be obedient and surrender. Jiao Moyan sneered with the disciples of Divine Bird Palace. Yu Qingqing blocked the road with the people of Embracing Moon Pavilion. The road ahead was gone, and behind them was the cave of the ancient demon bull. It could be said that Lin Xian was completely blocked. Boy, tell me your secret and I may leave you a whole corpse. Jiao Moyan sneered. Hand over that thing and I can consider letting you go. On the other side, Yu Qingqing's voice was cold. What should I do? Zhao Ziki grabbed Lin Xian with a face full of fear. Lin Xian's face was cold. He drew a pattern on Zhao Ziki's body and took back the black dragon flame in her body. You are free. Leave quickly. Lin Xian said. He did not want to drag the girl who saved him down. Zhao Ziki was stunned. She had wanted to get rid of the black dragon flame in her body countless times. She did not expect it to be in this situation. Moreover, there was a strong sense of loss in her heart. No, I want to stay here. Maybe I can help you. Zhao Ziki said. It's better that you hold me hostage. Maybe you can make senior sister you not dare to make a move. You really want to stay here? Lin Xian asked. Zhao Ziki nodded. Alright, I'll bring you away. Lin Xian pulled Zhao Ziki and looked around coldly. You're still far from being able to take yours truly's life. Wash your necks obediently and wait. When yours truly returns, it will be the day of your death. Lin Xian's cold voice reverberated in the air. A dark sword appeared behind him and expanded rapidly. A black hole surrounded Lin Xian and Yu Qingqing. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. Geodemonic Flame and Yu Qingqing's hearts skipped a beat as they quickly took action to stop Lin Xian. However, they were too late. The black hole completely swallowed Lin Xian and Yu Qingqing before disappearing. Ah, damn it! Geodemonic Flame roared in anger after his attack missed. Just a little bit more and he would have been able to capture Lin Xian and obtain his secrets. However, Lin Xian still managed to escape. Yu Qingqing was shocked as well. She did not expect Lin Xian to have such a method of escaping. Junior brother Ying, hurry and check the location of that thief. Demonic Flame turned around and said. Behind him, Wuji nodded and used his senses to check the surroundings. How is it? Have you found him? Demonic Flame asked anxiously. Wuji nodded and revealed a strange expression. Where is that thief? Demonic Flame asked anxiously. The others also stretched their necks. They also wanted to know where Lin Xian had run off to. Wuji stretched out his hand and pointed forward. If I'm not wrong, that person is right there. Everyone looked forward with a strange expression on their faces. Even Demonic Flame was stunned. Junior brother Ying, are you sure? That's the cave of the ancient demon bull. In the dark cave, a black vortex appeared out of nowhere and expanded rapidly. Finally, two figures appeared. Where are we? Zhao Ziki grabbed Lin Xian's arm tightly as soon as she landed and looked around nervously. Don't just stand there, quickly hide our presence. Lin Xian's face was pale, and his voice was very weak. Zhao Ziki did not dare to delay. She then set up a formation to conceal their auras. Her actions were quick and almost instantaneous. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he sensed that their auras had disappeared. If I'm not mistaken, this is the cave of the ancient demon bull. What? Zhao Ziki almost cried out in surprise. Her beautiful eyes widened as she carefully observed her surroundings. He originally thought that Lin Xian would leave the palace, but he didn't expect to return to such a dangerous place. She then asked in confusion, why are we here? Could it be because of that black vortex? Lin Xian smiled but didn't say anything. Humph. Zhao Ziki curled her lips and stopped asking. Then, she hugged her knees and sat at the side. Lin Xian also sat down cross-legged. He quickly swallowed the spirit wine and circulated the cultivation technique to regulate his breathing. Not only did he suffer heavy internal injuries, but he had also used up almost all of his soul power to forcefully activate the devouring sword. Therefore, he had to recover as soon as possible. Half a day later, he opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. I'm going to break through. Can you help me look after it? Lin Xian asked. Seeing that Zhao Ziki agreed, Lin Xian took out a piece of earth essence. For me? Zhao Ziki was stunned when she saw Lin Xian's actions. Lin Xian actually wanted to share such an important thing with her. Are you sure you asked for it in the morning self-study session? You can't regret it. Take it. You saved my life. This is what you deserve. Lin Xian stuffed a piece of earth essence into her hand and then took out another piece to consume. He wanted to strengthen his body as quickly as possible and break through. Lin Xian chose the deepest part of the ancient demon bull cave. Moreover, their auras had already disappeared. As long as the ancient demon bull didn't carefully investigate the cave, it wouldn't be able to find them. Just as Lin Xian began to absorb the earth essence, Demonic Flame and the others outside looked gloomy. Junior Martial Brother Ying, you said that the thief is in the cave? Demonic Flame was stunned. He didn't believe that Lin Xian would enter the ancient demon bull's cave. Wuji was also speechless. He tried to sense Lin Xian's aura again, but he couldn't sense it anymore. Their auras have disappeared, but their last stop is definitely in the cave. Demonic Flame's face was gloomy. Then, his body flashed and he rushed toward the cave. However, before he even got close, a great void figure quickly rushed out, roaring angrily, shaking heaven and earth. The ancient demon bull held a bronze axe and rushed over, causing the ground to tremble. Demonic Flame had no choice but to retreat. When the ancient demon bull saw Demonic Flame and the others, its eyes turned red. Then, it rushed toward them. Oh no, retreat! Everyone was frightened and retreated. They didn't dare to get close. Senior Martial Brother Jiu, what should we do now? Leave a few disciples here. If you find that kid, send a signal immediately. The rest of you, follow me to the Ling Long Pavilion, Demonic Flame said angrily. Soon after, Yu Qingqing made the same decision, and the two of them quickly left. Lin Xian held a piece of earth essence in his hand. Then, he activated the longevity chant and began to absorb the energy inside. Streaks of white light surrounded its body, forming a white curtain of light. When Zhao Ziki saw this, she quickly controlled the array to cover all the aura and scene. Outsiders couldn't see what was going on inside, nor could they sense any aura. The white light screen surrounded Lin Xian, and then, a stream of life essence flowed into his body. This was the purest form of life essence, without any impurities. When the energy entered his body, it quickly merged with his body and began to transform it. Time flew, and a day and night passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the ancient demon bull came in once, which scared Zhao Ziki so much that she almost screamed. Fortunately, the demon bull didn't find anything and left quickly. The light outside Lin Xian's body dissipated and rushed into his body. Then, he opened his eyes. He had completely absorbed that piece of earth essence. He could sense the changes in his body. His physique had been greatly improved, and his flesh, blood, and bones had all been improved. Every inch of his muscles contained powerful strength. Zhao Ziki looked over, and then she was shocked. This was because she saw a faint brilliance flowing on the surface of Lin Xian's body. It was very delicate, like the skin of a baby. She had only seen this situation on supremacies. She didn't expect Lin Xian's physique to meet this condition. Of course, this didn't mean that Lin Xian's body was strong enough to compete with supremacies. Instead, it meant that his life level was already on par with supremacies. A cultivator's cultivation was to continuously strengthen and break through, allowing the body to enter a higher level of life. Although Lin Xian was still in the spirit transformation realm, his life level had already broken through to the supremacies. In other words, from now to the supremacies, he didn't have any bottlenecks in each realm. As long as his cultivation level reached a certain level, he would be able to advance. One had to know that this was very terrifying. Not every prodigy could reach the venerable realm. Many prodigies were stuck in this realm and couldn't break through. The venerable realm was a huge dividing line that blocked most cultivators from advancing. Once you crossed it, you would become a powerhouse. After learning this news, Zhao Ziki was wild with joy and excitement. She also had a piece of earth essence, which meant that she could also reach the venerable realm. Feeling the changes brought to his body by the earth essence, Lin Xian didn't stop and refined it again. One day later, he absorbed another piece of earth essence water. The brilliance on the surface of his body became even brighter, as if mysterious meridians were flowing through his body. However, this time, his physique had a substantial breakthrough, and he was still stuck in the venerable realm. However, what made him happy was that the pure energy of the earth essence allowed him to directly break through to the early stage of the spirit detecting realm. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It seems that taking the earth essence many times doesn't have much effect on improving my physique. Lin Xian thought. He still had 2 pieces of earth essence water. This time, he didn't use them again and carefully stored them away. Being able to reach the venerable realm and smoothly break through to the early stage of the spirit detecting realm was already a great harvest for him. Now, he could already contend with a late-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist. Jiao Moyan, Divine Bird Palace, wash your necks and wait for this young master. Lin Xian clenched his fists. However, he didn't immediately leave. Instead, he turned to Zhao Ziki and said, "You also take the earth essence water. I'll protect you." Zhao Ziki was happy and quickly absorbed the earth essence water. One day later, her life force also reached the venerable realm. Because she was already at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, she smoothly broke through to the spirit detecting realm. Zhao Ziki cheered excitedly like a child. Okay, it's time to go out. Lin Xian used the devouring sword again. A huge black hole instantly wrapped around the two of them and they disappeared from the cave. Damn, where did that kid go? Yeah, it's been 3 days and we haven't even seen his shadow. Senior brothering didn't see wrong, right? That's the cave of the ancient demonic bull. How could a human enter? Who knows? Anyway, we'll just wait here. Several Divine Bird Palace disciples complained. However, they did not know that a black figure was running towards them at high speed. Whoosh, before a Divine Bird Palace martial artist could react, a bloody hole appeared on his neck. He covered the hole with both hands, and the light in his eyes quickly disappeared. With a loud crash, he fell to the ground. The expressions of the other two martial artists changed drastically. They immediately wanted to send out a signal, but the sword light was even faster. An early-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator was cut open, and the mid-stage spirit-detecting realm disciple had one of his arms cut off. The signal flare in his hand fell to the ground. He screamed as he turned into a streak of light and retreated in fear. "Brat, you're dead for sure. You still dare to come out now?" That cultivator looked at Lin Xian with a vicious expression. He didn't expect that in just 3 days, not only had Lin Xian recovered from his heavy injuries, but he had also turned the tables on him. 2 dead and 1 injured in a single move, the middle-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist didn't think about anything else and quickly retreated. He was running for his life. Besides them, there were other martial artists around, so the news of Lin Xian's appearance spread quickly. However, it wasn't certain whether he could leave or not. "Want to leave?" Lin Shui sneered. He flicked out a wisp of black dragon flame and instantly caught up to that figure. The black flame burned like the flames of hell and instantly enveloped that martial artist. In an instant, he was burned to ashes, leaving not even a trace of him behind. The martial artists who were still investigating the situation felt their eyelids twitch, and they quickly left. It was too terrifying. Not only had Lin Xian recovered, but he was even stronger than before. He could actually kill a middle-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist in an instant. Since Lin Xian had decided to make a move, he didn't want to hide anything, so he didn't chase after the surrounding martial artists. His figure flashed, and he quickly ran toward the Ling Long Pavilion. This time, he had to get the thing inside the Ling Long Pavilion. Although Zhao Ziqi's cultivation had increased, she wasn't a battle-type martial artist, so she didn't follow. Many martial artists were resting near the Ling Long Pavilion. This included Ji Linyun, Yu Qingqing, and the others. In the past 3 days, they had thought of many methods, but they hadn't succeeded in entering the Ling Long Pavilion. "Not good, not good. That little thief has appeared again." One by one, the scouts rushed over to report the situation. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that person to dare to appear again. "Where is he?" Dove demonic flame suddenly stood up, and the purple flames on his body jumped. He didn't see the people he sent out return to report. "Damn it, what are those 3 guys doing? They didn't even come to report." "The 3 senior brothers have been killed by that little thief," a martial artist from an affiliated sect said. "What?" Dove demonic flame was furious. "Where is he? Take me there quickly." This time, he had to catch him. That little thief was too hateful. He didn't kill anyone else but the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. It was clear that he wanted to fight the Divine Bird Palace to the death. Such a person had to be eliminated. "No need to look for him, I'm here," a cold shout came. Then, a figure rushed over from the distance as fast as lightning. At first, he was still far away, but in the blink of an eye, he was in front of everyone. "Kid, you're really dead." Dove demonic flame's expression was ferocious. He gathered his men and sealed off the surroundings. Yu Qingqing also stood up. She was like a fairy from another world, cold and unparalleled. This time, she would not let him escape. Dove demonic flame was the most angry, so he didn't hesitate to summon a giant hand that covered the sky. Yu Qingqing held the bright moon seal in her hand. Her eyes flashed as she waited for an opportunity. Last time, she had seized the opportunity to suddenly attack and seriously injure Lin Xian. However, this time, Lin Xian didn't dodge. He held the wind shadow sword and stabbed it into the sky. Sword chi flashed, and the terrifying sword chi slashed the flaming palm. The two collided, and a terrifying energy burst out. The giant hand that covered the sky was split in half in front of everyone's horrified eyes, and then the sword chi disappeared. "What? That little thief resisted it." Everyone was shocked and couldn't think straight. That was an attack from a martial artist at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. It could definitely kill any martial artist below the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. 3 days ago, that little thief didn't dare to take it head-on and could only rely on his speed to dodge. But now, he had broken the opponent's attack with one sword. Wasn't this change too fast? It had to be known that after entering the 3 realms of the spirit-detecting realm, it was very difficult to advance in each realm. It was not something that could be done in 1 or 2 days. It often took 3 to 5 years to break through a small realm, and this was for a genius martial artist. If it was an ordinary martial artist, it would take dozens of years. But this little thief's strength had doubled in just 3 days. This speed was terrifying. Jiao Moyan was even more shocked. He was very clear about his own strength. This time, he was not affected by the pavilion of delicacy. This was his true strength. However, his opponent was able to break through his attack. This made him feel unreal. It was obvious that his opponent's strength was on the same level as his. He found it hard to accept. Yu Qingqing frowned. She quickly sensed Lin Xian's cultivation, and her expression changed. The aura of the spirit-detecting realm. You've broken through. As soon as she said that, everyone exclaimed. Then, they tried their best to sense Lin Xian's cultivation. They all looked as if they had seen a ghost. 3 days ago, Lin Xian was still at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Now, he had become a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Wasn't his cultivation rising a little too fast? Even a peerless genius would need several years to break through from the late stage of the spirit transformation realm to the spirit-detecting realm. This guy must have some heaven-defying treasure to be able to break through in such a short time. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with burning eyes. I guessed right. You took the earth essence. At this point, Yu Qingqing could no longer hide anything. What? He stole the earth essence. Everyone went crazy. The earth essence was a heaven-defying treasure that could change a martial artist's life level. It was a treasure that even honorable ones would be tempted by. No wonder this little thief could break through so quickly. It turned out that he had such a heaven-defying treasure. Even Yi Linyun, who had his eyes closed, abruptly opened them. His gaze was like a sword as he stared at Lin Xian. Do you really have the essence of the earth? His voice trembled slightly. Obviously, he was also very jealous of the earth essence. Yes, but I ate it. Lin Xian shrugged. Even if you kill me now, you won't get the earth essence. He's lying. Everyone, let's attack together. Jiao Moyan shouted coldly. Yu Qingqing also turned to Yi Linyun and said, let's take him down together and share the earth essence equally. Hearing that, Yi Linyun was a little tempted. He did not completely believe Lin Xian's words. You want to fight? Then come at me. Lin Xian roared. Golden lightning runes flashed all over his body, making him look like a golden god of war. Countless black dragon flames danced around him like the flames of hell. You want to fight? Then come at me. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind like a god of war. That shocking aura immediately stunned everyone. Many cultivators retreated, not daring to step forward. Disregarding everything else, just the black dragon flame alone was not something they could contend against. The flames were like the flames of hell, more terrifying than the eternal flames of the divine bird palace. Even a martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm would be reduced to ashes. Others were afraid, but Jiao Moyan and Yu Qingqing were not afraid at all. The two of them also emitted powerful auras as they quickly approached Lin Xian. Yi Linyun stood up and a sharp sword will emanated from his body. Although he did not attack, his eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. Humph. Lin Xian snorted and waved his long sword, sending out several sword lights. At the same time, the black dragon flame on his body rolled, forming a giant black dragon that roared and charged forward. Sword Chi Dragon. In an instant, a Sword Chi Azure Dragon rushed toward Yu Qingqing, while a black fire dragon clawed at Jiao Moyan. Both forces were abnormally powerful, filling the entire space as if they were going to tear it apart. Yu Qingqing's expression was serious. She used the Bright Moon Seal and quickly counterattacked. Jiao Moyan was even more furious. This little bastard dared to fight 1 against 2. He was obviously looking down on him. The eternal purple flames on his body danced, forming a pair of flame wings that swept in all directions. Lin Xian roared to the sky like a god of war. He quickly waved the wind shadow sword, combining the essences of wind and thunder to form a sword chi of wind and thunder that swept in all directions. The next moment, he used the thunder-fire annihilation. Thunder and fire intertwined violently. He was fighting Yu Qingqing and Jiao Yen, two late-stage spirit-detecting realm experts, alone. Sword chi flew, bright moon soared, and flames filled the sky. All kinds of terrifying scenes appeared one after another, causing the entire space to boil. Everyone was even more shocked. Lin Xian was too powerful. He could actually fight two powerful experts by himself. Not only that, he seemed to be getting braver as he fought. On the tip of the sword, countless sword chi rotated, forming a bright moon of sword chi that blasted toward Yu Qingqing. At the same time, he slashed out sword chi again. The black dragon flame intertwined, forming a black phoenix that pounced toward Jiao Yen. Apart from the different colors, the power was almost the same as the two's ultimate attacks. Humph, it's not that easy to imitate an ultimate technique. Yu Qingqing shouted. Her hands formed a seal, and a bright moon spun, blasting toward Lin Xian's sword chi. Jiao Yen was also furious. His opponent had actually imitated their attack. This was simply a provocation. Little bastard, you're courting death. A terrifying power exploded, forming a rolling wave that covered all directions. What, impossible? Yu Qingqing was shocked. In that moment, she felt like she was facing the bright moon seal. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if her opponent had also used the bright moon seal. Jiao Yen was even more furious. His flames had been extinguished by his opponent. This was something that was impossible in the past. For a moment, the two experts were shocked and looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. Lin Xian held his sword and stood proudly. Those attacks were naturally evolved from his Great Dragon Sword will. The Great Dragon Sword was an offensive saint technique. He had only obtained a trace of it, and it was already so powerful. If he obtained the real Great Dragon Sword, one could imagine how terrifying his combat strength would be. Yi Linyun's eyes shone. He stared at Lin Xian and said loudly, "You're not bad. You're worthy of my full strength." However, Lin Xian shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Why don't we destroy the Pavilion of Delicacy together, and then we'll see who's stronger." Hearing this, Yi Linyun was slightly stunned and then fell into deep thought. Lin Xian's strength was similar to his, and the power of his sword will was similar to his. If the two of them worked together, it was indeed possible to destroy the Pavilion of Delicacy. Okay. Yi Linyun nodded in agreement. This change shocked Yu Qingqing and Jiao Moyan. Yi Linyun was arrogant and had always disdained to work together with others. But now, he wanted to work together with Lin Xian. This meant that in his heart, he had recognized Lin Xian's strength. Damn thief, I'll let you have some fun first. Once we destroy the Pavilion of Delicacy, it'll be your death. Jiao Moyan snorted in his heart. Yu Qingqing also sighed. It seemed that regardless of whether Lin Xian had the earth essence or not, she would not be able to get it. She might as well focus on destroying the Pavilion of Delicacy. She might be able to get one or two treasures inside. Just as Lin Xian and Yi Linyun were working together, Yu Qingqing and Jiao Moyan had also reached an agreement and decided to attack together. The four experts working together shocked the surrounding people. The Pavilion of Delicacy had been troubling them for many days. Now that the four experts were working together, they would definitely be able to destroy it. Lin Xian and the others quickly moved forward and soon arrived within 10 feet of the Pavilion of Delicacy. Then, the four of them used their techniques and quickly moved forward. Not long after, they were once again within 5 feet. For a moment, Lin Xian's expression became serious. Last time, he was attacked by the blood-red sword chi from the Pavilion of Delicacy, which exposed his identity and led to him being surrounded. After 3 days, he came here again. Lin Xian took a deep breath and looked at Yi Linyun. Then, he stepped out. Boom, the Pavilion of Delicacy emitted a dazzling light. The aura above shook, and a hazy blood-red light appeared. It quickly formed a blood-red sword chi and slashed toward Lin Xian. Attack! Lin Xian shouted. 80% of the Great Dragon Sword intent gushed out. Together with the Black Dragon Flame, the terrifying sword chi slashed toward the sky. The two sword chis collided, and the entire space trembled. However, the blood-red sword chi was too powerful. It quickly suppressed Lin Xian's sword qi and was about to slash down. At this moment, a mysterious sword diagram appeared and rushed toward the blood-red sword qi. Lin Xian and Yi Linyan's attacks seemed to be able to resist the blood-red sword qi. The blood-red sword qi trembled and emitted an aura even more terrifying than the great success sword intent. Lin Xian and Yi Linyan's attacks gradually weakened, as if they would shatter at any moment. At this moment, Yi Linyan frowned and shouted, "Why aren't you two attacking?" Hearing this, Yu Qingqing and Jiu Moyan did not hold back either. They quickly attacked the blood-red sword qi. A large green-gold hand held a bright moon and quickly blasted toward the sky. The geodemonic flame waved, and a purple immortal flame bird flew upward. The four experts all used their unique skills. All of their terrifying power landed on the blood-red sword qi. The sky was in chaos. In the end, the four joined forces and finally repelled the blood-red sword qi. Lin Xian and the others were overjoyed by this outcome. They quickly advanced. However, when they reached 10 meters, they encountered the blood-red sword qi again. This time, it was even more violent. The four joined forces and attacked quickly. This time, it took a longer time, but they finally shattered the sword qi. After that, there was no more terrifying sword qi. What followed was a monstrous aura that seemed to tear people apart. Lin Xian and the others all displayed their strength and began to resist the pressure as they walked towards the door of light. Lin Xian was the best at resisting invisible forces like pressure. Activating the devouring sword in his body, Lin Xian absorbed the formless pressure. Instantly, he felt his body lighten and his blood flow become much smoother. With a grin, Lin Xian's figure flickered, quickly disappearing into the light door. So fast. How is this possible? Yu Qingqing and Jiu Moyan couldn't believe it. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Linyan also frowned. Although he acknowledged Lin Xian's strength, in his opinion, Lin Xian was still inferior to him. But he didn't expect Lin Xian to display such speed at the last moment. One had to know that even he had to resist this kind of pressure with all his might. He snorted coldly and activated his greater success sword will with all his might. The dazzling sword light on his body flickered incomparably. At that moment, he even used his trump card and quickly walked toward the door of light. He didn't want to waste so much energy only to have the thing taken away by someone else. However, before he could get close to the door of light, the entire pavilion of delicacy suddenly shone brightly and then quickly shrank. Like a bubble, the pavilion of delicacy became illusory and the surrounding air was distorted. What happened? Everyone in the distance was shocked and looked over. Yi Linyan and the others were even more shocked. Did Lin Xian get that thing? The light of the pavilion of delicacy gradually converged and gradually became transparent, finally forming a spiritual power storm. After the light disappeared, the scene inside the pavilion of delicacy was revealed. They looked up and saw a person's back. "It's that little thief," Jiu Moyan exclaimed. He glanced around but didn't find any other treasures. "Where is it? Did that boy really get it?" He roared to the sky, feeling very unwilling. As a peerless genius of the divine bird palace, how could he be inferior to a boy? However, before he could vent his anger, an unusually fierce and violent aura shrouded the area. Jiu Moyan's face changed greatly. Before he could defend himself, he was blasted away. Lin Xian didn't feel good either. His body felt as if it had been pierced by countless ice swords. It was extremely painful. He stepped back step by step, cracking the hard ground. As he stepped back, everyone could finally see the scene in front of him. A drop of scarlet blood exuded a terrifying pressure. Above it, it exuded a terrifying sword essence that had surpassed the profound sword essence. An aura that surpassed the profound sword essence? Was it the perfect sword essence? Lin Xian was shocked. Yi Linyan was also happy. His eyes were shining as he stared at the drop of blood. The drop of blood was exposed to the air, and then it exuded a monstrous aura that made everyone collapse to the ground. What is this aura? It's so uncomfortable. No, the blood in my body feels like it's going to explode. The surrounding warriors were terrified. They struggled to crawl away, trying to get rid of the terrifying suppression. Only Lin Xian and a few others were still holding on. He and Yi Linyun released powerful sword essences to resist the shocking sword essence. Dove demonic flames bloodline surged, and the phantom of a three-headed vermilion blood bird appeared behind him. He originally had a thin divine bird bloodline, but under the suppression of the drop of blood, his bloodline power was stimulated. The phantom of the three-headed vermilion blood bird was very faint, but it was very intelligent. Its cold eyes stared at the drop of blood on the ground, and it was abnormally nervous. What kind of blood could make the three-headed vermilion blood bird so nervous? Lin Xian was puzzled. This is the blood of a king, Lord Alcohol said. And it's a king of the sword Dao. A king? Lin Xian was shocked. Above the supremacy realm was the king realm. There were no such figures in the Tiannan region. Even in the Tianwu region, they were the top existences. He didn't expect to see the blood essence of a king here. Furthermore, the sword essence contained within it was extremely sharp. It made him feel suffocated. This blood has existed for too long. Otherwise, just the pressure alone would be enough to kill all of you. Lord Alcohol said. The more Lin Xian heard, the more shocked he became. At the same time, he was deeply curious about a king. He wanted to know how powerful a warrior who was more powerful than a supremacy was. If I can obtain this king's blood, I should be able to improve my dragon sword intent again. Lin Xian guessed. The last time his sword intent had greatly improved, it was because he had obtained a withered tree with 3 sword scars. Now, the sword intent in the king's blood was much stronger than before. It should be able to allow him to reach the great success stage. At that time, he wouldn't have to fear anyone. Thinking of this, he looked at the king's blood with a burning gaze. Yi Linyun and the others also had the same idea. Yi Linyun wanted to comprehend sword intent, while Zhou Demonic Flame wanted to improve his bloodline power. Although Yu Qingqing wasn't a swordsman and didn't have bloodline power, she knew how precious the king's blood was. If she brought it back to the sect and offered it to the sect's elders, it would definitely be a great merit. At that time, she would receive an unimaginable reward. Therefore, she also wanted to obtain the king's blood. The 4 of them had different thoughts, but their goal was the same. They all wanted the king's blood. This king's blood is mine. Yi Linyun said firmly. This is an ownerless item. Who knows who it belongs to? Zhou Demonic Flame coldly snorted. Although he was afraid of Yi Linyun, it was impossible for him to give up the king's blood just like that. Alright then, let's fight for it with our strength. Yu Qingqing stretched out her star-picking hand and quickly grabbed at it. His palm was hazy and illusory. This was the moon-embracing pavilion's consummate skill, the star-plucking hand. It was rumored that once one mastered it, they would be able to pluck the true form. Now, they were using it to seize the blood of kings. It was extremely effective. Yi Linyun snorted coldly as he unsheathed his sword. Sword chi quickly slashed towards the star-picking hand. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He immediately used the devouring sword, wanting to devour the king's blood. A pitch-black sword appeared, and a black vortex appeared at the tip of the sword as if it could devour everything. His king bloodline trembled and emitted a terrifying light. It formed streaks of sword chi that slashed out in all directions. This sword energy was incomparably sharp. It could break mountains and rivers, cut the sun and moon. Any martial artist below the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm would die upon contact. These sword chis gathered together to form a blood-red longsword, resisting the pitch-black devouring sword. The other 3 were even more shocked and furious. They quickly attacked. Brat, you're courting death. Leave behind the king's sword. Zhou Demonic Flame was furious. Flames danced behind his back, forming a pair of flaming wings that were dozens of feet long. Like a world-destroying heavenly blade, they slashed towards Lin Xian. The blood of a king was extremely precious. If he could obtain it, he would definitely be able to raise the power of his bloodline to the extreme. There was even a possibility that he would return to his ancestral roots. At that time, he might have the opportunity to become a successor disciple of the Divine Bird Palace, therefore, no matter what, he would not give up on this king's blood. For a moment, all kinds of terrifying attacks were directed at Lin Xian, trying to tear him apart. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian left a series of afterimages in the air, dodging like a bubble. He made up his mind and urged the devouring sword to increase its devouring power. The king's blood vibrated even more violently, as if it would disappear at any moment. Originally, with the strength of Yi Linyun and the others, it was impossible for them to seize the blood. However, the sword of devouring was too terrifying. With the support of Lin Xian, it seemed to be able to devour the blood. Lin Xian activated the devouring sword as if he had gone mad. Above the black sword, the vortex spun rapidly, forming a strange and unpredictable force. In the next moment, it sucked the blood away and disappeared. Leave behind the blood of a king. Yi Linyun roared in anger. He slashed out with his longsword, sending out streaks of sword light. Yu Qingqing and Jiu Moyan also roared. They no longer held back and took out their trump cards to face Lin Xian. All of a sudden, all sorts of terrifying attacks were launched, shattering the entire void. However, Lin Xian was already prepared. After he devoured the king's blood, he immediately used the devouring sword and escaped from this space. The black vortex enveloped his body and swallowed him into the darkness. After that, Lin Xian completely disappeared. Jiu Moyan went crazy. Purple flames shot out and burned the whole area. However, no matter how angry he was, he could not find any trace of Lin Xian. Search with all our might. We must find this thief. The three of them were furious. They decided to launch an all-out search. The forest was thick and dense. At this moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the sky. A black hole appeared out of thin air and quickly expanded. Then, a figure jumped out of the black hole and landed on the ground. This figure was Lin Xian. However, he was not in a good state at the moment. Using the devouring sword consumed a lot of soul power. Lin Xian had used the devouring sword twice, and it was already beyond his endurance. If it were not for his strong will, he would have fainted already. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He quickly scattered some powder on his body and set up a formation. This formation was given to him by Zhao Ziki. It was used to hide his presence and avoid being tracked. He had stolen the blood of a king. Those people would definitely go crazy looking for him. Therefore, he had to hide carefully. Otherwise, in his current state, if he was found, the consequences would be terrible. However, Lin Xian was not too worried. As long as his soul power recovered, he would not need to be afraid of anyone while comprehending the sword intent in Wangzhe's blood. In the evening, the setting sun cast the entire forest into darkness. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on a huge tree trunk and quickly recovered. Not long after, he opened his eyes. The soul power he had consumed was completely recovered. The next step was to comprehend the blood of a king. He summoned the snow-white monkey to protect him while his soul power entered the mysterious small sword. There, a drop of scarlet blood floated, emitting a terrifying aura. The scarlet light flashed and turned into a blood-red long sword. Lin Xian used the dragon sword intent to attack and triggered the terrifying sword intent in the blood of a king. Then, the monster sword intent surged out as if it was going to destroy everything. Lin Xian focused and quickly comprehended. The space in the mysterious small sword was very magical. It did not care about the destruction of the king's sword intent. Moreover, Lin Xian was surprised to find that his comprehension in the mysterious small sword seemed to have increased greatly. The originally hazy bottleneck of the great success of the sword intent was now very clear. It was as if he could cross it at any time. Just as Lin Xian was comprehending the great success of the sword intent, the entire Lost Lands was surging with undercurrents. The 3 six-star sects had joined forces with their subsidiary sects and launched a large-scale search to capture Lin Xian. The Lost Lands was originally controlled by the 3 major forces. Now that all of them were on the move, it could be said that Lin Xian was doomed. Lin Xian also knew that the situation was urgent. He had to comprehend the great success of the sword intent. Otherwise, it would be difficult to resist the anger of the 3 six-star sections. 3 days later, a dazzling sword light burst out from his body. The terrifying sword aura turned into a true dragon and roared at the sky. At this moment, all the demonic beasts within 100 miles were prostrated on the ground, trembling. It was a pressure that came from the depths of their souls. The dragon's roar made them unable to resist. The nearby martial artists were also shocked. The sword aura was too terrifying. It made their hearts tremble. Could it be that thief? Quickly report that we found the target. No one dared to delay. They quickly sent out signals to inform Yi Linyun and the others. Soon, countless martial artists rushed over. Everyone joined forces and formed a circle, rushing toward the source of the sword aura. On the giant tree, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze turned into rays of sword light, tearing the space in front of him. Is this the great success of the sword intent? It's so powerful. He clenched his fists and smiled. Then, he frowned. He sensed a large number of martial artists chasing after him. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he raised his arm. These people joined forces to search for him. Did they really think that he was easy to bully? In the next moment, his arm fell, and a sword aura that was hundreds of feet long was released. The sword aura was swift and fierce. It was like a true dragon rushing forward. Wherever it passed, the mountain rocks shattered and the ground caved in. Ah, no! The martial artists who were chasing after him screamed in horror and quickly retreated. However, they were still one step too late. The huge sword aura fell and enveloped countless people. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out, causing the entire earth to tremble. Mountains collapsed one after another, and countless trees were swept away by the strong winds, turning into pieces under the sword chi. This sword was too terrifying. It killed more than 10 early-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists. A 1,000-meter-long crack appeared on the ground. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. It was terrifying. The surviving martial artists trembled and fled. They no longer dared to chase after Lin Xian. It was too terrifying. Even Yi Linyun and the other two top experts might not be able to create such a terrifying aura. After repelling everyone with one sword, Lin Xian's figure flashed and quickly disappeared. After reaching greater success in sword intent, his perception of the great dragon sword had become clearer. Now was the time to go find it. Not long after he left, Jiao Moyan, Yu Qingqing, and the others quickly arrived. They looked at the bottomless sword scar in silence. Judging from the aura emanating from him, Lin Xian had already surpassed them. Jiao Moyan's expression was ferocious as he clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. It had only been a few days, and Lin Xian had surpassed him from an ant. He couldn't accept this. Yu Qingqing also sighed. Lin Xian's growth was too fast. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before they were no match for Lin Xian. In the forest, Yi Linyun looked at the 1,000-meter-long sword scar with a serious expression. He then turned into a sword light and rushed forward. His mentality was different from Jiao Moyan and Yu Qingqing. As a swordsman, he had to fight with Lin Xian. Lin Xian was moving in the direction he sensed. At this moment, he suddenly sensed a powerful force rapidly approaching from behind. He abruptly turned his head and saw a beam of sword chi rushing over from behind. Wherever it passed, the trees on both sides were cut in half. The sword chi was too sharp. It destroyed everything around it. Nothing could stop it. Yi Linyun. Lin Xian stopped with a serious expression. He had to admit that his opponent was an outstanding swordsman. Whoosh, the sword light arrived in front of Lin Xian and instantly stopped. The terrifying sword chi turned into a sword wave, slicing through the air in all directions. Yi Linyun's figure also appeared. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and he carried an ancient sword on his back. His body was filled with sword intent, and he looked like an unsheathed divine sword. Mastery of sword intent. You've really broken through to mastery of sword intent. Yi Linyun looked at Lin Xian, his voice trembling slightly. Needless to say, this was definitely the effect of the king's blood. If he had obtained the king's blood back then his sword intent would most likely have taken a step closer and reached the great perfection realm. No one can take away what belongs to me, and you are no exception. Yi Linyun pulled out the ancient sword on his back. Holding the ancient sword, Yi Linyun's sword chi became even stronger. If it was before, Lin Xian really wouldn't have been confident. But now that he had reached the large success stage of sword intent, he didn't fear Yi Linyun at all. He believed that the great success of the great dragon sword intent was definitely stronger than his opponent's sword intent. You're very strong, but you can't beat me. Lin Xian was very confident. Humph. Arrogant! Yi Linyun shouted angrily. He had never been underestimated before. Although Lin Xian had also comprehended the great success stage of sword intent, he didn't believe that his opponent's sword intent was stronger than his. After all, he had comprehended the great success stage of sword intent for quite some time. In terms of using sword intent, he could definitely crush his opponent. Thinking of this, he stabbed out with the ancient sword in his hand, and a monster spiritual energy erupted. The sword chi was like a rainbow that quickly streaked across the void. Wherever it passed, small spatial cracks appeared. Whoosh, Lin Xian held the wind shadow sword and used the sword drawing technique. The wind and thunder sword chi struck out, and the sword slashed at the ancient sword. Bang, the two swords collided, forming sword waves that spread out in all directions. The earth shook, and the surrounding trees were cut in half. Countless sword chi appeared in the air and flew in all directions. After one strike, the entire earth was covered in wounds. Seeing that the ancient sword was blocked, Yi Linyun's pupils shrank. Then, he swept his sword across, and countless sword chi flew out. Every sword chi was terrifying and contained great success stage sword intent. Hundreds of sword chi attacked together, and all of them blasted toward Lin Xian. This attack was very terrifying, and very few people in the spirit detecting realm could block it. Lin Xian's body suddenly stopped, and the wind shadow sword drew a half-moon in front of him. The great success stage dragon sword intent merged into the sword chi, and the moonbreaking sword chi flew out. The huge arc-shaped sword chi was like a crescent moon, and it instantly split apart all of Yi Linyun's sword radiance. Then, it quickly slashed down. Poof, Yi Linyun's body retreated rapidly, and his figure was erratic. He was extremely shocked. He used his speed to the extreme, and only then did he barely dodge the crescent sword chi. How is this possible? They both had great success stage sword intent, but why was his opponent's sword intent so sharp that it could split all of his attacks in one move? This didn't make sense at all. One had to know that he was a peerless genius of the deity sword villa, and he had comprehended great success stage sword intent for 2 years. In terms of mastery and use of sword intent, he was absolutely confident that he could crush Lin Xian. However, reality hit him in the head. In front of Lin Xian, his great success stage sword intent couldn't even withstand a single blow. He couldn't accept it. Impossible. Suppress him. Yi Linyun shouted, and his sword intent intertwined, forming a mysterious sword diagram. The sword diagram was at a loss, and it emitted an unpredictable aura, as if it could envelop heaven and earth. Yi Linyun waved the ancient sword, and controlled the sword diagram to suppress Lin Xian. The mysterious sword diagram released tens of thousands of sword chi, and even the void couldn't withstand it. Lin Xian focused. He had already seen the power of the sword diagram, and it was terrifying. However, now that he had reached great success stage sword intent, he wasn't afraid of the sword diagram at all. On the wind shadow sword, the black dragon flame danced, and it emitted scorching energy. A black dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws was born along with the sword chi, and it quickly flew over. Boom, in the next moment, it dashed out and occupied the entire space, and its huge dragon claws slapped the sword diagram. The black dragon flame danced and burned, and the sword chi destroyed the sword diagram. Yi Linyun's mysterious sword diagram was completely suppressed by the black dragon flame, and the light on it dimmed. Take my strongest attack. Ling Yun gritted his teeth and said. Then, all the spiritual energy in his body surged and poured into the sword diagram. The dim sword diagram emitted a dazzling light again, and sword intent intertwined to form a mysterious sword, emitting a shocking aura. The sword diagram and the divine sword rushed out quickly, slashing toward Lin Xian. The divine sword was only 3 feet long, but it seemed to be able to crush heaven and earth, and it quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. Sword of Nirvana. Lin Xian waved the wind shadow sword, and with a stab everything fell silent. He had comprehended this move from the blood of a king, and it was extremely powerful. He had comprehended a total of 3 moves, and this sword of Nirvana was one of them. An aura of death was emitted, and it quickly collided with the divine sword diagram. Chi, the originally bright divine sword diagram quickly dimmed under the influence of the sword of Nirvana, as if its energy had been drained. What kind of sword technique is this? Yi Linyun was shocked. This move was too strange, and it directly made his sword diagram disappear. He wanted to counterattack, but Lin Xian was already in front of him. With a flash of sword light, it pierced through Yi Linyan's defense. The terrifying sword intent instantly left a bloody hole in his shoulder. Yi Linyan retreated frantically in fear. However, Lin Xian was even faster. He waved his left palm and struck Yi Linyan's chest, sending him flying. "You've lost." Lin Xian sheathed his sword with a cold expression. Then, he turned around and left, quickly disappearing. His strength had already surpassed Yi Linyan's, so there was no point in continuing the fight. Yi Linyan lay on the ground, his eyes losing their luster. He had always claimed to be a sword genius and had never taken anyone seriously. When he first met Lin Xian, although he did not show it, he still felt disdain in his heart. However, today, the person he despised had actually defeated him. This was undoubtedly a deep irony to him. He knew that Lin Xian had already become his inner demon. If he did not resolve it, his sword skills would probably not improve in this lifetime. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures rushed over from behind and landed on the tree branches. These two people were Zhou Moyan and Yu Qingqing. They were originally chasing after Lin Xian, but when they saw Yi Linyan's situation, they were all stunned. Even someone as powerful as Yi Linyan had been defeated. Were they still going to chase after him? Lin Xian naturally did not know this. He followed the perception of the great dragon sword and quickly ran into the forest. The trees in front of him became sparse, and a mountain range appeared. In the mountain range, there was a huge palace floating. Lin Xian sensed that the great dragon sword seemed to be in the palace. He did not delay any longer and turned into a stream of light, flying away. After approaching, he saw the huge palace clearly. It was a dark red palace. It was surrounded by black lightning, emitting a wild and desolate aura. On the stone pillars, there were all kinds of ancient beasts carved. The workmanship was amazing. What was even more shocking was that the entire palace sat on a pile of bones. Those bones were very large. The shortest was dozens of feet long, while the longest was hundreds of feet long. There were even some that were close to 10,000 feet. These bones were piled together, forming a white bone mountain. The great desolate palace sat on top of the bone mountain. The two scenes gave people a very shocking visual impact. Lin Xian took a deep breath and transformed into a bolt of lightning as he quickly approached. Soon, he arrived in front of the palace. His surrounding soul power probed forward, but it was blocked by a mysterious power. Even though he was so close to it, he still felt that the palace was like a dream, as if it shouldn't exist. This feeling was too strange. It was something he had never experienced before. "Be careful, I sense an unusual aura." Lord Alcohol sent a voice transmission. "Yes." Lin Xian nodded and cautiously walked forward. In the next moment, his expression changed greatly, and his body moved 10 meters to the side. The space where he was originally standing cracked open. Countless wind blades appeared and shattered the space. "You're that thief? Interesting." A mocking voice sounded. "Humph, he's only SOSO. In my opinion, he can't even withstand a single blow. I can crush him to death with a single finger." This voice was filled with disdain. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He turned around and his expression changed. There was a figure standing on a nearby hill. This person was very strange. He had a body with two heads, one on the left and one on the right. One was a man and the other was a woman. How was this a person? This was clearly a monster. At that moment, the two heads were looking at Lin Xian with eyes filled with malice. "Hee hee, big brother, look at that thief's shocked expression. He's so cute. I really want to cut off his head and hug it. Cute my ass. I must chop him into mincemeat and feed him to the dogs." The two of them spoke one after another, completely disregarding Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. This monster gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Furthermore, he hadn't sensed its existence at all. If not for the spiritual energy fluctuations from the last attack, he might not have been able to dodge in time. What's the origin of this monster? Hee hee, that thief definitely wants to know our identities. We just won't tell him. The demon sister giggled. Little sister, stop messing around. I must let him know when he dies. The demon brother's face was insolent. Thief, you dared to kill a disciple of my divine bird palace. Today, I'll send you to hell. I'll pull out your tendons, peel off your skin, refine your soul, and seal you in hell forever. Divine Bird Palace? They're also disciples of the Divine Bird Palace? Lin Xian was shocked. However, when he thought of the three-headed vermilion blood bird's strange combination of 3 heads, he was no longer surprised. There was no need to think. For such a monster to exist, it had to be the Divine Bird Palace. However, what shocked Lin Xian was that this 2-headed monster's cultivation was abnormally strong. It was far stronger than the demonic dove flame. Perhaps even Yi Lin Yun was not its opponent. This guy should be at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. I just don't know if this 2-headed monster has any other special abilities? Lin Xian guessed. Thief, have you thought about how you're going to die? The demon brother shouted. Hee, big brother, you must preserve his head completely. The monster sister laughed. Humph, stop bragging. You're neither a man nor a woman. Show me what you've got. Lin Xian coldly snorted. What did you say? You're courting death. The demon sister screamed. Wah, I'll tear you to pieces. The demon brother also crazily roared. They were brother and sister, twins that had inherited the pure bloodline of the 3-headed vermilion blood bird. Although they were strong, they were still monsters in the eyes of outsiders. Lin Xian's words had hit their sore spot, so the two of them were extremely irritable. Brat, you're dead. No one in the world can save you. The demon brother crazily roared. A death scythe appeared in his hand with purple lightning dancing on top of it. The demon sister took out a giant fan that was covered in azure light and contained the power of the wind. I'll make your head into the most beautiful specimen. The demon sister shouted. She waved the giant fan in her hand and the power of the wind enveloped Lin Xian. The demon brother waved his death scythe. Suddenly, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning, as if it was a sea of lightning from hell. The violent power of the thunder and the cold power of the wind attacked at the same time. Like 2 energy storms, they quickly enveloped Lin Xian. The power was very terrifying. It was far from what geodemonic flame and the others could display. The demon brother and sister must be the top genius disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. Lin Xian's face was solemn. His figure was like a phantom as he dodged at extreme speed. The two's cultivation was far above his, and they also had the concept of thunder and wind. They were stronger than him. Fortunately, he had comprehended the great success sword intent. Otherwise, there was no way he could fight this battle. Sword of Nirvana. A sword light flashed, and the power of death appeared as if it could destroy everything. The gray sword light dragon rushed into the wind and thunder energy and exploded with the terrifying power of Nirvana. Hey, what a strange energy. What sword technique is this? The demon sister was surprised. Humph, your moves are exquisite, but your power is too weak. Break for me. The monster brother sneered disdainfully. Then, he waved his death scythe, and an even more violent power of thunder and lightning, together with the huge scythe phantom, quickly slashed out. Ka, the Nirvana sword shattered under the bombardment, turning into bits and pieces and disappearing into the sky. Ha. The monster brother laughed, little thief, go to hell. The scythe phantom was too powerful, instantly shattering the Nirvana sword. The monster brother's casual attack had already surpassed Yi Lin Yun's strongest move. On the other side, the monster sister waved the green fan in her hand, and the surrounding air condensed and then quickly cracked, like countless cracks on the surface of a mirror. For a moment, Lin Xian felt the surrounding space freeze, as if his body was about to be torn apart. He quickly used the concept of wind to resist the opponent's wind power. At the same time, he waved his sword again. Sword of Slaughter. This sword was also comprehended from the blood of a king. On the sword light, a scarlet blood light appeared, and a blood-colored sword aura surged out. The light was dazzling, like blood, and emitted a bloody aura, as well as a monstrous aura of slaughter. This was a sword of slaughter, and the violent spiritual energy instantly slashed towards the monster. Ka. Wherever the blood-colored sword aura passed, the space cracked, and the opponent's wind power was destroyed. Hee, this is interesting. The monster sister laughed, and the fan in her hand spun, and suddenly, dozens of violent winds appeared, connecting heaven and earth, and swept towards Lin Xian. The ground cracked, and the mountain rocks collapsed. It was a terrifying scene. The two fought fiercely, and the energy was vast and terrifying, sweeping in all directions. However, they did not notice that there were 8 black stone steels buried in the ground around the bone palace. Now, the violent energy fluctuations blasted the ground open, and the stone steels emitted a strange light. Suddenly, one of the stone steels was blasted away by the surging energy. The black stone steel that was blasted away had a smooth surface. It paused in the air for a moment, and then quickly flew towards the ground. It was as if it wanted to suppress something. However, just as it approached the ground, a beam of energy suddenly rushed out from the ground, shattering the black stone steel. Lin Xian and the demon siblings did not notice this. They were still fighting fiercely. However, not long after, a terrifying aura gushed out from the ground. It was as if a peerless demon was about to be born. Lin Xian was shocked. His figure retreated rapidly, like a wisp of sword light, instantly arriving at a safe place. The demon siblings stopped in midair, their expressions grave and uneasy. They quickly looked around and locked onto the ground. Big brother, what's the aura this time? Why do I feel that it's even stronger than our holy bird? I don't know. Looking at the strange situation here, could there really be some terrifying existence suppressed below? For a moment, they were bewildered. Lin Xian was also puzzled. This aura was too powerful. He felt that it had even surpassed a venerable one's aura. Kid, something's not right. I'm afraid there's a peerless monster below. Lord Alcohol sent a voice transmission. Don't act rashly. If there's a threat, use the devouring sword to escape. Lin Xian nodded and released his soul force to sense the surroundings. Big brother, do we still want to kill this little thief? The little sister asked. Kill. He's an enemy of our divine bird palace. If we don't kill him, we won't be able to sleep tonight. The demon brother's expression was ferocious. They observed for a while and found that although the underground aura was fierce, it couldn't come out immediately. They had absolute confidence that they could kill Lin Xian in one move. Little thief, I don't have time to play with you. Die. The demon brother waved his huge scythe, filling the sky with scythe phantoms. Like the summoning of the Grim Reaper, the death scythe was entwined with purple lightning. Its momentum was terrifying and incomparably violent. A scythe blade that was 100 feet long quickly slashed down from the void. The little monster sister also unleashed waves of sharp wind power. The combination of wind and lightning made the death scythe even more fierce, with an aura that could destroy everything. Countless tiny cracks appeared in the void, as if it couldn't withstand the power. Lin Xian didn't force his attack. He raised his speed to the limit and retreated at lightning speed. At the same time, he activated the concept of wind, reducing the spatial resistance to the minimum. A sword beam flashed under Lin Xian's feet. In an instant, his speed reached the limit. The huge death scythe slashed down, and another terrifying trench appeared in the ground. This attack sent another black steel flying. The huge death scythe was about to envelop Lin Xian. At this moment, an even more violent aura surged out from the ground. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had grabbed the death scythe and shattered the black steel that had been sent flying. Then, the terrifying death scythe turned into a pure energy and sank into the ground. The ground trembled as countless cracks spread out in all directions. It was a shocking sight, as if it would split open at any moment. The remaining 6 steels emitted light, forming a huge starlight array that suppressed the area below. However, the array was badly damaged because 2 pieces were broken. Perhaps it was because of its age, but the light of the array formation flickered unsteadily. Roar. A deep roar came from the ground. It was dull and desolate, with an endless aura. As soon as the sound came out, countless bolts of lightning appeared in the sky, dancing wildly. There were even bolts of lightning as thick as buckets that struck in all directions. What's this? Is there really a peerless beast coming out? The demon sister looked scared. Damn it, it's too strange. Let's retreat first. The demon brother did not dare to fight anymore. Little thief, consider yourself lucky. I'll spare your life for now. I'll definitely take your head another day. The demon siblings rushed into the sky, wanting to leave. However, they did not go far before an invisible barrier bounced them back. How can this be? Ouch, it hurts. Why can't I go out? The demon sister roared. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. From the situation just now, it seemed that the surroundings had been sealed. However, he did not know if it was because of the array or because of the demons below. However, he had the sword of devouring, so he was not too worried. On the other side, the demon siblings condensed the death scythe again and slashed at the void, trying to tear open the invisible shackles and escape this world. However, their attacks were futile. The bombardment did not remove any threat at all. Instead, their attacks turned into pure energy and sank into the ground. The demon siblings were shocked by the scene. A sense of fear enveloped their hearts. Damn it! They roared and looked at Lin Xian. Despicable little thief, it's all because of you that we fell into such danger. I'll definitely tear you to pieces. Lin Xian's face was gloomy as he snorted, I'm standing right here. Come at me if you have the ability. If you don't bite me like a mad dog. What did you say? You're courting death. We'll kill you right now. The demon siblings roared crazily and turned into afterimages as they charged over. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He held the wind shadow sword and released his large success sword intent, ready to charge out at any moment. Just as the battle was about to break out, the ground suddenly cracked open as a huge black shadow rushed into the sky like a pillar. The surrounding air exploded, and large cracks appeared in the space as countless black holes flickered within. This terrifying momentum sent the demon siblings flying in the sky. Lin Xian was also shocked. He used his movement technique to quickly dodge. At the same time, he waved his long sword and slashed the violent energy around him away. This aura was too terrifying. He did not plan to stay here any longer. At this moment, several extremely powerful auras suddenly came from afar and were rushing in this direction. In the next moment, 8 figures appeared in the sky. 8 figures stood in the sky. Lin Xian was shocked. He looked up and saw 8 people wearing beast skins. Their expressions were solemn, and their auras were powerful. Even the weakest one was stronger than the monster siblings. 2 of them had the most powerful auras. Lin Xian sensed that they were definitely not weaker than the supremacies he had seen before. Who are these people? There are actually 2 supremacies. Lin Xian was astonished. Judging from the monster siblings' expressions, these people were definitely not from the 3 forces. There was only one possibility, and that was that they were natives of the Lost Lands. There were actually supremacies in the Lost Lands. Lin Xian did not dare to imagine it. The 8 figures in the sky looked at the cracked ground and the pillar-like black shadow with solemn expressions. One of the old men stretched out his palm and grabbed downwards, instantly breaking the invisible barrier. The 8 figures quickly descended and appeared in front of Lin Xian. Brats from the outside world, how dare you break the secondary sealing steels? One of the young men in beast clothing shouted coldly. As for the others, they quickly scouted out the situation. Oh no, the 2 sealing steels have disappeared. Someone exclaimed. What? The old man in the lead was shocked. Quickly set up the formation. We must suppress the monsters below. You 2 dare to break the seal of the steels. You're courting death. The young man in beast clothing had a cold expression. He quickly attacked, and 2 light palms blasted towards Lin Xian and the monster siblings. Lin Yuxuan quickly dodged and narrowly avoided the huge light palms. The monster siblings were even more furious. They were geniuses and had never been scolded like this before. Now, there was actually someone who was disrespectful to them. This was simply more detestable than that little thief. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them wielded huge scythes and hacked apart the palm of light, quickly rushing over. Unexpectedly, the beast-robed young man snorted coldly and pointed his finger at the scythe phantom in the sky. Then, the finger beam blasted the demon siblings away. Lin Xian was astonished. This youth was too powerful. He had sent the demon's cultivation flying with a single move. It has to be said that the monster siblings were both at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. The two of them together were extremely powerful. But now, he was defeated with a single move. Then, the beast-clothed young man looked at Lin Xian with killing intent in his eyes. Those who destroy the sealing steel, die. As he pointed out with his finger, the space around him trembled as a gigantic finger beam spun rapidly, arriving before Lin Xian in an instant. It was too fast, so fast that Lin Xian had no time to react. At the critical moment, he used the Sword of Devouring to devour his body and disappeared. Using the Sword of Devouring consumed soul power, and the longer the distance, the more soul power it consumed. Lin Xian could easily cover a distance of 10 feet. 10 feet away, she appeared with a trace of anger in her eyes. He didn't know what the sealing steel was, and the other party didn't explain anything. He actually tried to kill him as soon as he came up, which made him furious. He actually dodged it. The beast-clothed young man was surprised, and then a trace of anger appeared on his face. It was a bit surprising that an ant could actually dodge his attack. He raised his finger and wanted to attack again. At this moment, the leading old man suddenly shouted. "Shirkuan, what are you doing? Hurry up and set up the array. If that ferocious beast escapes, everyone will die." Hearing this, the beast-clothed young man's face changed. He looked coldly at Lin Xian, then quickly moved to the front of a black steel. "Kid, consider yourself lucky. I'll spare your life this time. However, since you dared to destroy the steel, I'll take your life sooner or later." A voice filled with killing intent echoed in Lin Xian's ears. At this moment, the 8 natives of the Lost Lands quickly released their spirit energy and injected it into the steel. A huge astral light array was formed with a monstrous aura that suppressed the area below. Lin Xian frowned. It wasn't a good thing to be targeted by such a powerful warrior. Furthermore, the other party seemed determined to kill him. It didn't feel good to have his fate controlled by others. Only by obtaining the Great Dragon Sword could he escape this situation. With this thought in mind, he retreated to the side and secretly observed his surroundings. On Whitebone Mountain, there was a huge palace surrounded by black lightning. Ordinary warriors couldn't approach it at all. According to Lord Alcohol's judgment, even a Supremacy Realm warrior couldn't break through the black lightning. Lin Xian could use the Sword of Devouring to enter, but it consumed too much of his soul power. He would be in a weakened state if he entered. Such a place was definitely not safe. If he were to encounter danger in his weakened state, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. He would be courting death if he entered. Therefore, he was waiting for an opportunity. The ground cracked as a black shadow that resembled a heavenly pillar danced in all directions, resisting the new array formation formed by the 8 warriors. Only then did Lin Xian realize that the huge black shadow was actually a tail. However, the tail was too terrifying. It was 1,000 feet long and covered in scales. Each scale was the size of a house. They shone brightly and were filled with terrifying power. The tail rumbled as it struck the astral light array every time. If not for the strange energy emitted by the black steel, the 8 warriors wouldn't have been able to resist the huge tail. Even with the black steel's suppression, the 8 of them still found it difficult. The 1,000-foot-long tail struck the astral light array and was sent flying by the impact. It fell in the direction of the mysterious palace. Boom! Boom, boom. The 1,000-foot-long tail struck the mysterious palace. The surrounding black lightning immediately formed a terrifying lightning force that enveloped it. Crackle, a deep roar suddenly sounded from below. Clearly, the black lightning force was unbearable for the ferocious beast. Then, the 1,000-foot-long tail slashed toward the black lightning like a heavenly knife. The collision of the two caused an earth-shaking boom. The entire mountain range trembled and countless mountains exploded into gravel. The shocking thing was that the 1,000-foot-long tail tore a crack in the black lightning. This scene immediately shocked the 8 indigenous warriors. They knew how terrifying the black lightning was. Once, there was a martial venerable in their tribe who wanted to enter the lost shrine. In the end, he was struck by the black lightning and nothing was left. Since then, no one dared to have any ideas about the palace. Instead, they followed the ancient will and guarded the Whitebone Mountain to suppress the demonic creatures below. However, they didn't expect the demon below the Whitebone Mountain to be able to split the black lightning. Needless to say, the peerless demon's cultivation must have surpassed the martial venerable realm. If it came out, it would definitely be a disaster for the entire lost place. Therefore, they had to suppress it. In the distance, Lin Xian's heart beat wildly when he saw the gap. This was definitely a good opportunity for him to enter the mysterious palace. Therefore, he did not hesitate. He turned into a ray of sword light and quickly approached the mysterious palace. The beast-robed youth happened to see this scene. "Brat, you're courting death." The beast-robed youth was furious. He did not expect that an ant would dare to touch the lost temple. Immediately, the other 7 powerhouses saw this scene, but all of their spiritual energy was used to maintain the array, so they could not do anything. They could only watch as Lin Xian entered the lost temple through the gap in the black lightning. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian disappeared, and the black lightning that was split open completely recovered and emitted a terrifying energy again. "Elder, that little thief entered the lost temple. What should we do?" The beast-robed youth roared unwillingly. "Ignore him. The lost temple is extremely dangerous. Even a venerable will die inside. He's only at the early stage of the spirit detecting realm, so there's no chance of him surviving." The leading elder shook his head. If the lost temple was so easy to break into, they would have acted long ago. "Okay, don't think too much. Let's quickly suppress this beast." The 8 of them shouted and poured their spiritual energy into the black stone tablet. The other 2 venerables used their methods to simulate 2 stone tablets and suppressed the beast together. The mysterious palace was dark and gloomy. After Lin Xian entered, his perception of the great dragon's sword became stronger. He could clearly sense that the great dragon sword was inside the palace, and he also felt a faint summoning. It seemed that his great dragon sword intent had a trace of connection with the great dragon sword's soul. After passing through layers of passages, Lin Xian quickly walked into the depths of the palace. He remembered that there was a mysterious man in the scene he saw before. If he guessed correctly, that mysterious man should be from the Black Dragon sect. No matter what, he would not let him get the great dragon sword's soul. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's speed increased again, and he turned into a ray of light and quickly disappeared. In the huge space, there was a black array platform in the center. The platform was surrounded by black crystals that were 10 feet tall. They emitted a strange and unfathomable power that formed a defensive barrier. In the center of the array platform, the great dragon sword soul was constantly floating. Not far from the black altar stood a black-robed man. This man had a feminine appearance. His face was pale, and there were a few black scales on his cheeks. At this moment, he looked at the black altar with a fiery gaze. However, he did not move. The reason for that was because there was an invisible power surrounding the black altar that was capable of blocking everything. After such a long time, the black-robed man was still advancing slowly. He still hadn't reached the edge of the altar. There were 4 pitch-black gates in the 4 corners of the mysterious space, just like the gates of hell. The door behind the black-robed man was already open, while the other 3 sides were sealed. At this moment, the sealed black door in front of the black-robed man suddenly trembled. Someone came in. Don't tell me they are the aboriginals of the Lost Lands. The black-robed man's eyes were cold. He had also heard that the natives of the Lost Lands were called the descendants of the gods. It seemed that they had a special method to enter this place. With doubts in his heart, he looked at the open pitch-black door. The black door slowly opened and a young man walked out. His face was delicate and pretty, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. "What? It's him." The black-robed man was shocked. Then, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lin Xian ran all the way and saw a pitch-black door. Without hesitation, he quickly pushed open the hellish door. Then, he saw a huge black altar. There were 4 pitch-black crystals on top of the altar, and they were giving off a mysterious aura. Behind the altar stood a devilish man in a black robe. Lin Xian was not surprised. He had seen this black-robed man in the previous scene. Moreover, at the Green Dragon Assembly, he had also seen a puppet that looked exactly like this black-robed man. He guessed that the puppet existed to collect the real dragon chi. The black-robed man was shocked. He had thought that it would be an old monster from the Lost Lands, but he didn't expect it to be a young man. Moreover, he knew this young man and even had a grudge against him. Lowly worm, I didn't expect you to come here. You actually came here. You dared to ruin my plan last time. I will destroy your body and soul. The black-robed man was full of murderous intent. According to his original plan, he would have obtained enough real dragon chi at the Green Dragon Assembly. This way, he would be able to weaken the seal around him and quickly obtain the Great Dragon Sword Soul. However, he didn't expect that there would be a young man who could defeat his clone at the Green Dragon Assembly and even see through his identity. As a result, not only did he not obtain more real dragon chi, he couldn't even take away the original one. In the end, he only obtained a wisp of real dragon chi. Until now, he had not been able to get close to the Great Dragon Sword Soul. If Lin Xian hadn't ruined it, he might have already obtained the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Therefore, he had unwillingly torn his opponent apart. Lin Xian's heart was heavy, and his face became extremely ugly. Judging from his aura, the black-robed man's cultivation was at least in the honorable realm. It was very likely that he was even higher. In the face of such an expert, he had no chance of escaping, let alone obtaining the Great Dragon Sword Soul. However, he soon discovered the abnormality in it. According to his opponent's hatred, he would definitely attack mercilessly as soon as he appeared. However, until now, the black-robed man had only emitted a shocking killing intent and hadn't made any excessive moves. Lin Xian was puzzled. The black-robed man wouldn't let him go, so there must be a reason why he hadn't attacked. Perhaps the black-robed man couldn't attack now, or perhaps the space didn't allow fighting. Lin Xian didn't know what the reason was, but he knew that at least he was safe for now. Moreover, he had a chance to fight for the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Thinking of this, his heart burned. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he reached out with his soul. He didn't find any danger, so he took a step forward. Looking at Lin Xian's cautious and timid actions, the black-robed man's eyes were full of disdain. Even with his strength, he had only broken through a small distance. It was impossible for an ant like Lin Xian to get close. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Lin Xian's forehead to break out in cold sweat. He felt that there was a huge force in front of him that was preventing him from moving forward. If he forced his way forward, he would probably be smashed to pieces. As expected of the Great Dragon Sword Soul, every step was so dangerous. Lin Xian was shocked. He stopped and heaved a sigh of relief. He had only taken 3 steps, and there was still a distance of 300 feet between him and the huge altar in the center. Meanwhile, the black-robed man was about 200 feet away. Ha 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 ha, lowly worm. I don't know how you came in, but with your strength, you're dreaming if you want to get close to the altar. When I obtain the Great Dragon Sword Soul, I'll let you have a taste of what it means to live a life worse than death. The black-robed man sneered. Lin Xian's face turned cold. He clenched his teeth and prepared to use the devouring sword. However, the Great Dragon Sword was also one of the 5 swords in the world. It had the same power as the devouring sword, so it couldn't be devoured. Even if he used the devouring sword to forcefully move, he couldn't do it here. He sighed helplessly. He could only find another way. I wonder if the Great Dragon Sword intent will work. Lin Xian began to use the Great Dragon Sword intent in his body. The Great Dragon Sword intent rushed out, forming a sharp aura. The next moment, the Great Dragon Sword soul in the black altar suddenly trembled. It transformed into the shape of a long sword as if it could cut through time and space. What? He can actually resonate with the Great Dragon Sword soul. The black-robed man was shocked. Then, his face became very ugly. One had to know that he had previously mocked Lin Xian. In his opinion, how could a weak worm like Lin Xian be able to connect with the Great Dragon Sword soul? His identity was extraordinary and his cultivation was even more powerful. Even so, he couldn't connect with the Great Dragon Sword soul. However, Lin Xian had released a trace of sword intent, which caused the Great Dragon Sword soul to tremble. How is this possible? The black-robed man's face was very gloomy. He stared at Lin Xian and carefully felt the sword intent. Large success sword intent. He was slightly shocked. It was indeed rare for someone at the early stage of the spirit detecting realm to comprehend large success sword intent. Something's wrong. Although it's only large success sword intent, it feels stronger than other sword intents. What kind of sword intent can connect with the great dragon sword soul? The black-robed man felt a bit uneasy. Seeing that the great dragon sword intent could connect with the great dragon sword soul, Lin Xian was also very happy. Next, he prepared to use the great dragon sword intent to open a path and see if he could cut through the invisible resistance to get close to the great dragon sword soul. He pulled out the wind shadow sword and waved it. Sword intent surged out, and a bright sword light slashed forward. Before the sword light could land, it encountered a great resistance. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands holding the sword chi back. Lin Xian clenched his teeth and used the great dragon sword intent with all his strength. The bright sword chi slowly descended and cut through the invisible resistance. Although it was slow, it was much better than before. Relying on the great dragon sword intent, Lin Xian slowly approached the great dragon sword soul. On the other side, the black-robed man's face became even more gloomy. He snorted coldly and the spiritual energy in his body surged, forming a terrifying pressure. With a wave of his hand, a black silhouette shot out. A gigantic beast claw appeared in the air and swiped forward like a dragon claw. If it was outside, the claw might even be able to kill a venerable one. At this moment, the terrifying beast claw attack was not as effective as the great dragon's sword will. This scene caused the black-robed man to be stunned. His heart went crazy, and he wished he could kill Lin Xian with a single palm strike. However, in this place, he could only go mad in his heart. He couldn't break through the restriction at all, let alone kill it. Seeing the black-robed man's speed, Lin Xian's heart calmed down. A sneer appeared at the corners of his mouth, and he exerted even more effort to stimulate the great dragon sword intent. Although the black-robed man had arrived earlier than him, at this speed, he would definitely reach the great dragon sword soul before the black-robed man. When that time came, the situation would be different. Just like that, the two of them opened up a path day and night and finally reached the 30-meter mark almost at the same time. In this place, Lin Xian could already feel the pressure brought about by the great dragon sword soul. Only now did he know why the black-robed man mocked him mercilessly in the beginning. Even a venerable one would not be able to get close to this aura. If it were not for the fact that he had the great dragon sword intent that came from the same source as the great dragon sword soul, the great dragon sword soul's aura would have killed him. As expected of the great dragon sword soul. It's so terrifying. What shocked him even more was that the black-robed man's cultivation was definitely above the venerable one realm. Those with a cultivation above the venerable one realm in the black dragon sect would definitely have a terrifying identity. On the other side, the black-robed man was even more shocked. Lin Xian could actually reach the 30-meter mark at the same time as him. This was something he had never expected. He looked at Lin Xian with a piercing killing intent in his eyes. If there was a chance, he would quickly attack without mercy. Not only was this person a great threat to him, but he was also a huge hidden danger to the entire Black Dragon sect. Thinking of this, he stretched out his palm. The originally white palm glowed, and countless tiny black scales appeared, covering the entire palm in an instant. The scales were black and filled with a metallic luster, emitting an aura that made one's heart palpitate. On the black-robed man's 5 fingers, rays of dazzling light appeared. The light rolled and turned into 5 ferocious small dragons that roared at the sky. Roar, a deep dragon roar sounded and shook the entire space. The great dragon sword soul on the array platform began to roll and tremble. Obviously, the black-robed man could also cause the great dragon sword soul to tremble. This is true dragon chi. Lin Xian was astonished. He stared closely at the palm and carefully examined it. In the end, he confirmed that it was the chi of a true dragon. As far as he knew, true dragon chi was buried deep in the earth's dragon veins and could not be found in ordinary places. In the entire Tiannan region, true dragon chi could only be found in the ancient Azure Dragon City. Moreover, the true dragon chi was very special. Only the top 72 true dragon geniuses could be nourished and protected by it. However, that was only for a short period of time. After leaving the super arena, the true dragon chi would disappear. As for others, including supremacies, they could not use the true dragon chi, let alone bring it out of the ancient Azure Dragon City. Lin Xian had the great dragon sword intent and the sword of devouring, which was why he could bring the true dragon chi out. However, he did not expect that the black-robed man would also have true dragon chi in his hands. These must have been collected at the Azure Dragon Gathering. Lin Xian was shocked. His opponent had indeed made sufficient preparations. The black-robed man waved his palm and the true dragon chi intertwined to form a dragon-shaped claw. He grabbed forward and tore the invisible resistance. Soon, he was 90 feet away. The true dragon chi was indeed extraordinary. Even with his extraordinary status and strength, he could not fully comprehend its mysteries. However, this did not affect his use of it. The black-robed man looked at Lin Xian with anger burning in his heart. These 5 strands of true dragon chi were extremely precious. He had spent a lot of time and effort to bring them out of the ancient Azure Dragon City. If a cultivator could comprehend and absorb this true dragon chi, their strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. If not for the great dragon sword soul, he would not have wasted such precious true dragon chi. Moreover, in his plan, he would obtain more true dragon chi in this Azure Dragon Gathering. This way, he would be able to obtain the great dragon sword soul faster. However, all of this was ruined by Lin Xian. Thinking of this, he attacked even more fiercely. Looking at the dragon-shaped claw, Lin Xian was surprised. So the true dragon chi had such a use. He had originally thought that the true dragon chi would only allow him to sense the location of the great dragon sword soul. However, it seemed that he had underestimated the true dragon chi. The speed of breaking through the restriction was definitely faster than his great dragon sword intent. In fact, this was very normal, but Lin Xian didn't know. The great dragon sword seal was just a simple seal, and its power was less than 1/10,000th of the great dragon sword. However, the true dragon chi was different. It was formed by the earth's spiritual veins for thousands of years, and it was extremely mysterious and had endless uses. Therefore, the power of the true dragon chi had already surpassed Lin Xian's great dragon sword intent. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried about this. Competing with him in terms of true dragon chi was courting death, because no one could get more than him. When he first came to the lost place, he took away the true dragon chi of an entire 5-colored battle suit. The true dragon chi in the battle suit had already reached 10 feet, and the 5 true dragon chi in the black-robed man's hand added up to only 10 feet. It was not even 1/10 of Lin Xian's. Lin Xian sneered, and his fingers slid to the storage bag at his waist. The black-robed man was furious. An ant dared to laugh at him. He was simply tired of living. He decided that when he got the great dragon sword soul, he must extract Lin Xian's soul and skin him alive. However, in the next moment, he was stunned, and his pupils instantly shrank into the shape of a needle. He saw Lin Xian take out a 5-colored battle suit from the storage bag and quickly put it on. On the battle suit, there was a 10-foot-long true dragon chi, which transformed into the appearance of a true dragon, roaring ferociously. The great dragon sword soul in the array platform roared as if it was going to break through the sky, and the vibration was dozens of times stronger than before. How is this possible? How can this kid have so much true dragon chi? Could he be an old monster's transformation? The black-robed man was shocked. He couldn't help but be surprised. After all, it took him nearly 10 years to bring out the true dragon chi that was more than 10 feet long. However, Lin Xian actually had a 10-foot-long true dragon chi, which was 10 times more than his. If someone said that he wasn't an old monster, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Who are you? The black-robed man's voice was dignified. What, are you scared? Lin Xian sneered. If you're scared, then scram. The black-robed man had already revealed his killing intent towards him, so of course he wouldn't give him any face. As for the great dragon sword soul, he would not give it up. Brat, you're courting death. The black-robed man angrily shouted. Now, he was certain that Lin Xian was not some old monster, but had used some unknown method to obtain the 30-meter-long true dragon chi from the Azure Dragon Assembly. Even so, he was still shocked and angry. He hadn't felt this way for hundreds of years. The 30-meter-long true dragon chi was definitely faster than him. If this continued, he would not be able to obtain the great dragon sword soul. As expected, Lin Xian's 30-meter-long true dragon chi roared. Together with the sword chi in his hand, he quickly slashed forward. Before long, he had already arrived in front of the array platform. damned reptile, the great dragon sword spirit is mine. The black-robed man roared. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows and cursed, damn it, I actually forgot something important. Then, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lowly human, so what if you have a 30-meter-long true dragon chi? The great dragon sword soul is destined to be mine. The black-robed man was no longer angry. Instead, he calmed down and began to move forward steadily. His actions were full of confidence, as if the great dragon sword soul was destined to be his. Lin Xian was secretly vigilant towards the black-robed man's abnormal behavior. According to the other party's character and the importance of the great dragon sword soul, the black-robed man would not give it up so easily. Now that he was doing this, he should have some backup plan. However, Lin Xian did not find any danger after careful inspection, so he could only move forward quickly. The 30-meter-long true dragon chi, together with the sword chi, was like a roaring true dragon, spiraling forward. The closer he got to the great dragon sword soul, the more shocked Lin Xian became. In the end, his great dragon sword will also turned into a dragon-shaped sword chi, roaring toward the sky. Behind him, the black-robed man used the 30-meter-long true dragon chi in his hand, together with his powerful strength, to follow closely behind. Finally, Lin Xian came to the front of the altar. Looking at the rolling great dragon sword soul, his heart was filled with excitement. The black-robed man was about 30 meters away. He stared at Lin Xian's back, and suddenly, black flames appeared in his eyes, jumping. It was like the fire of hell, gloomy and dark. Just as Lin Xian was about to collect the great dragon sword soul, the black dragon flame in his body suddenly jumped violently, as if it was out of control. In an instant, the black flames covered his entire body, burning fiercely. If it were not for the true dragon chi protecting his body, Lin Xian would have been burned to ashes. Lin Xian was shocked. He felt the violent power of the black dragon flame, and his face turned ugly. Oh no, the black dragon flame is backfiring. This was something he did not expect at all. Although the black dragon flame came from the outside world, he had completely refined it. However, he did not expect the black dragon flame to be out of control and burn him as well. He used the true dragon chi to defend himself, and at the same time, he suddenly turned around and stared at the black-robed man. The black-robed man smiled evilly. On his scale-covered palm, there was a ball of black flames that jumped like the fire of hell, emitting a strange aura. Kid, the black dragon flame is not so easy to subdue. The black-robed man sneered. Now, I'll show you the true power of the black dragon flame. After saying that, he clenched his fist, and the ball of black dragon flame quickly rose and rolled in the air. Then, the black dragon flame on the surface of Lin Xian's body seemed to be stimulated and burned wildly. Black flames blossomed like flowers of the netherworld, and the terrifying heat melted the void. The heat was too terrifying, and even a supremacy would not be able to withstand it. Lin Xian finally knew why Venerable Leng was tortured by the black dragon flame for almost 100 years. It was too terrifying, and the heat was beyond his understanding. Even with the true dragon chi protecting his body, he would not be able to hold on for long. At the critical moment, he quickly used the sword of devouring, and formed black vortexes around him. In the sky, the black vortexes spun quickly, forming a sucking force that absorbed the black dragon flame on the surface of Lin Xian's body. Behind him, the black-robed man was shocked again. He thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure, but he did not expect him to have a trump card that could neutralize his black dragon flame. One had to know that even a supremacy could not do anything against the black flames. Yet, a spirit-detecting kid had the means to neutralize it. It was indeed shocking. However, he was determined to kill Lin Xian and obtain the great dragon sword soul at the same time. In the next moment, he attacked with all his might. Both of his arms were covered in black scales that had an eerie metallic luster. On the scales, endless black dragon flame burned. In the next moment, the weakened black flames on Lin Xian's body rose again, and quickly intertwined to form a large flaming hand that grabbed the great dragon sword soul in front of him. Destroy! Lin Xian roared as he activated the devouring sword with all his might. He was furious. Not only did the man want to kill him, but he also wanted to use him to obtain the great dragon sword soul. He would not let the black-robed man succeed. Furthermore, this time, he was determined to completely remove the black dragon flame from his body. The black dragon flames were powerful and had helped him defeat many strong enemies. However, the flames were not naturally formed. He seemed to have completely refined them, but there were hidden dangers. Now that he had met the black-robed man, this problem was exposed. Therefore, the black dragon flame could not stay in his body any longer. Moreover, he could vaguely guess the black-robed man's identity. To be able to control the black dragon flames like this, he was definitely the owner of the black dragon flames. In the black dragon sect, only one person had the black dragon flames, and that was the sect leader. Rumor had it that he was not a human, but a black dragon. He was born with a strange flame. Lin Xian did not expect that his opponent for the Great Dragon Sword Soul would be the sect leader of the Black Dragon sect. The sect leader was an extremely mysterious and powerful figure. Hundreds of years ago, he had led the Black Dragon sect to occupy half of the Tiannan region. Even the Martial Alliance was no match for him. Such a powerful sect leader had surpassed the honorable realm and reached an even higher realm. Lin Xian was about to face such a terrifying figure, however, this was a special place. He could not attack directly. Even if his opponent was the sect leader of the Black Dragon sect, it would not be easy to take his life. Strong soul power gushed out. Lin Xian activated the devouring sword with all his might, and a pitch-black sword appeared in front of him. Whirlpools appeared on the sword and spun rapidly as if they were going to suck in one's soul. The black dragon flames on Lin Xian's body suddenly became stronger. They intertwined into a large black hand and grabbed the great dragon sword soul. Just as the large black hand was about to touch the great dragon sword soul, a pitch-black sword appeared in front of Lin Xian. It was covered with whirlpools that spun wildly. A strange sucking force quickly formed and absorbed the black dragon flames into the large flaming hand. Looking at the pitch-black sword, the black-robed man's pupils shrank. He did not know why, but he felt a tremor from his soul. Soon, he turned his head and didn't dare to look anymore because he realized that if he continued to look, his soul would very likely be sucked in. What sword is this? So strange. The black-robed man was shocked. His cultivation was extraordinary, and he had been running amok in the southern heaven region. He had never encountered such a strange thing before. Yet, a young boy actually had such a strange item on him. He even felt that the pitch-black sword was not inferior to the great dragon sword. As soon as he thought of this, he was shocked. Then, the black-robed man quickly shook his head and got rid of this thought. The origin of the great dragon sword was extraordinary. Legend had it that it was the sword with the strongest attack in the world. He had also discovered this from the ancient books of his clan. Otherwise, he would not have known that there was such an offensive saint technique in the world. Although the black longsword was strange, it couldn't be compared to the great dragon sword. However, in the next moment, the black-robed man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. After the black vortex sword appeared, the flaming palm formed by the black dragon's flames quickly disappeared, completely devoured. However, the great dragon sword soul crazily churned, forming a dragon-shaped longsword. An incomparably violent aura gushed out from the sword tip, resembling a true dragon, malevolently roaring, tearing apart the heavens. The aura was so strong that it could almost destroy everything. Lin Xian bore the brunt of the attack. However, he had the great dragon sword intent, which came from the same source as the great dragon sword soul, so he would not be attacked. However, the black-robed man was different. He was only about 10 meters away from the great dragon sword soul, and the aura made his heart tremble. It was as if thousands of swords had slashed his body, tearing him apart. In an instant, his forehead and back were covered in cold sweat. It was as if his entire body had been soaked in cold water. What shocked him even more was that facing the great dragon sword soul, an uncontrollable fear and trembling arose in his heart. This kind of thing had never happened to him before. How is this possible? The great dragon sword soul has been activated. The black-robed man was horrified, and his body trembled slightly. In his current state, it was no longer a matter of whether he could seize the great dragon sword or not. He was afraid that a trace of the great dragon sword soul's aura would be enough to kill him. Damn it, how can the great dragon sword soul be activated? The black-robed man's face was ferocious. He wanted to retreat, but he found that his body seemed to be fixed, and he couldn't control it at all. According to what he had learned from the ancient books, the great dragon sword soul had always been in a state of hibernation. It could only be awakened under extremely special circumstances. However, the probability of this happening was very small, and it was almost impossible. This was also the reason why the black-robed man dared to seize the great dragon sword soul. However, he didn't expect that the great dragon sword soul would awaken now. Could it be because of that sword? The black-robed man was shocked as he looked up. In the void, the great dragon sword soul had formed a dragon-shaped longsword, and it emitted an endless violent aura. On the opposite side, there was a pitch-black sword with countless vortexes vibrating on it. It was incomparably strange. The pitch-black sword didn't fear the great dragon sword soul at all, and it resisted with great force. The black-robed man was stunned. This was beyond his understanding. Lin Xian was also shocked. He didn't expect this to happen. Now, the devouring sword had completely broken away from his control. Although the situation was very bad, it could be considered a good thing for him. However, his soul force would probably be sucked dry by the devouring sword. In the void, the great dragon sword soul and the devouring sword confronted each other, and then an endless light erupted. A gigantic true dragon phantom appeared, filling the entire space with a terrifying aura. On the other side, the devouring sword spun, forming countless terrifying black holes that rapidly spread across the sky as though it wanted to devour the heavens. Lord Alcohol, what should we do? Lin Xian asked with a voice transmission. What will happen when 2 of the 5 swords of the world meet? I'm really looking forward to it. There was a hint of excitement in Lord Alcohol's voice. Lin Xian's face fell, and the corners of his mouth twitched. From the looks of it, Lord Alcohol wouldn't take action. Then, he looked up and stared intently at the sky. Endless darkness spread as the devouring sword operated crazily, as though it wanted to devour the true dragon phantom. The true dragon phantom roared ferociously, transforming into a shocking sword chi that slashed in all directions. The 2 energies collided, producing a destructive aura that rapidly spread and surged upwards. The surrounding restrictions were shattered, and the mysterious palace was penetrated. A sword chi and a boundless black hole rushed into the sky. In the outside world, around Whitebone Mountain, 8 native warriors were using all their spiritual energy to form an array formation to suppress the area below. The huge astral array formation shone, emitting a terrifying aura as dazzling light shone down. The ground cracked, and cracks that were thousands of meters long spread out in all directions. At that moment, half of the peerless ferocious beast that was suppressed had already broken out of the ground. A beast claw that was like a huge mountain crushed an area. It was covered in scales that shone brightly as it resisted the astral array formation. Every strike caused countless cracks to appear in the void. It was terrifying. Elder, what should we do? We can't suppress it anymore. Hold on. The elder shouted. This beast has been suppressed for thousands of years and has lost a lot of its strength. As long as we persevere, we will be able to suppress it. Everyone nodded and regained their confidence. They quickly used their spiritual power. At this moment, the lost shrine behind them suddenly shook, and the entire Whitebone Mountain shook. What happened? The 8 ancient martial artists were terrified. Especially that elder at the Exalt realm. He had an astounded expression as if he'd seen a ghost. He knew about the mysteries of the lost shrine. It was impossible for such a thing to happen. Could it be the influence of the thief from the outside world? The young man in the beast robe asked. However, before they could finish guessing, the top of the lost shrine suddenly exploded, and 2 terrifying forces shot up into the sky. One was like a real dragon, which was extremely terrifying, as if it was going to tear the world apart. On the other side was boundless darkness. It was rapidly devouring, able to devour the entire sky. The 2 forces were so powerful that they instantly crushed the 8 ancient martial artists. They were lying on the ground, unable to move. At this moment, everyone in the lost place looked at the sky in horror. They were shocked and crazy, and all of them wanted to rush over. However, the next moment, the majestic forces in the sky pressed everyone down, making them unable to move. Near the Whitebone Mountain, the 8 ancient martial artists were suppressed, and the starlight formation instantly dimmed. The ferocious beast below seemed to have sensed something, and it suddenly attacked. Its huge claws and long tail attacked quickly. Crack, the starlight formation was shattered like a mirror, and it fell to the ground. The ground shook as if there was an earthquake. A huge creature rushed out from the ground, and its roar shook the surroundings. The black figure shuttled back and forth, and as soon as it appeared, the surrounding mountains and trees collapsed. Ha 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 ha, Ben Huang is finally out. An extremely arrogant voice resounded in the sky. The 8 ancient martial artists were shocked. They looked up with difficulty at the huge black figure, and they were so shocked that they could not speak. This ferocious beast could speak human language. Moreover, this ferocious beast looked like a dragon. The 8 ancient martial artists of the lost place were stunned. The ferocious beast that they were suppressing was a dragon. Dragons were extremely special creatures, and many ancient martial artists worshipped them as totems. Moreover, dragons were extremely powerful creatures and were known as divine beasts. They were not something that ordinary demonic beasts could compare to. As for the 8 natives, they were only obeying the last words passed down in their clan. They were to guard the ferocious beast below the White Bone Mountain. However, they didn't expect that the ferocious beast was a dragon. Moreover, it was an incomparably powerful dragon. This dragon's entire body was red, and its body was 1,000 feet long. As it coiled in the air, it cast a huge shadow. At this time, the dragon did not pay attention to the 8 indigenous warriors, but looked at the lost temple on the White Bone Mountain. The great dragon sword soul has awakened. Could it be that those people have returned? That's not right. It's not them. There's actually someone who can contend against the great dragon sword soul? The dark red dragon looked up at the sky, revealing a look of surprise. Hee, I don't care anymore. Today, Ben Huang is free. I must take down the great dragon sword soul. At that time I'll be free to roam the heavens and the earth. Let's see who dares to stop me. After saying that, the huge dragon claw reached out and grabbed at the temple. There's actually someone. The dark red dragon was surprised. With a wave of its claw, it grabbed out 2 figures from the lost temple. Within the lost temple, Lin Xian's face was pale. He was constantly swallowing pills to quickly recover his consumed soul force. Behind him, the black-robed man's face was fierce. He revolved all the strength in his body to resist the berserk aura around him. However, this strength was too great. It was not something he could withstand. He felt his body deform bit by bit. It wouldn't be long before he completely split apart and turned into a bloody mist. No, I won't die. The black-robed man roared. As the leader of the Black Dragon cult, his strength was extraordinary. He had never encountered such a predicament before. The black-robed man raised his head with difficulty. He looked at Lin Xian's back, revealing a thick killing intent. He couldn't understand why Lin Xian was fine. It had to be known that even he couldn't withstand this pressure, but this little spirit-detecting thief was actually safe and sound. This was too strange. He was angry and unwilling, followed by a thick sense of despair. Just as he felt that he was about to die, an inexplicable strength suddenly supported his body and pulled him out of the lost temple. At the same time, Lin Xian was also left. In an instant, Lin Xian and the black-robed man left the lost temple and arrived at the foot of the White Bone Mountain. What happened? The black-robed man was shocked. He didn't expect that he could survive such a situation. Then, he let out a sigh of relief and looked around. But in the next moment, his heart beat wildly and he was stunned. In front of him was a huge creature circling, filling the entire sky. A huge shadow shrouded him. Dragon! The black-robed man's pupils shrank. Lin Xian was also shocked. This was that peerless beast. It was actually a dragon. He was extremely shocked. He had always thought that dragons were only creatures of legends. He didn't expect to see one here. In front of this beast, he felt like he couldn't breathe. It's actually 2 insects. Ben Huang was happy for nothing. The huge dragon head spoke in human language with a disdainful expression. Lin Xian was stunned. This dragon could speak? The black-robed man's body trembled. He asked in a trembling voice, "May I know which clan senior you are from?" Although he was the leader of the Black Dragon sect and had extraordinary strength, in front of this dragon, he was as weak as a baby. He didn't dare to be disrespectful at all. Which clan? The dragon snorted. Why, do you want to claim kinship with Ben Huang? I wouldn't dare. It's just that I'm from the Black Dragon clan. Now that I've met Senior, I'm really surprised. The black-robed man bowed and said. Black Dragon clan? The dragon was disdainful. Then, it shouted coldly, you're just a little flood dragon. How dare you call yourself a dragon? Ben Huang, you must be tired of living. This voice was like thunder, exploding in the surroundings. The black-robed man retreated continuously and finally sat on the ground. He was extremely shocked and furious. His Black Dragon clan was a natural variant and was a high and mighty existence. When had he ever been ridiculed like this? If it was in the past, he would have definitely annihilated the dragon with a single palm strike. But now, facing this huge dragon, although he was unwilling, he was helpless. He could only grit his teeth. At the same time, what shocked him even more was the dragon's strength. As the leader of the Black Dragon sect, his strength had long since surpassed the Venerable Realm and reached the Half-Step King Realm. It was difficult for him to find a match in the Southern Heaven region. However, the dragon's voice was able to injure him. This strength was too terrifying, probably even King Realm experts couldn't do it. He didn't dare imagine what realm this dragon had reached. However, he knew that he had no room to resist before this dragon. It could probably kill him with a raise of its hand. Lin Xian stood at the side. He was also shocked. He didn't expect that the Dragon Sword Soul would cause so many things to happen. First, the mysterious leader of the Black Dragon sect fought with him. Now, an even more powerful dragon had appeared. A single roar could injure the leader of the Black Dragon sect. This was a peerless beast that no one could defeat. The dark red dragon glanced at Lin Xian and then ignored him. It no longer paid any attention to him and looked up at the sky. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian was only at the early stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and he was the weakest among them. In the eyes of the dragon, Lin Xian was probably no different from an ant. When Ben Huang obtains the Dragon Sword Soul, I'll roast all of you. The dark red dragon roared and clawed at the Dragon Sword Soul in the sky. The huge dragon claw covered the sky and instantly tore the void apart. A vast pressure covered the entire sky. In an instant, the huge dragon claw arrived before the Dragon Sword Soul and clawed down. The Dragon Sword Soul roared and transformed into a true dragon that roared at the sky. Damn it! If you were a true dragon, Ben Huang wouldn't dare to attack you. But you're just a sword soul, and you dare to attack Ben Huang? Be a good boy and fuse with Ben Huang. The dark red dragon sneered and soared into the sky, its huge body stirring up the wind and clouds. As the dark red dragon entered the battle, the huge black vortex in the sky quickly shrunk and transformed into a pitch-black sword that stood in the sky. In the next moment, it disappeared as well. Below, Lin Xian's body shook. He knew that the Devour Sword Soul had returned to his body. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he carefully observed the surroundings, especially the Black Dragon Cult's sect master. If the Black Dragon Cult suddenly attacked, he would have to flee immediately. Looking at the intense energy fluctuations in the sky, the black-robed youth's face was gloomy. Then he stared at Lin Xian with boundless killing intent in his eyes. It was all because of this damned kid that he had obstructed his plan. Otherwise, he would have obtained the Dragon Sword Soul long ago. How could there be so many problems? Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. A ball of black dragon flames appeared on his palm, and he quickly swung it out. This place was different from the Lost Shrine. There were no invisible restrictions here. With his half-step King Realm cultivation, he could kill Lin Xian with a raise of his hand. Lin Xian was shocked, and all the hair on his body stood on end. He used the Devour Sword with all his strength and prepared to flee. However, a ray of light was even faster than him. It flew over from the sky and directly collided with the black flame, causing it to dissipate. Then, the black-robed man continuously retreated. His body trembled, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, a cold voice came from the sky, Ben Huang's food can only be touched by Ben Huang. Anyone else who touches it without permission will die. So, you should just wait obediently for Benhuang to barbecue you. The black-robed man's attack was interrupted by the giant dragon's move, and his expression immediately became extremely ugly. To think that he, the dignified leader of the Black Dragon cult, did not even have the chance to fight back in front of this giant dragon. It was really sullen. Seeing that his attack had failed, he didn't dare to act rashly again. He only stared at Lin Xian with a gloomy expression. Lin Xian's face darkened, and a deep killing intent rose in his heart towards the black-robed man. If he had the chance, he would do it without hesitation. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Lin Xian calmed down. The most important thing now was to obtain the great dragon sword soul. Xiaoxuanzi, don't worry. This great dragon sword soul needs to be suppressed after it awakens. After that stupid dragon suppresses it, I have a way to let you obtain the great dragon sword soul, Lord Alcohol said with a voice transmission. With Lord Alcohol's guarantee, Lin Xian was relieved. He began to consume all kinds of spirit wine to adjust his condition to peak condition. In the sky, the dark red dragon and the terrifying great dragon sword soul collided. Every strike could tear through the void. The entire sky was filled with cracks. The cracks were hideous and terrifying, shocking anyone who looked at them. As the great dragon sword soul was not controlled by anyone and had been passively awakened, it rapidly dimmed without the stimulation of the sword of devouring. The dark red dragon laughed maniacally as it quickly released a vast amount of energy, sealing the surrounding space. Without the stimulation of external energy, the great dragon sword soul finally fell into a deep sleep again. The dark red dragon roared at the sky as its huge dragon claws enveloped the great dragon sword soul. Ha 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 ha, the great dragon sword soul has finally been obtained by Benhuang. Let's see who dares to stop me in the future. The dark red dragon roared loudly and arrogantly. TCH, what a stupid dragon. Lin Xian suddenly curled his lips and laughed. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a clap of thunder that left everyone dumbfounded. Is this fellow all right? He actually dares to anger the dragon at this moment. Even the black-robed man's eyelids twitched. He had no idea what Lin Xian was up to. The 8 native warriors were even more dumbfounded as they stared blankly at Lin Xian. The youth in beast-robed sneered. He felt that Lin Xian's actions were undoubtedly courting death. Indeed, Lin Xian's words made the dragon's laughter come to an abrupt halt. The huge head turned like a meteor that enveloped the sky. The dark red eyes emitted 2 beams of divine light as they instantly stared at Lin Xian. Instantly, everyone felt as though they had been pierced through. Lin Xian's heart raced. Under this gaze, he felt as though all his secrets had been seen through. Thankfully, he had experienced countless situations and was able to maintain his composure. Punk, how dare you speak of Benhuang? Aren't you afraid of death? Lin Xian sneered. Following that, he said according to what Lord Alcohol had secretly taught him, you don't believe me when I say you are stupid. Is it that easy to fuse with the great dragon sword soul? The dark red dragon's huge head turned before a loud voice sounded. You little worm, do you know of a fusion method? You don't look more than 17 or 18 years old. I believe you don't even know what the great dragon sword soul is, right? Punk, you better wait obediently for me to roast you. Otherwise, if you anger Benhuang, I'll eat you alive. Clearly, the dark red dragon didn't believe Lin Xian's words at all. However, Lin Xian remained calm as he slowly said, the great dragon sword soul is one of the 5 swords in the world. It's formed from the great dragon sword's origins and is an offensive sacred art in the world. Although you are of the Eastern divine dragon race, it's impossible for you to fuse with the great dragon sword soul in your current situation. Unless you want to explode and die. Upon hearing that, the gigantic dragon head snorted coldly. 2 dragon breaths spewed out from its nostrils that tore through the void. Little worm, I've underestimated you. You actually know of my origins? The dark red dragon was surprised. The 8 natives were also shocked. They only knew that the dark red dragon was very powerful, but they didn't know anything else. Even the black-robed man didn't know. He looked at Lin Xian in puzzlement as the killing intent in his heart grew stronger. This youth was too mysterious. Not only did he come here to find the great dragon sword, but he also knew many things that he didn't know. Such an enemy had to be eliminated. The red dragon's eyes darted around as he asked, then tell me, what method do you have? There is a method, but you have to agree to a condition of mine. You dare to negotiate conditions with me? The red dragon laughed. All right. Ben Huang will listen to what you have to say, little worm. It's very simple. Help me kill him. Lin Xian pointed at the black-robed man. With your strength, it should be a piece of cake. Hearing that, the black-robed man's eyelids twitched violently as his expression turned extremely ugly. How dare this brat try to kill me? How despicable. Then, he looked at the red dragon worriedly, afraid that it would attack. The young man in the beast robe was even more terrified. He quickly curled up and shivered. He had tried to kill Lin Xian before and was afraid that the other party would take revenge. The red dragon laughed. Little worm, I know you two have a grudge, but it's impossible for you to use me to kill him. Ben Huang will not be used by others. Lin Xian sighed. The other party was not so easy to fool. Little worm, do you have any other requests? Change it, the red dragon said. Hearing this, the black-robed man heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he glared at Lin Xian with endless murderous intent in his eyes. Forget it, let them disappear. I don't think you want so many people to know the secret of the dragon sword soul, Lin Xian said slowly. That's right. Let them disappear then. The red dragon turned its head and revealed a sinister smile. The black-robed man's heart raced. He sensed the dragon's gaze and instantly turned into a black flame and fled into the distance. However, the next moment, the red dragon snorted coldly. 2 rays of divine light shot out from its eyes and shot the black-robed man down. Roar! The black-robed man's body trembled and flew backward. He did not want to fall behind. Black flames rose from his body. His black robe was destroyed and his body grew rapidly. In an instant, he turned into a black dragon that was 100 feet long. He roared at the sky, looking ferocious and terrifying. Boom! Black flames surged into the sky. The black dragon circled in the air, emitting a powerful aura. Stop roaring. You're too weak. The red dragon said disdainfully. I won't kill you today because you still have a trace of the dragon clan's bloodline. Get out of Ben Huang's way. Then, the giant red dragon claw grabbed the black dragon in its hand. The black dragon struggled with all its might, but it was useless. The dark red dragon's eyes shone brightly. It pierced through the void and tore a terrifying black crack in the sky. Then, the dark red dragon threw the black dragon into the crack. In the next moment, the spatial crack healed, and the sky became clear again. Alright, I've sent one away. The colossal dragon turned its head and stared at the 8 indigenous beings on the ground. Suddenly, the 8 martial artists trembled like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Forget it. Ben Huang is in a good mood today. I don't want to kill anyone. Scram. Then, he snorted coldly. 2 streams of dragon's breath were like heavenly pillars, blasting in all directions. In an instant, the 8 martial artists were blown away and disappeared into the horizon. Finally, the giant head stared at Lin Xian. Little reptile, I've already done what you said. Now, hurry up and tell me the secret of the great dragon sword spirit. The crimson dragon's voice was cold. Don't try to play tricks, or I have hundreds of ways to make you regret being born into this world. Honorable Sir Dragon God, don't worry, I will never lie to you. Lin Xian smiled. Humph. I don't think you would dare to. The dark red dragon snorted and extended its dragon claw. Come on up. Lin Xian jumped up, raised his dragon claw, and moved to the dark red dragon's head. Okay, now tell me. Lin Xian smiled. Come closer. You have to be careful. The giant dragon did not believe that Lin Xian would play tricks. He lowered his head and slowly moved closer. In the next moment, a black longsword appeared in front of Lin Xian. A strong hand reached out and pressed between the dark red dragon's eyebrows. Buzz, the air vibrated, and a devouring force that shook the heavens and earth appeared. Ah! Damn reptile, what did you do? The dark red dragon roared. He extended his dragon claw, wanting to crush Lin Xian. However, the devouring sword was too terrifying. It frantically absorbed the energy in the dark red dragon's body. The sharp shroud was lifted halfway, then slowly fell down. Kid, how dare you devour Ben Huang's power? You're overestimating yourself. Be careful not to explode. At first, the dark red dragon was still roaring, but soon he started screaming. That was because the devouring force was getting stronger and stronger. It was like a bottomless pit, madly devouring. No, my power! The dark red dragon screamed. Damn it, stop. Let's talk. I'll agree to whatever conditions you have. However, Lin Xian did not respond. He only floated silently, watching everything coldly. In front of him, in the devouring sword, the strong hand was unusually steady. It did not change because of the dark red dragon's words. The dark red dragon roared angrily, instantly shattering the mountains within 10,000 miles. Damn reptile, die together with me if you dare. Ben Huang will not let you succeed. The dark red dragon was furious. However, in the next moment, he started trembling. No, my dragon essence. You can actually devour my dragon essence. The dark red dragon was afraid. Dragon essence was the foundation of his body. It was his purest energy. It was equivalent to a martial artist's blood essence. If it was gone, his vitality would be greatly damaged. I was wrong. You're the boss. Let me go. The dark red dragon started to beg for mercy. I don't want the dragon sword soul anymore. I'll give it to you. However, the devouring force was still in progress. This sword, could it be? The dark red dragon was alarmed as he seemed to recall a legend. Damn it, I made a mistake this time. The dark red dragon cursed inwardly. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and fainted. His body gradually shrank from 10,000 feet long to 1,000 feet, 100 feet, and finally to a meter long. With a plop, the dark red dragon, no, the snake, fell to the ground. The devouring sword slowly floated as the strong hand quickly retracted. Following that, a hearty voice sounded. This stupid dragon's dragon essence is not bad. It actually allowed me to recover a portion of my strength. Lord Alcohol's voice sounded. Xianxia, get ready. Now, begin fusing with the dragon sword soul. Upon hearing that, Lin Xian's body trembled. He adjusted himself to his peak state and nodded solemnly. In the next moment, the devouring sword surged, forming black vortexes around him. They quickly formed a mysterious and strange array formation. The array formation was complex and profound, making one dizzy just by looking at it. Lin Xian stood within it and consumed the white dragon soaring pill. He wore a 5-colored battle suit and was enveloped in true dragon qi. Then, he circulated the dragon sword intent and communicated with the dragon sword soul. Buzz, the dragon sword soul was guided and landed on Lin Xian, quickly entering his body. Lin Xian's body trembled as a trace of pain appeared on his face. Countless vortexes spun around him, absorbing heaven and earth spirit qi and forming an inexplicable array formation on Lin Xian's body. Xianxia, this is all I can do for you. As for whether you can fuse with the dragon sword soul, it will depend on your luck. Lord Alcohol said solemnly. Then, the devouring sword rushed into the sky, emitting a terrifying aura that once again intimidated the entire Lost Lands. In the Lost Lands, the trial warriors were once again pressed to the ground, unable to move. Many people were stunned as their bodies trembled. This was because the aura this time was even more terrifying than before. Oh my God, what happened? Why is there such a terrifying aura? Mommy, I will never come to the Lost Lands again. Many warriors screamed, but even more warriors looked at the distant sky in horror. In front of them, an incomparable black hole appeared as though it was going to devour everything. The area around the White Bone Mountain was completely enveloped by a huge black hole. It was dark and eerie. Gradually, the terrifying pressure in the Lost Land dissipated. Everyone started to move around again and heaved a sigh of relief. However, the area around the White Bone Mountain had become a forbidden area. There was once a bold warrior who wanted to check it out, but he was instantly sucked into the black hole. No one knew if he was dead or alive. From then on, no warrior dared to go near the White Bone Mountain. Even the powerful beasts in the forest did not dare to wander around. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Other than the White Bone Mountain that was still enveloped by the black hole, everyone else began to search for all kinds of treasures. Gradually, 2 months passed. The people from the 3 six-star sects were puzzled. In the past, they would always see traces of soulsword beasts in the Lost Land. They would even bring back 1 or 2 each time. However, this time, other than a few appearances at the beginning, the soulsword beasts did not appear at all in the next few months. It was as if they had disappeared. Yu Qingqing, Yi Linyun, and the others were puzzled. They looked at the huge black hole in the distance, wondering if it had anything to do with the strange change. However, they had already decided to report to their sects immediately once they went out. Such a big change in the Lost Land this time would probably have a big impact. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Near the White Bone Mountain, in the huge black hole, Lin Xian's body was wrapped in a ball of light. At this moment, he had already merged with the great dragon sword soul and reached the final stage. In the beginning, he was almost blown up by the powerful force of the great dragon sword soul. He felt as if his entire body was about to split apart. The pain came not only from his body but also from his soul. Ordinary people could not bear it at all. Perhaps even supremacies could not bear such pain. Once the soul could not bear it and fainted, the fusion would fail. However, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and persevered. For 3 whole months, his soul seemed to have experienced hell and reincarnation, enduring all kinds of pain. Finally, he had reached the final stage of the fusion with the great dragon sword soul. Another half a month passed. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Stars flickered in his eyes and they were incomparably deep. At this moment, he was like a peerless divine sword. His spirit was extremely sharp. In the next moment, a surge of sword intent burst out from his body, forming a huge sword chi that was like a heavenly pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. In an instant, a huge vortex of spiritual energy appeared in the sky. Like a funnel, the surrounding spiritual energy madly gathered and entered Lin Xian's body. The boundless black hole also gradually shrank and quickly disappeared. In the next moment, the entire Lost Land could feel the sharp sword essence. Many martial artists trembled as they looked at the sky in horror. They felt as if there was a peerless divine sword hanging in the sky, as if it would fall at any moment. Especially the disciples of the divine sword sect, they were even more shocked. This kind of sword intent made their souls tremble. How terrifying. Why do I feel like I'm facing an elder of the sect? What a joke. Even the elders don't have such a terrifying sword intent. I'm afraid that only the Manor Lord can give us such an aura. Heavens, could it be that the sect leader has descended? How is that possible? There are restrictions in the Lost Lands. The clan leader can't enter at all. It is very likely that he is an indigenous expert. This is too shocking. Let's hurry up and leave. Yi Linyun frowned. He could feel the sword intent, and his heart was beating wildly. What a powerful sword intent. Who could it be? He had a feeling that he was powerless to resist. Soon, they sensed the changes in the White Bone Mountain. Look, that sword intent is coming from the White Bone Mountain. What a powerful spiritual vortex. Could someone be breaking through? That huge black hole disappeared. Shall we go and take a look? In an instant, all the martial artists couldn't stay calm and decided to go and take a look. After all, the scene was too terrifying, especially the shocking sword intent. Moreover, the terrifying black hole had disappeared, so there shouldn't be any danger. Therefore, everyone dared to go. After absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy into his body, Lin Xian activated the longevity art and converted it into his own spiritual energy. Then, an even more powerful aura burst out from his body. Bang, bang. Middle stage of the spirit detecting realm, success. Lin Xian was overjoyed. This time, not only did he integrate with the great dragon sword soul, but his cultivation had also increased. This risk was too worth it. In the sky, the vortex slowly descended, and Lord Alcohol's voice could be heard. With the great dragon sword soul, you also have the qualifications to walk to the peak of martial arts. However, remember, you must not be careless on the path of martial arts. Got it. Lin Xian nodded with a smile. Now that you have the great dragon sword soul, I'm afraid it will be difficult to accommodate the sword of devouring. However, the great dragon sword soul is an offensive sacred art. As long as you can master it, you will definitely be able to conquer the world. Lin Xian nodded to show that he understood. The great dragon sword soul was his greatest trump card and also his greatest barrier. With the great dragon sword soul, his attack power and strength had greatly increased. It was a world of difference from before. Lord Alcohol, can't the 5 swords of the world coexist? Lin Xian asked in puzzlement. Each of the 5 swords of the world is the ultimate embodiment of the great Tao. It is very difficult to fuse them together. A long time ago, there was once a lunatic who tried to fuse the 5 swords of the world together. Did he succeed? Lin Xian asked. Lord Alcohol sighed. You will know about this in the future. With that said, the sword of devouring emitted ripples and disappeared in the air. Ouch, it hurts so much, Ben Huang. While Lin Xian and Lord Alcohol were conversing, a scream suddenly came from below. Damn it, how dare you suck Ben Huang's dragon essence? Let's see if Ben Huang doesn't beat you to death, the Crimson Dragon cursed and roared angrily. Soon, he discovered Lin Xian. It's you, you little worm. How dare you sneak attack Ben Huang? Let's see if Ben Huang eats you alive. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he quickly pounced over. Bam, Lin Xian sent him flying with a slap. What's going on? An ant can actually send Ben Huang flying? This is impossible. The Crimson Dragon was dumbfounded. Who was he? He was a famous member of the Eastern Divine Dragon race and was one of the best. Other than a few old monsters in the world, no one could deal with him. But now, he had been sent flying by a little spirit-detecting martial artist with a single slap. Little worm, you're dead. No one can save you if you anger Ben Huang, the Crimson Dragon roared angrily. But in the next moment, he suddenly screamed. What's going on? There's not a single drop of my dragon essence left. Kid, what did you do? You actually sucked away all my dragon essence. Eh? My body? No. How did it become so small? The Crimson Dragon was stunned. He realized that there wasn't a single drop of dragon essence left in his body. What made him even more furious was that his body, which was originally thousands of feet long, was now less than 10 feet long. How was this a divine dragon? This was a small snake. Mother long, I must be dreaming. Please wake me up. Following that, the Crimson Dragon used his dragon claws to slap his head. The scene was extremely strange. Wooji the Snow White monkey jumped out and landed on Lin Xian's shoulder. When it saw this scene, it held its stomach and laughed, almost falling down. What's going on? A little monkey actually dares to laugh at Ben Huang? The Crimson Dragon was furious. As a member of the Divine Dragon clan, he was the leader of the spiritual beasts in the world. Now, he was being mocked by a little monkey. This was intolerable. Then, he rushed out again, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. The Crimson Dragon was furious. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws at the little white monkey. The little white monkey laughed mockingly. Then, with a whoosh, it disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already beside the Crimson Dragon. Its furry little claws quickly landed on the dragon's head. Bang, the Crimson Dragon felt dizzy. Countless little stars appeared in its eyes. Finally, it fell to the ground. Oh, my dragon mother, why did Ben Huang faint? The Crimson Dragon got up from the ground with a puzzled look. Impossible, how can a little monkey knock Ben Huang out? Goddamn brat, what did you do to me? Lin Xian sneered. In a flash, he appeared beside the Crimson Dragon. I've eaten many demonic beasts, but I've never eaten dragon meat. I wonder how it tastes? Lin Xian smiled. What, you little worm dare to eat Ben Huang? The Crimson Dragon roared. However, Lin Xian ignored it completely. He grabbed the Crimson Dragon and pulled at it casually. It's quite elastic. Your meat must be very fragrant. Damn it, it's breaking. Let go, brat. The Crimson Dragon cursed. Then, Lin Xian flipped his palm. A ball of flame formed by spiritual energy appeared and quickly enveloped the Crimson Dragon. Hot, hot, hot. The dark red divine dragon kept rolling, but those that came into contact with the flaming scales were not affected at all. They could not cause any damage to him at all. What a strong defense. Lin Xian was surprised. Then, with a flick of his finger, golden lightning surged and quickly formed a lightning blade, slashing down. In an instant, the sea of lightning around the crimson dragon surged, forming a terrifying energy. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The crimson dragon screamed. It quickly circled around, trying to escape from the sea of lightning. Now that it had lost its dragon essence and its cultivation, it was only at the harmonious spirit realm. It could not break through the sea of lightning. Although it was screaming crazily, there was not a single wound on its body. Its red scales shined brightly, not even a trace of lightning was left behind. Alright, stop pretending. You didn't even leave behind a single scar. What the hell are you screaming for? Lin Xian curled his lips. Damn it, what do you know? Not being wounded doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. Why don't I test you? It's good that you know the pain. Who told you to want to eat me? Lin Xian pulled out the wind shadow sword, and the great dragon sword intent gushed out. Sensing the crimson dragon's sword, the crimson dragon's dragon. The crimson dragon, the dragon crimson dragon. Dragon crimson dragon. The crimson cries crimson dragon red cries. Lin Xian pulled it back with his palm and clicked his tongue in wonder. His greater success sword intent did not leave a single mark on its body. This crimson dragon was indeed extremely tough. Goddamn brat, it hurts Ben Huang. The crimson dragon was on the verge of tears. He did not have any strength left and could only rely on his powerful physical defense. However, he could not avoid the pain. Especially Lin Xian's sword intent. It was so painful that he was on the verge of tears. Alright, little Xianxia, stop trying. That stupid dragon's cultivation is too high. You can't break through his defense. Why don't I try the great dragon sword soul? Lin Xian touched it. Forget it. Lord Alcohol snorted. Although you have fused with the great dragon sword soul, with your current strength, you can't even unleash 10% of its power. Also, don't let anyone know that you have the great dragon sword soul. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in this world. Lord Alcohol said solemnly. Alright, got it. Lin Xian nodded. This stupid dragon is considered an old monster. I believe he must be quite knowledgeable. Perhaps he will be of some use if he stays by your side, Lord Alcohol said. Why do I feel like you are making arrangements for your funeral? Lin Xian was puzzled as he asked with a voice transmission. I do have to leave. Lord Alcohol sighed. However, I still have things to do. I was trapped here because I lacked the strength previously. Now that I have recovered a portion of my strength and can control the sword of devouring, it's time to leave. You really have to leave. Lin Xian's expression darkened. Lord Alcohol had been with him all these years and had taught him meticulously. It could be said that he was both a teacher and a father. Lin Xian was already familiar with Lord Alcohol's existence. Now that Lord Alcohol was leaving, he felt extremely upset. Alright, Xianxia, I have to leave, Lord Alcohol said. I believe we will meet again. Then where are you going? How do I find you in the future? Lin Xian asked. The depths of this world. You can naturally come and find me when you are strong enough. Lin Xian was taken aback as he was alarmed. He naturally knew what the world Lord Alcohol was referring to was. It wasn't the continent he was on, but the world inside the mysterious sword in his body. He originally thought that it was a special space inside the mysterious sword, but from the looks of it, there were still many secrets that he didn't know about. Don't worry, Lord Alcohol. I will definitely figure out all the secrets and find you. Lin Xian said solemnly. I believe that day will come, Lord Alcohol said with a smile. Following that, he produced a black mark and left it in Lin Xian's body. I left a mark that can help you at critical moments. Remember, don't use it unless your life is in danger. Lin Xian nodded in understanding. Finally, Lord Alcohol used devouring again, forming black holes around Lin Xian. When this scene appeared, the red divine dragon in the outside world was stunned. Mother Dragon, the black hole has appeared again. The red dragon screamed as he tried to escape. However, a vigorous and powerful hand appeared from the vortex and caught him. Hero, spare me. You have already sucked away all my dragon essence. I really have nothing left. The red dragon was on the brink of tears. As a member of the divine dragon race, few people in the world could restrain him. But now, he was being controlled by a huge hand and couldn't struggle at all. He didn't even know who the other party was. I'll borrow the dragon essence for now. Stay by this youth's side and help him. I will definitely return the dragon essence to you in the future. Really? The crimson dragon was taken aback before he was pleasantly surprised. The dragon essence was related to his cultivation. Once he lost it, he wouldn't be able to recover it without thousands of years. Although he was a divine dragon, he wasn't immortal. Only the heavens knew if he could last a few more millennia. Without the dragon essence and energy, he would definitely be captured by others to refine him into medicine if he wandered around as an Eastern divine dragon. That was why he was so anxious and sad about the dragon essence. Of course it's true. Do you think I would lie to you? Lord Alcohol snorted. Hee, that's good. That's good. The red dragon heaved a sigh of relief. With the other party's means, he was definitely an extraordinary figure. Such a person always kept his word and definitely wouldn't lie to him. However, as a divine dragon, he was extremely displeased that he had to follow a little worm and help him. But in the current situation, he had no choice but to agree. Alright, Xianxia, this stupid dragon shouldn't be a problem. I believe you should be able to control him. I'm leaving. See you again if fate wills it. With that said, the surrounding black holes disappeared. Inside the mysterious sword, Lord Alcohol controlled the devouring sword and quickly rushed into the depths before disappearing. Lord Alcohol, Lin Xian's soul was inside the mysterious sword. He stood there like a stone statue as he watched the disappearing figure. He wanted to pursue it, but he realized that he could only walk within 100 feet. He couldn't go anywhere else. I will definitely increase my strength quickly. I will also figure out the secret of this mysterious sword as soon as possible. Lin Xian said with clenched fists. Lord Alcohol left with the devouring space, leaving Lin Xian to walk the remaining path alone. However, he had been learning alchemy, array formation, and other knowledge from Lord Alcohol all these years. He was already able to take charge. Now that he had obtained the great dragon sword soul, his strength and foundation had increased greatly. Therefore, Lin Xian was confident that he could walk the rest of the path well. Then, his soul left the mysterious sword and returned to his body. Kid, Ben Huang is warning you. I'm only reluctantly following you because I want to get back my dragon essence. Don't push your luck. Don't always expect Ben Huang to do anything, understand? You? You look like a snake. Do you have the ability to do anything? Li Xian sneered. I think it would be a good idea to make you into a belt. F***CK. The Crimson Dragon was furious. It stomped its feet in anger, but there was nothing it could do. It could only curse in its heart. Suddenly, Lin Xian raised his head and looked into the distance. He frowned slightly. With his sharp soul power, he could naturally sense that many warriors were rushing over. Among them, there were a few powerful auras. Lin Xian sighed. His body swayed, and he left with the snow-white fox and the crimson dragon. Although his strength had increased greatly, he didn't want others to know that he had the great dragon sword soul. It was too shocking. Not to mention supremacies, even kings would go crazy if they knew about it. However, there were too many warriors nearby. It didn't take long for him to be recognized. Kid, it's you. The demon siblings laughed sinisterly. They descended from the sky and blocked Lin Xian's path. I let you go last time. Let's see how you escape this time. It's actually a two-headed monster. The Crimson Dragon was astonished. Judging from its aura, could it be the descendant of the three-headed bird? Humph, a snake dares to insult the holy bird of my holy bird palace. You're courting death. The monster brother snorted coldly. Its scales aren't bad. Plucking them off to make a belt would be pretty good. The little monster sister also laughed. Motherf asterisk Ker, you're the snake, your whole family are snakes. The Crimson Dragon was furious. Are you blind? Ben Huang is so handsome, how can he be a snake? He roared angrily. Of course, he did not dare to say that he was a divine dragon. Otherwise, he would be done for if he was captured to be refined into medicine. Hee, no matter what you are, your skin is not bad. I want you to be my belt. The monster sister clapped her hands and laughed. Little girl. Ben Huang is angry. The Crimson Dragon was driven mad. Brat, go and deal with them for Ben Huang. Little snake, be quiet. Otherwise, I'll really make you into a belt. Lin Xian frowned. This Crimson Dragon was too noisy. How was he laughing at a divine dragon? He was simply a hooligan. A bunch of bastards. When Ben Huang regains his dragon essence, he'll roast all of you and eat you. The Crimson Dragon said hatefully in his heart. At this time, Jiu Moyan, Yu Qingqing and the others also arrived. When they saw Lin Xian, they were also slightly cold. Since Lin Xian defeated them last time, he had not appeared for several months. They did not expect him to appear here again. Especially Jiu Moyan and the other disciples of the Holy Bird Palace, their eyes were especially red. Senior brother, you must catch this little thief and cut him into pieces. The disciples of Sun Divine Bird Palace gritted their teeth and said. Don't worry, it's just a little thief. I can kill him in one move. The monster brother and sister were very arrogant. If it wasn't for the appearance of the indigenous warriors from the Lost Lands, he would have killed Lin Xian in one move and things wouldn't have turned out this way. Little thief, I'll give you a chance to live. You were sneaking around here just now. Did you find something? The monster brother and sister asked. Speak, did you find any treasure here? If you hand it over, we can consider leaving your corpse intact. The monster sister also laughed. Hearing this, everyone's heart was burning. They all looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly, don't you think it's too noisy to have two heads each? Anyway, I'm annoyed to death. How about this, I'll kill one of you. This way, you'll be quieter. You guys discuss, which one do you want me to kill? Lin Xian's body was suffused with a sword intent. Wah, little thief, you're courting death. You dare to sow discord between us siblings? You're dead for sure. A giant death scythe appeared in the monster brother's hand. I've decided. I'll definitely take your head and make it into the most beautiful specimen. The monster sister also took out a giant fan and formed a wind force that surrounded them. Then the air condensed and became more and more heavy. Many warriors retreated in fear because their breathing and blood were about to freeze. The monster brother and sister were too powerful. They were the top warriors among the younger generation and were not someone they could contend against. This brat is dead for sure. The monster brother and sister are existences at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. They can instantly kill a late-stage spirit detecting realm warrior. That brat can't fight back at all. There's no other way. Who told him to be so arrogant? He killed many disciples of the Three Divine Bird Palace before, and now he's even talking nonsense. With the monster brother and sister's personality, they definitely won't let him go. Everyone shook their heads. They all felt that Lin Xian was dead for sure. Jiu Moyan looked at Lin Xian and sneered. With the monster brother taking action, he was very relieved. Not to mention Lin Xian, even all the youths in the Lost Lands would not be able to defend against the monster brother and sister. Yi Lingyan's expression was solemn. He felt that the sword intent in Lin Xian's body seemed to have become stronger, which shocked him. On the other hand, Yu Qingqing frowned. Her thoughts were more meticulous than other warriors. She found that Lin Xian's aura had surpassed the early stage of the spirit detecting realm and had reached the middle stage. After this matter was confirmed, her heart was in turmoil and she was incomparably shocked. In just a few months, Lin Xian's cultivation had broken through again. It had to be known that after entering the spirit detecting realm, every breakthrough was extremely difficult. Ordinary warriors would not be able to break through without dozens of years. Even for geniuses like them, without heavenly treasures or opportunities, it would be impossible for them to break through without 3 to 5 years. However, Lin Xian had broken through a small realm in just a few months. This speed was too shocking. Beside her, Zhao Ziki stared at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Her hands were tightly clenched and she was very nervous. Lin Xian, nothing must happen to you. She prayed in her heart. Haha, brat, die. The monster brother and sister attacked at the same time. Purple lightning and green wind energy intersected and condensed into a giant death scythe in the air. Then, it quickly fell and slashed toward Lin Xian. Lightning danced wildly, and a hurricane galloped. In an instant, the entire space was shrouded in violent energy. Towering trees were uprooted and turned into powder under the violent energy. The earth cracked as countless cracks were created by this aura. The surrounding mountains exploded with a loud bang, as if they couldn't withstand this power. If it was before, Lin Xian would not be able to resist at all. He could only use his body movement to dodge. Now that he had merged with the great dragon sword soul, his strength and attack power had greatly increased. He could completely deal with this kind of attack. Without pulling out the wind shadow sword, Lin Xian grasped the void with one hand. The golden lightning in his body roared and instantly condensed into a golden long sword. Lin Xian grasped the void and condensed a golden divine sword. The long sword was composed of golden lightning. The lightning jumped and emitted an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. With a wave of his arm, the golden lightning sword cut through the void and slashed forward. Airwaves rolled on both sides, and countless cracks appeared. The golden long sword instantly collided with the death scythe. When the two collided, the void kept exploding, and fine black cracks appeared. It was a shocking sight. The golden lightning long sword was condensed by Lin Xian using the great dragon sword soul as the foundation. Its attack power could be said to be extremely powerful. In an instant, the huge death scythe in the sky was cut in half. What? This is impossible. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were terrified and could not believe it. Their senior brother was extremely powerful. Almost no one in the Lost Place could defeat him. Even a martial artist at the peak of the spirit detecting realm would not dare to take the blow head-on. However, Lin Xian only used one move to break the terrifying attack. How is this possible? The surrounding martial artists panicked. They were all horrified. The demon siblings' pupils shrank, and their hearts beat wildly. How could this be? When did this little thief become so powerful? The demon brother's face was gloomy. Is the strange phenomenon of the White Bone Mountain related to this little thief? Otherwise, how could he become so powerful in just a few months? The demon sister was also puzzled. No, we must catch him. Don't hold back anymore. The demon brother said in a deep voice. Then, he held the huge death god scythe in his hand, and half of his body released boundless purple lightning. It was like a purple sea, and vast energy spread out in all directions. On the monster sister's side, a clear stream of air revolved, and the power of the wind filled her body. Rumble, the huge purple lightning above the heavenly palace bared its fangs and brandished its claws like dragons. Wherever the lightning passed, the air was filled with a burnt smell. Looking at the huge lightning bolt, everyone was terrified. They all watched nervously. The aura of this lightning was too terrifying. Very few spirit-detecting realm martial artists would be able to withstand it. Whoosh, the demon siblings' figures flickered and disappeared in an instant. Where is he? The surrounding warriors quickly probed, but they couldn't sense anything at all. It was as if the Fey siblings had truly vanished. Oh my god, it really disappeared. No, this is the concept of wind. Moreover, it has reached a very high level and is already capable of merging into the wind to eliminate all traces. It can be said to come and go without a trace. Come and go without a trace? How are we supposed to fight when we can't even sense the opponent's presence? Everyone was shocked. Just think about it, an opponent with powerful attack power who could appear anywhere at any time was absolutely terrifying. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Suddenly, his body flickered, and he quickly moved out horizontally. A dazzling lightning bolt suddenly appeared where he had just been standing, exploding the space there. Countless cracks appeared, and a pungent burnt smell spread out from there. The demon siblings' figures flashed and then quickly disappeared. Since their attack had failed, they hit again. Another lightning bolt flashed across the void, attacking Lin Xian. At the same time, countless wind blades flew out from all directions, shining with cold light. Lin Xian used the illusory demon steps. Like a phantom, he disappeared from where he was and reappeared in another direction. Everyone held their breaths, and cold sweat kept dripping down. This kind of attack was too strange and exciting. If it were them, they would have been killed instantly. Even Zhou Moyan and the others' eyelids were twitching as they watched nervously. Suddenly, a dazzling light beam shot out from the void, slashing toward Lin Xian's back. At the same time, the air around Lin Xian quickly moved, and a blue chain formed and quickly tied him up. What? He's tied up. Haha, this kid is dead. How can he dodge this time? The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace laughed wildly. Some shook their heads, some were happy, but everyone knew that Lin Xian was dead this time. Haha, little thief, die. The huge death scythe turned into a ray of light and slashed down quickly. The momentum seemed to be able to split mountains and rivers, cutting through everything. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. In fact, the corner of his mouth even curled up into a sneer. Countless sharp sword rays surged out of his body, instantly shattering the green chains. Then, he twisted his body and quickly dodged the huge scythe. He quickly pulled out the wind shadow sword. On the blade, the sword chi spun quickly, intertwining to form a bright moon. The blade slashed down, and the bright moon formed by the sword chi spun quickly, bombarding the demon siblings. The air seemed to be cut open, making a cracking sound. Then, the bright moon of sword chi hit the arm holding the scythe, and suddenly deformed it. The demon siblings screamed and flew backward. The purple death scythe floated in the air, and the arm was already deformed, apparently broken. Countless tiny sword chi shuttled back and forth on it, constantly destroying it. It was impossible for the demon siblings to repair it in a short time. Not only that, but the sword chi was so fierce that it tortured them until they screamed. Both of their heads had ferocious expressions. Ah, you despicable thief, I'll definitely slaughter you. The two were angry, and blood-red lines appeared on their bodies, like a huge water ball, wrapping them up. The power of the bloodline, senior brother was forced to use the power of the bloodline. Zhou Moyan was shocked. He originally expected that his senior brother would be able to kill Lin Xian in one move. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to become so powerful in such a short time, and even his senior brother was forced to use the power of the bloodline. But in the next moment, his expression became ferocious. He was full of confidence in his senior brother, because his senior brother's bloodline was far stronger than his. The demon siblings had once used the power of the bloodline to fight against limit spirit realm cultivators of the same level, and killing cultivators of the same level would be a piece of cake. Although Lin Xian was strong, he was no match for the demon siblings after using the power of the bloodline. The demon siblings were wrapped in blood-red chi, and their bodies underwent great changes. Ice-cold scales appeared on his body and covered his entire body. His two arms continued to grow thicker and larger, forming two beast claws. Feathers covered their backs, forming a pair of huge wings. Their heads also seemed to become twisted, like the heads of demon beasts. After using the power of the bloodline, the demon siblings did not look like humans at all, but half-demon beasts. Terrifying spirit power surged on his body, and at the same time, there was a frightening demonic aura. The two forces intertwined, making the monster siblings extremely powerful. Kid, you should be proud to die because of bloodline power. A cold voice came out. This voice was rougher than before, with a strong murderous aura, shattering the void. This is your bloodline power? Lin Xian sneered, you've turned yourself into something neither human nor ghost. Your divine bird palace is really disgusting. You're courting death. The monster siblings were furious. The huge wind thorn rotated, and the terrifying airflow sank the ground. They turned into a stream of light and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. The huge beast claw attacked, grabbing at Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the void was torn apart like a piece of cloth. At the same time, the two heads spewed out a purple lightning, and the other side was a small hurricane. Lin Xian ignored the huge beast claw, but he frowned at the lightning hurricane. Although his words were sharp, it didn't mean that he didn't take the monster siblings seriously. On the contrary, he didn't underestimate them. However, the two lightning hurricanes made him feel a little scared. This force was enough to threaten him. His body swayed, leaving hundreds of shadows in the void, like a string of bubbles, filling the whole place. Wherever the lightning and hurricane passed, one shadow after another was destroyed. However, none of them were Lin Xian's real body. At this moment, Lin Xian jumped high, holding the wind shadow sword with one hand, and slashed down. The sword light was dazzling, accompanied by a terrifying sword intent. The sword light was like a divine light, crashing down. Thunder and lightning intertwined, accompanied by a strong wind. The power of wind and thunder merged perfectly, forming a sword aura of wind and thunder, stirring up the surroundings. In the face of bloodline power, Lin Xian chose to fight head-on. He wanted to test his attack power after merging with the great dragon sword soul. How powerful was it? Humph. You're just an ant without bloodline power. You're courting death. The monster siblings were disdainful. Their bodies swayed, and they rushed up again. A huge lightning and hurricane rushed out, bombarding the front. Boom boom boom, the air exploded, thunder intertwined, and the whole void was boiling. The two individuals' attacks collided, erupting with dazzling light. Terrifying power erupted as they rushed over. The demon siblings seemed to tremble as they were sent flying. Their attacks were all shattered, and their bodies were covered with sword wounds. If not for the fact that they had activated their bloodline power, which greatly increased their defense, the sword chi could very well have sliced and pierced through them. What? The monster siblings were actually defeated. Everyone was stupefied, not daring to believe this. Especially the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, they all screamed in horror. Their bodies trembled, and their eyes were full of fear. They were very clear about the power of their own bloodline. Their senior brother was one of the best in the bloodline. In the past, once he used the power of his bloodline, he would quickly kill his enemies. Even if his enemies had a higher cultivation than him, they would still run away. However, this time, the bloodline power that they were so proud of had lost its effect. In front of Lin Xian, the attacks that were infused with the power of the bloodline seemed like child's play. How is this possible? He clearly doesn't have the power of the bloodline. How could he break my attacks? The demon siblings were very puzzled, and their eyes revealed endless madness. What was the so-called power of the bloodline? It was a vast power inherited from their ancestors, and it could definitely suppress ordinary warriors. In the past, when they used the power of the bloodline, they could definitely make those ordinary warriors' bodies stiff and unable to tremble. That was the suppression from the bloodline of the soul. However, all of this was ineffective against Lin Xian. Does Lin Xian also have a bloodline? Everyone guessed. Impossible. The power of the bloodline is extremely special. When it is used, we can all feel it. Lin Xian doesn't have that kind of aura. Someone shook his head. If this is your bloodline power, then you can go to hell. Lin Xian was like a killing god, stepping on the air. After the battle just now, he had a certain understanding of the power of the great dragon sword soul. The bloodlines that were as strong as the demon siblings were useless in front of the great dragon sword soul. The great dragon sword soul was separated from the body of a true dragon, and it was the world's offensive saint technique. Lin Xian had fused with the great dragon sword soul, so he was not afraid of any bloodline power. In this way, his own shortcomings were completely fixed. He would even be the nemesis of those warriors who had the power of the bloodline. Brat, you're courting death. No one dared to underestimate the power of the bloodline. Those who did were already dead. The demon brother's voice was cold. He urged the power of the bloodline in his body with all his strength, forming blood patterns that covered his body. However, at this moment, a black shadow flashed, and Lin Xian had already appeared beside him. So fast. How is this possible? The demon siblings' faces changed drastically, and they quickly tried to dodge. However, a sword light was faster than them. The sword light flashed like a meteor across the void. Although it was very short, the light was extremely dazzling. Puff puff, pillars of blood gushed out. 2 heads flew into the sky. The heads were filled with unwillingness and fear, and they were frozen forever. What, the demon siblings were killed? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. The demon siblings were top warriors with powerful strength that almost no one could compare to. However, such people had been killed, and the one who killed them was only a youth at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. To be honest, it was too shocking. These people would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Putong, the body fell to the ground, blood flowing out, and the two heads fell in the distance. Lin Xian withdrew his sword. He had used the great dragon sword soul in that attack, and it was not something the demon siblings could resist. Then he looked around and stared at the people of the Divine Bird Palace. In an instant, all the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace trembled. That gaze was like a sword that pierced into their hearts. Geodemonic Flame's body also trembled slightly, and his heart was filled with horror. His powerful senior brother had also died. If this was spread back, the sect would definitely be shaken. Moreover, Lin Xian's gaze had made him feel fear. A few months ago, this would have been a joke, but now it had happened. "Let's go!" he screamed. This person was not someone they could contend with. If Lin Xian went crazy and killed the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, they would not have any power to fight back. If that was the case, the Divine Bird Palace would definitely be injured. In an instant, the sound of the air being torn rang out. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were so scared that their faces turned pale. They could no longer care about anything else and fled. In the sky, countless rays of light flashed, and the airflow surged. Those were the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace that had fled. Everyone was stunned and their minds went blank. They did not think that the domineering Divine Bird Palace would be like a stray dog, fleeing. And the one who had caused this was only a youth at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. If this was spread out, the entire Tianwu domain would be shaken. In addition to the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, the cultivators of the other forces were also trembling. Especially the disciples of the Moon-Embracing Pavilion. They all had strange expressions and wanted to leave. However, their senior sister Xianxia had not left yet, so they could not escape. Facing those fleeing disciples of Divine Bird Palace, Lin Xian sneered. These people were nothing to worry about and were not worthy of him taking action. At this time, Xianxia suddenly spoke. "Lin Gongzi, I have heard about your matter from Ziki. I think we had some misunderstandings before. Why don't we resolve it now?" Everyone was shocked again. The 6-star Divine Bird Palace had escaped, and now another 6-star sect, Moon-Embracing Pavilion, had admitted defeat and wanted to make peace with Lin Xian. This was something that would have been impossible in the past. One must know that 6-star sects were overlords in the Sky Martial region. Their disciples were extremely arrogant and did not put anyone in their eyes. If someone dared to touch their people, these people would definitely attack crazily. At this moment, Moon-Embracing Pavilion actually took the initiative to ask for peace. Although this was a sealed space in the Lost Lands, it was enough to show how terrifying Lin Xian was. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Firstly, he was not a homicidal maniac. Secondly, he did not need to offend a 6-star sect over a small matter. After all, he would go to the Sky Martial region in the future. It was better to have one less enemy than one more friend. Seeing Lin Xian nodding, the disciples of Moon-Embracing Pavilion were all relieved. In this case, we will meet again if fate wills it. Xianxia's beautiful face revealed a smile, then she left with everyone. Zhao Ziqi's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian. She was very reluctant, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and left with Xianxia. After the disciples of Moon-Embracing Pavilion left, the other warriors also quickly left. Even the disciples of 6-star sects did not dare to go against Lin Xian, let alone them. In the following days, Lin Xian did not do anything else, but focused on consolidating the Great Dragon Sword Soul. With his current cultivation, he could only exert a trace of the Great Dragon Sword Soul's power. But even so, the power was already very terrifying. In the future, as his cultivation increased, the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul would also increase. Just as Lin Xian was concentrating on cultivating, an ancient tribe in the Lost Lands was in an uproar. 8 experts from their clan went to suppress the Whitebone Mountain, but they were thrown back. What was even more shocking was that the ferocious beasts from underground had come out and even destroyed the lost shrine. Every single one of these events was earth-shattering. Normally, it would have shocked the natives of the Lost Lands, but now, all of them were happening at the same time. Not only them, but those old antiques who had been sleeping were also awakened. Among them, 2 withered old men came out from the ancestral land. These 2 people were very short and small. Their figures were stooped, and their bodies were emaciated. Only a layer of wrinkled skin stuck to their bodies. It was shaped like a dried orange peel, unusually rough. However, the eyes of the 2 old men were shining like stars. The aura that they inadvertently emitted was enough to make one's soul tremble. "Ancestor," everyone in the Lost Land said respectfully. Even those 2 old men at the Exalt realm revealed respectful expressions and didn't act presumptuously at all. At their level, age and whatnot were no longer of any use. Unless the opponent's cultivation was profound, only then could they be intimidated. Therefore, these 2 withered old men's cultivation was definitely above the Exalt realm. Perhaps even those 6-star sects didn't know that there was such a terrifying existence in the Lost Lands. The 2 old men nodded slowly and asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter? Why did you wake us up? Could it be that the clan has reached a moment of life and death?" The 2 old men were dissatisfied. For people like them, they were already very old and didn't have much time left. If they didn't break through soon, they would turn into a pile of yellow soil. Although their cultivation was powerful, they still couldn't escape the fate of death. Usually, in order to conserve energy, they chose to stay in seclusion. They would only make a move when the clan was at a moment of life and death. Now that they were awakened by their clansmen, they naturally thought that the clan was under threat. "Ancestor, the clan is fine," the Exalt Realm Elder said. "Humph." The 2 old men were furious, and their expressions immediately darkened. "Have you forgotten the clan rules?" His voice carried a terrifying power, causing everyone's blood to boil. "We don't dare," the warriors hurriedly explained. "Ancestor, it's like this." Then, the elder told them what had happened on White Bone Mountain. Then, the 2 skinny old men trembled with excitement, and a terrifying light shot out from their eyes. "The Great Dragon Sword Soul. I didn't expect the Great Dragon Sword Soul to be born." The 2 old men were excited. It turned out that the ancient words were true. The 2 of them shouted excitedly, and their voices echoed in all directions. "Let's go, bring me to have a look." The 2 old men's voices were urgent. "Ancestor, I'll lead the way." A young man in a beast robe walked out with a face full of excitement. Old man, I didn't expect it to be your descendant," one of the white-haired old men said. The other gray-haired old man laughed dryly. "His aptitude is not bad, let me do it." The young man in the beast robe, Hunley, was excited and quickly walked over. Then, the 2 old men waved their sleeves and turned into 2 shocking rays of light, instantly disappearing. Lin Xian was cultivating near White Bone Mountain when he suddenly opened his eyes. With a trace of shock in his eyes, he looked up at the sky. Next to him, the Crimson Dragon, who was sleeping, also straightened up and looked up suspiciously. "Not good, this aura is so powerful." The Crimson Dragon's expression changed. "Kid, let's go quickly, I don't want to be caught to refine medicine." Lin Xian stood up and asked anxiously, "What's his cultivation?" To be able to make the Crimson Dragon so nervous, he must have an extraordinary background. "Damn, he's at least a half-step king." "Let's go quickly. Ben Huang doesn't want to be caught to refine medicine." Without his dragon essence, he could not stop these people at all. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression changed. A half-step king was the same cultivation as the Black Dragon sect's leader. He could not even defeat one, let alone 2. "Let's go." Lin Xian did not hesitate. He grabbed the Crimson Dragon and flew toward Lost Shrine. That was the only safe place. Swish, he turned into a ray of sword light and instantly disappeared into Lost Shrine. The next moment, the sky trembled like boiling water, surging endlessly. 2 shocking rays of light descended, forming a terrifying momentum that blew everything away. Even the ground could not withstand it and cracked open terrifying gullies. The originally lively primitive forest also quieted down at this moment. There was not a trace of movement within 100 miles. The 2 old men slowly descended, followed by the beast-robed youth, Hunley. "That beast really ran away," the white-haired old man said. "I didn't expect it to be a dragon." I've never seen a dragon in my life. The gray-haired old man snorted lightly. If we can drink a mouthful of dragon blood, we might be able to break through. I don't know if we can break through, but it can at least increase our lifespan by a few decades. The two old men's eyes lit up. They were actually thinking about the dragon blood. Then, the two of them looked toward Lost Shrine. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon felt a great threat at this moment. The reason was that the Crimson Dragon had opened a sealed door not long ago. In the end, troops of divine soldiers wearing ancient battle armor and holding sharp bronze spears walked out from inside. They were like ancient warriors, striding over with large strides. These ancient divine soldiers were covered in ancient battle armor, only revealing a pair of cold eyes. They were like lifeless machines, and their movements were uniform. Moreover, they emitted a powerful aura that seemed to be able to shatter everything when gathered together. Lin Xian was shocked. He quickly used the dragon sword soul to eliminate this pressure. Then, his face became extremely ugly. The aura of these ancient divine soldiers was very strong. It was far from what a spirit-detecting realm martial artist could resist. If he didn't have the dragon sword soul, he would have been crushed by this aura. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon was also swallowing hard. As a member of the ancient divine dragon race, although it had lost its dragon essence and cultivation, its bloodline was still there. Naturally, it wouldn't be afraid of this aura. However, it didn't look very good. It stared at those divine soldiers and screamed, "Mother Dragon, a group of Yin soldiers died." Yin soldiers? Lin Xian frowned. What are Yin soldiers? The Crimson Dragon retreated and quickly said, these Yin soldiers were all powerful martial artists when they were alive. After they died, they were smelted with a special method and became machines that only know how to kill. Moreover, these people had great resentment when they were alive, so now they have an evil and cold aura on them. They are called Yin soldiers. Lin Xian understood and then asked, what are the strength of these Yin soldiers? It's hard to say. According to their cultivation when they were alive, their combat strength after they died is also different. However, the combat strength of these Yin soldiers is average. They haven't reached the venerable realm. Hearing this, Lin Xian's mouth twitched. They haven't reached the venerable realm? Average combat strength, even he was afraid of the aura of these people. To his surprise, the Crimson Dragon continued, indeed, a single Yin soldier hasn't reached the venerable realm. However, if they work together, they can definitely kill a venerable realm martial artist. F***CK. Lin Xian's forehead darkened. This was such an important piece of information, and this guy was only saying it now. Didn't he know that he would die if he said it later? Kid, don't move. The great dragon sword soul should be able to intimidate this group of Yin soldiers. The Crimson Dragon rolled its eyes and said. Hearing this, Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul, and a layer of hazy radiance appeared around his body, condensing into the shape of a true dragon. A supreme aura spread out, as if it was going to tear the 9 heavens apart. Sure enough, blue flames danced in the eye sockets of the Yin soldiers. Wielding huge bronze spears, they circled around Lin Xian and continued forward. Only then did Lin Xian heave a sigh of relief. As for the Crimson Divine Dragon, he exclaimed in a low voice, you scared me to death. Lin Xian glared at him fiercely. You still dare to say that? It's all your fault. Otherwise, we wouldn't have encountered such a situation. The Crimson Dragon knew that he was in the wrong, but he still muttered in a low voice, damn, Ben Huang didn't know there were Yin soldiers here. Then, he said, I'm afraid this lost temple isn't as beautiful as we thought. It's very dangerous here. If we're not careful, we'll fall into an extremely dangerous situation. Let's just wait here. Lin Xian also nodded. If there were Yin soldiers nearby, they should be able to intimidate the unknown experts. Behind them, the gray and white elders and the youth in beastly clothes were pacing back and forth in front of a dilapidated stone house. This was a stone house, and there were cracks on the stone door in front, as if it would split open at any time. Traces of golden flames were spitting out from the cracks. It kept flashing, and every once in a while, it would spit out some. The gray and white elders were originally hurrying on their way, but they happened to see this light and were attracted to it. Seeing this light, the gray and white elders were overjoyed. They were sure that there was a mysterious treasure behind this dilapidated stone wall. Thinking of this, they were overjoyed. The white-haired elder punched out, and a huge fist image smashed into the wall like a mountain. The space shook and the air exploded. The terrifying energy fiercely slammed into the wall, causing it to shake. However, the wall that seemed to be dilapidated and covered in cracks only shook a little, and then it stood there like before. What? Seeing this, the gray and white elders frowned, and the youth in beastly clothes' eyelids twitched. He swallowed with great difficulty, and then he looked at the dilapidated stone wall in shock. After all, his two ancestors had surpassed the Exalt realm, and they even had one foot in the King realm. Such figures could even kill a spirit-detecting realm cultivator with a single glance. However, that violent punch didn't have the slightest bit of effect. This was simply too inconceivable. The white-haired elder's face was gloomy. His punch had not been able to break the wall, which made him feel embarrassed. In the end, he grunted coldly and punched out with his right fist again. This time, rays of divine light shot out from his fist. It was extremely dazzling, and terrifying energy surged out in all directions as if it could crush the heavens and the earth. When the fist smashed into the stone bridge, it instantly caused a heaven-shaking sound to resound. At the side, the youth in beastly clothes felt his eardrums tremble, his aura roil, and his body feel like it was about to split apart. His face was pale, and he retreated in terror. After that, he used his spirit energy to seal his hearing, and only then did he heave a sigh of relief. How terrifying! Just the aftershock of the energy had almost heavily injured him. However, what shocked him even more was that the dilapidated wall was actually still intact. It looked the same as before, and there was not even a single crack. How is this possible? The youth in beastly clothes was shocked, and he almost bit off his tongue. It wasn't just him, the gray and white elders were shocked as well. Their strength could be said to be extremely formidable, but they were actually unable to break a wall. It was too strange. Humph. As expected of the lost shrine, it's truly miraculous. I didn't expect a dilapidated wall to be so tough. The white-haired elder's complexion was not very good, and he snorted coldly. The gray-haired elder also frowned, looking at this wall. There should be a special restriction. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to withstand our strength. Let's look around. There should be a special formation mechanism on it. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for us to open it with brute force. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During this period, Lin Xian tried to walk out. However, as soon as he walked through a passage, he sensed 2 extremely powerful auras in front of him. Then, he was shocked and quietly retreated. There was no need to think about it. There were definitely 2 extremely powerful figures in front of him, and they had blocked the path. He could only wait here patiently. During these 2 days, the gray and white elders kept searching and finally found a trace of a way to break through the wall. The 2 joined hands, and relying on their half-step keen cultivation base and vision, they finally gradually broke through the dilapidated wall. With a boom, the wall cracked open, and countless pieces of rubble fell to the ground. Immediately, the scene behind the wall was revealed to everyone. The dilapidated stone door cracked open, revealing the scene inside. However, to the disappointment of the 2 elders, it was not filled with countless treasures as they had imagined. It was very simple inside. There was only a white skeleton. The dazzling golden light came from the white skeleton. If one looked closely, they would find that the white skeleton was covered with a layer of faint golden lines. Seeing that there were no treasures, the young man in the beast coat was disappointed, while the 2 elders stared at the skeleton that was glowing with golden light. "Old man, do you feel anything?" the gray-haired elder asked. "Yes, although it's faint, it's indeed the pressure from the bloodline." The white-haired elder looked dignified. Then, the 2 of them looked at the white skeleton carefully. Their tribe guarded the lost place. They had an extraordinary background and the bloodline power in their bodies was powerful. But now, a pile of white bones actually made their hearts palpitate. This situation was too strange. Unless the white bones were also very powerful bloodline warriors when they were alive, and their bloodline power was above theirs. However, they were not happy because the white bones did not have much value. The two of them looked around and checked the situation in the stone cave. Soon, they found a pool of blood in the corner. The blood was black and almost solidified. If one did not pay attention, they would not have noticed it. Eh? The two elders walked forward. However, just as they walked to the black blood, the pool of blood suddenly glowed red and filled the entire space. A low cry was heard. The blood rolled in the void and turned into a ferocious blood beast, roaring at the sky. A terrifying and majestic pressure rolled over like angry waves and blasted toward the two elders. Oh no! Bastard, you're courting death. The two elders were furious. Then, they attacked the void with a terrifying silent void. The two forces collided, causing the entire space to shake. The blood beast roared ferociously and its body glowed brightly. The surrounding walls reflected a scarlet light as if they were soaked in endless blood, emitting an endless murderous aura. The entire space was filled with the thick smell of blood. Not only that, when the light shone on the white bones, there was a change. The scarlet light gathered in the white bones' eye sockets, forming two pulsating red lights. Then, the white bones trembled slightly as if they were about to come back to life. Crack crack, white bones trembled, then stood up. It held a huge bone knife in its hand, and the aura on its body made people's hair stand on end. The beast-robed young man's face turned pale. He kept retreating, trying to escape. Even Old Man Hui and Old Man Bai were frowning, their faces dark. The lost temple was indeed a forbidden place. Just by opening a wall, such a strange and terrifying thing had happened. The aura emitted by the blood fiend in the air and by Gu behind him was not any weaker than the two of them. This place was too strange, giving the two of them a bad feeling. The two elders did not want to take the risk. They looked at each other and quickly retreated. This action immediately angered the blood fiend in the air. It let out a furious roar and charged toward the two of them with a terrifying aura. The white bone also turned into a ray of white light and quickly charged towards the two old men. The enormous bone blade in its hand was accompanied by an endless aura as it slashed down with a loud bang. Boom, bang bang, the gray and white elders fought as they retreated, striking out terrifying palm and fist shadows. Suddenly, the sound of explosions could be heard from the dark tunnel. Go! In the next moment, Old Man Hui and Old Man Bai grabbed the beast-robed young man and rushed into the sky. They turned into rays of light and ran deeper into the tunnel. The ferocious blood fiend and white bones quickly chased after them. Lin Xian paced back and forth near the group of ghost soldiers. He was cultivating while waiting. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. This was because he sensed four extremely powerful forces rushing towards him at high speed. The crimson dragon beside him jumped up in shock and kept moving away. Damn it, weren't there only two of them? Why are there four auras now? Kid, who did you offend? Li Xian's face darkened. He snorted coldly. What does it have to do with me? Maybe they're here to suppress you. Hearing this, the crimson dragon stopped talking. It shrunk its neck and said worriedly, why don't we go further in? I'm afraid these ghost soldiers won't be able to stop the four of them. Go further in? Lin Xian hesitated. The things that appeared in this place were already too much for him to handle. If he didn't have the great dragon sword soul, he wouldn't be able to avoid these ghost soldiers. He didn't know what dangers there would be if he went further in. If the great dragon sword soul didn't work, he wouldn't be able to escape at all. Therefore, he subconsciously didn't want to go further. In the next moment, four rays of light appeared in front of the tunnel. Old Man Hui and Old Man Hui frowned and exclaimed in a low voice. They didn't expect that someone would be here earlier than them. The beast-robed young man exclaimed in surprise, it's you. Ancestors, he's the person I was talking about. Whoosh, Old Man Hui and Old Man Bai landed in the tunnel. They were blocked by a group of ghost soldiers and couldn't move forward at all. They cautiously looked at the ghost soldiers in front of them and then stared at Lin Xian. According to the beast-robed young man, Lin Xian was the last person to come into contact with the great dragon sword soul and the peerless dragon. In other words, he knew where the peerless beast and the great dragon sword soul had gone. Kid, let me ask you. Where are the great dragon sword soul and the peerless dragon? The white-haired old man shouted coldly. Hearing that, the crimson dragon shrank its neck and lay on Lin Xian's body, paying attention nervously. Now that he had lost his dragon essence and cultivation, if he was recognized, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. He might even be captured to be refined into pills. "Kid, you can't leave me in the lurch," the Crimson Dragon exclaimed in a low voice. Lin Xian's expression was slightly cold. Lord Alcohol said that this divine dragon knew a lot and should be able to help him, so he didn't want to hand it over for the time being. Moreover, the beast-robed young man had once wanted to kill him. Lin Xian didn't have a good impression of such an enemy. Moreover, he was the one who had obtained the great dragon sword soul. If the other party knew, he definitely wouldn't let it go. Thinking of this, Lin Xian asked in a deep voice, "Do I know you?" Hearing this, the two elders were stunned and subconsciously said, "No. Since you don't know me, why should I answer your question?" Lin Xian sneered. The two of them were stunned and then became angry. Who were they? An ant-like warrior dared to speak to them like this. He was simply courting death, the beast-robed young man snorted. "Kid, you're courting death. Hurry up and kowtow and apologize. Tell me the whereabouts of the great dragon sword soul and the peerless beast, and I might leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, just wait to have your tendons pulled out and your soul refined." Lin Xian sneered and didn't respond. If he was really forced, he would run into the depths of the palace. He didn't believe that these people would dare to follow him because the Yin soldiers in front of him were already emitting killing intent. That aura was directed at the two elders. Seeing Lin Xian's cold smile, the two elders flew into a rage. They probed with their large hands and grabbed at Lin Xian. The white-haired old man stretched out his palm and formed a huge hand that covered the sky, grabbing at Lin Xian. At this moment, the surrounding Yin soldiers all raised their divine spears and pointed them at the sky. Rays of light rushed into the sky and instantly pierced through the huge hand. Although those spears were rusty, the divine light they emitted was incomparably terrifying. Even the void couldn't withstand it. In an instant, it pierced through the white-haired old man's terrifying light palm. The white-haired old man's expression changed, and he suddenly retracted his right hand. The gray-haired old man and the beast-robed young man were even more shocked. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, but he was ecstatic. The other party was a half-step king, and his strength was incomparably powerful. However, these Yin soldiers were too strange. The attack they formed could actually resist a half-step king. At this moment, another shocking roar came from behind, and then two terrifying auras quickly rushed over. Hearing this roar, Lin Xian frowned, and the expressions of the two elders changed drastically. Although they were half-step kings, they were usually arrogant. However, this lost shrine was too strange. Although the Yin soldiers in front of them were only at the spirit-detecting realm, they were actually able to contend against them together. Not only that, but the blood fiends and white skeletons behind them were even more terrifying. They were almost on par with them. If these Yin soldiers joined forces, they might be suppressed. One had to know that at their level, they didn't have many years left to live. Their cultivation was used to extend their lifespan, so they couldn't afford it. Therefore, the first thought of the two elders was not to fight, but to retreat. However, there were terrifying blood fiends and ferocious white skeletons behind them, so they couldn't leave. They could only break through from the Yin soldiers. A terrifying aura soared from the two of them, and they rushed forward like two sharp blades. Among them, the gray-haired old man opened the way and threw out countless fist shadows. Each of them was like a meteor, carrying a huge momentum. The white-haired old man grabbed at Lin Xian again. The two of them were as fast as lightning. In an instant, the terrifying fist shadows condensed into meteorites and smashed towards the Yin soldiers. The white-haired old man attacked even more strangely. A hazy palm of light instantly appeared above Lin Xian's head. In an instant, Lin Xian felt the surrounding air shatter, and an irresistible force appeared above him. This was the aura of a half-step king, and it was simply irresistible. Even a venerable would not be able to withstand it. Lin Xian spat out a large mouthful of blood from the impact. He pushed the great dragon sword soul with all his strength, transforming it into a sword light that pierced out diagonally. The great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique, and Lin Xian's speed was fast, so he escaped from the range of the light palm in an instant. In the next moment, countless Yin soldiers were enraged. Their bodies emitted a monstrous aura that connected together to form a black divine spear that pierced through the void. Behind him, the ferocious blood beast and the white-boned devil general were also moving quickly. A blood-colored waterfall hung in the void, and a sea of blood flowed down from above, drowning the entire sky. On the other side, the white-boned demon general also raised his huge white-bone blade and quickly slashed out. Every move was extremely stunning, causing the void to explode. Eh? He actually dodged it. The white-haired old man was astonished. As a half-step king, his aura was enough to kill a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. But he didn't expect the other party to survive. This kid is too strange. The white-haired man was shocked. Then, he said to the beast-robed young man, "Go capture that kid." The beast-robed young man was currently being pincered by the soldiers, blood beasts, and white-boned devil general. He was already scared out of his wits. Now that he heard that the old ancestor wanted him to leave the battlefield and deal with a spirit-detecting realm martial artist, he was extremely happy. Without any hesitation, the beast-robed young man turned into a streak of light. Under the protection of the white-haired old man, he dodged the attacks of the soldiers and quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. "Haha, kid, obediently surrender." The beast-robed young man laughed loudly. Last time, if it weren't for the fact that he had to suppress the ferocious beasts, he would have already dealt with the other party. However, it wasn't too late now. The beast-robed young man sneered in his heart. With his skills, he could definitely subdue the other party in one move. At that time, he would use 100 methods to make the other party suffer a fate worse than death. Only then would he be able to vent the resentment in his heart. Thinking of this, he stretched out his finger. On his fingertip, a thick finger light spun rapidly, forming a dazzling light that quickly flew out. Lin Xian had just dodged the white-haired old man's attack and hadn't even calmed down when he saw the sharp finger light flying toward him. Immediately, his face sank and killing intent rose in his heart. The other party was so arrogant. Did they really think he was easy to bully? Looking at the finger light, Lin Xian's heart was calm. He stomped his feet and quickly rushed to the side. Then, he stabbed out with the wind shadow sword. The concepts of wind and thunder merged, forming a sword of wind and thunder that quickly slashed down. This sword of wind and thunder was very different from ordinary sword chi. On the tip of the sword, lightning formed a sawtooth that was incomparably sharp. On the outside, there were countless gusts of wind opening the path, increasing the speed and attack power to the extreme. Everywhere it passed, the air was split into two. In an instant, the sword of wind and thunder collided with the finger light and exploded, drowning the entire void. The sword chi that exploded formed an arc that enveloped the surroundings and wrapped around the violent energy. Not a single bit of energy leaked out. In other words, Lin Xian's surroundings weren't affected by any of the energy. He had thought of all these in the instant that he attacked. With the great dragon sword spirit, his attacks had many variations. After the first slash, the second slash came down. This slash had merged with the great success sword essence. It was like a slanted moon that quickly slashed down. This sword light was very pure and very sharp. As the sword light swept past, the surrounding space seemed to be cut open, instantly creating cracks. The terrifying sword light opened up the energy cluster in the center and then quickly rushed toward the beast-robed young man. These movements happened extremely quickly. Almost at the same time as the beast-robed young man attacked, Lin Xian's two slashes had already landed. How is this possible? The beast-robed young man was shocked. It was unbelievable that his opponent could block his attack. It should be known that a few months ago, Lin Xian couldn't fight back at all when facing his attack. He couldn't even dodge it completely. Now, not only did his opponent dodge his attack, but he even shattered his finger light. Not only that, his opponent still had the ability to continue attacking. The terrifying sword light even made his hair stand on end. Shocking, too shocking. The beast-robed young man was stunned. It had to be known that after entering the spirit-detecting realm, it was very difficult to increase one's strength. Even he couldn't have a clear breakthrough in 3 months. At most, his cultivation would have improved a little. His opponent was a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm brat, but his strength had changed so much in 3 months. If this spread out, it would definitely shock a lot of people. This brat must have some secret on him. Perhaps it was related to the great dragon sword soul. The beast-robed young man's face was gloomy. He couldn't think of any kind of treasure that could make a person undergo such a drastic change in 3 months. After thinking about it, perhaps only the legendary dragon would be able to do so. I must catch him. The beast-robed young man's face was gloomy. Now that the two patriarchs were under the control of a group of soldiers and blood fiends, he had to do it himself. If he was lucky, he might be able to secretly learn some secrets from Lin Xian. In the future, his cultivation might advance by leaps and bounds, and he might even reach the level of the patriarchs. Thinking of this, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. This was definitely the best opportunity. This was the best opportunity for him to capture Lin Xian. Thinking of this, the young man in the beast-robe roared. His spiritual energy burned like a huge flame, and the surrounding void crackled. 5 rays of finger radiance shot out and streaked across the air, forming a cage that enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body moved erratically, and countless shadows appeared in the void. At the same time, he stabbed out with the wind shadow sword. Every time, a fine sword chi would pierce through the void and collide with the radiant finger radiance. At the same time, he clenched his left hand and formed a pitch-black sword that floated in the air. Sword of Nirvana. The pitch-black longsword emitted a deathly aura. It was like a sword from hell, and it made one's heart tremble. This sword was originally comprehended from the bloodline of the king. Now that it had been executed by the great dragon sword soul, its power was several times stronger than before. Not only that, but the desolate aura on the longsword had also become more condensed. Lin Xian waved his arm, and the pitch-black sword of Nirvana quickly slashed down toward the young man in the beast-robed clothes. Wherever it passed, a deathly aura was emitted. The entire space was filled with a chill, as if it was about to freeze. In an instant, the young man in the beast-robed clothes looked abnormally ugly. He felt that his body was rapidly losing its functions, as if his life essence was about to be completely drained. What kind of sword technique is this? It's so strange. It can deprive me of my life essence. He was horrified and quickly retreated. Lin Xian held the wind shadow sword in his right hand and shattered the 5 rays of finger radiance. At the same time, he held the sword of Nirvana in his left hand and quickly slashed at the young man in the beast-robed clothes. In an instant, the young man in the beast-robed clothes was no longer as arrogant as before. He jumped continuously and dodged quickly. He could feel that if he was hit by the pitch-black sword, he would lose more than half of his life essence. In this dangerous lost shrine, being seriously injured was equivalent to death. The beast-robed youth clenched his teeth. He was unwilling to give up. He couldn't understand how Lin Xian's strength had suddenly become so fierce. Not even in his dreams could he have imagined this situation. He was at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm and was very powerful, but he didn't expect to be chased by a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator. Fortunately, there were no other martial artists here. Otherwise, he would have the heart to die. Old Grey and Old Man Bai were in a fierce battle with a group of soldiers, blood fiends, and white-bone devil generals. When they saw the young man's condition, they were so angry that their beards curled up. At that moment, they thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. A mid-stage spirit-detecting brat was actually chasing after a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. This was 2F** King ridiculous. Spiritly, what are you doing? Hurry up and use your full strength to take him down. The grey-robed old man shouted angrily. The young man's body trembled when he heard this. He knew that he couldn't hold back any longer. Brat, I didn't expect your strength to rise to such a level. You really surprised me. But let's stop here. I'll let you know what a real powerhouse is. You should be proud to be able to die because of the power of the bloodline. After saying that, the beast-robed young man stopped dodging. He stood in the void, his black hair fluttering behind him. His robe was flapping loudly. His aura was rising continuously. Streaks of blood-red lines filled his body. Behind him, the shadow of a fierce tiger condensed and roared in all directions. At the same time, black and white patterns appeared on his cheeks and arms. Not only that, but his bones and limbs also became thicker. His whole body was filled with a fierce aura. Anyone who has seen my power of the bloodline won't be able to survive. You won't be an exception. Spirit Li's voice was cold. After using the power of the bloodline, he became abnormally fierce and violent. The power of the bloodline? Lin Xian stopped and sneered. He had the great dragon sword soul, so he wasn't afraid of the power of the bloodline at all. Ignorant ant, it seems like you still don't understand the power of the bloodline. Seeing Lin Xian's sneer, the young man, Hunli, was annoyed. Then, he was filled with murderous aura as his hands made a cross in the air. The air trembled, and spiritual energy condensed. The shadow of a white tiger appeared and let out a deafening roar as it pounced on Lin Xian. This power was too strong, and it had already surpassed the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. The young man laughed. This attack was enough to kill an ordinary martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Lin Xian wouldn't be able to withstand it. The tiger roared and shook the air. In an instant, it was in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He held the Nirvana sword and quickly stabbed forward. The pitch-black Nirvana sword emitted the power of death. It was like a sword of death as it quickly streaked across the air. In an instant, it collided with the shadow of the tiger. When the two collided, there was no dazzling light or earth-shattering explosion. When the Nirvana sword came into contact with the shadow of the white tiger, it was as if ice and fire had fused, and a sizzling sound could be heard. The huge shadow of the white tiger dimmed as if its energy had been drained and it was dispirited. However, the Nirvana sword was still emitting a cold, pitch-black light. The aura it emitted caused the shadow of the white tiger to quickly dissipate. Not only that, but the young man's body also trembled. A look of horror appeared in his eyes. In an instant, he felt an unusually cold aura enveloping him, as if it was sucking the energy from his body dry. In an instant, he felt that a lot of his life essence and spiritual energy had been drained. This method was too strange. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly cut off the connection with the shadow of the white tiger. Then, the cold aura of death gradually disappeared. What kind of sword is this? It's so terrifying. The young man was terrified. He realized that he had underestimated Lin Xian. This is the power of your bloodline? Lin Xian sneered. In my eyes, it's worse than trash. Didn't you want to kill me? I want to see how you'll kill me. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He had no enmity with the other party. They didn't even know each other. However, the other party had tried to kill him more than once due to his greed. This made him angry, and he couldn't forgive the other party. Lin Xian was like a god of death. He walked over with the Nirvana sword in hand. You're courting death. The young man was furious. As the peerless genius of the clan, he had been the center of attention since he was young. No one had ever dared to look down on him like this. Now, a martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm dared to treat him like this. He waved his fists, sending out hundreds of fist shadows that condensed into ferocious white tigers. In the end, the entire sky was filled with hundreds and thousands of fist shadows. They were extremely shocking as they bombarded Lin Xian. Lin Xian was expressionless as he waved the Nirvana sword in his hand. With a cold and deadly force, the white tiger shadows in the air lost their energy quickly. The beast-robed youth seemed to have gone mad as he activated his bloodline power and waved his fists wildly. The white tiger shadows lit up with a faint red glow and an even more ferocious aura filled the air. The white tiger shadows that were originally dim were instantly replenished. They roared into the sky like the king of beasts and their spiritual energy was extremely violent. They roared ferociously and pounced on Lin Xian. Although the Nirvana sword was powerful, it was still unable to destroy the white tiger shadows that were stacked with bloodline power. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded by countless white tiger shadows. Countless white tiger phantoms that were enhanced by the power of the bloodline pounced on Lin Xian from all directions. Their aura shook the heavens and the earth as they surrounded Lin Xian in an instant. Although the Nirvana sword in Lin Xian's hand was powerful, his opponent's bloodline power was too concentrated and he could not eliminate it immediately. Humph. Die, kid. Seeing that his opponent was surrounded by fist shadows, the beast-robed youth, Hunli, laughed loudly. Lin Xian's expression was cold like the god of death. countless sword auras surrounded the wind shadow sword, forming a blood-red blade and wrapping it up like a blood-red longsword. A shocking murderous aura emanated from it and swept across the heavens and the earth. Instantly, visible sword ripples formed in the surroundings and the murderous aura swept across the heavens and the earth. It was like a layer of blood-red ice crystals that made the air cold and wanted to freeze people. The cold aura caused the surrounding temperature to drop. Streaks of murderous aura formed invisible sword scars that slashed in all directions. Han Li's expression changed and he quickly retreated. The murderous aura was so shocking that it made his soul tremble. In the next moment, his expression turned ugly. Lin Xian had exceeded his expectations once again. The blood-red longsword swept in all directions and destroyed the white tiger shadows that covered the heavens and the earth. It was like the winter wind that blew painfully on people's bodies. Sword of Slaughter. This move was also comprehended from the blood of a king. It was different from the Sword of Nirvana, as it was a sword of killing. It was cold and merciless, and it did not hold back. At this moment, Lin Xian was holding the black sword of Nirvana in his left hand and the blood-red sword of Slaughter in his right. He was like a demon from hell, stunning the beast-robed youth. You. The beast-robed young man's expression was extremely ugly. His opponent's aura made him extremely displeased. It had to be said that the other party was only at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. He could crush this kind of martial artist with a wave of his hand. However, the kid in front of him was abnormal in every way. If you have any last words, hurry up and leave them. Lin Xian's voice was cold, causing the surrounding air to crack. Arrogant. You're courting death. The beast-robed youth was furious. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. He roared, and the white tiger figure behind him suddenly expanded. He seemed to have turned into a huge tiger demon, tearing everything apart. Lin Xian's expression did not change as he moved his two swords. His killing intent was boundless. The blood-red sword chi was activated and clashed with the black sword chi, forming a cross that quickly rushed forward. Wherever it passed, a dazzling light was formed, and the sword chi surged. The cross-sword chi collided with the tiger demon figure. It only paused for a moment before it was cut open and quickly slashed towards the beast-robed youth. The beast-robed youth was shocked. He quickly summoned the power of his bloodline and formed the tiger demon armor in front of him. It was as if it was made of black gold and silver, shining brightly. The red and black cross-sword chi collided with the armor, creating the sound of metal clashing. Then, the sound became louder and louder, like a bell, resounding in all directions. The black gold and silver armor cracked and turned into pieces, exposing the beast-robed youth. At this moment, he finally felt fear in his heart, and it quickly spread throughout his body. The young man in front of him was already able to threaten his life. He quickly retreated, his body moving like lightning. However, Lin Xian was even faster. The Sword of Slaughter, with a monstrous killing intent, enveloped him. No! He screamed in horror. His originally handsome face was distorted beyond recognition. Grand Elder, save me! The beast-robed youth quickly rushed towards the two elders. Puff, he had just escaped halfway when a blood-red sword pierced through his back, piercing through his heart. He felt that his body was hollowed out, and his consciousness was gradually blurring. He was so close to reaching the Grand Elder. As for him, he was forever suspended in the air. There are some people that you can't mess with. Lin Xian's cold voice came from behind him. Good. Hate. He struggled unwillingly. Boom, the Sword of Slaughter was activated, and it killed him. A young genius of a generation had fallen here in the end. If he had not been greedy and wanted to kill Lin Xian, he would not have ended up like this. Bastard, you're courting death. Not far away, the gray-haired old man was furious. The beast-robed youth was his direct descendant, and he was extremely talented and had a lot of room for growth. And now, he had been killed by a spirit-detecting realm brat, and it had been done in front of him. This was a slap to his face. With his identity as a half-step king, how could he endure this? With a cold snort, an invisible force surged out of the gray-haired old man's body, crushing the area and enveloping Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian felt his body stiffen, as if it was about to split open. Not good, this is a martial soul attack. Kid, hurry up and use the great dragon sword soul to resist. The Crimson Dragon shouted from behind. After reaching the venerable realm, one would condense a martial soul. For example, a swordsman would condense a sword soul. This kind of power was very mysterious and powerful, far surpassing that of a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. This was also the reason why venerables could become true powerhouses. Not only could they control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but their soul power would also increase greatly. Moreover, the combination of the two could form a martial soul. The invisible energy wave formed a 2-meter-long black and white demon tiger, and it clawed down. This demon tiger was different from the one formed by the beast-robed youth. The latter was purely condensed from spiritual energy and was very stiff. However, the one formed by the gray-haired old man was very spiritual, as if it was real. Moreover, its power was dozens of times stronger. This kind of attack could instantly kill a group of spirit-detecting realm martial artists. However, he encountered Lin Xian. Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, and no other martial soul could compare to it. Although this demon tiger martial soul was powerful, it couldn't withstand a single blow from the great dragon sword soul. Roar! A furious roar came from Lin Xian's body, and the sound waves shook the surroundings. The sound waves gathered and instantly intimidated the demon tiger martial soul. What? The gray-haired old man was shocked. At that moment, his brain went blank. He was a half-step king who had lived for nearly 700 years. He was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. For example, not to mention a spirit-detecting realm martial artist, even a venerable wouldn't be able to resist the attack just now. However, a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm kid actually blocked it. Moreover, his martial soul was repelled. This was too crazy. This kid must have a great treasure on him. The gray-haired old man quickly recovered from his shock. Then, his expression became abnormally gloomy. In the next moment, his expression became abnormally gloomy. On the side, the white-haired old man was also shocked. Then, he frowned as if he had thought of something. That roar just now, could it be the great dragon sword spirit? As soon as this thought appeared in their minds, their hearts began to beat wildly. Then, the two old men looked at Lin Xian, their eyes blossoming with a shocking light. Although it was only their guess and they had not seen the real great dragon sword spirit, there was probably nothing else in this world apart from the great dragon sword spirit that could push back a half-step king martial spirit with a single roar. Otherwise, a mere mid-stage spirit-detecting martial spirit would not be able to resist a half-step king martial spirit. Therefore, no matter what, they had to capture Lin Xian. However, while they were in a daze, the malevolent blood fiend and white-bone devil general behind them suddenly erupted and launched terrifying attacks. Immediately, the two old men were flustered and hastily dealt with the attacks. The two were unable to break through for the time being, but their gazes towards Lin Xian were abnormally cold. Lin Xian frowned. He naturally knew what these two old men were planning, but he would not let them have their way. Lil Red, are there any more Yin soldiers nearby? Let's release them, Lin Xian said. F***ck, who's Lil Red? Ben Huang is a great divine dragon. The Crimson Dragon jumped up, please call me Lord Divine Dragon in the future. Lil Red, we're talking business. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon rolled its eyes and could only helplessly say, there are definitely more, but they're deeper in. Let's go and release them. Lin Xian brought the Crimson Dragon and rushed deeper into the palace. Now that he was being watched by the two old men, he could not leave at all. Only by killing these two old men would he have a chance to escape. Otherwise, it would be difficult to escape. Right now, only these powerful Yin soldiers could kill these two old men. He had the great dragon sword spirit and would not be attacked by the Yin soldiers, so he made this decision. Otherwise, he would not dare to provoke these strange things even if he was beaten to death. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Xian saw another sealed door. Without saying a word, he ordered the Crimson Dragon to step forward and break the seal. Not long after, the sealed door began to creak. Then, it opened, and another group of Yin soldiers walked out. These Yin soldiers had powerful auras. They were holding huge bronze battle spears, and their bodies were filled with murderous intent. As soon as they came out, they stared at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian immediately opened his great dragon sword soul and stood there, not daring to move. When the Yin soldiers sensed the aura of the great dragon sword soul, they ignored Lin Xian and began to walk forward. Not long after, they arrived at the place where Elder Grey and Elder White lived. Dozens of bronze sabers were raised, and streaks of dazzling saber radiance slashed into the void. Countless saber lights intertwined, causing the sky to collapse. The two elders were shocked. Their scalps went numb as they roared madly. The Yin soldiers in front of them were already difficult to deal with. They did not expect so many more to come. This was undoubtedly asking for their lives. "Kid, when we catch you later, we'll skin you alive and refine your soul. You'll never be reincarnated." The gray-robed elder's voice was like a malicious spirit, filled with endless murderous intent. "Humph, two old dogs. I'll kill you here today." Lin Xian's expression was cold as he stood in the distance and sneered. "Wah, wah, wah." Elder Grey and Elder White screamed madly. The aura on their bodies surged and broke through everything. As peerless powerhouses, they were usually respected by tens of thousands of people. When had they ever been insulted like this, the two of them could not wait to tear Lin Xian apart. However, the Yin soldiers in front of them were giving them a headache. "Kid, I'll catch you today even if I have to use some of my life essence," the gray-haired elder roared. Then, an inexplicable aura rose from his body and condensed into a tiger demon behind him. Its shape was so realistic that it looked like a real tiger. Martial soul. This is a martial soul that only venerables have. As soon as the martial soul appeared, it suppressed the entire area. The Yin soldiers and ferocious blood fiends were all restless. The gray-haired elder beside him also roared. A goshawk appeared behind him. It flapped its wings as if it was going to tear the 9 heavens apart. Their martial souls were abnormally powerful. Their auras completely suppressed the surrounding area. Previously, they did not use their martial souls in order to preserve their life essence and live a little longer. Now, they were completely furious. They planned to capture Lin Xian at all costs. Next, the two of them attacked ruthlessly. The white tiger martial soul roared ferociously. It pounced with its claws and tore the void in front of it apart. On the other hand, the goshawk martial soul flapped its wings and formed illusory images of goshawks. It then pounced on Lin Xian. It seemed that it wanted to capture Lin Xian alive. The goshawk martial soul was very sharp. It broke through half of the Yin soldier's defense and rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. A trace of the dragon sword soul rushed out of his body and forced the goshawk martial soul back. Then, he quickly retreated away from the battlefield. "Kid, these two are going crazy. I'm afraid these Yin soldiers won't be able to resist them," the Crimson Dragon said worriedly. Half-step kings were extremely terrifying existences. Moreover, the two of them were even more terrifying when they joined forces. These old things are so difficult to deal with. Lin Xian's face was unsightly. Now, he could only survive by killing these two old things. Thinking of this, he moved again and ran toward the depths of the palace. This time, he decided to release enough Yin soldiers to deal with these two old things. Lin Xian ran all the way. Finally, he saw another sealed door. Then, the Crimson Dragon quickly cracked it and the sealed door suddenly opened. An indescribable pressure gushed out and filled the entire space. Lin Xian's body trembled and he quickly retreated. This time, he felt an indescribable pressure. It was as if an aura was about to tear him apart. Fortunately, he had the protection of the great dragon sword spirit. Returning to the corner, Lin Xian frowned and looked at the sealed door. This time, it was not as he had expected. A group of Yin soldiers walked out. There was only one figure in front. However, this figure's aura was stronger than countless Yin soldiers. The figure emitted a cold aura and slowly walked out. At this time, Lin Xian saw the true appearance of the voice. It was a knight riding a war horse and holding a bronze spear. He was tall and straight and had an extraordinary might. However, what was shocking was that this knight did not have a head. A knight without a head. This situation was too strange. However, the Crimson Dragon at the side screamed. This was not a Yin soldier, But a general, from the name, should be more powerful than a soldier. He is indeed more powerful than a soldier because he was a king when he was alive. The Crimson Dragon said. What, a king? Lin Xian was shocked. A king was the true overlord of the world. He did not expect that he would be trained into a soldier. He had seen the terror of a half-step king. This king was definitely more powerful than a half-step king. The headless knight rode on his war horse and slowly turned his body to face Lin Xian. Although the knight did not have a head, Lin Xian seemed to be able to sense that there were two pairs of eyes staring at him. This scene was too strange. A headless person was actually able to see his existence. That being said, with the existence of the soldiers, the other strange occurrences could be explained. Lin Xian's body tensed up and he didn't dare to move. He activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and formed a true dragon mark outside his body. A moment later, the headless horseman coldly turned around and disappeared in a ray of light. Let's go! Lin Xian shouted and quickly followed with the Crimson Dragon. In front, after the two elders used their martial souls, they became more and more courageous. They gradually suppressed the soldiers in front and the Blood Fiend and White Bone Demon General behind them. It wouldn't be long before they broke through. At that time, they would be able to capture Lin Xian. No matter how strange a martial artist in the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm was, it was impossible for him to escape from the two of them. However, before they could finish their daydream, a ray of light suddenly appeared from the depths of the palace. Behind it was a monstrous killing intent. The air split open and boundless air rolled on both sides, making rumbling sounds. An extremely cold figure stood in the void, facing Elder Grey and Elder White from a distance. In the next moment, the soldiers below trembled. They quickly put away their weapons and stood to the side. Their actions were very uniform. They were all looking at the sky as if they were worshipping something. Behind them, the Blood Fiend and White Bone Demon General also fell silent. They retreated to the side and coldly watched. The two elders in the middle had dark faces and their hearts sank. They looked at the cold figure in the air and their faces became very ugly. Lin Xian stood at the end of the passage and looked at everything in front of him with a cold smile. When the two elders saw Lin Xian's expression, they were so angry that they stomped their feet and cursed in their hearts. This kid, who they thought of as an ant, had attracted powerful enemies for them time and time again. First it was a group of soldiers, and now it was the strange headless horseman. What shocked them even more was that the headless horseman's aura was even stronger than theirs. It was the aura of a true king. A king was the true overlord of the world. Anyone who was called a king was a peerless expert who could shake the heavens and earth. Once such a figure appeared, it was absolutely capable of causing the heavens and the earth to lose its color. Although the two of them were powerful, they were still far from being comparable to true kings. For a moment, the two of them didn't have any thoughts of fighting. They looked at each other and made up their minds to immediately retreat and break out. At their level, they knew more and more how terrifying King Tears were. A casual strike from them could tear apart mountains and rivers, and change the color of the sky. They were no match for him, so even if they wanted to capture Lin Xian, they didn't dare to joke around with their lives. In an instant, the two of them turned into streaks of light and sped away. At this moment, the cold figure in the void moved. The headless horseman held a bronze spear in his hand and rode a mighty warhorse, charging forward quickly. The spear in his hand danced and tore the void apart. The next moment, the terrifying bronze spear appeared in front of the gray-haired old man and pierced down quickly. What? Impossible. The gray-haired old man abruptly turned around, his eyes filled with shock. He roared angrily and his aura surged wildly, shaking the void and causing countless cracks to appear. In the next moment, the white tiger martial soul appeared in front of him and roared ferociously, shaking the surroundings. The bronze spear was silent and didn't have any dazzling light. However, it was too powerful and instantly pierced through the white tiger martial soul. Then, it stabbed forward in an even more violent manner. Seeing that his white tiger martial soul couldn't even resist for a moment, the gray-haired old man was scared out of his wits. He couldn't care less anymore and activated the power of his bloodline with all his might. Like a stray dog, he quickly fled. He had to escape. Even a powerful move like the white tiger martial soul had been broken in an instant. This meant that the opponent's strength had completely surpassed his. The two of them weren't on the same level at all. However, although the gray-haired old man was fast, the bronze spear was faster. The headless horseman seemed to have locked onto the void. The spear was like a dragon and instantly caught up with the gray-haired old man and pierced through him. Then, the headless horseman held the spear in one hand and raised it in midair. The gray-haired old man's face was ferocious and his eyes were filled with endless terror. He struggled with all his might, trying to get rid of the bronze spear. However, no matter how hard he struggled, there seemed to be an invisible force holding him in place. He couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried. Drip. Drip, countless drops of blood dripped from the tip of the spear. Every drop of blood caused the void to explode. This was the power of the bloodline. However, such a terrifying bloodline power couldn't fight back against the headless horseman at all. This was the strength of a king. He could definitely suppress an area. The gray-haired old man was so scared that his whole body trembled. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He abandoned the gray-haired old man and ran outside. However, in the next moment, the green shadow in the void swayed and the spear struck out again. In an instant, the gray-haired old man let out a miserable scream. The void shattered and countless black holes flickered. The entire space was annihilated. Lin Xian stood at the end of the passage and tried his best to look over. Then, he was shocked. This was because he saw the headless horseman standing in the void with the bronze spear in his hand raised high. On the spear, the gray-haired old man and the white old man were pierced and hung in the sky. Countless drops of blood splattered and dyed the sky red. This scene was too shocking. A shabby spear had nailed two half-step kings in the void. The gray-haired old man and the white old man were extremely powerful. A drop of their blood could cause the void to explode. However, such powerful warriors were no match for the headless horseman. They couldn't even block a single spear. Is this the strength of a king? Lin Xian clenched his fists. He was shocked. This was a true powerhouse. A casual attack had the power to tear the world apart. He yearned for this kind of power. Lin Xian knew that with the great dragon sword soul, he would be able to reach this level one day. However, he didn't want to wait too long. Therefore, he could only work hard to cultivate and strive to reach the king level as soon as possible. At that time, he could return to the Tiannan region and save the Sword Pool Mansion. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of the Black Dragon sect's leader. He could even destroy the entire Black Dragon sect with a raise of his hand. Thinking of this, Lin Xian clenched his fists. He knew that there was still a long way to go. The headless horseman stared at the gray-haired old man and the white old man in the void. Then, he shook his spear and threw the gray-haired old man to the ground. The blood beast in the distance roared and quickly rushed over. It turned into a cloud of blood mist and enveloped the gray-haired old man and the white old man. The gray-haired old man and the white old man were terrified and struggled with all their might. However, the spear just now had caused them to suffer extremely serious injuries. Moreover, there was an even more inexplicable force that was destroying their vitality. The gray-haired old man and the white old man couldn't do anything. They could only watch as the blood mist enveloped them. Not long after, the two of them let out miserable cries and turned into a pile of bones. A half-step king died in the Lost God Palace just like that. Even a half-step king couldn't escape. This lost shrine was too strange. Lin Xian didn't dare to stay any longer. He planned to leave this place quickly. Fortunately, he still had the great dragon sword soul, so the headless horseman and the group of ghost soldiers chose to ignore him as if they couldn't see him. Lin Xian turned into a beam of sword light and sped towards the exit. It had been a month since Lin Xian left the lost shrine. In this month, he had been consolidating his cultivation and comprehending the great dragon sword soul. However, in these few days, the lost place had changed again. Traces of spatial cracks appeared in the sky. It was a ghastly sight, and it was a shocking sight. Lin Xian looked at the sky and narrowed his eyes. He knew that the time in the lost place was up, and all the outsiders were about to be teleported out. The disciples of other sects were fine as they were all received by their sections. However, Lin Xian was different. He was forced to come here from the Tiannan region. He didn't know if he would return to the ancient Azure Dragon City in the Tiannan region or be teleported to the Sky Martial region. Thinking of this, he frowned. After the Black Dragon Hierarch failed to fight for the Great Dragon Sword's soul, it would definitely set off a storm of blood in the Tiannan region. If he went back now, it would be the worst-case scenario. However, if the news spread to the Sky Martial region and he was blocked by the 3 6-star sects, the result would probably be even worse than going to the Tiannan region. Especially the Divine Bird Palace, they would definitely not let him go. The two sides had reached a point where they would fight to the death. There was no way to resolve this. More importantly, Lin Xian still had the Great Dragon Sword soul. If the old monsters of the 3 sects found out, they would definitely go all out. Facing those old monsters who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, Lin Xian had no confidence at all. Then, he began to ask the Dark Red Dragon for a solution. Don't worry, kid. Your whereabouts are not under the control of the 3 major sections. Even if you teleport out, you won't land in front of them. The Red Divine Dragon was very calm. Hearing that, Lin Xian was relieved. The Crimson Dragon was with him now, so it wouldn't trick him. Otherwise, the other party would also be captured to be refined into pills. More and more warriors were being teleported out of the Lost Lands. Soon, news of Lin Xian spread. The martial artists of the 3 major forces waiting outside were all shocked. In particular, the cultivators of the Divine Bird Palace were so angry that they were trembling all over. More than half of the disciples of their Divine Bird Palace had fallen inside, and the leading monster brother and sister had fallen inside. That was a genius martial artist, and someone who had activated his bloodline. This was undoubtedly a huge loss to them. This was definitely a blatant slap in the face. Apart from the Divine Bird Palace, the other 2 forces did not suffer many casualties. It was obvious that the kid was specifically targeting the Divine Bird Palace. Next, the cultivators of Divine Bird Palace grasped Lin Xian's appearance and aura. Then, everyone exuded a monstrous murderous aura. Among them was a middle-aged man, who was extraordinarily mighty and had a powerful aura. His every move could change the weather. Obviously, this was a venerable, and one of the leaders of the Divine Bird Palace. This kid must be caught. The middle-aged man's voice was as cold as ice, drifting in all directions. He had already recognized Lin Xian. Not only did he kill the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, but he also killed their descendant of the Divine Bird Palace. They would not let such a person go. The other 2 forces were also shocked. After hearing about Lin Xian's deeds, they felt that the boy was more and more amazing. However, they were mostly gloating. Although they belonged to the 3 camps, there was also a lot of competition between them. Now that the Divine Bird Palace had suffered heavy losses, it was undoubtedly great news for the other 2 forces. Where is that kid now? A purple-clothed old man next to him asked. He was also a venerable. This time, the Divine Bird Palace sent a total of 3 venerables to come to their rescue. In addition to the middle-aged man and the purple-clothed old man, there was also an old woman with a walking stick. Her face was as dry as a wrinkled orange peel. These 3 people exuded a biting cold murderous aura. Reporting to the 3 elders, that kid is still in the Lost Land. What do you 2 think? The middle-aged man asked. When he comes out, we'll suppress him directly. The 2 old men's expressions were cold. In the Lost Land, Lin Xian's body glowed. He felt a huge force trying to expel him. He knew that it was finally time for him to leave. The Crimson Dragon lay on Lin Xue's body, its eyes full of excitement. Next to it, the snow-white monkey rubbed its sleepy eyes. Soon, Lin Xian turned into a ray of light, rushing toward the huge crack in the sky. He's out. The Divine Bird Palace's powerhouses who were waiting outside suddenly looked up at the sky, and a cold smile appeared on their lips. The other 2 forces also watched. They all wanted to see the mysterious boy. Humph, stay. The middle-aged man snorted and waved his palm toward the sky. Suddenly, a huge light palm appeared, covering the sky and the sun, and pressed forward mercilessly. Lin Xian quickly left the Lost Land under the influence of an inexplicable force. However, in the next moment, he felt a surge of power enveloping him, as if it was going to tear him apart. Oh no! His face darkened. Without a doubt, it was the Divine Bird Palace's people. Next to him, the Crimson Dragon was also angry. Damn it, how dare you block Ben Huang's way? You must be tired of living. When Ben Huang recovers his dragon essence, I'll roast you all. However, although he was angry, his hands did not stop moving. Because he was now with Lin Xian, if he was caught and recognized, he would definitely be refined into medicine. Although his dragon essence and cultivation were gone, his knowledge and experience were still there. The dragon waved its claws, forming a strange pattern in the air. It was like a ferocious little dragon, twisting quickly. Soon, a magical array was formed around them. Suddenly, the terrifying aura interference weakened a lot. Below, the Divine Bird Palace's middle-aged man's face darkened. The other experts were also moved. The middle-aged man was a venerable. Logically speaking, it should be easy for him to catch a martial artist in the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. However, he did not expect his first attempt to fail. Interesting, now I'm more and more curious. What was the background of the little guy inside? On the Deity Sword Villa's side, a middle-aged man in white stood. He carried a simple long sword on his back. When he opened and closed his eyes, the sword flashed. Beside him stood Yi Lin Yun and the other genius disciples of the Deity Sword Villa. At this moment, they were all looking at the sky nervously. On the other side, a beautiful woman in palace attire also raised her head and looked over. Countless rays of light surrounded her body, making her look like a fairy. This beautiful woman in palace dress was the moon-embracing pavilion's expert. Behind her stood Yu Qingqing and the others. Among them, Zhao Ziki was so nervous that she clenched her small hands and prayed in her heart. Qingqing, you did the right thing. In the situation at that time, there was no need to be an enemy. The beautiful woman in palace dress said softly. Fortunately, Yu Qingqing had swallowed her pride. Otherwise, the moon-embracing pavilion would have lost more than half of its martial artists. Hearing this, Yu Qingqing's lips curled into a bitter smile. A portrait appeared in her mind. A young man stood proudly with a long sword in his hand. Genius martial artists gathered around him, but no one dared to fight with him. One man and one sword intimidated the surrounding genius disciples. At that moment, Yu Qingqing could only look up. There was an inexplicable fluctuation in her heart. Since she started practicing martial arts, she had been regarded as a genius and was surrounded by countless dazzling halos. Soon, she surpassed countless disciples and was worshipped by tens of thousands of people. In the same level, there were few who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. The geniuses of other forces could at most tie with her, but it was difficult for them to defeat her. Therefore, she had never worshipped anyone of the same age as her. However, the appearance of Lin Xian made her heart tremble. There was even a trace of worship in her heart. As soon as this thought came to her mind, Yu Qingqing's cheeks flushed red. She had a cold temperament and did not put men in her eyes. But now, she had an inexplicable feeling for Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not know this. At this moment, he was once again in great danger. Because in addition to the sky-covering palm, another terrifying attack appeared from the left and right. This time, the three honorables of the Divine Bird Palace attacked together. In the middle was a terrifying palm of light. On both sides were two illusory images of divine birds. They were hundreds of feet tall. They spread their wings and shackled this part of the world. This time, the three joined forces and were determined to take down Lin Xian. The void was in chaos. The terrifying pressure made the surrounding martial artists tremble. This kind of power was too terrifying. Any trace of it could tear them apart. Master, should we save him? Yu Qingqing asked softly. The woman in the palace dress turned back. There was a faint smile in her eyes. Yu Qingqing blushed and hurriedly lowered her head. She did not dare to look directly at her. After that, the woman in the palace dress said in a deep voice, "Let's wait and see." On the other side, the middle-aged man from the Deity Sword Villa narrowed his eyes. His eyes were shining. No one knew what he was thinking. In the void, the three forces intertwined, causing the world to explode. Huge cracks appeared one after another. Lin Xian received a strong attack and was about to be teleported out of the Lost Lands. If that really happened, he would be completely exposed in front of everyone. At that time, he would have no chance of escaping. Thinking of this, Lin Xian unwillingly roared. He operated the great dragon sword soul with all his strength, and an explosive aura appeared on his body, condensing into the appearance of a true dragon, roaring towards the sky. The crimson dragon was also uncertain. It gritted its teeth and said, "Boy, continue to use the great dragon sword soul, don't stop. I'm going to use a secret technique." Then, the crimson dragon soared and merged with the true dragon phantom in the air. The true dragon's phantom trembled and rapidly transformed, fusing with the crimson dragon to form a giant dragon hundreds of meters long. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect the crimson dragon to have such a secret technique. However, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart, and he worked harder to activate the great dragon sword soul. On his shoulder, the little white monkey also showed a trace of anger. It floated in the void, and its black gem-like eyes became incomparably deep. Finally, it formed two vortexes, like a black hole. A terrifying aura appeared, as if an immemorial beast had been resurrected. The black vortex and the true dragon's phantom fought against the energy attacks around them. In the outside world, after the powerhouses of the Divine Bird Palace attacked, a sinister sneer appeared in their eyes. They seemed to have seen the situation after Lin Xian was shaken out. However, in the next moment, the void suddenly exploded. The two divine bird phantoms suddenly flew back, and a giant dragon hundreds of meters long appeared. It roared to the sky, and with a sweep of its tail and claws, it immediately tore the divine bird phantoms apart. What? What is that? Is that a divine dragon? Everyone was shocked. They all looked at the sky, and a touch of shock appeared in their eyes. The middle-aged swordsman from the deity sword villa and the woman in the palace dress from the moon pavilion also looked dignified. The three powerhouses of the divine bird palace were even more shocked. A sense of fear rose in their hearts. A divine dragon's phantom had appeared in this place. Was there really a divine dragon here? So what if it is a divine dragon? Our divine bird palace also has a divine bird. The three of them snorted. Then, the wings on the middle-aged man's back flapped, forming a huge phantom. It was like two heavenly blades, slashing the void. The two elders beside him also joined forces to attack, using their respective martial souls. For a moment, the entire sky was flooded with violent energy. The divine dragon was too terrifying. Every time it attacked, it brought with it monstrous energy, destroying the attack array of the divine bird palace. "Hurry up, I can't hold on any longer." Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said. The great dragon sword soul required too much energy. It was very difficult for him to maintain it with his current strength. If this continued, he was likely to faint. The crimson dragon nodded to show that it understood. Then, it roared and spat out a huge dragon flame from its mouth. The monstrous flame burned, igniting the sky. The boundless sea of fire spread, and the terrifying heat swept in all directions. At this moment, two black vortexes appeared in the void. Then, they formed two black light pillars that flew over. Wherever they passed, the void shattered. The two black light pillars were too terrifying. The aura made the supremacies present tremble from their souls. The attacks of the three powerhouses of the Divine Bird Palace were shattered, and the three of them were also suppressed by the black serpent light pillar. Just as they were in a daze, Lin Xian was taken away by the teleportation power of the lost land and disappeared into the horizon. Not long after, the monstrous dragon flame and the black light pillar also disappeared. At this moment, the three supremacies of the Divine Bird Palace heaved a sigh of relief. Then, their faces became extremely ugly. They quickly attacked and destroyed the sky, but Lin Xian's figure was nowhere to be seen. "Ah!" The middle-aged man roared crazily. His black hair fluttered, and his body emitted a powerful aura that tore the earth apart. In front of so many people, the three supremacies attacked, but they couldn't stop a martial artist in the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Shameful, too shameful. However, what shocked them was that the little thief had the shadow of a divine dragon and a mysterious powerhouse beside him. Especially the black light pillar, they all trembled. The deity sword villa and the moon-embracing pavilion didn't laugh at the Divine Bird Palace because they were also shocked and couldn't speak for a long time. "Go back and report it. Mobilize all forces. We must not let that kid escape." The three powerhouses of the Divine Bird Palace shouted angrily. Suddenly, a terrifying energy rose from the three of them and took away all the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. The Deity Sword Villa and the Moon-Embracing Pavilion also left. The appearance of such a mysterious youth in the Sky Martial region would probably cause a huge commotion among the younger generation. In this era of martial arts prosperity and geniuses, only through bloody battles could those geniuses truly grow. End of chapter 553. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.